Chapter 1. Entering the Prince's Residence. Year 22 of the Yuan era, March 12th. Two pink palanquins glided silently through the side gate of the Jing Wangfu, making their way to the rear courtyard. After passing through a small garden, the palanquins diverged, one veering left and the other right, each heading toward the small courtyards that flanked the garden. "Please, Master Zhang, disembark." Zhang Xinyan cautiously extended her hand, only to have a warm little hand grasp hers, assisting her with gentle strength. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Xinyan realized it was a young maidservant, no more than a teenager. This maid, with her delicate features and charming demeanor, was gazing at her with a bright smile. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xinyan, with the maid's support, slowly entered a modest courtyard. She raised her gaze to the sign above, where the characters Qingfang Courtyard were elegantly inscribed. A wave of melancholy surged within her. She understood that this small courtyard, consisting of merely 3 rooms, would be her abode for the remainder of her life. Once inside the room, Zhang Xinyan dismissed the maid and plopped down onto an embroidered stool. Though it was the balmy season of early spring, she felt as though she had plunged into an ice cavern, chilled to the bone, her body drenched in cold sweat from sheer fright. 3 days prior, Zhang Xinyan had been an ordinary office worker, leading a mundane life, consumed by her daily labors. That fateful morning, as she traversed an overpass, her foot slipped unexpectedly, causing her to lose her balance and lurch forward. In a panic, she grasped at anything to steady herself, but the aged glass of the overpass betrayed her. She plummeted to the ground below. When Zhang Xinyan finally opened her eyes again, she found herself in an entirely unfamiliar setting. Bewildered for some time, she ultimately realized that this was no dream. She had truly crossed over. What astonished her further was the realization that she had arrived in a fictional dynasty, one that had never been recorded in history. The owner of this body was a palace maidservant attending the beloved concubine Zhao, and astonishingly, the original owner also bore the name Zhang Xinyan, having just turned 17. As for the circumstances of the original owner's demise, Zhang Xinyan felt a deep sense of regret upon reflection. 3 days earlier, her superior, concubine Zhao, had summoned her and another maid, Li Yue, and bestowed them upon her biological son, the 7th Prince Jing Wang Li Qingze, as concubines. The original owner had been paralyzed by fear, having listened to the old matriarch speak of the grim fates that befell the women of the palace and the prince's residence. The more she pondered, the more her fears grew until she ultimately frightened herself to death in her sleep. Thus, the modern Zhang Xinyan had inherited her body. Just moments ago, she and Li Yue had been delivered to Jing Wangfu. From this moment onward, Zhang Xinyan would no longer be the modern Zhang Xinyan, but rather Zhang, the concubine of the 7th prince of the Great Jin dynasty. Woo, am terrified too. I don't wish to remain here. Although Zhang Xinyan had only been in this place for 3 days, she had inherited the memories of the original owner, thus comprehending that this was a quintessential ancient world. A society with a rigid hierarchy and clear feudal rules, devoid of the many escapades often depicted in time travel novels where women could freely emerge and open shops. For women, this place was exceedingly oppressive. A mere misstep could lead to a fate of either a life spent in the company of flickering candles or a grim end in a water torture device. Zhang Xinyan's timidity stemmed from having witnessed a woman, condemned for eloping with a man, being captured and brutally beaten to death by her family. After perusing through the original owner's memories, Zhang Xinyan understood that she might never return. Her only desire now was to dutifully serve as a concubine and strive to live a long life. With a deep sigh, Zhang Xinyan began to carefully observe the small realm that was now hers. This was a modest courtyard, not grand in size, yet it exuded tranquility and simplicity. Upon entering, her gaze was immediately drawn to the 3 main rooms, interconnected, spacious, and well-lit. The eastern room contained a couch for tea, conversation, and reading, while the western room was designated as her sleeping quarters. The central room served as the dining area and a reception hall for guests. Though the space was not expansive, its layout was clear and unembellished, without excessive decorations. Moreover, a distinct absence of vibrant red hues was evident, save for 2 pots of unknown red flowers perched on the windowsill. Nevertheless, the solid wooden furniture left a profound impression. Particularly striking was the grand Wang Wallywood bed, a testament to the prince's stature, as such items could not afford to be of inferior quality. After surveying her surroundings, Zhang Xinyan fell into a reverie. Reflecting on the snippets of information she had gleaned over the past 2 days, she knew that Jing Wang was the seventh son of the emperor, aged 22, with a legitimate wife, a secondary wife, and several concubines. His primary wife was of the same age as Jing Wang, and they had a son and a daughter, the 6-year-old heir, Heng Hui, and the 3-year-old grand princess, Rishu. The secondary wife, surnamed Liu, was named Ru Yin, and she bore Jing Wang's second son, Heng Chang, who was the same age as the grand princess. Currently, Jing Wang had only these 3 children in comparison to other princes with numerous offspring. Jing Wang's progeny were woefully few. It was precisely for this reason that concubine Zhao had chosen Zhang Xinyan and Li Yue to serve as concubines for Jing Wang. As for why Zhang Xinyan and Li Yue had been selected, it was simply because they were both plump and pleasing in appearance, clearly embodying the traits of good childbearers. Lost in thought, the young maid who had assisted her earlier re-entered the room with measured steps. Master Zhang, have you rested well? The servants of Qingfang Courtyard are awaiting outside to pay their respects. The maid bowed formally to Zhang Xinyan before continuing. Zhang Xinyan nodded and proceeded to the main hall, taking a seat in the grand armchair. The maid called out, and 3 individuals entered from outside. 1 man and 2 women, making a total of 4, including the maid. The maid seemed to be in charge among the 4, as she was the first to bow and pay her respects. This servant, Yu Shu, pays her respects to Master Zhang. Zhang Xinyan felt a wave of discomfort as she watched Yu Shu, who appeared to be of similar age, kneel before her, but she masked her feelings. Such was the nature of this era. She could not afford to display even the slightest divergence from others. She must learn to accept it. Rise, Zhang Xinyan instructed her. After Yu Shu stood, the other 2 maidservants and a young eunuch simultaneously knelt to pay their respects to Zhang Xinyan. Their names were Xia Zhu, Xia He, and Yuan Bao, respectively. After the 4 exchanged pleasantries, noticing the weariness on Zhang Xinyan's face, they all withdrew. Zhang Xinyan moved to the east wing and sat on the couch by the window, continuing her reverie. As of today, she and the other concubine, Li Yue, were to commence their formal service to Jing Wang. She wondered whom Jing Wang would choose first. Having had boyfriends in the past, Zhang Xinyan was acutely aware of what Jing Wang sought, and despite her mental preparations, she still felt a sense of unease. Perhaps she should visit the other concubine first. She wanted to delay by a couple of days. As Zhang Xinyan pondered this dilemma, Jing Wang, seated in the prince's courtyard sipping tea, was also making his selections. Your Highness, the 2 newcomers sent by Mother have already entered the residence this afternoon. Their quarters have been arranged. Would you like to visit? Jing Wang took a sip of tea and replied, Let the princess decide. I have matters to attend to. Just inform me when the princess sends word. With that, Jing Wang departed. The princess watched Jing Wang's retreating figure until her confidant, Granny Wu, approached with a fresh cup of tea, snapping her back to reality. Have we thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of these 2? The princess inquired softly, her tone laced with a subtle authority. Granny Wu nodded earnestly, responding, Yes, Your Highness. The Zhang girl lost both parents at a young age and was later sent to the palace by her aunt to serve as a maid. At that time, she was not yet 9 years old, but it is said that she possesses a particularly timid disposition, rarely venturing outside, even within the palace. The princess raised an eyebrow. If this Zhang girl was indeed so timid, she wondered how true it was. She continued her inquiry. And what of the Li girl? Granny Wu replied, The Li girl's father is a 7th-rank local official, quite aged now. Their family lacks any promising male offspring, but this Li girl is quite graceful and gentle, never competing with others. The princess nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 2. Meeting the prince. The princess remained silent, simply taking a sip of her tea. Granny Wu hesitated momentarily before asking, Your Highness, should we? Before she could finish, the princess silenced her with a sharp glance. Granny, Heng Hui is now 6 years old. Thus, we can no longer excessively intervene in the matters of those women in the inner quarters bearing children. Among the emperor's sons, Jing Wang has the fewest offspring. Over the past 2 years, the Empress Dowager has continually bestowed numerous concubines upon the prince. Is this not a blatant warning directed at me? Henceforth, let us cease sending them any more contraceptive potions should they possess the capability and ambition to bear children. They may do so at their discretion. The most pressing task at hand is to diligently nurture and educate Heng Hui. After all, Heng Hui is the legitimate firstborn and heir, having been conferred the title of heir apparent at an early age. If I persist in obstructing the prince's desire to take concubines and sire offspring, I fear the Empress Dowager may truly unleash her wrath upon me, the princess remarked to Granny Wu. Granny Wu sighed in response, gazing at the princess with compassion. Nightfall approached swiftly, and the young eunuch Yuan Bao returned from the kitchen with Zhang Xinian's share of the evening meal. Upon seeing the exquisite dishes, Zhang Xinyan felt a wave of relief wash over her, putting aside all else. Nothing in this world should be taken lightly when it comes to delectable cuisine. She sampled each dish, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she embraced her bowl of rice, consuming a substantial portion before she even realized it. Yushu and Xia Zhu attended to Zhang Xinyan as she dined, and witnessing her remarkable appetite, they exchanged curious glances. It was only at this moment that Zhang Xinyan felt her cheeks flush slightly, yet she chose not to comment further and instructed them to remove the dishes. Not long after their departure, Zhang Xinyan heard what seemed to be a commotion not far away, and soon, Yushu returned. "Miss Zhang, the prince has just visited Master Li," she announced. A surge of joy filled Zhang Xinian's heart. Thankfully, she had not been chosen first, granting her a few more days for mental preparation. "In that case, may I retire for the night? Is it permissible for me to bathe?" Zhang Xinyan inquired, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yushu found herself perplexed. Although merely 17, she had served many in the royal household. Yet, Zhang Xinyan was the first mistress she had encountered who displayed no disappointment upon hearing that the prince would not be visiting her chamber. Was there something amiss with her? Why was she so elated at the prince's absence? Regardless, Yushu believed it strange that the mistress would now request water for a bath. Zhang Xinyan, observing Yushu's dazed expression, queried, "Is it not permissible to request water? Surely, as a concubine, she ought to possess the right to call for bathing water." She was still perspiring and longed for a wash. Yushu quickly regained her composure and replied, "It is indeed allowed, my lady. I shall fetch the water at once." Warm water soon arrived, and after indulging in a refreshing bath, Zhang Xinyan sank into her bed, sleeping soundly until dawn. Upon awakening, Yushu and Xiazhu were already prepared with warm water and towels to assist her in washing and dressing, while Xia styled her hair. Even as drowsiness lingered, Zhang Xinyan found herself seated at the dining table. For the first time, she relished such attentive service from head to toe, and it felt rather pleasant. Had she experienced this kind of care during her previous employment, she certainly would not have been late so many times. As Yushu, Xiazhu, and Xiaohe attended to her, Yuan Bao had already laid out the breakfast. The fragrant dishes included sweet and sour date paste cake, savory meat buns, a small bowl of wontons, and a serving of soft red date congee, accompanied by 3 types of appetizing pickles. Unable to resist the enticing aroma, Zhang Xinyan found herself overwhelmed with emotion as she enjoyed her meal, tears of joy welling in her eyes. It had been ages since she had tasted such a delightful breakfast. Previously, in her haste to sleep a little longer, she had settled for a mere snack. This warm and flavorful breakfast was truly a source of happiness. After finishing her meal, Zhang Xinyan found herself at a loss. As a minor concubine who had yet to earn the prince's affection, she lacked the standing to greet the princess daily. Even after serving the prince, if the princess chose not to receive them, the concubines were not required to pay their respects. Learning of this rule filled Zhang Xinyan with joy. She had no desire to involve herself in the rivalries of jealous women. After a brief period of idle sitting and chatting with Yushu, she found herself growing bored, having gleaned no substantial information. Thus, Zhang Xinyan took up her brush and ink to practice her calligraphy. This body was literate and skilled in embroidery, having once worked in the embroidery workshop within the palace. However, having traversed into this world, she was unaccustomed to writing in traditional script. Her immediate goal was to refine her rather unsightly handwriting, ensuring it appeared presentable and did not betray her identity. Thus, she spent 3 peaceful nights at the residence of Prince Jing. On the 4th evening, a young eunuch arrived at the prince's side. This humble servant pays his respects to Miss Zhang. "The prince has requested to rest with you tonight," the young eunuch said, beaming with congratulations. "Thank you for making the special trip, esteemed eunuch," Zhang Xinyan replied, exchanging a knowing glance with Yushu. Yushu promptly retrieved a few silver coins from her pouch and handed them to the eunuch, saying, "This is a small token of appreciation for your service. I hope you will accept it." With a smile, the eunuch accepted the coins and bowed to Zhang Xinyan before turning to leave. After enjoying dinner and ensuring she was spotless, Zhang Xinyan waited for a considerable time, nearly drifting off to sleep when a noise finally emanated from outside. A sudden wave of panic surged within her as she pondered the nature of this prince. Lost in thought, she only moved to the door to welcome the unfamiliar prince who would soon become her husband at Yushu's prompting. In the darkness, Zhang Xinyan caught sight of a tall, imposing figure accompanied by a eunuch slowly advancing towards her. Hastily, she knelt and offered her respects. This humble servant greets the prince. Indeed, as a concubine, she could not even refer to herself as such, but must instead identify as a humble servant. Prince Jing acknowledged her with a nonchalant allowing her to rise. Zhang Xinyan followed closely behind him as they entered the room. The eunuch Wang Fuan, who served as the prince's personal attendant, swiftly closed the door behind them, taking position on either side of the entrance. These servants were well-trained, aware of how to conduct themselves in such circumstances. Zhang Xinyan walked stiffly behind Prince Jing, hardly daring to raise her gaze. As Prince Jing crossed the threshold, he settled onto the grand bed intricately carved from Wangwali wood, his posture straight as a pine, his eyes fixed intently upon Zhang Xinyan. In the dim light, Prince Jing scrutinized this woman before him, feeling a stirring within his heart. Her features were fresh and delicate, her skin soft and fair, her figure graceful and alluring. Yet, in comparison to the women he had encountered in the past, she possessed no particularly distinguishing traits. What truly captured his attention were her clear, water-like eyes that conveyed a hint of timidity. Zhang Xinyan acutely sensed the prince's gaze upon her, her anxiety mounting to the point where she scarcely dared to breathe. Her hands clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her heartbeat quickening with each passing moment. She became acutely aware that the prince's attention remained steadfastly fixed upon her, and this peculiar scrutiny left her feeling uncomfortable and restless. Chapter 3. The night's vigil. The presence of this man was undeniably overwhelming, his visage strikingly handsome, with slanted brows that met his hairline, exuding a calm yet reserved aura. However, his sharp eyes scrutinized Zhang Xinyan, projecting an impression of a man who was somewhat dominant and rather aloof. Prince Jing arched an eyebrow, observing Zhang Xinyan with keen interest. She resembled a frightened little rabbit, trembling slightly under his gaze. A reaction that stirred an unprecedented sense of novelty within him. All the women around him, even the princess consort, would indulge him with flattery and insistent care, regardless of the time or place they encountered him. Yet, he held no interest in such behavior. These women seemed meticulously trained, their actions monotonously predictable, rendering them utterly dull. In stark contrast, Zhang Xinyan appeared refreshingly different. From the moment Prince Jing entered the room, she stood rigidly like a wooden post, not even pouring him a cup of tea. This very demeanor sparked a flicker of genuine affection within him. Had Zhang Xinyan been aware of Prince Jing's true thoughts, she might have been unable to suppress a sarcastic remark about the prince's peculiar inclination towards masochism. "Come here," Prince Jing said, relaxing against the bed rail, his voice calm and resonant. Zhang Xinyan hesitated momentarily before slowly approaching him. She lifted her gaze, her eyes fleetingly darting away from his intense stare. Prince Jing raised an eyebrow, gripping her chin gently, his deep-set eyes compelling her to meet his gaze. "Look at me." Zhang Xinyan's heart raced, and she fought to steady herself, locking eyes with Prince Jing. "Are you afraid of me?" he inquired. Biting her lip, she nodded slightly, then shook her head. "I am just a bit nervous." Prince Jing's long fingers brushed lightly against the lips she had just bitten, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Xinyan's gaze was markedly different from that of other women. It lacked the veiled adoration that mingled with uncertainty. Her eyes were clear and bright, yet tinged with a glimmer of unshed tears born from her inner trepidation. This woman was indeed unlike any other. He was not fond of ambitious, scheming women. Rather, he found Zhang Xinyan's timid and transparent nature rather appealing, as it was easy to discern her thoughts at a glance. Releasing his grip, Prince Jing softened his tone slightly, "Though not be afraid. I will not harm you." After a brief pause, he added, "As long as you are obedient." Zhang Xinyan's heart soared at his words, and she promptly replied, "I will certainly obey." A subtle smile graced Prince Jing's lips, a fleeting expression that was barely perceptible. Very well, he said, lightly tapping the edge of the bed. Come, serve me as I rest. As the sheer curtains fell, Zhang Xinyan found herself beneath the weight of the unfamiliar man, her body rigid with apprehension. Nevertheless, she did not allow fear to overshadow her duties. Recalling the teachings of the palace matrons as she commenced her inexperienced ministrations, Prince Jing observed her, unsure if her movements were intentional or accidental, as a flicker of desire ignited in his gaze. My lord, it hurts. Zhang Xinyan furrowed her brow, her hands encircling Prince Jing's neck, her face paling. The pain was genuine, bringing tears to her eyes. Prince Jing paused, allowing her a moment to acclimate before continuing. When Zhang Xinyan awoke the following morning, the prince was already absent from her side. Yushu and Xia Zhu stood at her bedside, their faces alight with joy. Upon seeing her awake, they eagerly recounted how the prince had treated her with exceptional kindness, even instructing others to tread softly so as not to disturb her slumber. Zhang Xinyan nodded, and after washing up, she returned to her bed for a bit more rest. Last night had been quite overwhelming. The prince had taken her several times, and now she yearned for nothing more than to sleep. After approximately an hour, Yushu entered to assist her in getting up. Zhang Zhuzi, you truly cannot sleep any longer. Soon, the princess consort will send someone to deliver gifts. If you remain asleep, it would not reflect well. It was customary in the household for the princess consort to present tokens of appreciation to each concubine after their first night of service. Upon hearing the mention of the princess consort, Zhang Xinyan was jolted awake, hastily dragging her noodle-like legs into her garments to prepare for the matron's arrival. Just before lunch, Wu Mama, a confidant of the princess consort, arrived bearing gifts. Zhang Zhuzi, for your service to the princess consort has bestowed rewards upon you. Wu Mama smiled, though the warmth did not reach her eyes, as she scrutinized Zhang Xinyan intently. Zhang Xinyan froze, kneeling to accept the gifts. Wu Mama exchanged a few more words with her, observing her timid demeanor with a sense of relief before smirking disdainfully and departing. Zhang Xinyan examined the rewards, for types of fabric. A pair of red gold bracelets, a pair of silver bangles, a beaded hairpin, and 2 gold hairpins. According to Yushu, these were standard offerings, akin to those given to Li Yue a few days prior. As long as it is the same, it will not draw attention, thus offending no one. Zhang Xinyan glanced at the items briefly before instructing Yushu to record them and hand them over to Xia Zhu for safekeeping. Henceforth, Yushu would oversee the maids and young eunuchs, while Xia Zhu would manage her jewelry box, and Xia He would tend to her garments. Yuan Bao would only be tasked with minor errands for the time being. Despite being a eunuch, he was still a man, and Zhang Xinyan felt somewhat uncomfortable allowing a man into her private quarters. Perhaps finding Zhang Xinyan somewhat agreeable, Prince Jing chose to spend 2 consecutive nights with her. Although on the second night, they merely shared the bed without further intimacy, it was understandable, for even Prince Jing was human and could not engage with women so exhaustively every day. That would indeed be exhausting. Each new concubine had 3 days to serve, and having spent 3 days with Li Yue, Prince Jing would similarly stay 3 days with her. After that, he did not return. Through this experience, Zhang Xinyan gleaned that Prince Jing was a man who valued etiquette and propriety above all. As long as she adhered to the rules, she would maintain a respectable standing with him, ensuring that even if her life was not particularly splendid, it would not be entirely dismal. Days passed, and Prince Jing did not visit her chamber again, nor did he go to Li Yue's. However, the kitchen staff's offerings grew increasingly perfunctory, leaving Zhang Xinyan nostalgic for the sumptuous meals provided during the prince's visits. Yet, she dared not venture out to entice him, instead opting to spend her own money to procure better dishes from the kitchen. At the very least, they should include some meat. Regrettably, despite accepting her coins, the kitchen's service remained lackluster, and the meals they delivered were only marginally improved. After 2 attempts to bribe them, Zhang Xinyan found herself resigned to consuming mere vegetable leaves, leaving her nearly green with dissatisfaction. Just as she reached a breaking point, a young eunuch from Prince Jing's entourage finally arrived with news. The prince intended to stay overnight once more. That afternoon, Zhang Xinyan's meals returned to their previous abundance. Filling her with joy.as she savored the food, she contemplated whether to lodge a small complaint. Ultimately, she decided against it, reasoning that avoiding trouble was wiser than risking a misstep. Before she had the chance to eat more than a couple of bites, Prince Jing arrived. Chapter 4, Rebirth. Greetings, my lord. Have you dined? Zhang Xinyan hastily invited Prince Jing to sit, glancing apologetically at her half-eaten meal. Prince Jing chuckled at her flustered demeanor. Is this all you've consumed? Are you that hungry? After 3 days of navigating the complexities of their relationship, Zhang Xinyan was no longer as intimidated by Prince Jing. Although he bore an icy exterior, as long as she adhered to the rules and refrained from speaking out of turn, he was generally quite agreeable. She understood how to interact with him, thus sharing her thoughts openly, which he reciprocated with kindness. As he observed her, he asked, "Did you not wait for me, since I usually dine when I visit?" Zhang Xinyan blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. On previous visits, you dined before arriving, so I did not anticipate your presence today. The kitchen's offerings are particularly delectable. Would you care to sample them? Prince Jing raised an eyebrow in assent, prompting Zhang Xinyan to call for additional bowls and chopsticks, eagerly attending to him. Noticing her eyes fixed on the spread before them, Prince Jing found amusement in her eagerness and gestured for her to join him at the table. As they enjoyed a lavish dinner together, Zhang Xinyan relished the food, offering her favorite dishes to Prince Jing. Although he had dined prior to this, seeing her enjoyment whetted his appetite, and he partook in several dishes as well. Wang Fuan, standing behind Prince Jing, noted the growing light in his eyes as he regarded Zhang Xinyan. The fact that the prince chose to dine with her again indicated that she had captured his attention. Henceforth, she would be treated with greater respect. The meal was a feast for the senses, and Zhang Xinyan, feeling somewhat overindulged, rubbed her stomach. Prince Jing raised an eyebrow at her discomfort, inquiring, "Have I starved you? You appear as though you have not eaten in ages." Zhang Xinyan chuckled softly. "Of course, I simply enjoyed the meal in your company, thus consuming more than usual." As Prince Jing observed Zhang Xinyan becoming increasingly at ease in his presence, he felt a sense of intrigue and took her hand, leading her towards the bed. "Eating too much requires some exercise. Allow me to assist you." Zhang Xinyan's face flushed crimson, and though she could not refuse, she followed Prince Jing into the confines of the bed curtains. Meanwhile, in an adjacent courtyard, Li Yue lay on her bed, drenched in sweat. Suddenly awakening with wide, startled eyes, Li Yue sat up, her gaze somewhat vacant. As though she had lost her sense of direction, as she surveyed her surroundings, her eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. "Is this not the room I inhabited when I was but a concubine? What on earth has transpired? I distinctly remember having perished. Why am I here? Could it be that heaven has shown me mercy, granting me a chance to start anew? Truly, fate has not abandoned me. Ling Xian, this time, I shall not let you escape my grasp." The sound of Li Yue's manic laughter echoed throughout the room, filled with a fervent madness, her eyes shimmering with unbridled hatred. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside the door, and her devoted maid hurriedly entered. Noticing her mistress's peculiar expression and behavior, the maid could not help but feel a sense of unease. She promptly inquired, "Mistress, what ails you? Why do you laugh so? Is there something I can assist you with?" Upon seeing her maid, Li Yue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Fangchao? I am well, merely beset by a nightmare. Come, sit with me and converse." Fangchao, the maid who had accompanied Li Yue from her home, had been in her service even before she entered the palace as a court lady. Upon her arrival at the Jing Wangfu, Li Yue had ensured Fangchao's presence alongside her. "Mistress, are you truly all right? Would you care for a cup of warm water?" Fangchao, perceiving her mistress's unusual demeanor, asked with concern. Li Yue shook her head, and the two sat upon the bed, engaging in conversation. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yue sought to discern when she had returned to. "Pray tell, was it Zhang Xinyan who entered the manor with me?" Li Yue suddenly furrowed her brow, interrupting Fangchao's words. Fangchao, taken aback, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, mistress, whatever troubles you, have you forgotten?" Li Yue's heart raced with a sudden panic. She vividly recalled that in her previous life, Zhang Xinyan had perished before entering the Wangfu. The one who had replaced her was a concubine named Chen. How could this life be so drastically different? "Are you unwell, little mistress?" Fangchao observed the fluctuations in Li Yue's expression. Her worry deepening. Li Yue, awakening from her reverie, smiled at Fangchao. "I assure you, I am fine. Please leave me be. I shall retire now." Fangchao hesitated before exiting, and once she was gone, Li Yue immediately sat up, contemplating the events of her past life. Was this Zhang Xinyan a harbinger of change? In her previous existence, she had most certainly died. Why then was he alive in this one? Tomorrow, she must seek out this Zhang Xinyan and inquire further. To ascertain whether she too had been reborn, Lai Yue remained acutely aware of Zhang Xinyan's significance. Although their interactions had been minimal in the past, her return to life was driven by a desire for vengeance for herself and her son. No one would impede her quest for retribution. Otherwise, she would ruthlessly eliminate anyone obstructing her path. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Li Yue's eyes. When Zhang Xinyan awoke, her body ached, and the Jing Wang had long since departed. Following these two events, she had come to realize that the Jing Wang not only appreciated her typical demeanor but also favored her performance in more intimate matters, which was quite satisfactory. Although Zhang Xinyan possessed an appealing appearance, the Wang Fu was never lacking in beautiful women, thus she needed to carve her own niche. She did not aspire to be a favored concubine, nor did she wish to be forgotten by the Jing Wang. A modicum of his affection would suffice for her to navigate life within the manner unobtrusively. In the month that followed, the Jing Wang did not visit her again, instead opting to stay with the Wang Fei and two secondary concubines. Observing this, it appeared that the Jing Wang maintained a balanced approach, not overly favoring any one woman. This was the demeanor expected of a prince raised in the depths of the palace. He would respect his primary wife without excessively doting on his concubines, preventing them from becoming unruly. While tales of singular affection existed, they were exceedingly rare. After all, a prince harbored ambitions for succession. To be captivated by a woman would not be advantageous, as it would expose a vulnerability subject to criticism. Thus, in the hearts of princes truly aspiring to ascend the throne, they would never lavish excessive affection upon a woman. Even genuine feelings must remain concealed until the moment of triumph, lest they be revealed prematurely. During this period, Zhang Xinyan found herself quite idle, bored with merely practicing calligraphy. She took up the art of embroidery. The original occupant of her body had been skilled in this craft and had even apprenticed in the palace, her proficiency commendable. After only 2 days of recollection, and after pricking her fingers numerous times, she finally managed to create something presentable. It was at this juncture that Yushu arrived to inform Zhang Xinyan that Li Yue had come to visit her, currently waiting just outside the courtyard. Zhang Xinyan frowned. During her time in the palace, she had scarcely known Li Yue. Since entering the Wang Fu, she had not ventured beyond the confines of her courtyard. Why would Li Yue wish to see her? Given the Jing Wang's recent busyness, it was evident that Li Yue's visit was not motivated by a desire to vie for his affections. Thus, what could be her purpose, reluctant as she was to meet? Zhang Xinyan had no choice but to have Xia Zhu and Xia He invite her in. As Li Yue entered, Zhang Xinyan noticed her surreptitious scrutiny, ultimately resting her gaze on the embroidery displayed upon the table. Upon seeing the patterns, she seemed to exhale with relief. Observing this, Zhang Xinyan furrowed her brow slightly. This Li Yue appeared somewhat altered from her memories. The Li Yue she recalled had been gentle and serene, with a tranquil gaze, akin to a caring elder sister. In contrast, the Li Yue before her now possessed deep, penetrating eyes that sparkled with an unsettling brightness. It was as if a flickering flame of aggression resided within them, capable of igniting upon mere contact. Something was amiss. The transformation in Li Yue was far too drastic. Having traversed realms herself and being an avid reader of novels, a sudden thought emerged in Zhang Xinyan's mind. By virtue of that very gaze, she could ascertain that the Li Yue of yore and the Li Yue before her were likely not the same person. What brings you to my humble abode today? Please, take a seat. Yushu, serve the tea, she said. Li Yue smiled as she settled across from Zhang Xinyan. Since entering the manor, I have not seen you. Why do you remain confined to your courtyard? We both serve the beloved Zhao Fei. Our bond must be closer than others. If you find yourself bored, do come seek me. Zhang Xinyan offered an embarrassed smile. I prefer to stay in. It is rather pleasant here. Li Yue's smile was radiant. Ah, you remain unchanged, timid and reluctant to venture out. I am quite content as I am, preferring solitude and tending to my own affairs. Zhang Xinyan lowered her head, unable to meet Li Yue's gaze. This demeanor mirrored that of the previous Zhang Xinyan. Seemingly sensing something, Li Yue exchanged a few words before taking her leave. Yushu cleared away the remnants of tea and inquired, Mistress, what do you believe Li Shiji intended with her visit? Zhang Xinyan shook her head, though a hint of concern lingered in her eyes. Having traversed realms, she wondered if other time travelers existed in this world. This Li Yue was markedly different. her transformation too significant to ignore. Could she be another time traveler? However, throughout their conversation, Li Yue had not alluded to modern vernacular, suggesting she was not. Recalling that somewhat aggressive gaze, Zhang Xinyan pondered whether Li Yue had been reborn. If that were the case, it would explain her sudden interest in probing Zhang Xinyan, as the previous Zhang Xinyan had perished before entering the Wangfu. Li Yue must have sensed a difference in Zhang Xinyan from her past life, prompting her to investigate. All of this was merely Zhang Xinyan's speculation. Whether it was true remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Li Yue had etched a mark of danger in Zhang Xinyan's mind. This individual must be kept at a distance. Regardless of whether she was a time traveler or a reborn soul, Zhang Xinyan had no desire to entangle herself in their conflicts. She would prefer to continue living her life as an idle observer. Following a month of affairs, the Jing Wang had not graced the rear courtyard, only spending time with the Wang Fei on the 1st and 15th of the month. Subsequently, matters seemed to ease, allowing the Jing Wang to visit various courtyards. Initially, he stayed with the Wang Fei, then 2 days later with the secondary concubine Lu. After spending 2 days with each, he began to rotate among other concubines, resting occasionally in between. But by the time he reached Zhang Xinyan, the month was nearing its end. Exhausted from the turmoil of rivalries, Zhang Xinyan lay beside the Jing Wang, on the verge of slumber, when she suddenly heard his voice. There has been flooding in the southwest. My father has decreed that I must accompany my 5th brother to manage the relief efforts. This mission will likely take around 2 months, and as is customary, I must bring a concubine to attend to my needs. Would you care to join me? Initially drowsy, Zhang Xinyan jolted awake. Sitting upright to regard the Jing Wang, he turned to face her, his gaze calm yet profound, as if lost in thought. Zhang Xinyan observed him for an extended moment before biting her lip and asking, "Your Highness, do you wish to hear my honest opinion or a fabricated one?" The Jing Wang appeared intrigued, resting his hands beneath his head, raising an eyebrow as he regarded her. "Naturally, I desire the truth. I detest being deceived. Then, I shall speak candidly. I do not wish to go," Zhang Xinyan replied, her gaze lowered. The Jing Wang gently lifted her chin with his long fingers, inquiring, "And why is that?" The maid trembles with fear. Recalling the wise words of the palace matron who once advised her that to enjoy longevity, one must avoid drawing attention. Being timid by nature, she merely yearns for a longer life, shunning the specter of death. Zhang Xinyan's heart races uncontrollably, nearly leaping from her throat. This is her authentic sentiment, yet she hesitates to voice it, uncertain whether such honesty might provoke the ire of Prince Jing. However, she can no longer suppress her feelings. After all, they have spent considerable time together. Zhang Xinyan cannot perpetually don a mask in his presence. Eventually, the truth will be revealed. Thus, she resolves to take a gamble, to convey her innermost thoughts to Prince Jing in their entirety. She is indeed timid, lacking ambition for favor, simply desiring a tranquil existence within her modest domain, living steadily until old age. Prince Jing gazes intently at Zhang Xinyan. The courtyard is filled with numerous women, all of whom typically comply with his every whim. Had he posed this question to anyone else today, they would undoubtedly have responded with eager enthusiasm. Yet, Zhang Xinyan, paralyzed by fear, declines. Surprisingly, Prince Jing does not feel anger. He understands it is a natural human instinct to fear and seek stability. Zhang Xinyan's candor offers him a sense of comfort. As a prince of noble lineage, he appears to bask in glory. Yet beneath the surface lies a tempestuous reality. Every prince harbors ambition, varying only in strength. At merely 22, he has been acutely aware since the age of 12 of the conflicts he must inevitably confront. Born into the eye of the storm, he cannot escape participation, regardless of his desires. In stark contrast, Zhang Xinyan embodies timidity and aversion, wishing to retreat into her shell. Her aspirations are those of an ordinary woman, simply seeking to live well. If he were an ordinary man, born into a commonplace family, he might share similar sentiments. A flicker of softness momentarily penetrates Prince Jing's icy heart. The life she yearns for is within his grasp to grant. Zhang Xinyan currently aligns with his preferences, being obedient and understanding. Therefore, protecting her seems a feasible endeavor. Yet, she dares not meet the increasingly profound gaze of Prince Jing. As his silence lengthens, an uncontrollable tremor overtakes her. Is it life or death? Must he take a stance? Does he not realize that a dull blade can inflict the most excruciating torment? Just as she contemplates speaking again, Prince Jing suddenly pushes her onto the bed. Zhang Xinyan stares at him in astonishment. Lowering his gaze, he observes her alluring visage, flushed yet tense, and smiles. I greatly appreciate your honesty. Serve me once more, and I shall not summon you again. Zhang Xinyan's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Knowing she has made the right gamble, this man would not cast her into the spotlight in gratitude. She gently wraps her arms around Prince Jing's neck and kisses him. He freezes, all movements halted, including that of the princess. He has never kissed another woman before. Zhang Xinyan is the first. Suddenly, he discovers that the sensation of lips meeting is rather delightful, and he instinctively deepens the kiss. Chapter 6. Confessions. The following day, Zhang Xinyan does not awaken until noon. Upon rising, she hears Yushu mention that Prince Jing intends to oversee flood control and has chosen Li Yue to accompany him. Yushu's brow is furrowed tightly, her tone not at all pleasant. Zhang Xinyan regards her, her voice hoarse with curiosity. What troubles you? Yushu replies, I fear the prince originally intended for you to accompany him. But this morning he encountered Master Li next door. I cannot say what transpired, but afterward, he resolved to bring her instead. I sensed her ill intentions last time, and it seems she has indeed come to usurp your place. Zhang Xinyan gently pats Yushu's hand. After spending the last few days together, she has come to understand Yushu's character. Yushu, this is the prince's decision that in the future, be mindful of your words. The master's choices are always right. Yushu's complexion pales, and she immediately bows her head, acknowledging her error. I understand now. I am grateful for your guidance. Zhang Xinyan nods and continues, just remember, such remarks should not be made again. As for following the prince to oversee flood control, I have never entertained that notion. Yushu looks up in surprise. Why not, my lady? Accompanying the prince for 2 whole months would allow you to be by his side. If you were to conceive a little prince during this time, it would be a wonderful outcome. Zhang Xinyan gazes ahead, her voice calm yet resolute. I am but a lowly concubine, below 2 other secondary wives and a primary consort, none of whom have been chosen. Should I accompany the prince, it would invite envy from many, placing me squarely in the spotlight. I lack support and offspring. Any of the primary consort or secondary wives could easily conspire against me, employing any means necessary, poison, deceit, or even orchestrating my demise. The threats are innumerable. Yushu furrows her brow, thinking Zhang Xinyan overly cautious. The initial tranquility after entering the palace is the time to remain calm. Yet one must strive for higher ambitions. The concubine of Prince Jing should aspire to ascend, for only then can she avoid being forgotten. Zhang Xinyan's perspective is beyond Yushu's comprehension in their worldview. Prince Jing represents their singular hope, and their ultimate goal is to earn his favor, bear his children, and engage in endless rivalries with other women. This is their envisioned future. Yet, Zhang Xinyan desires no such life. She merely wishes to lead a simple existence, living safely until her natural end. Yushu, let me share my thoughts with you. I hold no grand ambitions, nor do I desire to rise above others. I simply wish to reside peacefully in the inner chambers and live out my days. The palace matron once advised her not to covet excessively. To desire what does not belong to one can lead to loss and despair. Zhang Xinyan gazes intently at Yushu. Yushu, possessing a meticulous mind and capable service, has been her closest companion since her arrival. Zhang Xinyan wishes for her to understand her thoughts. Should Yushu comprehend, perhaps they could become confidants. If not, Zhang Xinyan resolves to limit her reliance on Yushu. An untrustworthy servant could bring her endless troubles, and Zhang Xinyan is determined to stifle such potentialities early on. She is sincere in her quest for a safe and peaceful existence. Yushu seems to fall into silence, recalling 2 previous concubines she had served, both with lofty aspirations. Their fates were grim. One was sold off, while the other was cast into obscurity and reportedly perished. They indeed climbed the ranks, basking in fleeting glory, yet their descent was swift. As she contemplates, Yushu begins to grasp Zhang Xinyan's meaning. Why, lady, I understand now. Yushu kneels, sincerely bowing her head in respect to Zhang Xinyan. Indeed, the future is important, but life itself is paramount. Perhaps following you is not the most prestigious choice, yet it is undoubtedly the safest. Zhang Xinyan smiles softly, bending to assist Yushu, but as she moves, a twinge of discomfort shoots through her back, causing her to wince. Yushu quickly looks up, aware of Zhang Xinyan's condition, and suggests, "My lady, may I assist you with a massage?" Yushu's technique is impeccable, and Zhang Xinyan finds herself relaxing under her skilled hands. Unable to suppress her contented murmurs, "Yushu, your expertise is a saving grace. Otherwise, my back would surely be broken." Zhang Xinyan expresses her gratitude. Last night, Prince Jing had been unusually wild and domineering. Being younger, Zhang Xinyan could not compare to his strength. She felt utterly exhausted afterward. Fortunately, Prince Jing is set to depart for 2 months, and Zhang Xinyan feels no desire to see him during this time. It remains uncertain whether her heartfelt confession has stirred something within him. But the following day, Prince Jing returns to her side. This time, he arrives with an empty stomach, and the kitchen staff has prepared an array of exquisite dishes, even more sumptuous than the previous day. A feast for the senses. Zhang Xinyan samples each dish, marveling at how, throughout her life, she had consumed mere husks, while this truly is a banquet of rare and delicious fare. Most of the dishes align with Prince Jing's preferences. However, after years of eating the same meals, he has grown somewhat weary of them. Yet, with Zhang Xinyan's company, he finds a renewed appreciation for the flavors. By the end of the meal, both Zhang Xinyan and Prince Jing feel pleasantly full. Having lost her parents at a young age, Yushu was raised by her uncle, who was kind, though her aunt favored her own children. Thus, while Yushu lacked nothing in terms of basic needs, she was not truly fulfilled. Upon entering the palace, Yushu believed she had encountered fine cuisine, yet arriving at the manor revealed that her previous meals were but ordinary fare. Zhang Xinyan hands Prince Jing a cup of digestive tea, taking one for herself as well, and begins to recount her past. In truth, she had loving parents, but her life mirrored Zhang Xinyan's. All their affection was lavished upon their son, relegating her to the role of an outsider destined to depart. This thought cast a shadow over Zhang Xinyan's expression. Jingwang gazed at her and then reached out to pinch Zhang Xinyan's cheek, saying, "You enjoy your food so much. How is it that you have not gained any weight?" When this topic arose, Zhang Xinyan had the urge to voice her grievances about the kitchen staff's treatment of her, but the words caught in her throat. "I believe I have put on a bit of weight myself. Being too plump is not aesthetically pleasing, so I have taken it upon myself to eat less." Observing Zhang Xinyan's hesitance, Jingwang squinted at Wang Fuan, who promptly bowed and exited the room. Noticing Jingwang's keen interest in her past, Zhang Xinyan felt inclined to share more, recounting numerous stories from her previous experiences, including the life lessons imparted to her by the palace matrons. "So, is that why you have become so timid?" Jingwang inquired. "Not exactly. Timidity is in my nature, but after hearing all that, my fears have only intensified." Chapter 7. A warning. Jingwang watched Zhang Xinyan as she held her teacup, sipping it occasionally, and after a moment's pause, he remarked, "As long as you adhere to the rules, this prince shall ensure that you are well taken care of, allowing you to live a peaceful life until old age." This woman was refreshingly straightforward. Her gaze was clear and revealing. Jingwang found this appealing. If Zhang Xinyan could abide by the rules and refrain from coveting what was not hers, then there was no harm in showering her with a bit of affection. All in all, Jingwang felt that his interactions with Zhang Xinyan brought him a sense of relaxation. In her presence, he was not a prince but merely an ordinary man. Their relationship, apart from their intimate moments, resembled that of two highly attuned friends rather than that of a husband and wife or lovers. This dynamic intrigued Jingwang. Amidst the trials posed by the princess and the entanglements of the women in the rear courtyard, he preferred the solace found in Zhang Xinyan's company. Zhang Xinyan smiled brightly at Jingwang, nodding, "Very well, I shall behave and abide by the rules." Zhang Xinyan was indeed beautiful when she was not smiling. She appeared particularly timid, her features unremarkable at first glance. However, when she smiled, her eyes narrowed slightly, transforming her countenance into something vibrant and enchanting, causing Jingwang to momentarily lose his composure. Reluctant to deny himself, Jingwang instinctively drew Zhang Xinyan closer, enveloping her in his fragrant embrace, which made her cheeks flush. "Why, lord?" Zhang Xinyan thought to struggle, but Jingwang held her firmly. "Did you not promise to be obedient?" His voice, low and magnetic, rendered her legs weak, compelling her to bury her head in his chest and remain still. Just as Jingwang was about to act further, a knock sounded at the door. "Delivered by Wang Ifeng." "Why, lord, the princess requests your presence. She says the eldest princess has caught a chill and implores you to see her." The atmosphere of ambiguity dispersed instantly. Zhang Xinyan, tensed, withdrew, while Jing Wang merely acknowledged with a grunt and turned to leave. Yet, before he departed Zhang Xinyan's quarters, another young eunuch rushed in, dropping to his knees upon seeing Jing Wang. "My lord, the second prince has caught a chill and is currently unconscious from fever. The palace physician has been summoned away by the princess. You must see to the second prince at once." Jing Wang remained rooted in place, his gaze dark and foreboding, before striding out of Zhang Xinyan's compound. It was only after Jing Wang had left that Zhang Xinyan cautiously returned to her couch. She pondered whether the illnesses of the eldest princess and the second prince were the result of competition for favor between the princess and consort Lu. However, she understood that the rear courtyard of the Wang residence was ablaze with unspoken tensions. For the time being, Zhang Xinyan resolved to remain hidden within her quarters, hoping to evade the flames. "My lady, are you well?" Yu Shu entered, noting the pallor on Zhang Xinyan's face and expressing concern. Zhang Xinyan shook her head, suddenly recalling something. "Please, let Yuan Bao come in on my lady. What is your need for Yuan Bao?" Yu Shu inquired. "Just instruct him, and I assure you he will comply." Zhang Xinyan replied, "It is nothing too pressing. I merely wish for you to inquire about the eldest princess and the second prince. Do not feel obligated. If you can gather information, that would suffice. If not, it shall be overlooked." She intended to remain cocooned within her quarters, yet it was crucial for her to remain informed, after all. Ignorance could prove fatal. Zhang Xinyan entrusted Yu Shu with 10 taels of silver for Yuan Bao, who promptly exited to gather news. Why Yu Shu, observing Zhang Xinyan's lingering anxiety, attempted to reassure her, "My lady, there is no need for excessive worry. The eldest princess and the second prince are young and often fall ill. This is not the first occurrence." "Oh? What do you mean?" Zhang Xinyan asked, sensing that Yu Shu possessed further insights. Previously, there was only the heir apparent in the residence, and at that time, the entire Wang household was firmly under the control of the princess. However, once consort Lu entered the household, her beauty and vivacious nature seemed to win the prince's favor, leading to a gradual shift in power dynamics. Eventually, both the princess and consort Lu became pregnant, with consort Lu giving birth to the second prince a month ahead, while the princess delivered a daughter a month later. Although the child was immediately conferred the title of princess by the emperor, she remained merely a girl, far less precious than a prince. Since then, both the princess and the second prince have frequently fallen ill, often coinciding with one another. Disputes over the palace physician have become commonplace, and we have grown accustomed to such occurrences. Zhang Xinyan found herself at a loss for words. Were the princess and consort Lu truly so indifferent to their children, willing to exploit them for favor? Was Jing Wang's affection truly of such paramount importance that they would sacrifice their own offspring as pawns? Zhang Xinyan could not fathom it, yet she felt a sense of relief. Since the princess and consort Lu had been at odds for quite some time, it seemed unlikely that she would be made a scapegoat this round. Jing Wang had only visited her twice in the past month, while Li Yue had visited her one additional time. She should be safe for now. In the main courtyard, outside the west wing, the princess was in tears, supported by Matron Wu, her gaze fixed on the closed door. "My lord, how could Rushu be burning with fever? Just moments ago, the doctor was here, and she was convulsing. My lord, Rushu will be fine. Will she not?" Jing Wang stood before the door, his expression dark and forbidding. Casting a glance at the weeping princess, his eyes flashing with scrutiny. "Princess, Rushu is still quite young and has been frequently ill of late. Do you think we should summon a Taoist priest for divination? Perhaps her fate is at odds with the Wang household, or her destiny is weak. Would sending her away to be raised by another be a better solution?" The sobbing princess suddenly fell silent, staring at Jing Wang in disbelief. "My lord." Matron Wu and Wang Fuan sensed the shift in atmosphere and dared not breathe. Jing Wang regarded the princess with indifference. "I truly pity Rushu. Over the past 3 years, she has often suffered from ailments. I simply wish for my daughter to live a few more days in peace. My lord, please do not send Rushu away. I promise to take good care of her from now on. I will not allow her to fall ill again. She is still so young. She cannot be separated from me." The princess knelt before Jing Wang, pleading earnestly. Jing Wang bent down to assist her to her feet. "Very well, then Rushu shall remain by your side for the time being. I hope such events as today will never recur." With that, Jing Wang cast a meaningful glance at the princess before turning and departing with Wang Fuan. Once Jing Wang had left, the The princess's legs buckled, and had it not been for Matron Wu's timely support, she would have collapsed to the ground. "My lady, are you all right?" Matron Wu asked with concern. The princess's face was ashen, trembling as she grasped Matron Wu's hand. "Matron, the prince is warning me. He knows. He knows." Chapter 8. Everything has changed. Matron Wu patted the princess's hand. "There is no need for alarm. Since the prince did not raise this matter in front of others, it signifies that he still values you. He merely feels for Rushu and wishes to see her free from illness." Matron Wu's words proved comforting, gradually calming the princess. Indeed, no matter how furious the prince might be, he still maintained a level of decorum for her sake. It was clear that she could no longer use Rushu as a pawn for favor. The princess narrowed her eyes and said to Matron Wu, "This time, we did not interfere with Rushu's illness, yet she still fell ill alongside the others. Investigate this matter. I want to know if Rushu's illness was truly an accident." Matron Wu frowned. "My lady, are you suggesting that someone may have orchestrated this behind the scenes?" The princess shook her head. "I do not know, but I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. I will find out. Leave it to me." After reprimanding the princess, Jing Wang made his way to Consort Lu's quarters. The second prince, Heng Chang, was suffering from a persistent fever, much like Rushu, prompting Consort Lu to become genuinely anxious. Attending to him personally, her lips chapped from worry. She could not afford for anything to happen to her only son. Observing her distress, Jing Wang's gaze softened slightly, though he still posed the same question, inquiring whether Consort Lu would be willing to send the second prince away to be raised by others. "My lord, you mustn't. Chang'er is my life. He cannot be sent away." Consort Lu, known for her striking beauty and strong-willed nature, had never feigned weakness before. Seeing her tears, Jing Wang's heart softened, if only for a moment. Yet, ultimately, a woman could never take precedence over his child. "If you insist on keeping Chang'er, then should he fall ill again, I will still send him away." As Prince Jing departed, he left behind the disoriented Lu concubine, who stared vacantly at her feverish son. A thunderous clap echoed, and a bolt of lightning split the night sky, swiftly followed by a torrential downpour that pelted the roof with a cacophony of sound. Zhang Xinyan, feeling somewhat unsettled, rose from her restless slumber, opened the window, and gazed out at the world shrouded in the curtain of rain. At the same moment, Li Yue was also admiring this scene. "My lady, be cautious of the dampness from the rain. It would be unfortunate to catch a chill," Fang Xiao advised as she draped a garment over Li Yue. Li Yue acknowledged with a sound, continuing to tilt her head back to watch the relentless cascade of rain, before eventually asking Fang Xiao, "Has everything been arranged?" Fang Xiao replied affirmatively, then, puzzled, inquired, "My lady, we have only recently managed to place a few people in position. The silver that the master provided has already been spent. Why do you instruct them to make the princess and the second prince ill?" The princess, being a girl, and the second prince, though male, was neither the legitimate nor the eldest son. Fang Xiao truly could not fathom Li Yue's motives for wanting them to fall ill, especially with something as trivial as a fever, which posed no threat to their lives. Li Yue smiled faintly, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. "I simply wish for the prince to understand the hardships these two children have endured in their mother's presence." The prince grew up in the palace, and Consort Zhao was never favored. How could he be oblivious to the intrigues among the women of the inner court? In the past, it was merely small skirmishes. While the prince was aware, he had to play along, as it was his method of balancing the inner court. "I am merely providing the prince with an opportunity to express his anger. Once he has imparted a lesson, the princess and the concubines will behave, and their attention will no longer be directed toward me." She was soon to accompany the prince to the southwest. In her previous life, the princess had thwarted her from going, and the concubine had tormented her after the prince's departure due to this incident. This time, her journey to the southwest was assured. The obstacles posed by the princess and the concubine would naturally need to be dealt with. Confronting them, given Li Yue's current strength, would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Thus, she intended to leverage the prince's authority. Although there was no whisper of the prince reprimanding the princess and the concubine, in the days that followed, Li Yue keenly observed a notable shift in their demeanor. She knew her schemes had borne fruit. The prince must have given them a lesson. In mid-April, an imperial decree was issued. The 5th Prince Bin and the 7th Prince Jing were dispatched to the southwest for flood control. The day following the decree, Prince Jing, with the luggage prepared by the princess, departed alongside Li Yue, On the 5th day after Prince Jing's departure, Zhang Xinyan, feeling unwell, lay under the warm blankets, sipping a longan and red date soup prepared by Yu Shu, while silently calculating her perilous period. Though she was not yet ready to conceive, she knew she could not remain childless forever. A child would provide her with security in the future. Even if Prince Jing's affections waned, her life in the inner court would not be excessively difficult. She would rely on him until his passing. Afterward, her child could take her away to live a comfortable life, and only then would she truly emerge from her struggles. Thus, bearing a child was essential. However, the timing required careful consideration of favorable circumstances. While Zhang Xinyan contemplated the timing for motherhood, Li Yue, who accompanied Prince Jing in the carriage, stared pensively out the window. Though tasked with attending to him, Prince Jing rode for most of the journey, leaving only Li Yue and her personal maid within the carriage. "Why, lady? Are you not happy?" Fang Chao suddenly broke the silence that enveloped the carriage. Li Yue shook her head, leaning back against the soft couch in the carriage, closing her eyes. "No, I am merely feeling a bit dizzy and wish to rest for a while." Fang Chao helped Li Yue tuck herself under the covers and took a seat on a low stool nearby. She sensed that since a few days prior, Li Yue had changed. This transformation was subtle, yet she could discern Li Yue seemed less joyful than before, as if her heart were burdened with myriad concerns. With her eyes closed, there was no hint of drowsiness about her in her previous life. It was during this time that Prince Jing returned from flood control, bringing back that woman, Yi Lingxian. Initially, Li Yue perceived her as merely an ordinary woman brought back by Prince Jing, believing there would be no significant connection. Yet, she could never have anticipated that all her subsequent suffering would stem from this woman. Upon entering the residence, Yi Lingxian shone brightly, capturing much of Prince Jing's favor. She possessed eccentric ideas and was capable of creating various inventions, allowing the prince to amass considerable wealth through her ingenuity. Consequently, Yi Lingxian swiftly ascended to the status of a concubine, and Prince Jing held her in great affection. Later, she bore a pair of twins, basking in glory that even the princess dared not contest. Had Prince Jing remained merely Prince Jing, Yi Lingxian's favor would have little impact on her. However, once he ascended to the throne, they all became consorts, and everything changed. Chapter 9. Transmigration. Becoming a consort meant that, regardless of whose child it was, one could imagine the supremely exalted throne. The intimate friends who once shared secrets in the hidden chambers began to turn against one another, and the bloodshed within the inner court had not ceased since Prince Jing's ascension. While Yi Lingxian resided in the palace, she cultivated numerous connections and began to act, eliminating one concubine after another, even toppling the Empress. At that time, the position of Empress was vacant, and the only two most qualified candidates were Li Yue and Yi Lingxian, both of whom had sons. Under such circumstances, one day, Li Yue's son fell into a frigid lake. The orchestrator behind this tragedy was none other than Yi Lingxian, who not only sought to become empress but also aimed to remove any obstacles for her own son. The icy corpse of her son seemed to linger in her embrace, and the hatred within Li Yue's heart could never be extinguished. Li Yue sought vengeance, recklessly embarking on her quest for retribution. Yet, by that time, Yi Lingxian had already ascended to the throne, with the emperor and various ministers safeguarding her in the inner court. Li Yue found herself utterly powerless, ultimately wishing to perish alongside Yi Lingxian. Yet she was left to bear her seething rage and resentment, despairingly perishing in flames. That day marked the 3rd anniversary of her son's death. Li Yue never anticipated that heaven would grant her a second chance. This time, she would not only seek vengeance but also ensure that Yi Lingxian experienced all that she had endured in her past life. Yi Lingxian, we are about to meet, and I truly long for you. In Yanzhou, within the courtyard of the local governor's residence, a woman of breathtaking beauty, who could be described as extraordinary, slowly opened her eyes while lying on a Wangwali wood bed. Miss, you are awake. Quickly, go inform the master and mistress that the miss has awakened. The woman on the bed blinked momentarily before hastily covering her head, gasping in shock. After a while, she finally comprehended her current situation. Am I not dreaming? Have I truly transmigrated? Am I now in a novel? Yi Lingxian lay in bed, a glimmer of confusion in her eyes. She had just encountered the original owner's parents and gleaned some information from a young maid, confirming that she had indeed transmigrated into a novel she had recently finished reading. The title of the novel was The Overbearing Emperor's Compulsory Affection. In this narrative, her body belonged neither to the protagonist nor to a cannon fodder character, but rather to the mother of the male lead, a mother who had died prematurely. The novel had briefly recounted some segments concerning the male lead's mother, who passed away early. It detailed how Prince Jing, then a prince, had come to this area for flood control, and somehow, he had an intimate encounter with Yi Lingxian at that time. Yi Lingxian had already harbored affections for another man, yet after losing her virginity to Prince Jing, she was compelled to bid farewell to her past love and became a concubine of the prince. Following her return to the prince's residence, Yi Lingxian was often unhappy. However, due to her beauty, Prince Jing never treated her poorly. Before long, Yi Lingxian found herself pregnant, yet she clung to thoughts of her former lover. Upon learning that he had married someone else, her heart turned to ashes. And after giving birth to a pair of twins, she passed away. The twins were subsequently raised by a concubine with the surname Li. Initially, this Li concubine was quite fond of the children. But as time passed and she bore her own offspring, her attention shifted away from the twins. Thus, the young children, caught in a lack of affection from both father and mother, gradually became twisted in their hearts. Eventually, when Prince Jing ascended the throne, the child endured for over a decade, ultimately emerging as the next emperor. Reflecting on certain passages from the book, Yi Lingxian's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Heaven has granted me the opportunity to transmigrate and bestowed upon me such an identity. Is this not a sign for me to become the most esteemed woman in this world? Since she had taken on this body, it was now hers, and she intended to return to the prince's residence, ascend to the role of empress, and nurture her son, ensuring he would not become a tyrant. She would envelop him in maternal love to warm the male lead. Yi Lingxian felt a surge of excitement. Having come from the modern era, she possessed knowledge of many things absent in ancient times, and as a physics scholar, she knew how to create various inventions. She believed she was more than qualified to become the most revered woman in this world. That night, Yi Lingxian contemplated her future path, strategizing how to draw closer to Prince Jing and conceive a pair of twins. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinyan, oblivious to the impending arrival of a familiar figure brought back by Prince Jing, remained unaware of the changes about to unfold. Recently, there seems to be something amiss in the manor. Should the master send Yuanbao out to investigate? Yushu, who returned with the midday meal, hesitated and spoke to Zhang Xinyan. Zhang Xinyan promptly inquired about what had transpired, curious as to why Yushu made such a remark. Yushu shook her head, stating, "I am not entirely sure of the details, but I overheard in the kitchen that there seems to be some trouble concerning concubine Lu." Zhang Xinyan acknowledged this with a sound of understanding and immediately instructed Yuanbao to gather information. Yuanbao had a friend who served closely beside the prince, and it was certain that anyone in such proximity would possess more knowledge than the average person. After giving Yuanbao some silver, Zhang Xinyan sighed at the sight of her nearly empty purse. The original owner had spent many years in the palace, saving only a little over 100 taels of silver, most of which had already been depleted. As a mere concubine with a monthly allowance of 20 taels, indulging in fine delicacies required generous tips to the kitchen, not to mention the expense of sending Yuanbao to gather news. Zhang Xinyan found herself in dire financial straits. "Yushu, I have run out of money. Do you think I could perhaps earn some by doing embroidery?" In her moment of panic over her empty hands, she could only consult Yushu on the feasibility of this plan. Yushu nodded in agreement. "That is indeed possible. The several concubines I previously served have secretly purchased embroidered goods. I also have acquaintance with the owner of Zengxiuj." "That would be splendid, Yushu. Please go procure some fine silver needles and threads. Let me show you my skills," Zhang Xinyan promptly replied. Yushu accepted the task and departed. Zhang Xinyan possessed some artistic talent and, coupled with the original owner's skills, she was confident she could sustain herself through embroidery. However, this was not a long-term solution. Once Prince Jing returned, Zhang Xinyan would still need to devise a way to request a bit of pocket money from him. After finishing her meal, Zhang Xinyan obtained a piece of charcoal, sharpened it with a knife, and sought a piece of splendid embroidery fabric gifted by the princess to begin sketching designs. She planned to embroider a screen featuring the 4 motifs of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. By the time Yushu returned with the supplies, Zhang Xinyan had already completed the sketches of the plum and orchid. Yushu, intrigued by the novel charcoal pencil and Zhang Xinyan's art, exclaimed, "Master, your painting is truly exquisite. With your embroidery skills, it will undoubtedly fetch a handsome price." Chapter 10. Celestial conflicts. Yushu and Xiaozhu voluntarily came to assist Zhang Xinyan with her embroidery, their spirits high as they divided the threads. However, Xiaohe had taken refuge in her own quarters, avoiding work. Xiaozhu, since you share a room with Xiaohe, have you noticed any peculiar behavior from her lately? Zhang Xinyan inquired as she continued her stitching. Xiaozhu's eyes flickered momentarily before she replied softly, I haven't noticed anything recently, but when the prince was still here, I did see Xiaohe exchange a few words with the maid from concubine Li's quarters. Li Yue? Could it be that she has discerned something amiss and sent Xiaohe to keep an eye on me? Zhang Xinyan furrowed her brow in fatigue. She was now nearly certain that Li Yue was not a time traveler but rather someone who had been reborn, which explained her keen interest in Zhang Xinyan. If Zhang Xinyan had not crossed over, then the original owner must have perished before entering the prince's residence, elucidating why Li Yue sought to test her. Those who return from rebirth often do so with vengeance or to settle scores. Regardless of Li Yue's intentions, it was clear that she posed a significant threat, with Xiaohe harboring ulterior motives. Zhang Xinyan feared she would not sleep soundly, thus she resolved to have Xiaohe removed from her vicinity. Xiaozhu, from now on, you will serve in the house as Yushu does. Since you reside with Xiaohe, ensure you keep a close watch on her. Should anything seem amiss, notify me at once, Zhang Xinyan stated, casting a glance at Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu's heart leaped with joy, realizing her master intended to employ her in a more significant capacity, and she immediately knelt to express her loyalty. Yes, I understand. Given this, it would be inappropriate to continue calling you Xiaozhu. Allow me to bestow upon you a new name, Yuqin. How does that sound? Yuqin bowed her head once more. Thank you, master, for the name. I shall serve you diligently henceforth. Zhang Xinyan nodded, resuming her embroidery. Based on Yushu's observations, Yuqin proved to be reliable, performing her tasks with care and caution, prompting Zhang Xinyan to grant her this opportunity. As dusk settled, Zhang Xinyan had just finished her evening meal when a slightly inebriated Yuanbao hurriedly returned. To avoid overwhelming Zhang Xinyan, Yuanbao knelt at a distance to report. Master, I sought out that friend of mine and shared a few drinks with him. I managed to gather some information. Do you recall the time when the prince stayed here and was summoned by someone from the princess's side? Zhang Xinyan nodded. That was due to the illness of the eldest princess and the second royal grandson. Yuanbao nodded and then knelt closer. Today, I learned that the eldest princess and the second royal grandson were not ill but rather had been drugged. As for who was responsible, the prince did not pursue it further, though he was quite angered and reprimanded both the princess and concubine Lu. Zhang Xinyan had already surmised that the competition for favor was at play, so this revelation did not particularly shock her. Yuanbao continued, I also heard that the prince was furious, declaring that if the eldest princess and the second royal grandson fell ill again, he would send them away from their mother to be raised elsewhere. It appeared that Prince Jing was indeed very concerned for his offspring. After all, they were his children, and he would undoubtedly feel a sense of loss. Zhang Xinyan wondered how this situation related to the tense atmosphere in the manor. Just as she began to voice her query, a thought struck her. Could it be that the eldest princess and the second royal grandson had fallen ill again? This was quite plausible, as children often fell ill. Yuanbao confirmed, indeed, it is the second royal grandson, who is reportedly gravely ill, suffering from severe vomiting and diarrhea, and he appears to be on the brink of death. Zhang Xinyan was taken aback. Children have poor immunity, and in this ancient era, even a simple cold could be fatal. A moment's negligence could cost the second royal grandson his life. Just as Zhang Xinyan was about to speak, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Her expression turning serious as she summoned Yushu and Yuanbao. I just realized something. The second royal grandson's sudden illness seems suspiciously timed. It could very well be the result of celestial conflicts. From now on, Yushu and Yuanbao, you must keep a vigilant watch over our courtyard. No outsiders are permitted entry. If entry is necessary, ensure they are closely monitored. Additionally, Xiaohe should come during the day to assist me with my embroidery, while at night, have Yuqin keep a close eye on her. Both Yushu and Yuanbao, perceptive as they were, noticed Zhang Xinyan's heightened concern and their expressions grew grave. As the saying goes, when celestial beings clash, the innocent suffer. The prince had previously stated that should the eldest princess and the second royal grandson fall ill, they would be sent out of the manor for their care. Thus, the second royal grandson's illness not only seemed coincidental but also rather peculiar. If this situation was orchestrated by the princess with the intent of sending the second royal grandson away, then the repercussions would certainly be far-reaching. Concubine Lu had been recognized as Prince Jing's official consort, and while the princess could keep her in check, the other women in the inner courtyard were not so easily managed. To safeguard the second royal grandson, it was entirely possible that Concubine Lu, in her desperation, might resort to drastic measures or even frame someone else, something that would be child's play for her. Therefore, before Prince Jing's return, Zhang Xinyan must ensure the safety of her courtyard, lest she become an innocent victim in this unfolding drama. This sense of unease was not lost on others within the manor. The atmosphere in the prince's courtyard had become as taut as a tightly wound spring, with everyone treading cautiously, fearful that any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Xinyan confined herself within her small courtyard, instructing Yuan Bao and Yu Shu to guard the entrance while she took matters into her own hands, keeping a close watch on the restless Ya He. Thus, after completing the orchid design, Zhang Xinyan began painting the bamboo and chrysanthemum motifs. However, even before completing a single stitch of the bamboo, the tension in the courtyard finally snapped. The situation escalated dramatically when Concubine Lu ordered the execution of a maid, compelling all the concubines and maidservants to witness the brutal act. Since falling ill, the second royal grandson had shown no signs of improvement. Having taken medicine for several consecutive days, yet his condition had worsened. In her desperation, Concubine Lu sought alternative measures and summoned a Taoist priest, hoping to perform rituals to dispel the ailment. However, upon examining the second royal grandson, the priest declared that his prolonged illness was due to being the victim of witchcraft. Furious at the audacity of someone daring to harm her son, Concubine Lu immediately reported the matter to the princess and demanded a thorough investigation throughout the manor to uncover the identity of the perpetrator who dared to employ such dark arts within the prince's residence. Zhang Xinyan's courtyard was not spared from this scrutiny and was subjected to a thorough search. The entire manor was engulfed in a tense atmosphere. Ultimately, within the quarters of a maid named Wang, a doll inscribed with the second royal grandson's birth date was discovered. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Wang admitted her guilt. Chapter 11. The prince returns. This was Zhang Xinyan's first encounter with the princess and Concubine Lu, and she never imagined it would occur in such a bloody scenario. The princess was relatively fair of face, with a round visage and a petite stature, yet she exuded an aura of serene grace that revealed her elegance in every movement. Although the princess is not the most beautiful in the harem, her grace is unparalleled, truly deserving of being a noblewoman of high birth. The cultivation of such poise must have taken an eternity. In contrast, the appearance of Concubine Lu is strikingly gorgeous, her deep-set eyes hinting at foreign lineage, now ablaze with fury. "You vile wretch! How dare you curse my son? I shall make you pay for your insolence today." Upon spotting the maid of the Wang family, Concubine Lu rushed forward with fiery determination, raising her foot to deliver a fierce kick to the maid's leg. Concubine Lu's temper is indeed extraordinarily volatile, leaving those around her visibly shaken. Zhang Xinyan, standing at the back of the crowd, inwardly lamented, resolving to keep her distance from such a tempestuous figure in the future. The Wang maid stumbled from the blow, falling to the ground, gasping in pain, yet her eyes burned with hatred. "Why shouldn't I curse your son? If it weren't for him, my child would have been born safely. When he took his first steps, he accidentally fell at my feet, and in my kindness, I helped him up, only for you to accuse me of pushing him down. You forced me to kneel in the garden for 2 whole hours. And just as I had barely conceived, your punishment caused me to lose my child. How could I not despise you and your son? My child has perished, while yours lives on." Zhang Xinyan watched the increasingly unhinged Wang maid with a sigh, realizing that the harem was indeed a treacherous place. After a moment of reflection, her gaze inadvertently met that of the princess, who wore an expression tinged with sarcasm. Startled, she quickly averted her eyes. The true nature of this incident remained uncertain, and she found it difficult to ascertain the mastermind behind it. However, one thing was clear. One should never underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. A mere arrival from another time does not grant one superiority. The princess is undoubtedly a formidable character. With a cold smile, Concubine Lu disregarded the princess entirely, commanding, "Since your child is dead, why do you still linger in this world? Why not join him in death? Today, I shall do a good deed and send you to reunite with your child. Someone, strike her, beat her mercilessly." Upon hearing this, the princess cast a glance at the enraged concubine Lu, her expression darkening with displeasure. While it was reasonable for a maid who cursed the prince's child to face death, concubine Lu's unilateral decision to impose punishment without consulting her made the princess uncomfortable. Feeling her authority was being challenged, nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her discontent, recognizing that concubine Lu was in a fit of rage. After issuing her orders, concubine Lu cast a piercing glance around at Zhang Xinyan and the other maids, stating clearly, "You will all witness this punishment from beginning to end. I want you to see the fate of those who harm my child and the son of Prince Jing." The wooden boards studded with iron nails struck the Wang maid repeatedly, her flesh soon becoming a gruesome mess. Initially, she let out a few pained cries, but her breath weakened with each blow. Yet, even in her agony, her gaze remained filled with resentment towards concubine Lu. As a vibrant life slowly extinguished before her, Zhang Xinyan felt a wave of nausea wash over her, coupled with an overwhelming fear. In this world governed by a strict hierarchy, could she truly live to see her days end in peace? She was not alone in her fear. Several timid maids fainted in terror. Zhang Xinyan, feeling the weight of the moment, closed her eyes and leaned against the trembling Yushu. How she returned to her chamber became a blur. And upon arriving at Qingfang courtyard, she collapsed onto her bed, her legs weak. Yushu and Yuqin sat dazed by her side. The three of them remained in silence for quite some time until Yushu finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "Until today, I finally understand the meaning of what you previously said. My lady, Theo, live in peace until the end of one's days. The inner palace is but a vast tomb, and we women are its faded beauties." The notion of living peacefully until old age seems simple, yet it is a distant dream for us. From that day forward, Zhang Xinyan became increasingly reluctant to venture outside. She instructed Yuan Bao to guard the door while she continued to embroider her screen with Yushu and Yuqin by her side. Xiaohe remained closely monitored beneath her watchful gaze. Immersed in her embroidery, it wasn't long before the screen was completed. During this time, Yushu and Yuqin also crafted several sachets and fans, all designed by Zhang Xinyan. One afternoon, Yushu took these items to sell outside the estate, returning with 80 taels of silver. The proprietor of Zhenqiu Pavilion remarked on the excellence of the embroidery, awarding an additional 10 taels for the screen. She mentioned that should there be any future embroidered items for sale, she would gladly accept them regardless of the nature. Yushu was delighted. Wasn't it a joyous occasion? Not only did Zhang Xinyan's embroidery bring in money, but the sachets and fans crafted by Yushu and Yuqin also sold for 20 taels, allowing them to split a neat 10 taels each. Zhang Xinyan was equally pleased. Earning her own money felt exhilarating. She then picked up her charcoal pen to begin sketching new designs. She decided against embroidering another screen, as it was time-consuming and straining on the eyes. Instead, she sketched several fan designs, each representing the 24 solar terms. Aiming to create a complete set of 24 fans, I will teach you how to embroider them, and when the time comes, we will share the profits, she said to Yushu and Yuqin as they embarked on their embroidery venture. Yet, she did not forget her superior, Prince Jing. Occasionally, when she felt disinclined to embroider, she would sew a belt or a pair of shoes for him, as for clothing. Zhang Xinyan found it too troublesome. Thus, they continued in this quiet manner for nearly 2 months. After accumulating over 100 taels in her small treasury, Prince Jing finally returned. Zhang Xinyan lacked the privilege to greet him at the gates and could only send Yuan Bao to gather news. Soon, Yuan Bao returned with news that made Zhang Xinyan's heart flutter. This time, not only did Prince Jing bring back Li Yue, but he also introduced a new maid named Yi Lingxian. As for the addition of a new figure in the harem, Zhang Xinyan set it aside, feeling no particular sentiment, but the other women reacted differently. Especially the princess and concubine Lu, whose previously serene expression soured upon encountering the stunningly beautiful Yi Lingxian. It was not merely that Yi Lingxian was exceptionally lovely. The harem had never lacked for beautiful women. Rather, it was that Yi Lingxian seemed to have captured Prince Jing's affections entirely. Upon his return, he commanded the princess to allocate the courtyard nearest to his study for Yi Lingxuan's residence. Yi Lingxian appears to be particularly favored by the prince. He personally bestowed upon her the Rua courtyard adjacent to his study. I heard that concubine Lu and several other concubines desired to reside there. But the prince refused them all, now granting it directly to the newly arrived Yi Lingxian, Yuan Bao reported. Have you discovered anything else? Is there any news regarding Li Yue? Zhang Xinyan inquired. She was particularly concerned about this maid, who seemed to have returned from a rebirth. Yuan Bao shook her head. There is nothing significant. Upon her return, Li Yue went straight back to her courtyard. I observed that her relationship with Yi Lingxian is not particularly good. They have had no private conversations. Having gathered the essential details, Zhang Xinyan chose not to dwell on the matter further. As per usual, that evening, Prince Jing was expected to spend the night with the princess, a gesture of respect for his legitimate wife. Even concubine Lu would not dare interrupt this arrangement. However, this time, the traditionally rule-abiding Prince Jing unexpectedly chose to rest in Yi Lingshuan's quarters instead. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Xinyan sighed, realizing that the tranquility of the harem would likely be shattered. Yet, the more tumultuous the waters became, the better she could navigate her own survival. Prince Jing continued to stay with Yi Lingxian for 2 consecutive nights, only returning to the princess on the 3rd day. The following morning, as Prince Jing attended court, the princess sent word for all the maids in the harem to pay their respects. Early that morning, Yushu and Yuqin roused Zhang Xinyan from her slumber. And by the time she was dressed, she was still groggy. The spotlight shone on Yi Lingxian, and the rest of them, mere small fish, were bound to suffer as well, alas. Zhang Xinyan sighed, forcing herself to muster the energy to join the throng heading to the princess's courtyard. Upon exiting her quarters, she noticed Li Yue approaching gracefully, eventually finding herself beside Zhang Xinyan. Greetings, Sister Li. Zhang Xinyan initiated the greeting, then fell silent, content to follow Li Yue without uttering another word. She could not afford to provoke someone of such formidable presence, especially one rumored to have experienced a rebirth. However, Li Yue did not act as Zhang Xinyan had anticipated, showing kindness instead as she nodded toward Zhang Xinyan, and the two walked side by side. As they quietly approached the princess's courtyard, Li Yue finally spoke, unable to contain her curiosity. Sister Zhang, do you not wish to know how Yi Lingxian came to be accepted into the prince's household? Li Yue's inquisitive gaze fixed upon Zhang Xinyan, eager to discern whether she was genuinely timid or merely feigning such demeanor. After all, to remain in the palace for such an extended period and to have caught the eye of Lady Zhao. It is quite possible that Zhang Xinyan is indeed a cunning individual. Zhang Xinyan cast a bewildered glance at Li Yue, who had just been lost in her own thoughts, utterly unprepared for Li Yue's unexpected inquiry. Surely it is because the prince favors her, which is why she was brought into the residence. Zhang Xinyan replied in a rather dry manner. Li Yue chuckled lightly and shook her head. Not at all. Our newly admitted concubine, Yi Shiji, possesses exceptional skills. For reasons unbeknownst to us, the prince spent an entire night with her and soon became quite enamored. He even went directly to the Yi residence to personally request her return to the royal household. Zhang Xinyan genuinely could not fathom why Li Yue would share such information with her, so she could only respond with a noncommittal "oh." Seemingly dissatisfied with Zhang Xinyan's response, Li Yue continued to elaborate on matters concerning Yi Lingxian. Initially, Zhang Xinyan paid little heed, but as the conversation progressed, her astonishment grew, culminating in outright shock. This Yi Shiji was not only well-versed in literature, but also adept in the arts of seduction and intrigue. It was said she had presented the prince with numerous bizarre and exquisite creations. Yi Shiji not only crafted soap, but also concocted various fragrant essences that lingered on garments for an extended period. Was this not akin to soap and perfume? Could it be that Yi Lingxian was her fellow townsfolk? What on earth was happening in this world? Had she perhaps been transmigrated into a farcical tale? Astonished, Zhang Xinyan inquired, I am familiar with fragrant essences, but what is this soap? I have never heard of it before. Li Yue's lips curled into a peculiar smile. It is said that washing one's face with this soap can render the skin smooth and radiant. Ah, I see. That sounds quite remarkable. If produced in abundance, it would surely be quite lucrative, Zhang Xinyan mused. Li Yue's expression grew even more peculiar, as if a deep-seated hatred was intertwined with a hint of satisfaction. Clearly, she held animosity towards Yi Lingxian. Zhang Xinyan began to piece together the puzzle. This Li Yue was undoubtedly a reincarnated soul, while the newly favored Yi Lingxian likely hailed from the same hometown. The fierce rival of this time-traveling individual could only be Yi Lingxian. An alarm bell rang in Zhang Xinyan's mind. From this day forth, not only was Li Yue a formidable threat, but Yi Lingxian was as well. She must keep her distance from both of them. Realizing she had a fellow townsfolk, Zhang Xinyan briefly entertained the idea of acknowledging their shared background, but Yi Lingxian was far too ostentatious. And there was also a hidden adversary lurking in the shadows. These two would undoubtedly not rest easy. Zhang Xinyan suddenly regretted her decision to accompany Li Yue to the princess's quarters. Yet, regrets were futile now. The princess's courtyard lay before them. Zhang Xinyan and Li Yue's quarters were somewhat secluded, but both had risen early. At this moment, only 4 or 5 concubines awaited in the princess's courtyard. Zhang Xinyan joined them in waiting, and after a while, the 2 secondary consorts and the day's main character, Yi Lingxian, finally arrived. A single glance was enough for Zhang Xinyan to comprehend why Prince Jing favored Yi Lingxian so highly. With her stunning beauty and her knack for generating income, had she been in Prince Jing's position, she too would have lavished affection upon this fellow townsfolk. As soon as Yi Lingxian arrived, Mama Wu, who served the princess, stepped forward. "The princess has risen. Please proceed inside and wait," she announced with a smile, briefly surveying Yi Lingxian before leading them inward. Zhang Xinyan, opting not to draw attention to herself, waited until the concubines had entered before following suit, taking a seat at the very end on the left side. In this setting, the left side was designated for those of lower status. And given that both she and Li Yue were recent additions to the household, with Zhang Xinyan having arrived a few days later, she found herself positioned lower than Li Yue. Across from her sat the focal point of the gathering, Yi Lingxian. Zhang Xinyan nestled into her seat, remaining utterly silent, fully embodying the role of a timid and meek individual. During this time, Yi Lingxian had cast a brief glance in her direction, merely 3 seconds, before turning her gaze away with a hint of disdain. "Let her look down upon me." Zhang Xinyan was indifferent. After sitting in silence for a while, concubine Lu finally arrived, taking her place at the uppermost left side of the table. "I have heard that a new sister has joined us. May I ask who she is?" Concubine Lu inquired, her manicured hand brushing aside strands of hair with a smile. Upon her words, all eyes turned towards Yi Lingxian. Yet, Yi Lingxian stood unfazed, performing a graceful bow to concubine Lu and responding softly, "I am here to pay my respects to the esteemed concubine." Concubine Lu's cold laughter pierced the air, her gaze frigid. "You clearly lack decorum. When addressing me and the princess, you ought to refer to yourself as a servant." Indeed, she was an outsider, utterly ignorant of proper etiquette. Yi Lingxian remained unperturbed, smiling as she replied, "I have discussed this with the prince. I do not prefer to refer to myself as a servant. The prince has said that I may refer to myself in this manner henceforth." Concubine Lu, unaware of the context, felt it only natural to be displeased. "At this moment, I must explain to you, dear concubine, that you cannot hold me accountable for my ignorance." Zhang Xinyan sighed inwardly. This fellow townsfolk was truly too arrogant, but one could not deny her competence. Should soap and fragrant essences be mass-produced, Prince Jing would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. For the sake of those profits, he would certainly protect Yi Lingxian. In comparison, Zhang Xinyan felt utterly inept, reflecting on her past 20-plus years of life where she had yet to learn even the simplest of household tasks. It was quite embarrassing indeed. Concubine Lu's expression darkened, while the other secondary consorts and concubines dared not even breathe loudly. Such sharp tongues. No wonder the prince is so smitten, he has forgotten all propriety. Concubine Lu retaliated. Zhang Xinyan recognized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Yi Lingxian responded with calmness. "So, concubine Lu, your implication is that the prince is the sort to be easily swayed by others, a foolish and incompetent man?" "You!" Concubine Lu's countenance shifted, her finger pointing at Yi Lingxian, but at that moment, the princess emerged from behind the screen and took her seat at the head of the table. The others hastily rose to pay their respects. "Please, sisters, be seated. I have noticed a significant number of newcomers during this time, and it is only fitting that we come together today," the princess said with a warm smile. Naturally, none dared to oppose her, and everyone chimed in agreement. The princess appraised Yi Lingxian with a few scrutinizing glances before smiling and offering her well wishes, advising her to serve the prince diligently and bear him many offspring. Zhang Xinyan couldn't help but inwardly sigh. While such sentiments were expressed, should Yi Lingxian bear 2 sons, the princess would undoubtedly feel a pang of discomfort in her heart. After several words of counsel, the princess generously bestowed gifts upon Yi Lingxian before allowing everyone to depart. At this juncture, all the women except Zhang Xinyan began to regard Yi Lingxian with newfound respect. Li Yue, seemingly anticipating this outcome, left with a smile. Zhang Xinyan intentionally avoided her, choosing not to accompany her further. Concubine Lu was forthright and confrontational, while the princess wielded her influence with subtlety. Today's display of favor towards Yi Lingxian served not only to elevate her status, but also to instigate rivalry among the other women in the household. The princess sat back, watching the consorts engage in a battle to the death. Regardless of the outcome, for her, each woman eliminated from the competition was a boon. None of these women are to be trifled with. Zhang Xinyan silently admonished herself, resolving to remain vigilant. The royal harem was a cauldron of intrigue, comprising daughters of noble families, time travelers, and reincarnated souls. Suddenly, a realization struck Zhang Xinyan. Why was it that only the royal harem of Prince Jing was so tumultuous? An ominous premonition began to stir within her. Prince Jing was the seventh son of the emperor, with only 5 older brothers above him, following the premature demise of the fourth prince, the eldest. Prince Rue was the son of the late empress, while the second prince, Prince Chun, was the son of the current empress. These two were often embroiled in fierce competition, while the emperor remained a passive observer. Allowing the two powerful sons to vie for supremacy, Zhang Xinyan could sense the emperor's intentions. Being in his 50s, he was not yet at death's door. Once he ascended to the throne, he would be reluctant to abdicate while still alive. His 2 sons were in the prime of their lives, and if they united against him, he would have little chance of prevailing over 2 opponents backed by formidable maternal families. The emperor surely understood that reconciliation between these two was impossible. Hence his decision to witness their conflict unfold. This scenario echoed the historical rivalry between Emperor Kangxi and Crown Prince Yinring. Familial bonds within the royal family were fleeting, the closer they were. The more suspicion and resentment brewed in the past, Kangxi had harbored doubts about Yinring's loyalty, fearing his ambitions for the throne. After years of being the crown prince, with the emperor's continued survival, it was only natural for the crown prince to become restless, ultimately leading to a bitter rift between father and son. Currently, the fierce competition between the eldest and second princes was perilous. A single misstep could lead to mutual destruction. The emperor may well have been eager to witness this very scenario, ensuring that neither son would ascend to the throne before his demise, so who would ultimately claim the imperial throne. If Zhang Xinyan remained oblivious to the underlying currents at play, it would be a waste of the many novels she had read over the years. It was highly likely that Prince Jing would become the future emperor. Once this idea took root, Zhang Xinyan felt a profound despair, imagining the fierce rivalries in the prince's harem. The thought of becoming a consort was a scenario she dared not contemplate. Dazed, she returned to her quarters, engaging in extensive mental preparations before reluctantly accepting this formidable possibility. Ultimately, she resolved that overthinking would yield no benefit. She would address matters as they arose. Weary, Zhang Xinyan collapsed onto her bed, feeling utterly drained. After the prince had spent half a month at the estate, he had nearly visited everyone in the harem, and today, he finally thought of Zhang Xinyan. The prince had lost weight. Upon seeing Jing Wang for the first time, Zhang Xinyan remarked on it. Jing Wang indeed appeared thinner and had darkened considerably. It seemed that he had genuinely engaged in substantial work during his water management efforts. Jing Wang regarded Zhang Xinyan with a smile, noting that after her single inquiry about his well-being, she had not pressed further, which prompted him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Despite his prolonged absence, the other concubines had commented on his weight loss and expressed concern, but their inquiries quickly shifted to gossip about Yi Lingxian. Only Zhang Xinyan had shown genuine concern for him, without uttering a single word about Yi Lingxian, which made Jing Wang suddenly realize that she was truly different from the others. He had been so preoccupied with his responsibilities in the southwest that he sometimes neglected to eat and drink, resulting in his weight loss. Jing Wang's expression softened as he took Zhang Xinyan's hand. Noticing his improved mood, she hurriedly presented the belt and shoes she had crafted during his absence. Gifts should always be presented in person. This way, the higher-ups would remember your kindness. Your Highness, during your time away, I made several personal items for you, including a pair of shoes. Please try them on and see if they fit well. Chapter 14. A precious treasure. Zhang Xinyan eagerly offered her creations to Jing Wang, and indeed, she noticed his gaze toward her had become even gentler. The shoes fit perfectly, and Jing Wang walked a couple of laps in front of her, while the belt and the fragrant pouch she had embroidered adorned him, filling him with items made by her own hands. Wearing the well-fitting shoes and admiring the intricately embroidered belt and pouch, Jing Wang's perception of Zhang Xinyan improved even further. Though timid, she treated him with exceptional kindness, genuinely caring for him and even crafting garments and footwear. While women in the harem occasionally sent him a trinket or two, he had never paid much attention. For some reason, Zhang Xinyan's thoughtful gestures resonated deeply with him. Unbeknownst to her, her unintentional actions brought Jing Wang a long-awaited warmth, and had she realized this, she would have certainly praised her own timing. The consequence of her thoughtful gifts was that Jing Wang spent 3 consecutive nights at Zhang Xinyan's side. "Niner, you are remarkable. I hold great affection for you. Is there anything you desire? I shall grant it." As they finished catching their breath, Jing Wang enveloped Zhang Xinyan in his embrace, gently kissing her porcelain skin while softly inquiring. Zhang Xinyan, initially drowsy, perked up at his words, turning to him with bright, eager eyes. "Really? I can ask for anything?" Jing Wang raised an eyebrow. "Of course it's true. I never deceive." Instantly, Zhang Xinyan sat up, extending her finger to calculate. "Since my arrival at the estate, I've only received 3 months' worth of monthly allowances, totaling merely 60 taels. Each time a little eunuch comes to deliver messages, I must offer some silver. For smaller requests, it's 2 or 3 taels, and for larger ones, 3 to 5. Occasionally, I indulge in some pastries or request dishes I enjoy from the kitchen. Calculating it all, 20 taels a month is hardly sufficient. Your Highness, since you promised to grant any condition, could you spare me some money? I am currently in dire straits." Facing his superior, it was hardly shameful to plead poverty. Jing Wang had anticipated Zhang Xinyan would request an elevation in status or more frequent visits, yet he was taken aback when she boldly asked for silver. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of frustration, sensing that in Zhang Xinyan's eyes, his worth paled in comparison to mere money. After making her request, Zhang Xinyan gazed at Jing Wang expectantly. "Come now, shower me with silver notes. I'm ready." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Observing her avaricious demeanor, Jing Wang's lips twitched. "No, I am also impoverished. I have no money. Let us consider another request." Jing Wang suddenly found himself intrigued, wanting to tease Zhang Xinyan. Zhang Xinyan gasped, appearing incredulous as she scrutinized him. Her fellow time-traveling compatriots certainly possessed numerous profitable schemes. It was implausible for Jing Wang to be devoid of resources. How stingy! Refusing to part with even a little silver, Zhang Xinyan chastised him internally, berating him as a miser. "If you lack silver, then some land or a shop would suffice. I could reluctantly accept that," she declared with a silly grin. Jing Wang nearly choked, reaching out to pinch Zhang Xinyan's cheek. "You truly dare to dream, asking for land and shops. Are you aiming for the heavens?" Zhang Xinyan exclaimed in surprise, pulling his hand away. "You asked me what I wanted. I merely responded. If you disagree, then don't ask me." Noticing her pouting lips, Jing Wang pointed out, "These items you desire are not out of reach, but you must offer something in return." Zhang Xinyan immediately grasped Jing Wang's implication, her face flushing as she mentally scolded him for being a lecher before leaning closer. Their heated exchanges rolled into another half of the night, leaving Zhang Xinyan utterly exhausted, so much so that she fell asleep without lifting a finger. The following morning, Zhang Xinyan discovered a brocade box beside her pillow. Upon opening it, she found 5,000 taels of silver, along with a land deed for 100 acres, beneath which lay several contracts for managing the estate. Jing Wang had truly gifted her money and land, even arranging for the estate's overseers. Such a generous leader! Zhang Xinyan felt overwhelmed with gratitude, her eyes misting with joy. Upon seeing these treasures, she felt invigorated. Quickly summoning Yu Shu and Yu Qin to count the money repeatedly, "Master, the prince has gifted you such a fortune and a property. This is incredible. We'll no longer need to embroider for a living." Yu Qin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Zhang Xinyan's promising future translated to a brighter one for her as well. With money in hand, Zhang Xinyan beamed with delight. However, a sudden thought struck her. Would this money and land be drawn from the estate's public funds? The moment she considered this, her joy dissipated, replaced by an uneasy sensation. Noticing her distress, Yuan Bao inquired and, upon learning her worries, chuckled, "Master, why would you think that?" The money and land the prince provided were arranged secretly by Wang Gonggong, all drawn from His Highness's private accounts. Moreover, the gifts were delivered under the cover of darkness, without alerting anyone in the estate. Hearing Yuan Bao's explanation, Zhang Xinyan's spirits lifted once more, it appeared that Jing Wang had indeed taken her words to heart, fulfilling his promise without placing her at the center of scrutiny. Like a cat that had pilfered a small fish, Zhang Xinyan reveled in her good fortune for several days, her mood soaring. She resolved to create even more gifts for Jing Wang, feeling compelled to express her gratitude. This time, Zhang Xinyan dedicated herself fully, spending an entire month embroidering a complete outfit for Jing Wang. On the day the garments were finished, the weather was sweltering, and ice had already been brought into her room. Each day, the kitchen would send over a bowl of icy treats, a concoction of crushed ice topped with honey, almonds, red dates, and hawthorn, reminiscent of modern-day ice cream. Zhang Xinyan continued her secluded existence, rarely stepping outside, devoting herself to preparing clothing for Jing Wang. Yet, throughout this month, her ears had never ceased to be filled with gossip. Yuan Bao would spend half the day out and return with a wealth of juicy tidbits to share with Zhang Xinyan. As of late, Yi Lingxian had emerged as the favored concubine, closely followed by Lu Sufei. The two were in a fierce competition, vying for the prince's affection, causing discontent among the other women in the harem. Chapter 15. Pregnancy Master. Today, I have truly significant news. Chen Shiji is 1 month pregnant. The royal physician just confirmed it yesterday. Zhang Xinyan paused, astonished. Chen Shiji had entered the estate 2 years prior, and since Jing Wang's return, he had only visited her once. She had not expected her to conceive so soon. At this moment, the harem was rife with tension, with Lu Sufei and Yi Lingxian embroiled in their rivalry. The implications of Chen Shiji's pregnancy were uncertain. Shaking her head, Zhang Xinyan attempted to resume her embroidery, but she noticed Yuqin deep in thought. "What troubles you?" she inquired. Over the months, Zhang Xinyan had developed a close rapport with Yu Shu, Yuqin, and Yuan Bao, sharing candid conversations without reservation. Why Yuqin hesitated before speaking, I cannot be certain, but upon hearing Yuan Bao mention the news of Chen Shiji's pregnancy, it suddenly reminded me of something. In the past few days, whenever I ventured to the dining hall, I would inevitably encounter the individuals associated with Li Shiji, occasionally even accompanying her to procure meals. I overheard Xiao Wei mention that Li Shiji's palate has undergone quite a significant transformation lately. It is uncertain whether she has suffered from an upset stomach. Just now, upon hearing Yuan Bao's words, I pondered if perhaps Li Shiji might be expecting. Zhang Xinyan had just managed to compose herself to engage in embroidery, but upon receiving this news brought by Yuqin, her heart stirred slightly. Currently, Yi Lingxian and Lu Sufei have thrown the entire rear courtyard into chaos, and with Chen Shiji also pregnant, it is conceivable that the reborn Li Yue could be expecting as well. If that were the case, there would be 2 women in the courtyard with child. Since Li Yue has returned to life, her choice to conceive at this moment must hold some significance. Following the lead of a powerful figure can hardly go awry. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xinyan extended her fingers to calculate her own fertile period, discovering that it would occur in just 3 to 4 days. With so many women in the courtyard potentially expecting, it would undoubtedly divert many eyes, significantly enhancing her odds of safely delivering a child. Zhang Xinyan felt a surge of determination. She could not possibly spend her life without bearing a child. As a concubine, it was essential to have a child by her side. The timing, circumstances, and support were all aligning perfectly, and Zhang Xinyan promptly resolved to conceive this month as well. Yuqin, during your visits to the dining hall, pay close attention to Li Shiji's meals. We must ascertain whether she is truly pregnant. Yuqin nodded eagerly, noting that the evening was approaching and deciding to forego embroidery to wait by the door with the meal box. Yuan Bao had gone to keep an eye on Xiaohe, as per Zhang Xinyan's instructions. If Yuqin was occupied, then Yuan Bao would take her place. Watching Xiaohe bustle about outside, Zhang Xinyan considered finding an excuse to expel her from the courtyard. Once pregnant, she needed to ensure that only her people surrounded her, thus guaranteeing the safe birth of her child. Furthermore, she needed to subtly display her vulnerability to Prince Jing, striving to leverage his influence. If Prince Jing intervened, Zhang Xinyan was confident she could deliver her child without complications. After waiting for 2 more days, Yuqin had met with Li Yue's people for every meal and finally confirmed that Li Yue was indeed pregnant. Moreover, there were signs of morning sickness. Each meal sent over was scarcely eaten. Once certain, Zhang Xinyan began to formulate her plans, preparing clothes she had crafted herself and discreetly sending them with Yuan Bao to Wang Fuan, instructing him to deliver them to Prince Jing as a prior token of gratitude. Wang Fuan was more than willing to assist Zhang Xinyan in this small endeavor, personally delivering the garments to Prince Jing while also speaking a few complimentary words on her behalf. Zhang Xinyan had invested considerable effort in these garments, intricately embroidering a vivid and majestic fire-breathing qilin on the black formal attire. Such a grand embroidery project had consumed a significant amount of her time, leaving her eyes weary upon its completion. However, for the sake of her child, she was determined to persevere, as anticipated by Zhang Xinyan. After she delivered the garments in the morning, Prince Jing came to see her in the afternoon. Donning the attire she had crafted, Zhang Xinyan could not help but admire the prince's striking appearance. His already commendable physique, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist was further accentuated by the garments, enhancing his towering and commanding presence. "Your Highness looks splendid in this attire," Zhang Xinyan remarked, circling around him with a smile. Prince Jing responded with a grunt, "The gift from Niner truly pleases me. You must craft several more garments for me in the future." Zhang Xinyan pouted, extending her hand toward him. "I refuse, Your Highness. Just look at the state of my hands after crafting this one garment for you. It is precious as a token of gratitude, and surely cannot be made on a daily basis." Prince Jing playfully flicked her forehead, laughing, "What a mercenary spirit you possess." Zhang Xinyan chuckled amiably. "I am not so mercenary. Although I do not make them frequently, I certainly will create more. For instance, on your birthday, I will ensure to craft an even more exquisite garment for you. Each year, I shall provide you with a new outfit. What do you think? 5,000 taels of silver for a new garment annually. A bargain indeed for you." Prince Jing laughed heartily, pulling Zhang Xinyan closer. "That sounds splendid. Since you have offered, you must remember to make me a garment each year." Zhang Xinyan wrapped her arms around his slender waist, nodding vigorously. With the atmosphere charged between them, the two naturally did not waste time and walked hand in hand towards the bed. That night, Zhang Xinyan was exceedingly passionate, leaving Prince Jing entranced. By the end, she was utterly exhausted and fell into slumber. Seemingly having tasted the sweetness of their intimacy, Prince Jing sought her out again the following day. Zhang Xinyan indulged him for another night, but just as she felt overwhelmed, Yi Lingxian and Lu Sufei intervened, summoning him away once more. How could these two do this? Yu Shu and Yu Qin expressed their indignation. Originally, Zhang Xinyan could only spend 3 to 4 days a month with the prince, and this month, she had only been with him for 2 days before being snatched away by the two of them. Zhang Xinyan, still feeling sore, waved her hand dismissively. "It is fortunate they called him away. Otherwise, you too would have had to deal with my demise." Prince Jing's stamina was astonishing. It was said he had been trained in martial arts since childhood, excelling in equestrianism and archery, truly the embodiment of a vigorous athlete. Coupled with his mere 22 years, the pinnacle of youthful energy, having such a bedfellow was indeed somewhat overwhelming for Zhang Xinyan. Although Yu Shu and Yu Qin were inexperienced, they were not entirely naive. Upon hearing Zhang Xinyan's words, both blushed at the implications. Recalling the red marks on Zhang Xinyan's body from the past few days, they realized the prince had indeed been rather forceful. After these few days, Zhang Xinyan once again assumed the role of an invisible figure, quietly residing in her courtyard as time passed day by day. Finally, when the expected monthly cycle did not arrive, Zhang Xinyan was able to confirm that she too was pregnant. This matter, aside from Yu Shu, she disclosed to no one else. "Why, lady, is this truly the case? Are you really with child?" Yu Shu gazed at Zhang Xinyan in astonishment, her eyes fixed on her abdomen. Zhang Xinyan nodded. "It seems highly likely, but the child is still small, and it is not yet the time to speak of it. I recall your cycle aligns closely with mine. For the next few days, you may use my monthly supplies." With a gentle nod, Yu Shu quickly understood and agreed. Chapter 16. The pregnancy. Now that Zhang Xinyan was reasonably certain of her pregnancy, she paid extra attention to her diet, although not as drastically as Li Yuwei, whose culinary preferences had shifted so frequently that even Yu Qin began to notice something amiss. Fortunately, Zhang Xinyan's appetite remained quite good, albeit slightly more voracious than usual, without any significant change in taste. These days, the rear courtyard remained chaotic, with Yi Lingxian presenting numerous remedies to Prince Jing. The capital quietly buzzed with the opening of various distinctive shops, the most popular of which featured colorful glassware and remarkably clear silver mirrors. Within a mere half-month of opening, the entire capital was ablaze with excitement, and Prince Jing had crafted many exquisite silver mirrors to present to the palace, gifting them to various noblewomen and princesses. Upon learning of this, The emperor expressed immense admiration for the clarity of the silver mirrors and acknowledged that their creator was none other than Prince Jing's concubine. Bestowing numerous gifts upon Yi Lingxian, Prince Jing must have been mindful of her, for in light of her childlessness, he made an exception and elevated her status to that of a secondary consort. Entering the prince's estate felt like stepping into a realm of shifting fortunes. Now, with no offspring, Yi Lingxuan's ascent as a secondary consort was rather excessive. Consequently, the princess could no longer contain her displeasure and sought to diminish Yi Lingxuan's influence. A month after Yi Lingxuan's elevation, the princess accused her of disrespect and punished her by making her kneel in the garden for 2 hours. However, not long after kneeling, before a single incense stick had burned, she fainted. When the estate's physician examined her, it was revealed that Yi Lingxian was pregnant, though still less than a month along, with an unstable fetal position, hence her fainting spell. Upon returning to the estate, Prince Jing learned of this matter and immediately visited the princess's quarters, where he remained in her company for 3 consecutive days. Has the prince not come yet? Yi Lingxian bit her lip. Gazing at her close maid, Qinglu. Qinglu looked at Yi Lingxian with concern, gently adjusting the blankets around her. Indeed, this time the prince has not even shown his face. It was Wu Mama from the princess's side who sent me out. My lady, it seems the prince is truly angered this time. Yi Lingxuan's complexion paled, her exquisite features twisting in distress. She could not comprehend why the prince, once so attentive to her, would not even come to see her upon hearing of her pregnancy and the complications. Why was this happening? Had she committed some wrongdoing? Lying on her bed, she caressed her slightly aching abdomen, lost in thought. Surely, she had erred. The prince appeared affectionate, but was, in fact, rather indifferent. His favor towards Yi Lingxian was solely due to her utility. Li Yue plucked a grape and popped it into her mouth, her eyes gleaming with sarcasm. The prince would never tolerate anyone challenging the position and dignity of the princess. A concubine is but a concubine. And a legitimate wife will always be singular. Fang Chao remarked, so that is the case. Yi Shufei has indeed been overly ostentatious, prompting the prince to cool her off for a few days. Yes, indeed, Yi Lingxuan's arrogance has been excessive. From the moment she entered the estate, she garnered the prince's favor, even receiving compliments from the emperor, and was subsequently elevated in rank. Had she known the art of restraint, she would undoubtedly not have found herself in such dire straits today. Alas, she has always possessed such a temperament. Fang Chao, intrigued, remarked, My lady, judging by your tone, it seems you are quite familiar with Yi Shufei? Li Yue let out a cold laugh. Having spent a lifetime in her previous existence by Yi Lingxian's side, only to meet her demise at the latter's hands, she certainly understood Yi Lingxian well. Now that I am with child, when should we disclose the news of your pregnancy, my lady? Fang Chao inquired. Li Yue caressed her abdomen. Already 3 months along, the fetus firmly established, it was indeed time to reveal the truth. The princess has her connections, and though Lu Sufei may lack intellect, her companions are no fools. Given our lack of concealment, the news of my pregnancy may have already spread in whispers. The women in the inner courtyard were all astute, and Li Yue knew they could not be deceived. She had no desire to hide it either, having returned to life at this particular juncture. The princess had received warnings and thus refrained from acting against the pregnant women in the inner courtyard. Furthermore, with Yi Lingxian drawing attention above, Li Yue's pregnancy would not vanish quietly as it had in her past life. In her previous existence, Li Yue had borne 2 children, one of whom was lost shortly after conception, the perpetrator unknown. By the time she learned of it, she had already suffered a miscarriage. This time, she meticulously calculated the days and was determined to keep this child safe. It is time to speak of it. Please fetch the physician from the estate shortly, she instructed Fang Chao, who nodded in response. Zhang Xinyan, now capable of eating and sleeping well, had indulged in a lengthy slumber of an hour before awakening to the news from Yushu that Li Yue's pregnancy had become common knowledge. Alongside herself, there were now 4 women in the inner courtyard with child. Yushu leaned in closer. My lady, you have been pregnant for nearly 2 months. When shall we reveal this? Zhang Xinyan gently touched her still flat abdomen and replied. It is not yet the right time. Li Yue has just announced her news. If I were to reveal mine now, it might appear that I seek to overshadow her. Let us wait a few more days. At least until I reach 3 months, when the pregnancy is more stable. Zhang Xinyan had no desire to contend with either Yi Lingxian or Li Yuwei, for offending one could lead to dire consequences. Though Zhang Xinyan held these thoughts, events did not unfold as she anticipated. Upon learning of Li Yuwei's pregnancy, Jingwang visited her that afternoon to share dinner, yet he could not allow her to serve him that night, prompting him to remember Zhang Xinyan in the adjacent courtyard. When Zhang Xinyan received the news, Jingwang had already arrived before her. Still unaccustomed to the situation, Zhang Xinyan's face betrayed her unease, which Jingwang noticed immediately. He swiftly masked his gentle demeanor, silently taking a seat on the couch, his gaze growing heavy upon Zhang Xinyan. Flustered, she felt a surge of grievance. Without a word from Jingwang, her eyes began to glisten. "What troubles you? Are you afraid of me? Or do you wish for me to leave?" he inquired, observing the redness in her eyes, which softened his demeanor. Knowing she could no longer withhold the truth, Zhang Xinyan leaned closer to him and confessed, "It is not that I wish for you to leave, my lord. I simply have not yet figured out how to communicate my news to you." "What news?" Zhang Xinyan stroked her abdomen and spoke. "I am pregnant, nearly 2 months along. I had intended to wait until 3 months to announce it, fearing I might not protect the child properly. I am unable to serve you, and upon hearing your arrival, I truly did not know how to respond. I assure you, I am not afraid of you." Hearing Zhang Xinyan reveal her own pregnancy left Jingwang momentarily stunned. The sudden presence of 4 pregnant women in the inner courtyard was an unprecedented occurrence for him. "Why did you not disclose this sooner? Quick, sit down," he urged, assisting her to a seat beside him. "I dared not speak. My monthly cycle had ceased for 2 months, and I could ascertain my condition. I had heard others say the first 3 months are fraught with peril. I feared I could not safeguard the child. Hence my reluctance to speak until 3 months had passed." Zhang Xinyan tugged at Jingwang's sleeve, her speech disjointed and her expression fraught with panic. This was no mere pretense. She genuinely feared for her child's safety in this unfamiliar era. She had pondered deeply whether it was selfish to bring a child into this world when she herself sought a better life. If the child were a boy, perhaps it would fare better, as men held greater power than women in this age. But what if she bore a girl? Perhaps it was merely pregnancy anxiety. Zhang Xinyan had found herself consumed by such thoughts of late. "Fear not, my dear. You are my woman, and I shall take care of you. What you must do now is to remain calm and ensure the healthy arrival of our child. All else shall be managed by me," Jingwang assured her, enveloping her in a protective embrace, though his gaze gradually deepened with thought. Previously, he was renowned for having difficulty siring offspring. At 22, he had only 3 children, a son and 2 daughters. His elder brothers had sired numerous offspring by the same age. Jingwang was not oblivious to the influence of the princess in this matter, yet he held no grievances if she sought to secure her rightful position and ensure he valued their son. He would comply. With Heng Hui now 6 years old, Jingwang placed great importance on this legitimate son, investing considerable effort in his upbringing. Now that the princess and their son's status was secure, Jingwang felt it was time to take measures to properly manage the inner courtyard. At this thought, his heart softened. The woman in his arms was too timid, fearing to speak even in her condition, necessitating his protection. Otherwise, her kind would surely be devoured whole in the inner courtyard. Suddenly, a noise emanated from Zhang Xinyan's stomach. Jingwang had arrived at an opportune moment. She had yet to dine. "Have you not yet eaten?" he inquired, smiling. Zhang Xinyan, feeling embarrassed, replied, "I have felt quite hungry these days, and I indulged in extra pastries this afternoon. I was not hungry earlier, hence the delay in my dinner." Jingwang acknowledged this and promptly ordered a meal to be delivered, while also instructing Wang Fuan to summon the court physician. After sharing a meal with Zhang Xinyan, the physician arrived just in time. And after taking her pulse, he knelt and exuberantly congratulated, "Congratulations, my lord. Zhang Shiji is indeed pregnant, already 2 months along." The joy in Jingwang's eyes was unmistakable as he inquired further, "How is Zhang's health? Are there any concerns?" The reply to the lord is that Zhang Shiji is in good health, her pulse strong. "She shall surely deliver a healthy little prince," the physician assured him. Satisfied with this news, Jingwang immediately rewarded the physician before he departed. Once the physician had left, Zhang Xinyan took hold of his sleeve. "My lord, I have one more matter to discuss with you." Wang Fuan was taken aback by Zhang Xinyan's boldness. For Jingwang was notoriously strict about decorum and detested such physical gestures from the women of the inner courtyard. Initially expecting a reprimand for Zhang Xinyan, Wang Fuan quickly realized he was mistaken. Jing Wang's expression remained soft, devoid of any anger. He even took her hand in his. Zhang Xinyan's complete reliance on him greatly pleased Jing Wang. Perhaps all men favored such delicate, clingy women. What is it? Speak slowly. Zhang Xinyan felt encouraged by his demeanor and stated directly, My lord, I am inexperienced in matters of pregnancy and child-rearing. The young maidservants attending me are also quite naive. I wish to request a knowledgeable nanny from you, if it pleases you. According to Zhang Xinyan's status as a concubine, she was permitted only 4 attendants, with the allowance of an additional nanny during pregnancy. However, whether Jing Wang and the princess would consider this was uncertain. If they did not, her request would remain unfulfilled. The provision of a nanny was traditionally under the purview of the princess. Yet Zhang Xinyan held little faith in her, preferring to rely solely on Jing Wang, the child's biological father. Upon realizing Zhang Xinyan was earnestly seeking this assistance, Jing Wang waved his hand in agreement. This is easily arranged. I shall ensure you receive a capable nanny. Wang Fuan, with 4 pregnant women in the inner courtyard. Why has the princess not sent any nannies? Jing Wang inquired as he departed Zhang Xinyan's quarters. Wang Fuan chuckled sheepishly. I am uncertain, my lord. Perhaps the princess has been too busy and simply forgot. Jing Wang scoffed lightly before instructing Wang Fuan. Once the princess learns of the 4 pregnant concubines, she will undoubtedly decide to bestow several experienced nannies. Take care of this matter. Send a nanny to Zhang Shiji's quarters. From now on, she shall serve her. Wang Fuan promptly acknowledged the task, genuinely placing Zhang Xinyan in his thoughts. Having been with Jing Wang the longest, even longer than the princess, he understood him well. He had accompanied him since the age of 9, despite Jing Wang's indulgence towards Lu Sufei and Yi Shufei. He did not invest much emotional energy in them. His leniency towards Lu Sufei stemmed from her having borne him a second grandson, while his affection for Yi Lingxian was more utilitarian. Yi Lingxian's innovative methods have proven to be immensely beneficial for Prince Jing, which has led him to hold her in high regard. However, it is only Zhang Xinyan who, despite her silence, occupies a special place in his heart. He discreetly bestows silver and gifts upon her and his trusted wet nurse, demonstrating just how much he values Zhang Xinyan. What did you say? The palace has bestowed 4 wet nurses. At the moment the princess heard this news, she was practicing her calligraphy. Her hand trembled, ruining a beautifully crafted character. Wu Momo replied with a hum. Yes, it is said that these 4 wet nurses have already been allocated, with each pregnant woman receiving one. The princess set down her brush, her eyes filled with displeasure. This is something I should have managed. My mother is now meddling in this matter. Is she not slapping my face? Wu Momo offered comfort. Perhaps that is not her intention. It may simply be that Consort Zhao is placing great importance on the prince's offspring. Chapter 18. Consort Zheng, regardless of what my mother thinks, she has indeed humiliated me this time. Momo, please make preparations. Tomorrow we shall visit the palace to pay our respects to my mother. The princess stated it matters not what is behind the scenes. The Fade must be upheld. She is the princess of Jing and the biological mother of the heir. And even if not for her own sake, for the sake of the heir, she must enter the palace to make amends. Wang Fuan personally escorted Momo to Zhang Xinyan's courtyard, bringing along 2 young maidservants. Master Zhang, and Momo has been specially sent by the prince to care for you. She once served the prince closely. As a prince of unparalleled nobility, Prince Jing was showered with affection from birth. With 4 wet nurses meticulously attending to his daily life, Momo, who was once the prince's personal maid, later became a wet nurse and has been by Prince Jing's side ever since. Following the princess's marriage into the Wang family, Momo's duties became considerably lighter, with little to occupy her time, until now, when she has been assigned to Zhang Xinyan. Momo respectfully knelt before Zhang Xinyan, delivering a formal greeting. This servant pays her respects to Master Zhang. Since the prince has entrusted her to Zhang Xinyan, henceforth, Zhang Xinyan shall be the master whom she is devoted to serving. Zhang Xinyan quickly stepped forward to assist Momo in rising, smiling as she said, I will trouble you to look after me from now on. Her words conveyed both respect and trust towards Momo. Once Wang Fuan departed, Zhang Xinyan summoned everyone in the courtyard. Originally, there were only 4 attendants, but with the addition of 3 more, the total rose to 7. Trusting those sent by Prince Jing, Zhang Xinyan promptly delegated authority to Momo. Entrusting her with all matters concerning the courtyard, Momo, in her respectful demeanor, did not dare to overstep but felt a sense of relief in her heart. It was clear that Master Zhang was quite simple-minded. It seemed the prince sent her here out of concern for the child's safety. Within Momo's presence, Yushu found it much easier, while Zhang Xinyan embraced her role as a hands-off manager. Spending her days indulging in food and rest in the courtyard, Yushu, Yuqin, and Yuan Bao were satisfactory. However, that Xiaohe exhibited some questionable behavior. Momo, keep an eye on her and find an excuse to send her away. Zhang Xinyan privately advised Momo. This was a way of establishing trust, indicating to Momo that she was not entirely naive. Momo acted swiftly, and within 3 days, Xiaohe was sent away from Qingfang Courtyard. Moreover, under Momo's management, the courtyard became increasingly orderly. She meticulously listed the precautions for pregnant women, informing Zhang Xinyan of what was permissible to eat, what could be done, and what must be avoided entirely. It is often said that having an elder in the house is like possessing a treasure, and Momo adhered closely to Zhang Xinyan's instructions, proving to be exceptionally obedient. Momo felt that Zhang Xinyan was quite honest. And having such a master was both a blessing and a challenge. Master, this morning the princess entered the palace. I suspect that by afternoon, she may return with 2 individuals, and Momo said while serving Zhang Xinyan as she embroidered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyan slightly raised her eyes and glanced at Momo, puzzled. 2 individuals? And Momo inwardly sighed, explaining, our princess has gone to the palace to request 2 concubines for the prince. Understanding dawned upon Zhang Xinyan. Due to the earlier assignment of wet nurses, the princess feared being labeled as jealous by the outside world, so she specifically entered the palace to apologize to Consort Zhao. Additionally, citing the numerous women in the Wang household who were pregnant, she seized the opportunity to propose that the prince also take 2 concubines. In doing so, no one would accuse her of being overly envious. The introduction of new individuals into the household might dilute some of Yilingshuan's favored status, which, for the princess, could be seen as advantageous rather than detrimental. Momo continuously observed Zhang Xinyan's expression. Upon seeing her grasp the situation, she refrained from further comments, feeling slightly surprised. Zhang Xinyan seemed to sense Momo's astonishment and gently placed her hand on her still unnoticeably rounded abdomen. She softly remarked, regardless of the presence of newcomers, I am indifferent. My sole wish is to safely and smoothly bring this child into the world. Momo's face lit up with a look of approval. Nodding slightly in agreement and smiling as she responded, it is wonderful that you think this way, master. Having a clear-minded and sensible master is indeed a rare blessing for those of us in servitude. As Momo had predicted, that afternoon, when the princess returned to the estate, she brought along 2 concubines. One bore the surname Qin and was named Man, while the other was surnamed Zhao and named Fengya. True to her earlier sentiments, Zhang Xinyan remained disengaged from the affairs beyond the estate, only paying slight attention without excessive interference. Since her pregnancy, her dietary treatment had considerably improved. Each day, the kitchen prepared an array of delicious dishes specifically for her. Thus, after a month of relishing exquisite meals and ample rest, Zhang Xinyan's figure had noticeably filled out, with her cheeks becoming rounder. Yilingshuan had faced cold indifference from Prince Jing, who seldom visited her but frequently came to see Li Yue and Zhang Xinyan. Especially Zhang Xinyan. He merely made cursory visits to Li Yue and concubine Chun, returning shortly to dine with Zhang Xinyan. During this period, Prince Jing particularly enjoyed joining Zhang Xinyan for lunch, and with her company, he always managed to eat an extra bowl of rice. The entire household was now aware of Yilingshuan's diminished favor. In recent days, Lu concubine had blocked Yilingshuan twice, although she refrained from physical punishment due to Yilingshuan's pregnancy. The biting remarks were enough to cause her distress for some time. Upon learning of this, Zhang Xinyan simply shook her head and sighed. Lu concubine was exceedingly arrogant and had underestimated Yilingshuan. Prince Jing's lack of attention towards Yilingshuan was merely a warning, intending to remind her that she was merely a concubine and should not harbor any unwarranted aspirations. Zhang Xinyan was not at all surprised that Yilingshuan would take some action during this period. However, before she could witness any moves from Yilingshuan, she found herself entangled in another troublesome matter. Paying respects to Consort Zhang, Zhang Xinyan frowned as she noted that this was the 3rd time this month that Consort Zhang had come uninvited. This Consort Zhang was the niece of Consort Zhao, having been brought into the palace through numerous twists and turns, and was considered Prince Jing's cousin. However, this cousin was entirely unappealing to Prince Jing. Having resided in the Wang household for 3 years, often going months without seeing him. Perhaps noticing that Prince Jing had been spending his afternoons accompanying the pregnant Zhang Xinyan for lunch. Consort Zhang had developed an inclination to visit Zhang Xinyan to intercept him. Lai Yue was severely unwell, unable to keep anything down, while concubine Chen was also in poor condition. Consort Zhang dared not intrude upon them, so she persistently came to the comparatively healthier Zhang Xinyan. The previous 2 visits had been ill-timed, as she had not encountered Prince Jing, so she unrelentingly returned once more. As the adage goes, rank has its privileges. As Zhang Xinyan was merely a concubine, she could not dismiss Consort Zhang, thus she could only endure and converse with her. Ever since her pregnancy, Zhang Xinyan had found herself increasingly lethargic. Each morning upon rising, she needed to take a nap before lunch, lest she suffer from debilitating headaches. The first 2 instances had been manageable, but this time, having drunk too much water the previous night, she had woken several times and had not slept well. Oh, her dismay! Consort Zhang chose this very day to visit. Zhang Xinyan forced herself to remain alert while conversing with Consort Zhang. But as the conversation wore on, her eyelids grew heavy, and she felt on the verge of dozing off. At such moments, Consort Zhang would always reach out to nudge her. "Sister, what is the matter with you? I made a special trip to talk with you, yet you seem to ignore me." Zhang Xinyan jolted awake, gazing blankly at Consort Zhang. Chapter 19. Envy. Observing Zhang Xinyan in such a state nearly drove Consort Zhang to exasperation. This Zhang, timid as a mouse, lacked conversational skills, and each day, when she came seeking conversation, she appeared sickly, responding only with vague sounds. Such a woman had somehow managed to conceive the prince's child. How utterly unfair. Consort Zhang mused, her gaze inadvertently taking on a malicious glint as it fell upon Zhang Xinyan's abdomen. Upon sensing the scrutiny, Zhang Xinyan felt a shiver run down her spine, instantly dispelling her drowsiness. And feigned a headache, inhaling sharply. Ayan Momo, attending to her side, swiftly stepped forward to support Zhang Xinyan. "Master, what is wrong? Are you all right?" Zhang Xinyan directly closed her eyes and nestled into the embrace of Granny and then murmured, "Granny, my head aches terribly, and my stomach feels somewhat uneasy. Am I in danger? Quickly, summon the court physician." Granny immediately raised her voice. "Yuanbao, hurry and fetch the court physician. The master is suffering from a headache and stomach pain." Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Shufei was momentarily taken aback, and soon her anger flared. "Zhang, what is the meaning of this? I came here with good intentions to speak with you, and yet you feign illness? I have not laid a finger on you, so how could you suddenly have a headache and stomach pain? You must be pretending. Get up at once." As Zhang Shufei spoke, she reached out to pull Zhang Xinyan up, but Yushu and Yuqin rushed forward to block her from approaching. Zhang Xinyan gently shut her eyes, silently sighing within. At this moment, she fully understood why Prince Jing held no affection for her cousin. This cousin was remarkably dim-witted, believing that her familial ties to Zhaofei and Prince Jing granted her the liberty to act recklessly in the inner courtyard. Such a nuisance was truly unbearable. While she could not provoke her, she could certainly evade her. It seemed she would have to continue her charade of illness, hoping it would deter Zhang Shufei from ever daring to step foot in her courtyard again. Zhang Xinyan contemplated her strategy while keeping her eyes firmly closed, ignoring Zhang Shufei's insults, steadfastly refusing to open her eyes. Just then, amidst the chaos in the room, Prince Jing arrived. "What insolence! What on earth is happening here? It sounds like a cacophony," Prince Jing bellowed, and immediately the sound of people kneeling to the floor echoed throughout the room. At this moment, Granny seized the opportunity to speak. "During this period, Zhang Shufei has come to seek our master's company almost every other day, as you are well aware, my lord. Ever since she became pregnant, our master has been plagued by headaches and must take a nap at noon. Last night, she drank a bit too much water and woke several times throughout the night, resulting in poor rest. This morning, she awoke with a headache. Zhang Shufei then came to speak with her, and our master, despite her discomfort, entertained her for over an hour before fainting. Zhang Shufei accused her of pretending and was about to drag her up to argue. Yushu and Yuqin, fearing that Zhang Shufei might harm their master, intervened, leading to the current commotion. Without embellishment or exaggeration, Granny relayed the entire situation to Prince Jing in a clear and logical manner. Zhang Xinyan could not help but silently applaud Granny's eloquence. At this point, Prince Jing had already approached Zhang Xinyan, bending down to lift her, feigning unconsciousness, and carried her towards the bedroom. Zhang Xinyan intended to continue her pretense of sleep, but feeling genuinely unwell and drowsy. She succumbed to the softness of the bed and quickly fell asleep. When she next awoke, she found herself gazing at the worried face of Prince Jing. "Why, lord? What brings you here?" Zhang Xinyan was still somewhat dazed. Glancing out the window, she noted the golden sunlight, indicating it was already afternoon. Seeing her attempt to rise, Prince Jing gently pressed her down, saying, "Do not get up. The doctor has just examined you and stated that your headache and fainting are due to lack of rest." Zhang Xinyan acknowledged with a soft "oh," settling back down. After an unknown number of hours, she felt her persistent dizziness begin to alleviate. "By the way, my lord, I recall speaking with Zheng Shufei before I fainted. Is she all right? Did I frighten her?" Zhang Xinyan asked softly, a trace of concern in her tone. Prince Jing nodded slightly, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, she is fine. However, I have ordered her to be confined to her quarters. For the next 3 months, she will not be able to disturb you." Upon hearing this news, Zhang Xinyan felt a measure of relief. After all, Zheng Shufei had always been a troublesome character, and if she continued to harass her, it would certainly complicate her life. Meanwhile, Zheng Shufei remained convinced that Zhang Xinyan was deliberately feigning weakness. However, when the doctor arrived to check on the sleeping Zhang Xinyan, Zheng Shufei finally came to the realization that Zhang Xinyan was indeed not pretending. Women in the early stages of pregnancy are prone to various discomforts, ranging from nausea to dizziness. The severity of Zhang Xinyan's fainting spell was, therefore, not unexpected, as long as she paid attention to resting and ensured sufficient sleep. She typically would not faint. The previous night's poor sleep and the mental exertion of the day had led to her sudden collapse. The doctor explained this to Prince Jing and Zheng Shufei. It was evident that Zhang Xinyan was indeed not pretending, but there was no serious issue, and following the doctor's diagnosis, everyone felt reassured. Prince Jing observed Zhang Shufei's pale complexion, massaging his temples in frustration, and ultimately decided on her 3-month confinement. The doctor stated that her dizziness could not be treated with medication and required ample rest, so Prince Jing decreed that no one from the inner courtyard would be allowed to disturb her. "Rest assured and focus on delivering my son safely, understood?" Prince Jing said, gently placing his hand on Zhang Xinyan's slightly protruding belly. Zhang Xinyan nodded, placing her hand over his. "Please visit often, my lord. The child wishes for their father's company. It was best that others did not come, but Prince Jing must not neglect his visits. The child already had a mother without a background, and if they were to lose their father's affection as well, life in the Wangfu would likely be challenging. Therefore, Zhang Xinyan needed to ensure that Prince Jing built a strong bond with the child within her. Prince Jing regarded Zhang Xinyan, who was now affectionately seeking his attention, feeling an unfamiliar warmth rise within him. Although Zhang Xinyan had always spoken freely with him, she had never looked at him with such softness. This novel experience heightened his interest and concern for her. Zhang Xinyan remained as timid as ever, and whenever Prince Jing was with her, he felt utterly relaxed, which was quite pleasant. He gently pinched her cheek, smiling, "Very well. I shall visit you and the child frequently. However, you must take care of yourself. If you feel unwell, do not hesitate to inform me." Zhang Xinyan beamed a sweet smile, nodding, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, my lord." Prince Jing, captivated by her gentle smile, felt a stir of affection. Since she was so obedient, he saw no harm in indulging her further. As before, "I will come to share lunch with you daily from now on," he promised. Once Prince Jing departed, Zhang Xinyan eagerly summoned Granny, asking Granny, "What is your opinion on Zheng Shufei? Does she harbor resentment towards me?" Granny shook her head slightly, replying softly, "Though I do not often venture into the inner courtyard, I know a bit about this matter. Zheng Shufei is merely a simple-minded and somewhat reckless individual, yet her heart is not malicious. She is just an ordinary woman with ample bosom but little wit, even more straightforward than Lu Sefi. She lacks ill intent, though her temperament can easily offend others, making it difficult for her to be likable." After hearing Granny Anne's words, Zhang Xinyan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Zheng Shufei had undoubtedly been spoiled and pampered at home, leading to her unreserved and candid nature. After marrying into the Wangfu, with Zhao Fei as her backing, she had a solid support system, deterring other women in the courtyard from daring to provoke her. Because of this, even without winning Prince Jing's affections, no one dared to underestimate her. Thus, her personality remained unaltered, allowing her to act brazenly in the Wong Fu without a care. Sometimes, living without worries, free from any burdens, is indeed a rare form of fortune. How could this not evoke envy in Zhang Xinyan? Chapter 20. Poisonous due to her fainting episode, Zhang Xinyan was compelled to rest in bed for a fortnight. During this time, Prince Jing remained as devoted as ever, visiting the three expectant mothers daily, yet he lingered longest at Zhang Xinyan's side, occasionally sharing lunch with her. Zhang Xinyan cherished the moments when she held Prince Jing's hand, guiding him to caress her growing belly and sharing updates about their unborn child. With each visit, Prince Jing's gaze towards her belly grew increasingly tender. However, this situation did not persist for long. During the Mid-Autumn Festival in the 15th month, Yi Lingxian successfully regained favor. From that point onward, all of Prince Jing's attention was drawn to her, and his visits to Li Yue, Chen Shizifei, and Zhang Xinyan became increasingly infrequent. Wretched woman, always employing such seductive tactics. Upon hearing this news, Lu Sefei smashed a set of teaware in frustration. Yi Lingshuan's path to reinstatement was one that none could have anticipated. This time, she did not present the usual peculiar and astonishing offerings. Instead, she brought forth sweet potatoes. Indeed, sweet potatoes. This era bore resemblance to the Song dynasty, when crops such as sweet potatoes, corn, and tomatoes would not be introduced until the Ming dynasty. However, sweet potatoes possessed unique advantages. They were easy to cultivate and yielded high harvests, thriving in both sandy and mountainous terrains. The introduction of sweet potatoes meant that many commoners would no longer suffer from hunger, filling their stomachs and averting the fate of starvation. Yi Lingshuan's contribution of this agricultural product was nothing short of monumental. Prince Jing generously rewarded her with a bounty of precious items in return and spent 3 consecutive nights at Yi Lingshuan's residence. Zhang Xinyan was momentarily taken aback when she saw Yi Lingshuan produce a sweet potato, contemplating the possibility that Yi Lingshuan might possess some sort of system. However, upon closer inspection, she felt that this was unlikely, leaving her with only one explanation. Yi Lingshuan might have organized a fleet and set out to sea. Yet, all of this was merely Zhang Xinyan's imagination. As for the truth, only Yi Lingshuan herself knew, while the others remained utterly oblivious. During the midday meal, the dishes served included a bowl of sweet potato porridge and boiled sweet potatoes, reportedly crafted with meticulous care on the special instructions of the Jing Wang, intended for the women of the rear courtyard to sample. "Master, is this sweet potato truly delicious?" Yu Shu inquired with curiosity. Her gaze fixed on the tuber. Yu Qin leaned in to observe as well, asking, "Isn't it called a sweet potato? Why is the inside white?" Zhang Xinyan handed each of them a boiled sweet potato for them to taste. Ensuring that Aunt En and Yuan Bao also receive their share at it is called a sweet potato because of its red skin, as Yi Shufei had mentioned before. "You should all try it, the flavor is quite delightful. It is sweet and slightly dry, yet still very enjoyable. According to Yi Shufei, it can also be ground into flour to make pancakes or buns, and its yield is particularly high if we in the Great Jin dynasty cultivate more sweet potatoes. Surely, hunger among the populace will become a thing of the past," Zhang Xinyan remarked with a smiled eye. In these times, aside from cultivating wheat and rice, there seemed to be no other staple crops available. However, the emergence of sweet potatoes shattered this predicament. Their high yield would undoubtedly be a boon for the common people, ensuring their bellies are filled. "Well said," the Jing Wang interjected unexpectedly, startling Zhang Xinyan. "Your Highness, what brings you here today?" she exclaimed joyfully, yet her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Yuan Bao, who stood at the door. The Jing Wang had entered without prior announcement, and if she and her companions had spoken inappropriately during this time, it could lead to trouble if he overheard at it. Seemed necessary to remind Yuan Bao to signal them in the future if there were no announcements. The Jing Wang gently pressed down on Zhang Xinyan, who was about to rise in greeting, and spoke softly. "Did we not agree that I would join you for meals every day? I have been quite busy recently, but now that I finally have the opportunity, I must come to see you." Zhang Xinyan, beaming with delight, hastily invited the Jing Wang to take a seat and instructed her servants to prepare an additional set of utensils. "I shall have someone fetch chopsticks. Please sit down and enjoy a meal with me. The sweet potatoes brought by Sister Yi are exceptionally delicious, soft and sweet. Your Highness must give them a try." The Jing Wang smiled at her and suddenly asked in a low voice, "Do you truly believe that the sweet potatoes brought by the Yi family are good?" Zhang Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, looking at the Jing Wang with curiosity before slowly nodding. "Indeed, I have heard that the yield of these sweet potatoes is astonishing, and their taste is remarkably delightful. If we can promote their cultivation throughout the Great Jin dynasty, it will surely eradicate the hunger problem once and for all. That time, no one will suffer from starvation anymore. Being able to fill the bellies of the common people and ensure their peace and happiness is truly a commendable endeavor. Regardless of the era, there are always those who suffer from hunger. In this age, Yilingxuan shone brilliantly. Although her initial intentions were merely to seek the favor of the Jingwang, her contributions genuinely benefited countless citizens enduring hunger. For this alone, Yilingxuan deserved significant credit. Zhang Xinyan was aware that she lacked the courage to change an entire dynasty. She was a selfish person, focused solely on living a peaceful life. The actions taken by Yilingxuan required immense courage and determination, qualities that Zhang Xinyan herself did not possess. Thus, she felt a deep admiration for this brave compatriot. The benefits of sweet potatoes were indeed undeniable, and Zhang Xinyan would readily acknowledge their merit. You are quite different from the women in the rear courtyard. Since Yishu Fei introduced the sweet potatoes, everyone I have seen, including the princess, has spoken ill of them, suggesting that Yishu Fei's intentions are dubious. The women in the rear courtyard came from relatively well-off families. They were unaware of the struggles of those who toiled for survival, merely seeking enough to eat. They had not witnessed the tragic scenes of families forced to sell their children due to hunger. Their perspectives were limited to their own gains and losses, as well as the matters concerning the Jingwang. Therefore, they could never truly understand the Jingwang's thoughts. Zhang Xinyan scratched her cheek, momentarily at a loss for words in response to the Jingwang's remarks. After a brief hesitation, she said, "Perhaps it is because I experienced hunger in my childhood, which allows me to truly understand how terrible it is to go hungry. With such a high yield of sweet potatoes, a single one can save a life. Thus, they are indeed crucial for the common people, enabling them to bid farewell to the agony of hunger. Your Highness, as a prince, it is your duty to seek benefits for the people. Do not mind what others say. Sister Yi's sweet potatoes are undoubtedly good." The Jingwang gazed at Zhang Xinyan, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. After a long pause, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Zhang Xinyan was indeed exceptional. She could comprehend the thoughts that lay deep within his heart. The Jingwang was well aware of Yilingxuan's intentions in presenting the sweet potatoes. Although he was once again drawn to her, his feelings were not deeply rooted. However, Zhang Xinyan was entirely different. Her few words today had sufficiently showcased her broad perspective, standing in stark contrast to the women of the rear courtyard. At that moment, the Jingwang felt as though he had discovered a kindred spirit. He gazed at Zhang Xinyan, his heart fluttering slightly. Zhang Xinyan remained unaware of the reason behind the Jingwang's laughter. But seeing him so joyful, she smiled in return and served him some dishes, before starting to enjoy the meal herself. Engrossed in conversation, her stomach had begun to grumble with hunger. After sharing lunch with Zhang Xinyan, the Jingwang did not take his leave. Instead, he took her hand and led her to rest together for an afternoon nap. When Zhang Xinyan awoke once more, the Jingwang had long since departed. "Master, the kitchen has sent over some milk pudding. Would you like to have some?" Aunt An attended to Zhang Xinyan as she rose, bringing with her a bowl of sweet-smelling milk pudding. The aroma made Zhang Xinyan's mouth water, and she eagerly nodded. Since her pregnancy, this had become her favorite treat, and the milk pudding was soon placed before her. Excitedly, she scooped a spoonful and put it into her mouth, only to furrow her brow immediately. Sensing something amiss, she quickly spat out the milk pudding. Perhaps it was a gift from the deity of transmigration, for although Zhang Xinyan lacked a space or system, her taste and sense of smell were far more acute than those of ordinary people. Of course, it might also be due to her pregnancy. The milk pudding indeed smelled sweet, but it bore a hint of bitterness, unlike any she had tasted before. Zhang Xinyan was certain that something had been added to it. "Master?" Aunt Un, mistaking Zhang Xinyan's reaction for illness, rushed over to pat her back. Zhang Xinyan waved her hand, her expression grim as she pointed to the bowl of milk pudding. "Aunt, something has been added to this." Aunt Un was taken aback, quickly leaning in to sniff, yet unable to discern anything. She cautiously tasted a small spoonful. "Master, are you certain?" Aunt Un asked hesitantly, having found nothing unusual. Zhang Xinyan nodded. "I am sure. I can truly taste the bitterness in it. I am currently pregnant, and I cannot afford to be careless. Aunt, take this milk pudding and quietly find a trusted doctor to examine it thoroughly. We must uncover what has been added." Chapter 21. Who was the poisoner? Aunt and quickly departed, and after watching her leave, Zhang Xinyan anxiously touched her belly, realizing that if it had not been for her heightened senses, this cup of milk pudding might have already found its way into her stomach. Who could possibly wish to harm her? The princess? Concubine Liu? Or perhaps Li Yue, Yilingxuan? Or Zhang Shufei? Zhang Xinyan's mind was in disarray, unable to make sense of the situation. There were simply too many hands involved in the delivery of the food from the kitchen to trace back the source of the threat. Master, the milk pudding I fetched was already packed when I arrived. I opened it to inspect and even tested it for poison with a silver needle before bringing it back. Yuan Bao knelt on the ground, a look of regret on her face. Go think that she had nearly allowed the master to consume something poisoned. If anything were to happen to the little prince in her belly, Yuan Bao would truly be unable to escape the consequences. The silver needle test for poison was not infallible. Many poisons could not be detected by it. Stand up. I am not blaming you. I merely wish to know if anyone else, besides you, has handled my milk pudding, Zhang Xinyan said. The one who wished to poison her lurked in the shadows, and Zhang Xinyan needed to ascertain who was behind this. Yuan Bao had not been gone for long when Aunt An hurried back, her complexion pale and beads of cold sweat on her forehead, indicating that the milk pudding contained something seriously amiss. Master, it contains oleander powder. The milk pudding has been tainted with oleander powder, which is toxic. If someone with a weaker constitution consumes it a few times, they may experience bleeding and could potentially suffer a miscarriage. Zhang Xinyan clutched her belly and asked Annan, Aunt, what should we do now? Should we inform the Jingwang and the princess about this matter? Perhaps it would be better to escalate the situation. Otherwise, Zhang Xinyan feared she would be caught off guard by hidden attacks. Aunt An patted Zhang Xinyan's hand reassuringly. Do not worry, master. The doctor I just consulted is the imperial physician responsible for the Jingwang's health. Upon learning that someone had poisoned you with oleander powder, I immediately went to inform the Jingwang. The matter of offspring is of utmost importance, and considering that Nurse An has always been a trusted confidant of the prince, it is only natural for her to speak on such a significant issue concerning the prince's children. Zhang Xinyan bore no resentment towards Nurse An's presumptuousness. Rather, she felt a sense of relief as she awaited the actions of Prince Jing. The prince arrived swiftly, and upon seeing him, Zhang Xinyan, influenced by her pregnancy hormones, pouted and began to cry in a most pitiful manner. Do not fear. I shall certainly uncover the one who has poisoned you from behind. Rest assured, the child is safe, and I will protect both of you diligently. Observing Zhang Xinyan's reliance on him, Prince Jing's heart softened, and he embraced her, soothing her for quite some time. Just as her tears began to subside, a sudden urgent knock at the door interrupted them. Your Highness, trouble has arisen. Something has happened with concubine Qian. Empress Yu is also experiencing abdominal pain and has sent someone to summon you. Both Prince Jing and Zhang Xinyan were taken aback. Could it be that the entire pot of milk porridge was poisoned? Did Sister Chen and Sister Yu also fall victim to the oleander poison? What about Sister Li? Your Highness, you must quickly send the physician to examine the pregnant sisters. With 3 out of 4 pregnant women now in peril, the gravity of the situation was unmistakable. With a darkened expression, Prince Jing exited Zhang Xinyan's courtyard, pausing momentarily before heading towards Li Yue's quarters. I had thought this was directed at me, but it seems it is a random attack. This matter will not settle without casualties. Zhang Xinyan furrowed her brow. Nurse An, standing silently to the side, wore a contemplative expression. At this moment, both master and servant arrived at a shared conclusion regarding a potential culprit, the princess consort. Exchanging glances, Zhang Xinyan and Nurse An comprehended one another's thoughts. I find it implausible that the princess consort is behind this, Zhang Xinyan asserted, shaking her head. If she were truly the mastermind, this act would be far too conspicuous. Moreover, the greatest beneficiary may not necessarily be the perpetrator. It could very well be someone else's intended outcome. Nurse An smiled at Zhang Xinyan, recognizing her perceptiveness despite her inclination to avoid conflict and her disinterest in vying for favor. The princess consort was not one to be underestimated. To implicate her would require her own acquiescence. Let us refrain from action and simply observe the unfolding drama. Li Yue, suffering from a poor appetite and severe nausea, had avoided the calamity of the milk porridge sent to her that afternoon. In contrast, both concubine Qian and Yilingxian had consumed it. However, Yilingxian, possessing a somewhat sturdier constitution, experienced only mild discomfort, while concubine Qian, being weaker, had already begun to bleed, though her child was precariously safe. She would need to remain bedridden to ensure its survival. The incident of poisoning among the 4 pregnant women ignited Prince Jing's fury, leading him to publicly reprimand the princess consort for her lax management. He commanded her to apprehend the poisoner within 3 days. "Your Highness, we have suffered an undeserved calamity. One cannot fathom which villain would dare to commit such an act, intending to make the princess consort a scapegoat." Nurse Wu glared at the visibly pale princess consort, her teeth clenched in frustration. Just moments ago, Prince Jing had shown no mercy, chastising her in front of a room full of maidservants and the grand princess, who had been frightened to tears and was now being comforted to sleep. The prince's reprimand was justified. Such a grave incident occurred in my household, and as the matriarch, I bear responsibility. Nurse Wu, you will personally interrogate the kitchen staff. I wish to uncover the identity of the poisoner. The princess consort's eyes sparkled with determination. Her thoughts veiled Ayan Liyue's courtyard. She reclined in a rocking chair beneath a tree, gazing vacantly at the stars. "Why, lady, it is late and the dew is heavy. Shall we not return indoors?" Fang Xiao suggested gently. Liyue shook her head, reaching to caress her gently rounded abdomen, her expression softening. With a sigh, Fang Xiao fetched a light blanket to drape over Liyue and sat beside her, both gazing up at the night sky. "Why, lady, what are your thoughts on today's events? Who do you believe the poisoner to be?" Fang Xiao inquired. Liyue replied, "Regardless of the identity of the poisoner, the blame will undoubtedly fall on the side consort. Whether it be the princess consort or Yi Lingxian, the one most eager to see the downfall of the side consort, who possesses a son and comes from a powerful family, is evident in the previous life. This incident had befallen concubine Lu, leaving her unable to defend herself. One can only wonder how it will unfold this time." Chapter 22. Interrogating the poisoner. "My lady, are you suggesting that the princess consort will place the blame on the side consort, no matter what evidence is uncovered?" Liyue remained silent, yet her eyes bore a contemplative glint. "Wouldn't that mean the side consort would be wronged? She has the second prince as her ally, and her family possesses considerable influence. My lady, should we not intervene?" Fang Xiao's words trailed off, but Liyue understood her intent. A flicker of intrigue crossed Liyue's gaze. She recognized the potential to manipulate the situation. She believed that this opportunity was quite promising. Yi Lingxian could not perish just yet. Liyue wished to extract as much value from her as possible before orchestrating her demise. In this lifetime, Liyue did not aspire to be an unnoticed consort. She aimed to ascend to the throne, ensuring her son would become the next emperor. The knowledge housed within Yi Lingxuan's mind was invaluable, capable of yielding great benefits for the nation. Thus, Liyue felt compelled to safeguard her son's future. "Fang Xiao, find a trustworthy maidservant to discreetly convey a message to concubine Lu. But be cautious. No one must discover our involvement. I do not wish to take sides. I merely desire to observe Yi Lingxuan's downfall." Fang Xiao acknowledged the task and departed. Liyue was acutely aware of concubine Lu's character. If she were to learn of this plot, she would not remain passive and would likely take action. This, precisely, was what Liyue wished to observe. It would be interesting to see how concubine Lu would maneuver. Whether she could harm Yi Lingxian or the princess consort mattered not. She intended to sit back and watch the ensuing conflict while reaping the benefits. Concubine Lu, upon receiving a suddenly appeared note, summoned her trusted nurse, Wang. "Nurse, what do you think of the credibility of this message?" Though concubine Lu was straightforward, she was far from foolish. She simply detested underhanded tactics, but did not shy away from using them when necessary. "Our princess consort has always been of such a nature. Should she seize an opportunity, she will undoubtedly attempt to implicate you," sighed consort. "Currently, the prince has only these 2 sons, and your family's influence is not inferior to that of the princess consort. While she may disregard others, she cannot afford to underestimate you," Nurse Wang advised. Concubine Lu scoffed, adjusting the jeweled hairpin at her temple, beckoning Nurse Wang to lean in closer. Nurse Wang nodded and promptly set about her task. With a cold laugh, concubine Lu mused, "They think they can target me? Do they truly believe I am a frail cat?" 3 days later, aside from the bedridden concubine Chun, Prince Jing summoned all the concubines to the princess consort's courtyard for the interrogation of the poisoner. Upon learning of this news, Zhang Xinyan hastily called upon Nurse and to meticulously craft a look that appeared somewhat pale and haggard. Over the past few days, she had been well fed and well rested, and her naturally plump figure and healthy complexion bore no resemblance to that of a victim. If she were to present herself in such a state, she risked arousing suspicion. Therefore, she needed to invest effort into her appearance, demonstrating vulnerability when necessary. Thus, Zhang Xinyan assumed an appearance of delicate fragility, and with the assistance of Nurse Anne and Yushu, she ambled into the princess consort's courtyard. As she stepped through the entrance, she instantly became the center of attention, prompting the prince to offer her a seat. Zhang Xinyan quickly settled down, and at that moment, Li Yue and Yi Lingxian had already arrived, seated before her. Li Yue discreetly assessed Zhang Xinyan, noting her frail demeanor, and promptly shifted her gaze away. Zhang Xinyan also glanced at the two pregnant women. While Li Yue seemed relatively stable, Yi Lingxian appeared unwell. Her complexion pale and dark circles prominent beneath her eyes, her lips devoid of color, leaving one to wonder whether her condition was genuine or feigned. Lastly, the tardy concubine Lu made her entrance. With everyone assembled, the princess consort declared, "Since all are present, let us begin." Prince Jing surveyed the three pregnant women, ultimately resting his gaze on Zhang Xinyan for a moment before returning to the task at hand. "Let us commence." A visibly anxious guard brought forth a trembling maidservant, pale and shaking, who knelt on the ground in terror. Your Highness, this is a kitchen maid who tended the fire. We found a packet containing oleander powder in her quarters." And the head chef confirmed that she was responsible for overseeing the milk porridge. "Speak. Who instructed you to poison the milk porridge?" The princess consort's piercing gaze bore down on the maidservant, her voice commanding authority. Trembling like a leaf, the maidservant hesitated for a moment before finally pointing a quivering finger at concubine Lu, stammering, "It was the side consort who commanded me." All eyes in the room turned towards concubine Lu, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the maidservant. "Side consort, do you have anything to say?" The princess consort's gaze was as frigid as ice, directed at concubine Lu. Lu Sufei remarked, "I am utterly unaware of this maidservant and cannot fathom why she would so inexplicably slander me. I hail from a prestigious lineage, my family is illustrious, and I share a son with His Highness. My life ought to be smooth and prosperous. Yet now, I find myself beset by this unjust accusation, which pains my heart deeply. How could I ever engage in such a thankless act? How could I possibly have the heart to poison the 4 women in the rear courtyard who are with child? I am not a fool. I understand that once the truth is revealed, I will undoubtedly become the target of scrutiny. Your Highness, I implore you to thoroughly investigate this matter and restore my honor. I am willing to stake my life as a guarantee of my innocence. I hope your Highness will not be deceived by appearances and will uncover the truth to vindicate my name." Lu Sufei rose, loudly expressing her desires, her face marred by the indignation of being defamed. Jing Wang remained silent, surveying the room before his gaze darkened. He twirled the jade ring on his thumb, then looked towards the guards and inquired, "Have you found anything else in this maidservant's quarters?" The guard replied, "Returning to the palace, we discovered a handkerchief, which also contained 100 taels of silver notes." The Wang Fei glanced at Wang Mama, who promptly presented a handkerchief as, "This not the very handkerchief belonging to the noble concubine. She claims it is not hers, yet we have both witness and evidence. How can she still deny it? Indeed, I have seen the noble concubine use this handkerchief," Jing Wang remarked, turning his attention to Lu Sufei. "What do you have to say for yourself, Lu Sufei?" Unperturbed, retorted, "Of course I have something to say. My handkerchief has been missing for 7 days. I even sent someone to search for it. The servants in my courtyard can attest to this." Zhang Xinyan regarded Lu Sufei, sensing that such an act did not align with her character, suspecting there was more to this than met the eye, and wondered if she had a means of self-preservation. Her only desire was to unearth the true culprit behind the poisoning, not to become a pawn in someone else's game. The Wang Fei observed Lu Sufei and softly stated, "Sister, the servants in your courtyard undoubtedly wish to protect you. Hence their testimonies may lack credibility. Do you possess any other evidence to prove your innocence?" Chapter 23. Do not die. Faced with the Wang Fei's relentless questioning, Lu Sufei did not erupt in anger as she might have in the past. Instead, a sardonic smile graced her lips. The Wang Fei, noticing this smile, felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere and instinctively glanced at the handkerchief in Wu Mama's possession. Lu Sufei's gaze was drawn to the handkerchief, and she slowly rose, approaching it before taking it from Wu Mama. She held the handkerchief, scrutinizing its texture and design. Your Highness, please discern this. Although this handkerchief is mine, it was lost not long ago. It is entirely possible that someone picked it up and then framed me for this crime. She then held the handkerchief close to her nose, inhaling its faint rose fragrance that wafted through the air. Lu Sufei declared to Jing Wang, "This handkerchief bears the scent of rosewater, as you know. I detest using the same floral fragrances as others. My preference has always been for the meticulously crafted scent of mixed flowers. This handkerchief is indeed mine, yet the fragrance upon it is entirely dissimilar to what I typically use." Her tone bore a hint of grievance as her eyes fixated on Jing Wang, seemingly pleading for justice, before glancing at the stunned Wang Fei. Upon hearing that the handkerchief possessed the scent of rosewater, the attention of the assembly shifted, almost imperceptibly, towards the pale-faced Yi Lingxian. It was well known that Yi Lingxian was particularly fond of rosewater, using only her own concoctions, which were distinctly sweet and fragrant, unlike those of others. Realizing the gaze of the crowd was upon her, Yi Lingxian quickly processed the implications and stared incredulously at Lu Sufei. However, Lu Sufei was presently engaged in her confrontation with the Wang Fei, leaving no room for Yi Lingxian's protests. "Wang Fei, does the aroma upon this handkerchief not suggest that after my handkerchief went missing, it was picked up by someone who carries the scent of rosewater? Did that person not intend to frame me by presenting my handkerchief to this maidservant? Wang Fei, this case is fraught with inconsistencies. You cannot condemn me based solely on this handkerchief. To conspire against the heir of His Highness is a grave offense, and I refuse to bear this unjust blame." Wang Fei promptly composed her expression, speaking gently, "Indeed, I shall conduct a thorough inquiry and ensure that no injustice befalls the noble concubine." Lu Sufei handed the handkerchief to Jing Wang and resumed her seat. After inspecting the handkerchief, Jing Wang turned his gaze toward Yi Lingxian. Zhang Xinyan furrowed her brow, her mind swirling with confusion. Throughout this period, whether through direct observation or hearsay, she had sensed that Yi Lingxian was a person of considerable ambition, keen on being in the limelight. Yet, Zhang Xinyan understood that she could not be foolish enough to employ such overt tactics to harm another's child, as such actions would be easily uncovered. Zhang Xinyan began to ponder whether Wang Fei and Lu Sufei had colluded. However, the subtle interactions between the two moments ago suggested otherwise. With a sigh within her heart, she resigned herself to the belief that the true mastermind might remain elusive. She merely hoped for a swift resolution to this affair, so she could retreat to her courtyard and nurture her pregnancy in peace. Jing Wang addressed the trembling maidservant kneeling before him, stating, "Wang Fuan, take her away. If she refuses to speak the truth, break her hands. Should she continue to withhold the truth, break her feet." His monotone delivery resembled a mundane discussion about tomorrow's meal. Yet the chilling implication of his words sent a shiver through the assembly. Wang Fuan acknowledged the command and motioned for the guards to remove the maidservant, who trembled uncontrollably, finally crying out, "No, I will speak. The handkerchief, the silver notes, and the oleander powder were given to me by Bai Tao from Yi Shufei's courtyard. It was she who instructed me to add the poison to the milk pudding, promising that if I succeeded, she would take me as her personal maid. It was also she who compelled me to slander Lu Sufei once the truth came to light. Your Highness and Wang Fei, I have spoken. Please spare my life." The young maidservant knelt, tears streaming down her face, her forehead bruised from bowing, desperately pleading for her life. "You slanderer! When have I ever instructed you to poison anyone? If I had indeed given you such orders, why would I consume the toxic milk pudding myself? I nearly lost my child. I am the victim here, and you dare to defame me." Yi Lingxian stood up, reproaching the maidservant on the ground. Lu Sufei let out a cold laugh. "One does not enter a tiger's den without expecting to catch a tiger cub. Perhaps you intentionally set this up to absolve yourself of suspicion. The fragrance on that handkerchief is unmistakably the rosewater you use. You cannot evade this truth." Yi Lingxian, maintaining her composure, paled as she rested a hand on her belly, casting a pitiful glance at Jing Wang. "Your Highness, you know I sell various floral waters in my shop, including rosewater. Anyone with intent could easily transfer that scent to the handkerchief, and since my pregnancy, I have not used any scented floral waters. Your Highness, I did not do it. I would never harm the child of His Highness, especially not my own." Jing Wang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the handkerchief in his hand. At that moment, Wang Fei gently interjected, "This matter is truly perplexing, Your Highness. Perhaps we should pause the inquiry here for today. The three sisters are with child. We can afford to delay, but they cannot. Let us disperse and conduct a thorough investigation later before deciding on our course of action." Wang Fei was providing an exit strategy, and Jing Wang acquiesced, "Your words are wise. We shall heed Wang Fei's counsel. You may all retire for now." Yi Ling Xian stood her ground defiantly, her face awash with grievance as she gazed at Jing Wang. "I did not poison anyone. I demand justice. I will not leave." Lu Sufei rose to bow to both Wang and Wang Fei, stating, "I have cleared my name and shall no longer impose upon you. I take my leave." Lai Yuwei was the second to depart. Once she initiated her exit, the other concubines and maidservants followed suit, and Zhang Xinyan chose not to linger any longer. Observing Yi Ling Xian's tearful eyes, Zhang Xinyan sighed inwardly, realizing that her compatriot had likely developed feelings for Jing Wang in this era. A concubine's status rendered it perilous to harbor romantic inclinations towards a man. Such emotions could lead to dire consequences. She hoped her compatriot would find her way back from this path. Otherwise, her days would be numbered. Love breeds possessiveness, and jealousy arises from affection. In a world where the status of a concubine is already fraught with challenges, one must remain unencumbered by the heart to thrive. As Zhang Xinyan pondered these matters, she slowly returned to her courtyard, finding solace in the presence of a familiar face in this alien time. Though she had never contemplated revealing her identity to her compatriot, merely knowing of her existence provided a sense of security, a feeling that she was not alone in her struggles. Thus, Zhang Xinyan sincerely wished for Yi Ling Xian's survival. Chapter 24. Mid-Autumn Festival. The matter of the poisoning faded into obscurity. However, those in the rear courtyard could discern the shift. Thereafter, Jing Wang ceased visiting Yi Ling Xian. It appeared that this compatriot had come to an understanding and began to focus on her pregnancy. No longer seeking the limelight, the once tumultuous rear courtyard gradually returned to a long-awaited tranquility. The Mid-Autumn Festival on the 15th of August is swiftly approaching, a day that necessitates familial reunions. On this day, the women of the courtyard must partake in a reunion dinner with the prince and princess, and in the evening, the entire household gathers to admire the moon and indulge in mooncakes. According to the conventions of novelistic narratives, such gatherings are often fraught with peril, and Zhang Xinyan harbored no desire to attend. The midday reunion dinner was obligatory, dictated by the rules of the household. However, attendance at the evening moon-gazing banquet was optional for the master. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyan let out a sigh. Had she known earlier, she might have emulated concubine Chun, who, to this day, remains bedridden and must lie in bed each day. Consequently, apart from her, the other women of the courtyard congregated in the princess's quarters to share the reunion meal. "Madam, do you think anything untoward could occur during the reunion dinner?" she inquired in novels. Feasts are often the most dangerous settings, are they not? Especially for those with child. A miscarriage seems to occur with alarming frequency. Zhang Xinyan now found herself haunted by the specter of banquets, and after a moment's hesitation, she voiced her concerns. Old Aunt and paused momentarily, finally grasping the reason behind Zhang Xinyan's despondence upon realizing she could not escape the reunion dinner. Fear had gripped her heart. Such timidity and caution in her demeanor, one might consider it a blessing to serve under a master so easily frightened. "Rest assured, my lady, the 15th of August is an auspicious day for reunion, and the royal family places great importance on such auspicious omens. Thus, you need not worry. The meal will undoubtedly be without fault," Old Aunt and gently reassured Zhang Xinyan. On the 15th of August, when the moon is full and families gather, should a concubine of any prince unfortunately suffer a miscarriage on such a beautiful day, even if the emperor does not voice it, he would inevitably regard that prince as ill-fated, lacking in fortune. Therefore, during such a significant moment, it is customary for no one to act rashly. Furthermore, the princess is not a fool. Her vigilance intensifies during critical times, ensuring that none of the expectant mothers suffer even the slightest mishap. After all, her fortunes are tied closely to that of Prince Jing. She would never jeopardize her own standing at such a critical juncture. Zhang Xinyan nodded, relieved to understand, and felt a temporary weight lifted from her heart. How could she have forgotten that the royal household was unlike any ordinary family, where one must tread carefully in all matters? Any ill omen could doom her to a lifetime devoid of that status. "It seems I have been overly concerned. Fortunately, Aunt Un, You are here to impart wisdom. With you by my side, I feel at ease, Zhang Xinyan sincerely declared, grasping old Aunt Anne's hand earnestly. Having spent her youth in the palace and later following the prince to establish a household, old Aunt Anne had witnessed her fair share of intrigues within the confines of the courtyard. With such a steadfast anchor to safeguard her, Zhang Xinyan truly felt a sense of security. She never concealed her fondness for the servants and her reliance and admiration for old Aunt Anne, which the latter greatly appreciated. Their comfortable rapport tilted the balance in favor of Zhang Xinyan in the hearts of both old Aunt Anne and Prince Jing. Given your peace of mind, I shall elaborate further. Crabs are indeed indispensable at the mid-autumn feast. While other masters may indulge, this particular dish is unsuitable for you, as crabs are cold in nature and excessive consumption may lead to miscarriage. There are other foods that may also be harmful, and I will privately ensure that Yushu is well informed. Whether I serve you at the table or Yushu does, we will help you avoid them. Old Aunt Anne advised. Zhang Xinyan replied with a smile, if that is the case, then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I relish the prospect of leisure. Old Aunt Anne sighed. For a master who wished to avoid all responsibilities could be quite wearying. On the 15th of August, the entire Jing Wangfu was suffused with a rich festive atmosphere, every corner of the residence meticulously adorned in splendid decor. The servants bustling through the estate bore expressions of joy. That morning, Zhang Xinyan, under the attentive care of old Aunt Anne and her attendants Yushu and Yuqin, donned a rare palace garment. She wore a light green patterned silk robe with wide sleeves, complemented by a late green embroidered skirt. Her hair was styled into a yuanbao bun, adorned with a cluster of pearl orchids, and she wore a pair of exquisite jade hairpins, along with delicate white jade earrings. Her fair hands were graced with a remarkable half-mountain jade bracelet. A brown-green tassel sash cinched her waist, gently draping an embroidered sachet bearing the double happiness motif, and she wore a pair of embroidered lotus-patterned shoes. This ensemble was refreshingly elegant, its colors understated, and Zhang Xinyan found it quite pleasing. To avoid drawing attention from the other ladies, she applied a layer of white lead powder to her face. Unfortunately, this was the prevalent method of makeup in ancient times. Should she refrain, she would stand out and risk drawing unwanted scrutiny. She planned to wash it off promptly after a single use. Believing it would pose no issue, as noon approached, Zhang Xinyan inspected herself for any faults before allowing old Aunt Anne and Yushu to assist her outside. As they neared the princess's courtyard, Zhang Xinyan suddenly spotted several concubines walking in small clusters ahead. They seemed to have heard something, turning their heads to glance back. Upon recognizing Zhang Xinyan, all gazes converged upon her abdomen. In truth, her belly did not exhibit any noticeable bulge, and due to her loose and substantial attire, it was difficult for others to discern her pregnancy. Yet, even so, the expressions of jealousy in those concubines' eyes were unmistakable. Zhang Xinyan felt a tightening in her chest, and her steps involuntarily faltered. She pondered whether they sought to trouble her. Just as she braced herself for confrontation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Those concubines merely cast her a couple of lingering glances before turning away with expressions tinged with envy. Continuing on their way, old Aunt Anne, observing her master's usual unease, leaned in to softly reassure Zhang Xinyan, the rules of the Wangfu are stringent. No one is foolish enough to expose vulnerabilities that could be used against them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyan felt a measure of relief. Being pregnant and with Prince Jing frequently visiting her, these women were not foolish. They would not provoke trouble lightly, lest they invite complications upon themselves. It seemed she must cast aside any notions derived from the palace intrigue novel she had read. This was a genuine world, entirely distinct from fiction. Upon entering the princess's courtyard, Zhang Xinyan noted that the prince and princess, along with the side concubines, had not yet arrived. Most attendees were concubines like herself. She chose a secluded and quiet corner to sit and await the arrival of the prince and princess. After a while, she began to feel discomfort in her lower back, a common ailment at this stage of her pregnancy, which old Aunt Anne assured her was normal. Zhang Xinyan paid it little mind, wondering just how long she would have to wait. Yushu, aware of Zhang Xinyan's discomfort from prolonged sitting, squatted down to massage her back. This is customary. The servants are watching outside the courtyard, and only when the lower-ranked concubines have gathered will they come in, she explained. Zhang Xinyan sighed inwardly, realizing that, indeed, in any era, those in higher positions often played such games of wit. Chapter 25. changes once all the concubines had assembled. The secondary concubines began to enter. Zhang Xinyan was delighted to see the long-absent Yi Lingxian. Previously, Yi Lingxian had exuded a bold and arrogant demeanor, as if the world revolved around her. However, at this moment, she appeared transformed, radiating a newfound gentleness. She entered the room quietly and seated herself discreetly, seemingly detached from the surrounding clamor. It was as though she had undergone a profound internal transformation, her former brashness replaced by a calm composure. A change that both surprised and made Zhang Xinyan feel worried. As the saying goes, the barking dog seldom bites, and in Yi Lingxian, Zhang Xinyan sensed a lurking danger. Suddenly recalling something, she shifted her gaze from Yi Lingxian to Li Yue, only to find the latter fixated intently on Yi Lingxian, her eyes harboring a deep-seated hatred. That animosity pierced through Zhang Xinyan like a chilling current, sending a shiver down her spine. It was evident that these two shared a complex entanglement from a past life. The intensity of Li Yue's gaze suggested that Zhang Xinyan must have wronged her gravely in a previous existence to elicit such profound resentment. Once the secondary concubines had gathered, the side concubines made their entrance. Zhang Xinyan stood to pay her respects, relieved that she only needed to bow to the side concubines and the prince and princess. Had she also been required to acknowledge the secondary concubines, her already aching back would have surely protested. Today, side concubine Lu looked particularly lovely, adorned in a brocade outer garment with lotus patterns, complemented by a pinkish-purple flowing skirt and styled in a drooping bun, accented with a pink peony blossom. Her natural beauty was further highlighted by this exquisite attire, making her stand out among the crowd. Following her was an old nurse, cradling the somewhat frail second royal grandson. Although Heng Chang appeared thin, his bright eyes sparkled with intelligence as he observed his surroundings. It was evident he was an exceptionally clever child. Yet, Heng Chang's frailness was concerning. His complexion lacked the rosy hue typical of children, appearing somewhat sallow, especially when compared to the much plumper eldest princess, who was of the same age. It was clear that he had not received sufficient nourishment, treated as a means to gain favor. He had been subjected to several doses of medicine by his mother, and the fact that he still drew breath could only be attributed to his resilience in this era, where even a mere cold could prove fatal for a frail child. One cannot help but ponder whether such a delicate being might survive to adulthood. Lost in thought, Zhang Xinyan suddenly felt the presence of another beside her. Turning her head, she was met by the ever-persistent Zhang Shufei, who had been a source of much vexation previously. Given that it was the mid-autumn family banquet, the prince had commanded Zhang Shufei to attend, after which she would return to her confinement. "Are you well?" Zhang Shufei scrutinized Zhang Xinyan for a considerable moment before awkwardly inquiring. Zhang Xinyan, puzzled and unable to fathom Zhang Shufei's intentions, gently shook her head and replied, "I am quite well." "My lady." A flicker of confusion danced in her eyes, betraying her bewilderment at Zhang Shufei's behavior. Zhang Shufei's countenance shifted through a myriad of complex emotions, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. "Upon my return, I consulted the maids by my side. They informed me that sometimes women experience dizziness during pregnancy, and poor sleep may even lead to fainting. The incident previously was indeed my fault. I never intended for you to lose consciousness. I merely sought an opportunity to meet the prince through you." Her voice carried a hint of remorse and self-reproach, as if she deeply regretted her actions. Zhang Shufei continued, "It was my error that caused you to faint. I had intended to apologize in person, but my confinement has rendered me unable to move freely. Thus, I seized this opportunity to express my apologies." It seemed that she had never truly apologized to anyone before, as her words were delivered with an awkwardness that felt foreign to her. However, once spoken, her discomfort lessened considerably, and she genuinely rose to perform a bow towards Zhang Xinyan. Zhang Xinyan was taken aback by Zhang Shufei's gesture of contrition and hurriedly returned the courtesy. Ayan Mama stepped forward to assist Zhang Shufei, and it was only then that Zhang Xinyan regained her composure. "It is not your fault. That day, my fainting was due to my own lack of rest the night prior. Zhang Shufei, I truly cannot accept your formalities." Zhang Xinyan remained uncertain whether Zhang Shufei's apology was sincere or merely a fade, as she wished to avoid becoming a subject of gossip. Having accomplished her purpose, Zhang Shufei felt as though she had achieved something monumental and left with a newfound lightness. Zhang Xinyan, perplexed by the ambiguous intentions of Zheng Shufei, found her thoughts interrupted by the arrival of the prince and princess. The princess, adorned in a stunning red peony gown, radiated an air of noble elegance. Her meticulously applied makeup highlighted her composure and propriety. With a lovely smile gracing her delicate features, she exuded warmth and charm, enveloped in an aura of regal dignity. Prince Jing stood tall and handsome beside her, the two of them appearing as if they were a match made in heaven. Behind them, the heir held tightly onto the hand of the eldest princess. The heir bore a resemblance to Prince Jing, albeit with a softer demeanor, likely inheriting his mother's beauty. His eyes reflected intelligence and steadiness, while the eldest princess was as lovely as jade. Together, this family of four appeared to embody the epitome of happiness. However, Lu Sufei watched the scene with a shadowed expression. Aware of her status as a concubine, she knew that no matter how hard she tried, she could never stand beside the prince with the same legitimacy as the princess. A flicker of helplessness and resentment crossed her gaze. Quickly concealed, she reassured herself that as long as the prince visited her a few times, she would be content, relinquishing any further aspirations. The crowd rose to greet Prince Jing and the princess, offering their respects. Greetings to the prince and princess. You may rise, Prince Jing gestured, allowing everyone to stand. He then took his seat at the rear while the princess remained standing, prompting Zhang Xinyan and the others to lower their heads in anticipation of reprimands. The princess spoke of family health and mentioned that she and the prince would be visiting the palace in the evening, leaving the moon-gazing arrangements to Lu Sufei. The princess expressed her confidence. I shall ensure it is executed flawlessly. And you will not be disappointed at this moment, Prince Jing interjected. Those three who are with child need not attend the moon-gazing if they feel fatigued. The princess smiled in agreement. Indeed, this declaration was akin to celestial music to Zhang Xinyan's ears, for she had no desire to participate in the evening's festivities. With the prince's words, even if she were to be absent, none would dare criticize her lack of propriety. The three expectant mothers promptly rose to bow, while the other ladies present cast envious glances toward their protruding bellies, their eyes filled with a mixture of admiration and sorrow. As they fixated on the three women's abdomens, they subconsciously caressed their own flat stomachs, sighing inwardly at the unfairness of their plight. Why, as women, could others conceive so easily while they struggled so profoundly? Chapter 26. Encountering a snake, the gathering engaged in lively conversation with the prince and princess for quite some time until a servant approached to announce that the meal was ready and invited everyone to the flower hall for dining. In order to avoid embarrassment during the banquet, Zhang Xinyan had refrained from eating since breakfast, and now hunger gnawed at her insides. Yet, with the prince yet to begin, she dared not make a move. The beautifully arranged dishes before her were tantalizing, but for a famished pregnant woman, it felt like a form of torture. At last, the prince took his first bite, and the tension in the air dissipated as everyone began to eat. And Mama personally attended to Zhang Xinyan, which put her at ease, and she graciously accepted whatever was offered. Observing her hearty appetite, Li Yue's expression twitched slightly. Sister Zhang, please do not overindulge. A large child may cause you suffering in the future. Li Yue, witnessing Zhang Xinyan's voracious consumption, was overcome with a pang of bitterness, reminiscent of her own past. In her previous life, her first child had been lost, and the second had come with great difficulty. Leading her to tread carefully, however, due to excessive nourishment, the baby had grown too large, nearly resulting in a harrowing delivery. Fortunately, she had survived, but the ordeal left her with lasting consequences, and she could no longer conceive. Understanding the agony of giving birth to a large child, she felt compelled to caution Zhang Xinyan. Before Zhang Xinyan could swallow her food, she heard Li Yue's words and turned to Mama for guidance. Mama cast a surprised glance at Li Yue and replied, "It is acceptable to eat more in the early stages of pregnancy, but one should moderate their diet in the second and third trimesters. As Li Concubine mentioned, it may lead to difficulties during labor. Is my current consumption excessive?" Zhang Xinyan suddenly felt her food lose its appeal. She wished to live a long life, not to perish in childbirth. Mama smiled and shook her head. "Not at all. I consulted with Yushu. She indicated that your appetite has always been considerable, thus your intake is not excessive." Zhang Xinyan felt a flush of embarrassment. Indeed, she ate more than the other women in the courtyard, who, in their pursuit of slenderness, maintained a diet befitting small birds. If she were to mimic their habits, she feared she might starve. In this era, thinness was considered a virtue, and thus, the women of the courtyard ate sparingly, while Zhang Xinyan stood out as an anomaly. Fortunately, this body did not gain weight easily. Thank you, Sister Li, for your reminder. I will certainly be cautious moving forward. Zhang Xinyan quickly expressed her gratitude to Li Yue. Li Yue merely nodded slightly and fell silent. Observing this reborn version of Li Yue, Zhang Xinyan sensed that she must have endured much suffering, particularly concerning children. Perhaps, having weathered the rain, she sought to shield Zhang Xinyan with an umbrella. Or perhaps she understood the profound significance of a child to a mother, grasping the bittersweet struggles of motherhood. Regardless of the reason, Zhang Xinyan was grateful for Li Yue's kindness today. Having eaten to about 80% fullness, Zhang Xinyan set her chopsticks down, noticing that those around her were still nibbling their food. She turned to Mama and inquired, "How much longer must we eat?" Just as she finished her meal, fatigue washed over her like a tide, and her eyelids began to droop uncontrollably. Zhang Xinyan silently reminded herself that she could not allow it to continue like this. To avoid complications during childbirth, she must walk 100 steps after dinner before resting. She was determined to avoid such pain. Mama replied, "According to custom, we shall dine for another half an hour." Zhang Xinyan could only muster her energy to endure the wait. As Prince Jing and the heir conversed, Prince Jing's gaze caught Zhang Xinyan, who was nodding off in a manner reminiscent of a drowsy child hesitant to sleep. A flicker of amusement crossed his eyes, though he said nothing, knowing that sending her to rest now would only expose her to scrutiny. Given her delicate condition and timid nature, he could not allow her to face any distress. He could, however, conclude the meal prematurely. Noticing that most had finished their meals, Prince Jing turned to the princess to discuss preparations for their visit to the palace, subsequently announcing that the gathering could disperse. Zhang Xinyan, in a daze, was helped back to her courtyard by Mama and Yushu, and as soon as she reached her bed, she succumbed to a deep slumber. When she awoke once more, the sky outside was nearly dark. Observing that Zhang Xinyan had stirred, Mama arranged for food and mooncakes to be brought to her, but Zhang Xinyan's appetite was lacking, and she set her chopsticks down after only a few bites. "My lady, do not concern yourself too much with Li Concubine's words. I shall keep a close watch and ensure you do not suffer," and Mama reassured her, mistaking Zhang Xinyan's demeanor for fright. Zhang Xinyan shook her head. "I am not frightened. I had a substantial meal at noon, and upon returning, I fell asleep at this moment. I genuinely cannot eat, Granny. I feel inclined to take a stroll in the courtyard." It is well known that walking is beneficial for pregnant women during labor, and Zhang Xinyan is well aware of this. Thus, she resolved to commence her evening walks right after dinner today. Naturally, Granny supported her as they made their way outside, and even encouraged Yuan Bao to hang several lanterns around the courtyard. After completing a circuit, Zhang Xinyan suddenly felt her heart racing, and she promptly furrowed her brow, saying, "Granny, I feel rather unwell. Please assist me back to my room." What could be the matter? Is this a premonition? It seems as though something ominous is about to unfold. Noticing Zhang Xinyan's pallor and unusual demeanor, Granny dared not delay and hurriedly helped her inside. Just as they reached the doorway, a piercing scream echoed from not far away. "A snake! There's a snake!" Zhang Xinyan's heart skipped a beat as she turned around to see two snakes, their heads triangular and venomous, where she had just stood. Yuan Bao, quick-eyed, shielded Zhang Xinyan and urged her to retreat to her room. He then bravely approached the snakes and, with deftness, seized one by its neck, tossing it into the basket handed to him by Yu Qin. "Yuan Bao, you can catch snakes?" Zhang Xinyan, now feeling somewhat better, inquired. Yuan Bao sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "In the past, my family relied on the mountains, and when we had little money, I accompanied my father to catch snakes for medicinal herbs, which is how I acquired this skill." Zhang Xinyan nodded, about to speak when distant shouts mingled with urgent warnings reached their ears. "Yuan Bao, go to Li Shiji's side and help her catch the snake. Yu Qin, please fetch the physician and inform him that I have fainted from fright due to the snake. Yushu, go tell concubine Lu about this incident." The group split into three, while Zhang Xinyan was attended to by Granny, who helped her remove her clothing and loosen her hair as she lay on the bed. "Granny, this matter seems suspicious." "It likely wasn't instigated by anyone from the manor," Zhang Xinyan suddenly remarked, causing Granny Anne's heart to tighten. Granny comforted Zhang Xinyan, saying, "My lady, you are the victim in this situation. Your only concern should be resting." And we needn't worry about anything else. But tell me, was the previous incident with the milk soup truly orchestrated by the women in the back courtyard? Chapter 27. The reason behind it to consider it previously? It was indeed plausible that the women in the back courtyard were envious of Zhang Xinyan's pregnancy and thus resorted to such drastic measures. But what about this time? Zhang Xinyan pondered Granny Anne's words, realizing that it was best for things to remain calm during such a delicate period. Therefore, it might not have been the women of the back courtyard. Perhaps it was the work of an outsider. In Zhang Xinyan's courtyard, only 2 venomous snakes had been cast, whereas Li Yue's side faced an onslaught of 4 to 5.1. Unfortunate maid stepped on a snake. Although she managed to kill it, she was bitten and ultimately succumbed to the poison. When Yuan Bao hurried over, he caught only 3, while the last snake cunningly escaped. This harrowing incident left Li Yue terrified of further attacks, prompting her to seek refuge for a night at Zhang Xinyan's residence. Reminded of Li Yue's previous kind warnings, Zhang Xinyan consented to let her stay in the east wing, allowing her to sleep on the bed by the window. Meanwhile, 3 snakes also invaded Yi Lingshuan's domain. But fortune smiled upon her as they were captured in the courtyard. The most unfortunate was concubine Chen, who found a snake crawling onto her bed and fainted from fright, by the time she regained consciousness. Although the snake had been captured, she had experienced a scare that unsettled her pregnancy. Thankfully, her fetus was 5 months along, and its resilience was commendable. She only suffered abdominal pain for a few days before recovering. News of this incident reached the prince and princess in the palace, but they could only feign smiles in front of the assembled guests until the banquet concluded. After a while, both Zhang Xinyan and Li Yue grew weary and retreated to their respective beds for rest. That night, the moonlight streamed into the room like water, yet Li Yue found herself unable to sleep, her mind still in turmoil. Nothing like this had occurred in her past life. The prince had appeared unremarkable among his brothers, lacking any standout qualities that would draw the attention of other princes at that time. Was it possible someone else, like her, had been reborn? Could it be that this person knew the prince would eventually become emperor and thus chose this moment to harm his offspring? A sudden fear gripped Li Yue, anxious about the unforeseen changes that lay ahead. Changes could indeed come, but regardless of whether in this life or the last, I have but one enemy, as long as I can eliminate her. It matters not what her status may be. Li Yue had never intended to spare Yi Lingxian. However, before ending her life, she wished to make her taste various forms of suffering. A swift death would be far too lenient. Zhang Xinyan, too, felt exhausted and drowsy, yet she too struggled to find rest. The current environment in the prince's back courtyard bristled with peril. She had to not only protect her child from the machinations of other women, but also fend off external threats. How on earth was she to survive this? Ultimately, both expectant mothers gradually succumbed to slumber amidst their worries. Upon the return of the prince and princess, they immediately ordered a thorough investigation of the entire manor, ultimately capturing the escaped snake. The prince also leveraged his influence to begin an inquiry into the incident. The princess deployed all available personnel, conducting a meticulous search of the estate. Such actions, taken on her territory, were nothing short of a provocation to her. A sleeping adversary at her side was intolerable. Whether for the prince or for her own family, she must uncover the truth behind this matter. Far away in the palace, concubine Zhao had also learned of the affair and commanded an investigation. Within 3 days, the 3 factions worked in unison to resolve the issue. The root of the problem lay with concubine Zhao herself. She had once possessed a rival of equal standing, concubine Rong. They had entered the palace together, experienced pregnancy together, and subsequently given birth to the 7th and 8th princes within close proximity of time. However, fate took an unexpected turn thereafter. For reasons unknown, the prince flourished, was conferred a title, married, and expanded his family, while the 8th prince tragically passed away at the tender age of 12. From that point onward, the disparity between concubine Zhao and concubine Rong grew ever wider. Initially, the prince faced difficulties in producing offspring. This news brought immense satisfaction to concubine Rong. However, not long ago, 4 pregnant women suddenly emerged in the prince's manor, piercing concubine Rong's heart like a dagger. Overwhelmed with jealousy and resentment, she directed her spies, particularly a maid named Wei, to target Zhang Xinyan and her companions, even releasing snakes to attack them during the Mid-Autumn Festival. This incident garnered significant attention, even capturing the emperor's notice, resulting in concubine Rong's execution. Whether others had instigated her actions remains uncertain, but since the emperor had decreed her death, it indicated that the investigation would cease here. Upon learning the whole story, Zhang Xinyan mused that concubine Rong must have some psychological affliction. Who in their right mind would commit such heinous acts? It appears that depression and mental illness have existed since ancient times. In modernity, legal constraints prevent such matters from escalating too severely. However, in the ancient era, where imperial power reigned supreme, such ailments manifested in even more ferocious ways. The series of unfortunate events inadvertently favored Zhang Xinyan and her companions. They need not venture anywhere or participate in anything, merely focusing on nurturing their pregnancies. Zhang Xinyan diligently adhered to the commands of the prince and princess, not stepping beyond her courtyard until the eve of the New Year's Eve. At this point, Zhang Xinyan was over 7 months pregnant. The entire household attended the evening banquet, and Zhang Xinyan and her companions were also present, though they were carried in sedan chairs with utmost care. Concubine Chen was on the verge of giving birth, being 9 months along, while Li Yue was 8 months pregnant. Surprisingly, Yi Lingxian, who was 6 months pregnant, had the largest belly among them. Observing her sizable abdomen, Zhang Xinyan suspected there might be more than one child within. Twins, no less. Such was the fortune of a transmigrator. However, it seemed she too was a transmigrator, yet her fate did not match Yi Lingxuan's good fortune. The princess, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Indeed, concubine Yi possesses great fortune to be expecting twins. One wonders if she might bear a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. It is worth noting that our royal lineage has yet to witness such a phenomenon." Yi Lingxuan's complexion immediately shifted, and many gazes converged upon her abdomen, with concubine Lu's expression being particularly foreboding. The prince cast an unhappy glance at the princess, his voice tinged with warning, regardless of whether they are dragon and phoenix twins. The safety of these children must be ensured. Princess, as the matriarch, this matter falls under your purview. With concubine Chen's impending labor, had the midwives and wet nurses been arranged? The princess's smile momentarily stiffened before she graciously replied. Naturally, all arrangements have been made, and they are residing in concubine Chen's courtyard, ready to assist her at any moment. Only then did the prince nod in satisfaction and give the order to commence the banquet. Having witnessed a fine spectacle, Zhang Xinyan began to eat, though her appetite was modest, not from a deliberate effort to restrict herself, but rather because the child within her created a discord. Previously, she had eaten and slept without issue. But as she entered the later stages of pregnancy, nausea set in, along with swelling in her hands and feet and frequent nighttime awakenings. After enduring these discomforts, she now faced the consequences. Chapter 28. Discussion of the child. The prince visited Zhang Xinyan once more, sharing lunch with her. Observing that she had only taken a few bites before setting down her chopsticks, he inquired thoughtfully, "Why have you eaten so little today? I also perceive that you seem to have lost weight." A hint of concern laced his words. Indeed, Zhang Xinyan had lost weight. Her chin had become noticeably sharper. Gently, she caressed her belly, feeling the movements of the little one within. She has lost some weight and her appetite is not as robust as before. However, she is still able to eat, albeit in smaller portions, requiring 5 to 6 meals a day, nibbling whenever hunger strikes. It seems that the baby within her is playing tricks, as with the progression of her pregnancy. The little one grows larger, pressing against Zhang Xinyan's once capacious stomach. Her appetite has diminished compared to the past, yet for the sake of the baby's health, she has opted for smaller, more frequent meals. The Jingwang tenderly caressed Zhang Xinyan's face and said, "You have worked hard. Once the child is born, I shall elevate your status. Does that mean I will become a concubine? Will I be able to raise my child myself?" Zhang Xinyan's greatest concern revolved around this. A concubine cannot rear her own child. Whether a secondary wife possesses that privilege depends on the will of the Wang and the Wang Fei. The Jingwang had not anticipated such a question from Zhang Xinyan, and a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, though he quickly regained his composure. It is quite normal for women in the inner court to desire to raise their own children. Once your status is elevated, naturally, provisions for the child's upbringing will follow. Children in the residence typically remain with their mothers until the age of 4. Afterward, they are sent to the front yard for rigorous education. The heir was also sent to the front at the age of 4. And subsequent children are expected to follow suit. At 4, a child is roughly of the age to begin kindergarten, akin to being sent to a boarding school. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyan felt a sense of relief. With a smile, she looked up at the Jingwang and remarked, So that's how it is. That's quite agreeable. This child is the result of my 10 months of labor. I simply cannot bear to part with him. But I am glad to know the rules here. The Jingwang gazed at Zhang Xinyan, his thoughts drifting to when he had taken Heng Hui away from the Wang Fei, who had cried countless times in her grief. Her words were laden with a desire to bring Heng Hui back, and the Jingwang was well aware of her feelings, which stemmed from a fear of future estrangement between mother and child. In the coming year, Heng Chang would also turn 4 and, according to protocol, would be sent to the front yard as well. However, Lu Sufei has been coming to him frequently, hoping to prevent Heng Chang from leaving her. Isn't it too early for him to be taken away at 4? The Jingwang inquired. Zhang Xinyan looked at him, puzzled, and then her expression turned grave. Will I no longer be able to see him after he is sent to the front yard? Surely not. Once he departs from his mother at 4, is it true that they will never meet again? What kind of decree is this? The Jingwang sensed her misunderstanding and, with a gentle smile, explained while stroking her face, that is not the case. Once he is sent to the front yard, he may return here to stay for 2 days every 10 days. Zhang Xinyan felt reassured. This arrangement was akin to a boarding school. That is quite acceptable. By age 4, children can read and write, and being away from their mothers will foster some independence. She did not perceive it negatively. After all, modern kindergarten begins at the age of 3, and children adapt quite well, especially in this precocious ancient era where 4 is indeed an appropriate age. Are you not concerned about the potential estrangement between mother and child in the future? The Jingwang was genuinely curious about Zhang Xinyan's perspective. It seemed Zhang Xinyan was beginning to grasp the situation. Women in the inner court regard their husbands as paramount and take pride in their children. If the Jingwang separates them from their biological mothers at 4, it is likely that the women would be reluctant, as children should ideally remain close to their mothers for proper nurturing. Zhang Xinyan smiled at the Jingwang and remarked, Your Highness, the palace rules appear to be similar. Concubines of a certain rank can also raise their imperial sons, who are sent to the study at the ages of 4 or 5. You, too, were sent away at 4, weren't you? Yet, you remained quite close to the Zhao Fei, didn't you? There is a precedent, so why should I fear a potential estrangement? The Jingwang chuckled, observing that not only did she harbor no ambitions, but she also possessed a clear understanding of matters. She was easily content and adept at finding joy in simple things, never overly concerned with trivialities. The Jingwang found himself increasingly drawn to her company. The Wang Fei and Lu Sufei claimed to be reluctant to part with their children, yet it was evident they sought to maintain control over them. The Jingwang had high hopes for the heir, fully aware of the responsibilities and missions that lay ahead, which is why he placed great emphasis on the heir's upbringing. However, the Wang Fei attempted to interfere with his educational methods for the heir, a matter the Jingwang could not tolerate. Regrettably, the Wang Fei had yet to comprehend this truth. Whenever Heng Hui returned to the Wang Fei's quarters during breaks, she would invariably inquire about his academic performance, insisting that he read books favored by the Jingwang to curry his favor. The Jingwang was acutely aware of her intentions, which is why he could never fully trust her with the child's care. The Jingwang envisioned a successor who was well-rounded and exceptional, desiring a son endowed with remarkable talent, virtuous character, and the ability to think independently. He did not wish for a child who merely sought to please him. Xinyan, you are truly wonderful as you are. Please do not change. The Jingwang embraced Zhang Xinyan, speaking earnestly. Each moment spent in Zhang Xinyan's presence filled him with unparalleled ease, for she never pried into court affairs or questioned the positions of other women in his heart. She simply shared amusing anecdotes of her recent experiences, and that was more than enough. Zhang Xinyan placed the Jingwang's hand on her belly, where the child responded with a few gentle kicks. Not only must you protect me, but you must also safeguard our child. Look, the baby is greeting you, Your Highness. The Jingwang sensed the slight movements beneath his hand, and his heart swelled with warmth. Truly, he is my son, brimming with vitality. The Jingwang erupted into laughter. Zhang Xinyan wriggled out of his embrace and teased, Your Highness, if it happens to be a daughter, will you feel disappointed? Gazing at Zhang Xinyan's wide eyes and fair complexion, the Jingwang suddenly felt that having a daughter who resembled her might not be such a bad thing after all. Regardless, whether it be a boy or girl, I shall cherish them equally. Zhang Xinyan felt content, snuggling back into the Jingwang's arms, and he continued to hold her with amusement. On the 10th day of the first month, a heavy snowfall blanketed the courtyard in a soft white layer. Zhang Xinyan, Granny Yin, and Yushu and Yuqin were seated by the window, crafting tiny garments for the baby. Yuan Bao entered to report, Mistress, Chen Shifei has gone into labor. Zhang Xinyan nodded. Chen Shifei's due date was indeed around this time, and it was no surprise that she had gone into labor on the 10th, a propitious day. The Wang Fei must attend to Chen Shifei. And since the roads were slippery with snow, Zhang Xinyan and the others, being pregnant, decided to remain in the room. Initially, Zhang Xinyan believed that the child would arrive swiftly, but to her astonishment, Chen Shifei endured 2 days and nights without giving birth. 2 days have passed, and she still hasn't delivered? Zhang Xinyan asked, her face pale as she turned to Granny and replied, "This is Chen Shifei's first childbirth. Some women have narrow birth canals and may take 3 days and nights to deliver. But I, too, am a first-time mother, and I have just turned 18 after the new year. Could it be that I might also take 3 days to give birth?" The more Zhang Xinyan thought, the more alarmed she became, her spine tingling with dread. What could 3 days and nights signify? Surely, she would not perish from the pain. Though she had never experienced childbirth in the modern world, she had gleaned some knowledge from short videos. After 3 days and nights without a successful delivery, the amniotic fluid would surely be low, and in such a state, could the child survive? If she could not deliver safely and the baby died within her. Given the absence of cesarean sections in this world, it would be difficult for the mother to survive as well. Noticing the cold sweat on Zhang Xinyan's forehead, Granny hastily reassured her. "Mistress, please do not indulge in such wild thoughts. I have been checking your pulse daily, and your health is exceptionally robust. The little one is not oversized, and the position is just right. During this period, if you move about more, you will surely give birth safely and smoothly." Zhang Xinyan gazed at her prominent belly, feeling a surge of panic, yet there was no option but to give birth. She could only view Granny as her last ray of hope, fervently wishing that her words held truth. On the night of the 12th, Chen Shifei finally summoned all her strength to deliver a daughter. And both mother and child emerged safe and sound. Zhang Xinyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Having endured 3 days and nights, they had seemingly passed through the gates of death. However, her relief was short-lived. Just after the second princess's naming ceremony, Chen Shifei succumbed. Having suffered greatly to bring forth her child, she had been plagued by excessive postpartum bleeding for days. The physicians in the residence were well aware of her condition, having treated her with needles and medicines for several days, yet ultimately, Chen Shifei succumbed to blood loss and could not be saved in consideration of Chen Shifei's contribution in bearing him a daughter. The Jingwang permitted her to be buried with the honor of a secondary wife, and the newborn second princess was entrusted to Zhang Shufei for nurturing. This was the decree of Zhao Fei. Although Zhao Fei recognized that her son did not favor this niece, she felt a sense of obligation to care for her, ultimately deciding to take in the daughter to provide her with some support. Zhang Shufei, aware that the Jingwang did not hold her in high regard and might not grant her a child, gladly accepted the second princess when she was brought to her. She even bestowed upon her a name, Roxin. Zhang Xinyan attended the month-long celebration for Princess Roxin, who was being raised splendidly by Zhang Shufei, appearing chubby and fair, delighting everyone with her smiles. After the celebration, Zhang Shufei brought her over to show Zhang Xinyan, saying, "You have no idea. This child seems to require feeding every hour, and she insists on sleeping beside me at night, or else she cries incessantly." Though she spoke with disdain, her face was suffused with affection for the child. Watching the little infant blowing bubbles, Zhang Xinyan felt her heart melt, and she reached out to gently poke the baby's tender cheek. "How delightful! It must be said, there is indeed a connection between you and this child. Look, your noses and eyes bear a striking resemblance." Zhang Xinyan genuinely believed this to be true. Zhang Shufei possessed a pair of enchanting phoenix eyes. And this child did as well, making them appear alike. "My child naturally resembles me," she thought. Zhang Shufei cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xinyan. The name of Princess Roxin had long been recorded under Zhang Shufei's name. Chen Shizhe was no longer her biological mother. Zhang Xinyan felt a pang of sorrow for Chen Shizhe, who had given her life for this child, only to see her become someone else's offspring. "Yes, this is your child." Zhang Shufei diverted the topic, producing a small garment she had crafted herself, asking Zhang Xinyan to help her with adjustments. "Why embroidery skills at home are lacking. This is my first attempt at making clothes for a child. Your embroidery is the finest. Could you assist me?" Zhang Shufei said somewhat bashfully. Observing the slightly askew garment in her hands, Zhang Xinyan understood that she truly cherished this child. Indeed, this was a blessing for the child. Zhang Shufei did not linger long, and after a brief conversation, prepared to take her leave. Before departing, she glanced around and advised Zhang Xinyan, "You are due to give birth soon. The midwives must be thoroughly checked. Do not let it be like Qin Shizhe, who struggled for days without delivering." With these words, Zhang Shufei left, leaving Zhang Xinyan startled by the implication. "Mama, what does Zhang Shufei mean by that? Does she know something?" The midwives who attended Qin Shizhe had been summoned by the princess. Could they have received some instructions, leading them to take certain actions during Qin Shize's labor? And Mama's expression turned grave as she shook her head. "I do not know, but tampering is indeed a possibility. For instance, if the baby's head is almost out, they might push it back. Aside from the mother, outsiders would likely be unaware. This is not murder. It merely prolongs the labor, and no one would find it odd for a woman to labor for 3 days and nights." Zhang Xinyan was already feeling anxious in her late pregnancy. First, she learned that Qin Shizhe died from excessive bleeding, and now, knowing how prolonged her labor was, it seemed plausible that it was deliberate. Thoughts began to spiral. Could this be the work of the princess? Would she treat me the same way? The ancient world was truly terrifying. She longed to return home. "Do not fear, my lady, on the day you give birth, I shall guard you closely, ensuring those midwives have no opportunity to act against you. Let us establish a signal. I will place a jade pendant under your pillow. If you sense any inappropriate behavior from the midwives and cannot cry out, simply break the pendant. Do not be afraid. My lady, Zhang Shufei has already warned us. By knowing in advance, we can prepare." Finding solace in Mama's words, Zhang Xinyan calmed her racing heart. Yes, now that they were aware, they could make preparations. "Thank you, Mama. I am grateful to the prince for sending you to my side. Otherwise, I would truly know not what to do." Zhang Shufei had merely mentioned the matter in passing, a statement devoid of evidence that could not be disclosed to King Jing. He would not believe it. Perhaps he would even come to resent Zhang Xinyan for it. Zhang Xinyan gently caressed her belly, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. No one could harm her child. Relying solely on others would invite more suffering. Zhang Xinyan and Mama devised numerous plans and simulated various scenarios, but alas, before they could execute these strategies, the issue concerning the midwives was resolved. On the 5th day after Zhang Shufei mentioned the midwives, on the 20th of February, Li Yue went into labor. It was early evening. The prince happened to be home and accompanied the princess to oversee the situation. Li Yue screamed for over an hour. Zhang Xinyan, sitting in the courtyard, could hear her cries distinctly, each one striking at her heart. Suddenly, the atmosphere in Li Yue's courtyard turned chaotic. Sensing something amiss, Zhang Xinyan immediately sent Yuan Bao to gather information. "My lady, Li Shizhe has apprehended a midwife who allegedly tampered with the delivery, failing to assist her properly," a servant reported in haste. Zhang Xinyan exchanged a knowing glance with Mama. Both pairs of eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Zhang Xinyan silently rejoiced, thankful she had not acted impulsively. How could she forget? Li Yue was reborn. She was undoubtedly aware of the intrigues and deceptions in the rear court. My lady can now rest assured. With Li Shizhe's current situation, you can be at ease, and Mama softly reassured her. Zhang Xinyan nodded slightly in agreement. With Li Yue stepping into the fray, King Jing would undoubtedly take this incident very seriously. Consequently, the midwives assigned to her would be thoroughly vetted in advance, ensuring everything would be flawless. Everything will fall into place. Zhang Xinyan felt the weight on her heart finally lift, as her taut nerves relaxed. Fatigue washed over her, and Mama helped her to bed, and Zhang Xinyan did not even hear Li Yue's cries, sleeping soundly until dawn. Upon waking, she listened intently and realized that Li Yue's cries had ceased. Did Li Shizhe give birth? Zhang Xinyan inquired of Mama. Mama nodded. Yes, she gave birth before midnight last night, a little prince. The prince has already decreed her elevation to the status of a secondary consort. Zhang Xinyan nodded. With the title of secondary consort, she could raise her child herself and move to a larger, more comfortable courtyard. On the day of the third prince's naming ceremony, Li Yue had yet to move. So Zhang Xinyan felt obliged to visit, bringing a pair of solid gold bracelets as a gift for the newborn. The baby's skin was still rosy, indeterminate in complexion, yet robust, wailing loudly during the bath. When displayed to the guests in the front courtyard, King Jing promptly named the third prince Heng Xiao. Seeing such a sturdy Heng Xiao, the expressions of the princess and consort Lu turned rather sour. Though they feigned joy for the occasion, Zhang Xinyan felt a pang of discomfort for both of them. After the naming ceremony, Zhang Xinyan entered her own pre-labor phase, walking for over an hour in the courtyard each day. And mama, twins rarely go to term. Do you think I might coincide with Consort Yi's delivery? Zhang Xinyan asked, and mama. Yi Lingshuan's pregnancy was a month behind hers, and if she delivered early, it was possible they would give birth simultaneously. If both were to give birth at the same time, Zhang Xinyan feared someone might exploit the situation. And mama calculated the timing, frowning as she looked at Zhang Xinyan's belly. This, I cannot say for certain, but from my observations, my lady, you are not yet at the point of delivery. The baby's head has not even engaged. It is likely to be over a month still. However, the nights have become increasingly difficult. Zhang Xinyan had been plagued by leg cramps, unable to find comfort in either lying left or right, suffering through restless nights. Mama, Yushu, and Yuqin took turns nightly to accompany her and assist her with nocturnal needs. Strangely, when King Jing visited Zhang Xinyan, he seemed unusually low in spirits. After sharing an evening meal with her, he decided to stay the night rather than return to the princess or consort Lu. After considering his options, he ultimately chose to remain with Zhang Xinyan, where he always felt at ease. Observing her large belly, Zhang Xinyan believed King Jing would not be so beastly. If he wished to sleep beside her, then so be it. Throughout the night, King Jing struggled to find rest, helping Zhang Xinyan turn over and massaging her cramping calves. The ordeal of pregnancy proved quite arduous. Watching Zhang Xinyan toss and turn, King Jing felt not annoyance but rather a pang of sympathy. Of course, if this child is unfilial, you must help me discipline him, my lord, Zhang Xinyan quipped. King Jing patted her belly. Even now, this king will help you discipline him. Zhang Xinyan retorted, now you realize how challenging pregnancy is. You must be especially dutiful to Empress Zhao in the future. Indeed, when his mother carried him, she must have endured similar trials. Tomorrow, I shall visit the palace to pay my respects to her. When King Jing was restless, he spoke at length. Zhang Xinyan, feeling fatigued, found his voice akin to a lullaby, and soon she drifted off to sleep. After a considerable monologue, King Jing noticed that Zhang Xinyan had already fallen asleep. He found himself both amused and exasperated as he gazed at her serene sleeping visage. Like Yi Lingxian, Zhang Xinyan did not adorn herself with makeup. However, her complexion was far healthier. Perhaps it was due to Yi Lingshuan's burden of carrying twins that her pallor appeared more pronounced. Zhang Xinyan's features were gentle, her face half buried in the pillow, with her rosy lips pouting, clearly in deep slumber. King Jing lay on his side, watching her for quite some time before finally succumbing to sleep. Unfortunately, not long after he fell asleep, Zhang Xinyan's legs cramped again, and in her drowsy state, she cried out in pain. King Jing was awakened and, without calling for mama, took it upon himself to massage her legs. Drowsily, Zhang Xinyan fell back asleep once more. Upon waking, mama's face beamed with joy as she recounted all that King Jing had done for Zhang Xinyan the previous night. Zhang Xinyan, upon hearing this, did not take it to heart. After all, she had toiled diligently to bear a child for the Prince of Jing, and it was only natural for him to attend to her. Were this situation to occur with another woman, she would undoubtedly develop an affection, perhaps even love, for the prince. However, Zhang Xinyan was different. She understood that men were the most unreliable creatures in this world. With her particular status, to fall for the prince would be akin to a moth drawn to a flame. She vowed to safeguard her heart resolutely, ensuring that not even a fraction of it would be bestowed upon the prince. Only in this manner could she hope to survive in this courtyard. It was perplexing how the prince seemed increasingly attentive to her after that day. Though he did not stay overnight, every noon he would come to dine with Zhang Xinyan, often bringing delightful treats from outside. Of course, he did not cater solely to her. He also attended to the princess, the secondary consort, as well as Yi Lingxian and Li Yuwei, who was in confinement. Truly, he was a master of balance, ensuring that all were equally cared for. Your Highness, you have arrived. What delectable morsels have you brought for me today? Zhang Xinyan greeted him with eager anticipation, her eyes betraying a longing for the delicious food. As she spoke, she inhaled deeply, savoring the enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Observing Zhang Xinyan's greedy countenance, the corners of the prince's mouth lifted slightly in amusement. He turned to signal Wang Fuan to present the food box. It is braised deer tendons. Yesterday, I accompanied my second brother on a hunting expedition, and fortune smiled upon us. We captured 2 sick deer. The chef has prepared this exquisite dish. It is an excellent tonic, particularly suitable for nourishing the body. Yo, try it. The prince's voice carried a hint of indulgence as he gently opened the food box, revealing the succulent deer tendons before Zhang Xinyan. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and without hesitation, she seized her chopsticks and took a generous bite. The flavor of the braised tendons enveloped her palate, rich and tender, causing her eyes to widen in amazement. This dish was simply divine. Chapter 31. The birth. Zhang Xinyan relished the dish so much that the prince, noting her enjoyment, refrained from taking any for himself, allowing her to consume the entire platter. Perhaps due to the nourishment she had received that evening, Zhang Xinyan noticed a change. Granny Yan, recognizing the signs of impending labor, promptly organized the midwives, meticulously examining her from head to toe. You all are aware of the previous events. While assisting my mistress in childbirth, it is best you do not entertain any improper thoughts. Otherwise, once reported to the prince and the princess, your lives may very well be forfeit. Do you understand? Granny Yan's stern demeanor commanded respect, and the two midwives immediately acknowledged her with deference. While everyone around Zhang Xinyan prepared for the imminent delivery, Yi Lingxian was busy inquiring about the prince's whereabouts during lunch. Report to the mistress, Zhang, the concubine, is about to give birth. For the past few days, the prince has been accompanying her for lunch, Qinglu sighed, observing Yi Lingxian's troubled expression. Yi Lingxian pursed her lips, gently caressing her own protruding belly, and strolled languidly about the room, unable to suppress her envy. After her arrival in this world, Yi Lingxian had unhesitatingly thrown herself into the arms of the prince. How could she not be moved by such an outstanding and handsome man? As time passed, she gradually developed feelings for him, yearning to possess him entirely, dreaming of a life akin to that of the protagonists in novels. Yet, regrettably, the prince was a man of cool detachment and ruthless practicality. After numerous disappointments, Yi Lingxian finally grasped that he was not the romantic hero of a story, but rather a powerful lord capable of wielding life and death in this ancient society. He would never forsake his influential consort and affluent secondary wife for the daughter of a mere official. Despite acknowledging these realities, Yi Lingxian still felt discontent, unable to quell her yearning. During this period, the prince's attitude towards her grew increasingly indifferent, teaching her a harsh lesson. She should not expect his love. From this moment forth, her heart would be as hard as iron, and she would diligently nurture the two children growing within her. For the boy she carried was destined to be the future emperor. Only through his well-being could she ascend to the position of Empress Dowager. As for the prince, she resolved to regard him merely as a bedfellow. Yi Lingxian locked away her heart, deciding to dedicate herself entirely to her own ambitions, yet she remained oblivious to the looming crisis that was stealthily approaching her. The onset of labor does not always signify immediate delivery. Zhang Xinyan, as was her custom, leisurely strolled in the courtyard for half the day before returning to her quarters to rest. A night passed without dreams, and she felt no unusual sensations, even doubting whether what had transpired the previous evening was but a minor incident. Perhaps an indication that she was not yet ready to give birth. However, Granny Yan and the two midwives insisted that she would certainly deliver today, their wealth of experience compelling Zhang Xinyan to heed their advice. After breakfast, she began her cleansing ritual and changed her garments. At noon, Granny Yan encouraged Zhang Xinyan to consume easily digestible foods, such as noodles and wontons. Why are you eating only wheat products today? Did you not always prefer rice? The prince observed Zhang Xinyan's altered appetite during lunch. Zhang Xinyan replied, I felt unwell yesterday, and Granny suggested that I might go into labor today, so she advised me to eat easily digestible foods to avoid discomfort during delivery. Is today indeed the day? Do you feel any discomfort? The prince gazed at Zhang Xinyan, who was still happily slurping her noodles, astonished. In the rear courtyard, which woman ever gave birth without experiencing excruciating pain? Crying out in agony? Yet Zhang Xinyan seemed utterly unfazed. Not at all. I can eat and drink without any pain. I truly feel no discomfort. Zhang Xinyan sat upright, assessing her condition before taking another bite of noodles. Indeed, one should never speak too confidently. Before she could swallow her mouthful, she felt a dampness in her trousers, followed shortly by a wave of pain in her abdomen. Your Highness, my belly hurts, Zhang Xinyan cried out. Cradling her stomach, the prince immediately shouted outside. Zhang is about to give birth. He then attempted to assist Zhang Xinyan in rising, wishing to carry her to the bed. Granny N and the midwives had been waiting nearby. And upon hearing the prince's call, they rushed in to take over, ushering the prince out. The amniotic fluid flowed for only a brief moment before ceasing. Granny N supported Zhang Xinyan, guiding her to the bedside. The contractions were becoming regular, occurring more frequently, and Zhang Xinyan realized that she was genuinely about to give birth. The pressure in her lower abdomen intensified, and soon she found herself drenched in sweat. The midwives were already preparing, while the maidens busied themselves boiling water, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. After a brief walk, Zhang Xinyan climbed onto the bed, feeling the relentless ache in her lower back. Her belly tight as a drum, it felt as though her abdomen might be split open, the pain causing her to gasp for breath. Nevertheless, she remembered to conserve her strength and refrained from screaming. Enduring the agony as best she could, Granny N wiped the sweat from Zhang Xinyan's brow, asking, "How are you feeling? Is it any better?" At that moment, a contraction subsided, and Zhang Xinyan nodded, replying, "Granny, while the pain is still manageable, please bring me the noodles I didn't finish. I can't give birth without sufficient strength." She needed to replenish her energy for the sake of herself and the child within her. The few bites of noodles she had barely managed to consume ultimately found their way into Zhang Xinyan's stomach, but it was still insufficient. Wei Yushu had also prepared a bowl of black chicken and ginseng soup. Zhang Xinyan, not one to be polite, drank the entire bowl clean. Granny N had placed a jade pendant beside Zhang Xinyan's pillow, conveniently within her reach. It was understandable that they were overly cautious. One could never be too careful lest someone exploit a weakness. Granny N's gaze was sharp, her eyes fixed on the two midwives. Noticing they did not exchange glances, she felt slightly reassured. Yet she remained vigilant regarding their actions. Outside the delivery room, the members of the royal household had gathered. "Your Highness, as this is Zhang's first child, it is unlikely she will deliver so swiftly. Perhaps you should return to rest. I will handle things here," suggested the princess. The prince shook his head, "No need. I shall remain here." The princess's expression deepened with concern as she observed the prince's unwavering determination not to leave. In the past, he had never stayed for the births of any other women besides her and Lu, the secondary consort. Yet now, he exhibited an unprecedented resolve, which weighed heavily on her heart. Recalling the past. When Chen, another concubine, gave birth, the prince had not even bothered to show his face. While he did visit Li Yue, it had only been a fleeting glance before he departed. Yet now, this relatively obscure Zhang, whose appearance was merely passable and whose demeanor was timid and unassuming, had unexpectedly garnered such attention from the prince. Could it be that he had developed a particular interest in her? Or, worse still, could he truly harbor genuine feelings for her? A multitude of doubts and anxieties flooded the princess's mind, and she resolved to keep a close watch on Zhang Xinyan's every move, ensuring that no threat to her or her child's status would arise. Chapter 32. A chubby little boy behind the princess, two secondary consorts and several maidens followed closely, including Lu, who bowed before the prince. He raised a hand slightly, signaling them to rise. Wang Fuan, ever astute, quickly fetched a chair, carefully placing it beside the prince before assisting the princess to sit. Once the princess consort settled into her seat, Wang Fuan swiftly arranged fragrant tea and exquisite pastries upon the small table in the center. The woman giving birth must endure at least several hours, and cannot simply sit here idly waiting. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, yet Jing Wang felt a gnawing agitation within, though he displayed no hint of it externally. Lu Sufei stood at the door of the delivery room, her gaze fixed intently on the closed door. As time passed, no sound emerged from within, prompting her to furrow her brow and inquire, "Why is there no sound at all? Could something be amiss?" Beside her, Zhou Mu Yun, the secondary consort, feigned concern and chimed in, "Indeed, which woman does not cry out during childbirth? Why is there not a single sound from Zhang's chamber? Could there be an unforeseen complication? Is it possible she has fainted from the pain? How could she still have the strength to give birth?" A subtle note of schadenfreude tinged her tone. Jing Wang's gaze swept slowly across the faces of those present, perceptively noting the shifts in their expressions. Except for Zhang Shufei, whose concern seemed genuine, the others' expressions of worry were mere fades. Without the need for close scrutiny, he could discern the malice lurking in their eyes. A wave of disgust surged within him, and he found himself utterly vexed by these hypocritical women. None among them truly hoped for Zhang Xinyan's safe delivery. Rather, they likely harbored secret wishes for her to suffer a difficult labor leading to her demise. Taking the child with her, contemplating this, the prince's expression grew increasingly cold. If you wish to wait here, then be silent. If not, you are free. However, after observing the situation, the Empress Dowager developed a deeper fondness for Zhang. She perceived that not only did Zhang possess commendable character, but also that the Prince of Jing held her in high regard, which indeed warranted her some esteem. Given this, as Zhang approached her time of labor, the Empress Dowager resolved to bestow upon her 2 wet nurses, allowing her to focus on recuperating her health and ensuring a smooth delivery. The Empress Dowager spoke softly, her tone imbued with affection and concern. Subsequently, she recalled another of the prince's wives, Yi, who was also nearing her delivery, and with twins at that, necessitating greater care. Hearing that Yi was close to giving birth to twins, the Empress Dowager decided to grant her 4 wet nurses to ensure the children received ample nourishment. The Empress Dowager's gaze reflected her concern for the younger generation. As the prince's offspring gradually increased, she naturally wished for each child to thrive in health. The consort, clutching her handkerchief tighter, wondered at the prince's intentions. Was he worried she might harm the children? Although troubled, she maintained a facade of calm, smiling as she replied, I see. Since mother has already granted wet nurses, let us utilize those provided by mother. Zhang, the secondary consort, gazed at the lively little chubby one in the swaddling. Feeling both surprised and envious, however, upon recalling her own lovely and plump second daughter, her discomfort lessened. No wonder Sister Zhang had such a hearty appetite throughout her pregnancy. It seemed all the nourishment had gone to the little imperial grandson. Zhang remarked. The prince's eyes flickered as he recalled how Zhang had eaten abundantly each day, seemingly unconcerned about her figure, which allowed her to bear such a robust child. In contrast, the women in the inner courtyard maintained their figures remarkably well. Their limbs still slender and elongated despite their pregnancies. It was no wonder their children often exhibited some innate deficiencies. After all, if a mother lacked sufficient nutrition during pregnancy, how could the fetus flourish? Zhang, however, was different. She devoted herself wholeheartedly to nurturing the life within her, investing her body and energy into it. With this thought, the prince found himself increasingly pleased with Zhang. Zhang discreetly hinted, and seeing the prince's softened gaze, she realized her objective had been achieved. She took a couple of steps back and ceased speaking. Sent to serve the prince as a concubine by her family, Zhang found herself somewhat indifferent to him, and he to her. Now with a child, she felt content with her circumstances. Zhang was the only one in the inner courtyard with whom she could converse, thus Zhang had no qualms about aiding Zhang in securing favor. Other women came to take a glance, with Lu, the side consort, observing the robust 4th grandson and recalling her own somewhat frail Hengchang, feeling a twinge of jealousy. However, having been scolded by the prince previously, she dared not voice her feelings. Each woman took turns admiring the swaddled infant, their eyes brimming with envy, offering hollow congratulations before departing at the prince's behest. Once everyone had left, the newborn prince suddenly cried out, his voice resoundingly loud, expressing his discontent. The prince inquired, "What is the matter?" The midwife adjusted the kicking child and replied, "Your Highness, the little prince is hungry. The wet nurse shall be here shortly. We should take the child back inside." In the birthing chamber, Zhang, still in a daze, heard the infant's cries and immediately opened her eyes, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why is the child crying?" And the midwife quickly responded, "The little prince is hungry, and the wet nurse has yet to arrive." Upon hearing this, Zhang insisted that and bring the child to her. She wished to nurse him personally. Colostrum is highly nutritious and boosts the child's immunity, and in ancient times, children were prone to early demise. So Zhang could not miss the opportunity to provide her child with this essential nourishment. Anne's face turned pale with alarm. "My lady, that is not advisable. Given our status, we cannot personally nurse the child. The prince would never permit it." Yet Zhang remained resolute in her desire to nurse, causing a disturbance that reached the prince, who stood at the door, frowning as he questioned Zhang's intentions. "Why, lord? I have been frail since birth. Why, mother heard of a rural remedy suggesting that if a child is nursed by their mother, they will grow robust and be less prone to illness. I was raised on my mother's milk, and after several months, my health improved. I have known this since childhood. Thus I must nurse my son. If you do not believe me, you may inquire in the countryside about those who nurse their children. Their offspring are often healthy and seldom fall ill. An appeared thoughtful, soon nodding in agreement. There is indeed such a belief. Chapter 34. The month of confinement. Nursing a child personally is uncommon in both the royal palace and among wealthy families. Those who can afford wet nurses typically do not undertake the task themselves. Zhang's willingness to sacrifice so much for her child's health left the prince with an indescribable feeling. Yet, thinking of the exceptionally healthy son he had just welcomed, his heart softened further, and he acquiesced to Zhang's request. She could nurse for a month, but once the month of confinement had passed, she must cease, lest it reflect poorly on them. The prince ultimately conceded. A month was ample, and Zhang immediately expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Wang Fuan, procure some medicinal herbs from the storeroom for Zhang to recuperate, and prepare the Qingyi courtyard adjacent to Li's quarters. Once Zhang has completed her confinement, she shall move there without delay. Wang Fuan promptly acknowledged. An and the maids Yu Shu and Yu Qin joined in congratulating Zhang on her promotion. The Qingyi courtyard was a spacious quadrangle with 5 main rooms, 3 wing rooms on either side, and a central courtyard adorned with numerous flowering trees, ranking among the finest in the consort's quarters. After the prince's departure, Zhang instructed Ani, Mama, keep a close watch on the household during this month. Ensure that food and wet nurses are of utmost quality. Before I conclude my confinement, we must ascertain the credibility of the wet nurses and new maids. Those unfit must be sent away. Rest assured, my lady, I know what to do, An replied. Zhang felt a great deal of trust and hurry and bring the child to me, she urged, her voice tinged with urgency, for the child was undoubtedly hungry and had been crying for some time. As she hastily unfastened her garments, she instructed the midwife holding the child. Wai Yushu swiftly prepared warm water and cloths, meticulously tending to Zhang's needs. Cradling her hefty son, Zhang gently caressed his small face, her heart brimming with the joy of first-time motherhood. The infant, who had been wailing loudly from hunger, seemed to sense his mother's warmth and immediately ceased his cries. With his eyes tightly shut, he fervently suckled, the vigor of his efforts causing Zhang to furrow her brow. However, observing the child's contented demeanor, she felt her heart soften. Clearly, the little one was ravenous, focused solely on devouring his mother's milk. Once the child was finally satiated and drifted off to sleep, Zhang exhaled a sigh of relief, her body already weary. Gazing at the peaceful visage of her child, she felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her and gradually closed her eyes, succumbing to slumber. When the prince attended court, news of his recent addition, a son, spread throughout the palace. In just 3 months, he had welcomed a daughter and 2 sons, with another consort expecting twins, an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Upon learning of the robust child Zhang had borne, both the emperor and the empress dowager bestowed generous rewards upon her. The following day, upon awakening, Zhang was elated to discover her sudden wealth. Upon hearing that she had given birth to a son, Yi Lingxian furrowed her brow and touched her abdomen, recalling that, according to the novel, her child was supposed to be the 3rd. However, now, with Li Yue having given birth to the 3rd grandson and Zhang to the 4th, along with her own child on the way, it would fall to 5th place upon birth. What could have caused this unexpected turn of events? The more Yi Lingxian pondered, the more flustered she became. Qinglu, ensure that everyone remains vigilant. I am nearing my delivery and cannot afford any lapses during this time, he commanded. Unbeknownst to Zhang, who was completely unaware of the turmoil surrounding her, she awoke to find herself the recipient of lavish rewards from both the palace and her household. With these gifts, along with the silver and estate previously bestowed by the prince, she now found herself among the ranks of the affluent. Wang Fuan, upon her awakening, presented her with the auspicious map of the Qingyi courtyard, inquiring if any alterations were necessary, pledging to make the necessary arrangements. Zhang intended to relocate there as soon as her confinement concluded, so it was imperative to implement any desired changes swiftly. I find it quite satisfactory. There is no need for further alterations, Zhang stated after reviewing the auspicious map. Wang Fuan cheerfully acknowledged her and took his leave. Having been elevated in status, Zhang now possessed her own spacious courtyard, a matter worthy of celebration. Yet, the only source of her distress lay in the realization that she could no longer lounge about as freely as before. Every few days, she would be required to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. The thought of gathering with a multitude of women filled her with dread. Now, As a secondary consort with a son to rely upon, whether she continued to feign timidity or not, her future was destined to be anything but tranquil. However, she is now quite capable, having the favor of Prince Jing, along with the assistance of 4 capable aides, Aunt Un, Yu Shu, Yu Qin, and Yuan Bao. Zhang Xinyan firmly believes that she can protect both her child and herself. My lady, this is the pig trotter and tong chow soup that Aunt Un had the kitchen prepare to stimulate lactation, along with the clear stewed knuckle. Wai Yushu carefully entered the room, gingerly approaching the low table beside the bed. Half squatting as she gently opened the food box and served the steaming bowl of pig trotter and tong chow soup. Upon seeing the soup, Zhang Xinyan couldn't help but frown, her petite face betraying her reluctance. After all, this confinement meal was exceedingly bland, devoid of any salt. The thought of enduring such fare for an entire month made her feel rather miserable, a twinge of helplessness rising within her. Yet, she understood it was for the sake of her child's health and her own recovery, so she persevered through her distaste, slowly finishing the bowl of soup, watching Zhang Xinyan drink it as if it were medicine. Yu Shu found it amusing, knowing her lady preferred stronger flavors, making this bland confinement meal a veritable torment for her. My lady, just bear with it for this month. Once the confinement is over, you can indulge in delicious food again. Enduring the tasteless meal, just as she wiped her mouth clean, the chubby little one began to whimper awake. Zhang Xinyan cradled her son, and before she could even bring him close to her chest, he had already opened his mouth in search, clearly a little gourmand. Fortunately, she had maintained a good diet throughout her pregnancy, and now that she had just given birth, her milk supply was ample enough to satisfy him. Otherwise, she would truly have struggled to feed him. Observing the little one's earnest efforts, Zhang Xinyan contemplated a nickname for him. His formal name would surely be bestowed by Prince Jing. She did not consider herself worthy of that honor. After much deliberation, Zhang Xinyan finally settled on the nickname Chang'an for her son. She harbored no grand ambitions, desiring only for him to grow up peacefully and safely, and to live a tranquil life. Chang'an, a wonderful name indeed, Yu Shu remarked with a smile. Zhang Xinyan spent the next 2 days alongside Chang'an in bed. Perhaps due to breastfeeding, she felt her strength gradually returning. Although the pain from the natural delivery still lingered in her memory, the speed of her recovery surpassed her expectations. During these 3 days of attentive care, Chang'an had grown considerably. His originally rosy little face was visibly becoming fairer, and his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Though he still seemed unable to discern his surroundings, merely gazing vacantly, which lent him an adorably naive appearance. Sensing his mother's gaze, Chang'an emitted a couple of soft sounds, his hands and feet moving about as if to express his joy. At that moment, Zhang Xinyan felt an overwhelming surge of maternal love, unable to resist leaning in to kiss Chang'an multiple times. After breakfast, she fed Chang'an until he was full, then reluctantly watched his aunt and carried him, swathed in a bright red swaddling cloth, away to the main courtyard. Today was the day of Chang'an's Shisan ceremony. Initially, it could have been a simple affair, conducted right in Zhang Xinyan's room. However, news had reached the emperor and several of Prince Jing's royal brothers, all eager to attend, having heard that Chang'an was a remarkably robust child, weighing a hefty 7 jin and 8 liang at birth. Such healthy infants were rare in the royal family, prompting several princes to come and participate in the ceremony. With so many guests, it was deemed unsuitable to hold the ceremony in the small courtyard. Thus they proceeded directly to the main courtyard of the princess's residence. Why Yu Shu? Why don't you let Yu Qin and Yuan Bao accompany Aunt Un? Zhang Xinyan suggested, feeling somewhat unsettled. My lady, rest assured. Both Yu Qin and Yuan Bao have gone with her. The front courtyard is also filled with princes and Wang Fuan. No one would dare do anything to the 4th royal grandson. Yu Shu reassured her. Zhang Xinyan nodded, fully aware of this, yet her heart could not help but feel anxious. Chang'an was still so small. Any mishap could prove fatal for him. Why Yu Shu? Have you seen the 2 wet nurses these past few days? What do you think? Are they reliable? Zhang Xinyan inquired. Once her confinement ended, she could no longer breastfeed Chang'an, as per the rules, and she was content that Prince Jing had allowed her an extra month. My lady, do not worry. These 2 wet nurses were granted by Consort Zhao, and yesterday Wang Fuan delivered them along with their entire family's contracts. This was a special arrangement from the prince. The lives of these 2 wet nurses and their families are in our hands, so they would not dare entertain any ill intentions. Zhang Xinyan's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated Prince Jing to be so considerate. With the contracts for the 2 wet nurses' families secured, so many burdens had been lifted from her shoulders. The prince truly cares for you, my lady, even thinking ahead and ensuring everything is arranged for you. Yu Shu said with a smile. Zhang Xinyan nodded, beaming, yet she did not dwell too much on Yu Shu's words. After all, Prince Jing was Chang'an's father, and it was his duty to provide for Chang'an. The Shisan ceremony for Chang'an was exceptionally lively. As soon as he was brought out, he captured everyone's attention. After all, he was undeniably plump in the rear courtyard. Women after pregnancy often hesitated to increase their food intake out of concern for their own health and that of their child. Consequently, royal infants typically had smaller physiques, with 6 gene considered a significant achievement. However, after 3 days of meticulous feeding, Chang'an now weighed an astonishing 8 gene. When his garments were removed, his soft, fair, and chubby form was simply irresistible. As he was placed into the basin for washing, the little one squirmed vigorously, nearly causing the wet nurse responsible for his bath to lose her grip. Seemingly uncomfortable, Chang'an let out a wail that echoed through the room, stunning everyone present. What a loud cry! A good omen, exclaimed the 5th prince, Bing Wang, cheerfully. The 6th prince, Jin Wang, wore a gentle smile, his gaze fixed on Chang'an as he struggled in the water, pondering whether his own princess would also bear him such a robust son. Could it be that concubine Zhang has some secret method to produce such a healthy child? One of the princesses suddenly remarked. Her question struck a chord, and all eyes turned eagerly towards Prince Jing and his wife, anticipating them to share their wisdom. The princess felt slightly awkward, unsure of how to respond. When Zhang was pregnant, her appetite was exceptional. Before 6 months, she required 4 meals a day, and after 6 months, her appetite decreased somewhat, yet she still managed 5 meals daily. Sometimes, she would even eat again in the middle of the night if hunger struck. Throughout her entire pregnancy, Zhang must have gained at least 20 to 30 gene. Prince Jing recounted, reflecting on Zhang Xinyan's hearty appetite during her pregnancy, which had contributed to the child's impressive size. Observing Chang'an's vibrant health in stark contrast to the smaller children born to other concubines, it was clear that proper nourishment during pregnancy had its benefits. The room fell silent as all the princesses exchanged glances. Such unrestrained eating habits could only lead to the birth of such a chubby child. Although the method had been revealed, it was unlikely anyone would dare to apply it. Childbirth was akin to traversing the gates of hell, and such indulgence could lead to complications. 7th brother, has your son been named yet? What will it be? Bing Wang inquired with curiosity. Prince Jing shook his head. Not yet, but Zhang has given him a nickname. Chang'an. What a lovely name. Long-lasting peace. It's clear the mother has high hopes for him. The other ladies present turned their attention to Chang'an, their hearts swelling with joy upon seeing the healthy infant. Who wouldn't wish for a healthy child? The princes and princesses were not short on wealth, and they were exceedingly generous. During Chang'an's Shisan ceremony, they contributed lavishly, tossing gold ingots, rings, and bracelets into the basin, nearly creating a small mountain of riches, much to the delight of the wet nurse responsible for his bath. After the ceremony concluded, all these treasures would belong to her, and how could she not be overjoyed? Following the Shisan ceremony, amidst the reluctant gazes of the guests, Chang'an was returned to Zhang Xinyan's side. After all the excitement, Chang'an was utterly exhausted. As soon as he fell into Zhang Xinyan's embrace, he drifted off to sleep, occasionally bubbling at the mouth, appearing utterly adorable. Zhang Xinyan carefully checked Chang'an's body, reassured to find no abnormalities, and only then did her heart finally settle. She then softly inquired of Aunt and about the events of the Shisan ceremony. Chapter 36. The Birth of Twins, my lady. Our 4th royal grandson is quite the popular one. During the ceremony, his cries were so loud that they left the princes and princesses astounded. Aunt An said with a smile as she recounted the events of the ceremony. Zhang Xinyan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, yet felt a pang of regret for having missed witnessing her son's Shisan ceremony. So has the formal name for our Chang'an been decided? She suddenly remembered to ask Yue's child had their name chosen during the Shisan ceremony, and she was curious what grand name Chang'an would receive. Aunt An shook her head. The prince has not mentioned it yet. When others inquired, he only said it was still undecided. I suspect he is being deliberate. Given the significant attention our 4th royal grandson attracted during the ceremony, naming him at this time might provoke dissatisfaction among the princess and the consorts. Hence the prince refrained from announcing it. I estimate the name will be chosen at the full month celebration. Zhang Xinyan, upon reflection, understood this principle and thus chose to disregard it. Once the child was born, coupled with the blandness of the confinement meals lacking even a hint of salt, Zhang Xinyan's weight plummeted sharply. The double chin she once had has vanished, though some flesh still lingers on her body, yielding a softness to the touch. Observing Zhang Xinyan as she contemplated her belly, and Mama quickly offered her counsel. "My lady, you must not entertain thoughts of dieting. You have yet to complete your confinement. Attempting to lose weight now could severely compromise your health. Should you wish to slim down, consult the court physician after your confinement, and within a month or two, you will see results. Please do not be foolish at this juncture." Many women experience weight gain during pregnancy. Thus, Mama had witnessed numerous postpartum mothers attempting to lose weight before completing their confinement. The result often led to an accumulation of excess fat, ultimately jeopardizing their health, with several suffering grave consequences that rendered them unable to conceive again. Zhang Xinyan nodded in understanding, acknowledging her awareness of the balance, yet she felt as though she had lost a considerable amount of weight and that the flesh on her body had diminished somewhat. And Mama assessed Zhang Xinyan and nodded in affirmation. "This is entirely normal, as you are currently dining alone. Previously, you were eating for two in this manner, having nourished Chang'an for over half a month." Zhang Xinyan's modest food intake gradually resulted in a decrease in her milk supply, necessitating the involvement of wet nurses. During the day, Zhang Xinyan would feed the baby, while at night, the two wet nurses would alternate in their duties. A few days later, Zhang Xinyan began to reduce the frequency of nursing Chang'an, intending to take medicine prescribed by the household physician before completing her confinement, thereby weaning herself in the span of these 20 or so days. Li Yue had already completed her confinement and formally vacated the small courtyard beside her. It was around the second day, after the third prince's full moon celebration, that Yi Lingxian went into labor. Zhang Xinyan remained unaware of Yi Lingshuan's impending delivery until the following morning, when news spread of her having given birth to a pair of twins, a dragon and a phoenix. Though Yi Lingxian successfully delivered the twins, she had been drugged, resulting in severe harm to her body, rendering her incapable of bearing children thereafter. The twins, having remained in utero until full term, were born frail yet alive. Just last night, Yi Shufei had gone into labor, only to suffer a catastrophic hemorrhage during delivery. The midwife attending her had been brought forth, revealing that she had applied a powdered drug to her fingers and, while examining Yi Shufei, had surreptitiously administered it, thus causing the hemorrhage. Fortunately, the household physician, skilled in his craft, swiftly prescribed a remedy and employed silver needles to halt Yi Shufei's bleeding, using massage techniques to assist in delivering the child. Zhang Xinyan gasped. Was the mastermind behind this ever discovered? And Mama nodded, although a peculiar expression crossed her face. The midwife who assisted in the delivery was tortured and ultimately confessed that it was Lu Sufei who instructed her to carry out this act. Lu Sufei, of course, denied the allegations, becoming so agitated that she fainted. When the physician arrived, it was revealed that Lu Sufei was already 2 months pregnant. Thus, Lu Sufei had indeed executed a bold plot. She may have directly commanded the midwife to harm Yi Lingxian, and even if the truth came to light, she was unafraid, for she possessed an immunity due to her pregnancy. Yet, did Lu Sufei truly orchestrate this? Zhang Xinyan felt that Lu Sufei could not possibly be so foolish. Instead, she had a nagging suspicion that this might be the work of the princess. The princess had tolerated Lu Sufei's provocations for so many years, and should another concubine be introduced, her life would become exceedingly difficult. The prince could have 1 wife and 2 concubines, while other secondary wives and maids were not fixed in number. Although Yi Lingxian lacked prominence and favor, she was nonetheless valuable to the prince, especially with the prospect of twins. Should she bear 2 sons or a dragon and phoenix pair, it was only a matter of time before the position of concubine would fall to Yi Lingxian. Of course, these speculations were merely Zhang Xinyan's conjectures based on years of reading palace intrigue novels. The truth remained elusive. Upon awakening and learning of her inability to bear children, Yi Lingxian exhibited little reaction. Having given birth to a dragon and phoenix pair, her inability to conceive further posed no significant change in her circumstances. However, she could not allow this grievance to go unanswered. Qinglu, arrange for an investigation. We must uncover the mastermind behind this. We cannot suffer this injustice in silence, Yi Lingxian declared, a fierce glint in her eyes. Qinglu, with slightly reddened eyes, nodded vigorously. Rest assured, my lady, I have already dispatched orders. Our various factions are initiating inquiries into this matter. Though Yi Lingxian had only been in the royal residence for a year, she possessed ample wealth. In any era, money could wield considerable influence. Utilizing her financial resources as leverage, she had garnered a network of supporters, with spies embedded throughout the entire palace. Investigate Lu Sufei and the princess closely. I believe this incident is intricately connected to both of them. My lady, why have you risen again in the night? You have only recently completed your confinement. Please take care of your health. Feng Chao sighed, draping a cloak over Li Yue, who stood by the window. Her face alight with joy. Feng Chao, I am in high spirits today. Look at the moon. Is it not particularly bright? Feng Chao nodded in agreement, having not seen such a radiant smile on Li Yue's face for quite some time. Suggesting that she was genuinely delighted, Li Yue gazed at the moon for a while before inquiring, have preparations been made for the maidservant attending Yi Lingxian? Ensure that all details are meticulously handled. My affairs must not be compromised. Rest assured, my lady. Everything is proceeding according to plan, Feng Chao replied. Chapter 37. The full moon feast. She should have already dispatched someone to investigate who poisoned her. Right? Indeed. Reports from below indicate that her spies have begun their operations, Feng Chao affirmed. Li Yue smiled and nodded, her eyes shimmering under the moonlight. Let us release the evidence we hold. The birth of a dragon and phoenix pair is a momentous occasion, and we must extend our congratulations. Feng Chao gasped in surprise. Why? We have only just acquired this evidence, and due to this matter, we have already lost 2 individuals. The area around the princess is now impenetrable. We can no longer insert anyone into that circle. Li Yue turned to Feng Chao. What use is it to hold evidence against the princess? Can we leverage it to have her elevate me to concubine? The prince and the emperor would never consent, and she lacks the authority to grant me such a position. Therefore, this evidence is of no use to us. We might as well release it and let Yi Lingxian discover who has wronged her. Li Yue had long been aware of the princess's intentions to harm Yi Lingxian. Not only was she aware, but she had also played a role in facilitating the princess's schemes. Naturally, she possessed evidence of the princess's attempts to poison Yi Lingxian. From the very beginning, Li Yue had resolved to take this course of action. When the princess ascended to the position of empress, Yi Lingxian had already gained considerable strength but had nearly fallen victim to the princess's machinations. Now, Yi Lingxian was still unrefined, and Li Yue was genuinely curious as to how she would exact her revenge on the princess who had harmed her. Feng Chao found it increasingly difficult to comprehend her lady's actions. Yet she knew that her mistress must have her own calculations. What about the little maid sent to Yi Shufei? Should I instruct her on anything? Nothing at all. Simply let her attend to Yi Lingxian and the twins. There is no need for her to do anything else, understood. With the arrival of the dragon and phoenix twins, Chang'an's prominence was entirely overshadowed. The ceremonial bathing of the twins was exceedingly grand, attended not only by several brothers of the Jingwang but also by numerous officials. Halfway through the bathing ceremony, an imperial edict arrived, bestowing a name upon the 5th prince, named Hengshuan. Given the grandeur of the twin celebration, Chang'an's full moon feast appeared rather subdued, though Zhang Xinyan was unconcerned. Having completed her confinement, Zhang Xinyan felt noticeably lighter, and after a refreshing grooming session, she savored a delightful breakfast. Finally enjoying a meal with flavor, she wept as she consumed 2 generous bowls. Adorned in the attire befitting a secondary wife, with a modest hairstyle and a touch of powder on her fair, plump face, she stood before the bronze mirror. Exuding a sense of fullness and grace, though she had gained weight, it was just right, giving her an aura of prosperity. Why, lady looks truly splendid, Yushu sincerely complimented. Zhang Xinyan touched her own face, twirled with delight, and then said to Yushu, have an mama bring Chang'an over. We must go to the main courtyard to pay our respects to the princess. Yes, on her first day out after confinement. Zhang Xinyan felt as though she had been confined to her room for a lifetime. The scenery outside was indeed lovely, with many flowers in bloom. Today, she was to pay her respects to the princess. Arriving early, Zhang Xinyan found the princess seated regally in the main position, her demeanor exuding elegance and authority, yet radiating warmth and grace. As Zhang Xinyan knelt in respectful greeting, she noted that the Zhang family had not grown arrogant despite the birth of a healthy child. Instead, they appeared to be well-mannered and composed. Zhang Xinyan's gaze fell upon the princess, who, with her poised demeanor, exuded a powerful yet gentle presence. Zhang Xinyan bowed deeply and respectfully proclaimed, This humble servant pays her respects to the princess. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the princess's eyes, her smile warm and inviting, as she discreetly appraised Zhang Xinyan. Let us not delve into other matters. Merely observing this respectful demeanor leaves no room for criticism. Has Chang'an also arrived? Quickly bring him to me for a look. The princess, aware of Chang'an's pet name, called out in kind. Zhang Xinyan, having lifted the now plump Chang'an, approached the princess's side. The princess gazed at the infant nestled in the swaddling, whose skin was as fair as jade and whose form was robust, reaching out to caress Chang'an's face. Zhang Xinyan's heart tightened, fearing the princess might act unwisely towards the child. Fortunately, the princess withdrew her hand after a gentle touch. Chang'an's little face seemed to have become even rounder. The princess remarked, "You truly have a knack for raising children." Chang'an, with his cheerful disposition, smiled at everyone, displaying a fearless nature. A truly fortunate child. Zhang Xinyan, cradling the child with great care, responded with a smile, "The heir and the eldest princess are the truly fortunate ones. It is always prudent to speak well of others." Upon hearing Zhang Xinyan's words, the princess smiled slightly, her gaze softening as it settled upon Zhang Xinyan. "Very well, if there is nothing else, you may return. Today is Chang'an's full moon banquet, and you must prepare accordingly." After the princess had seen the child, she allowed Zhang Xinyan to depart. Given that Zhang Xinyan had only recently emerged from confinement and was still caring for the child, the princess was inclined to bestow upon her a measure of dignity. "The maidservant understands, thank you, your highness." Zhang Xinyan returned to change Chang'an's clothes, seized a moment to indulge in a few pastries, and tidied her appearance. Once she deemed the time appropriate, she carried Chang'an towards the main courtyard. The full moon banquet was to be held there, as a concubine. Zhang Xinyan was not entitled to attend. Only those of higher rank held such privilege. She silently rejoiced in her recent elevation, which permitted her presence. Smiling warmly, Zhang Xinyan greeted the arriving concubines one by one. Concubine Zhang took a seat beside her, affectionately holding Princess Roisin, her eyes glimmering with warmth as they fixed upon Chang'an. Li Yue also arrived with her third prince, Heng Xiao. She had nurtured her child splendidly, evidently putting forth considerable effort. Seated on the opposite side of Zhang Xinyan, Li Yue gazed enviously at the spirited, plump Chang'an and asked, "Sister Zhang, how did you raise Chang'an to be such a chubby little one?" With a loving smile, Zhang Xinyan gently stroked Chang'an's tiny hand and replied, "There really is no special method. He simply eats well and grows plump on his own. He demands nourishment every hour, and if he is not fed, he cries out loudly." Li Yue felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Having hoped Zhang Xinyan possessed some remarkable child-rearing technique, however, upon glancing at Zhang Xinyan's still recovering figure, she attributed it to Chang'an's good constitution. "Have you not noticed that Zhang Xinyan has yet to regain her slender form? That is the price one pays." Li Yue resigned herself to silence, acknowledging her inability to achieve such feats. Concubine Zhang also cast a glance at Zhang Xinyan's figure, leaning closer to whisper, "I must say, I find you quite lovely as you are now, far more so than before. Though you were beautiful then, you possess a certain allure now." Zhang Xinyan was indeed not overweight, standing among these slender women. She appeared particularly full-figured, exuding a robust charm reminiscent of the Tang dynasty. "Is that so? I have been contemplating whether to lose weight. Hearing you say that, perhaps remaining as I am is acceptable." Zhang Xinyan looked down at herself. In truth, she was reluctant to forego her delectable meals, and regardless of restraint, she knew weight loss would be elusive. Concubine Zhang smiled at her, prompting Zhang Xinyan to shyly turn her gaze away. Just then, Concubine Lu arrived, her entrance marked by great fanfare. One hand rested upon her abdomen while the other was supported by a maidservant, clearly signaling her pregnancy to all. Concubine Lu, following the crowd, approached to glance at the alert Chang'an in his swaddling, a hint of envy in her eyes as she stroked her own belly. Surely, she too would bear a strong grandson like Chang'an. After a brief observation, Concubine Lu departed, and Zhang Xinyan exhaled in relief, for the look in Lu's eyes had been somewhat daunting. She feared that Lu might suddenly act against Chang'an. Gradually, the brothers of Prince Jing made their appearances. Accompanied by their respective princesses, Chang'an was cradled by Nurse Anne and taken over for inspection. Zhang Xinyan was not permitted to join and could only watch wistfully from afar. Although she had heard much about the brothers of Prince Jing, this was her first encounter with them. Truly, They were the sons of an emperor, each possessing remarkable appearances. The eldest, Crown Prince Rui, was 35 years of age and towered in stature. It was said that his martial prowess surpassed that of his brothers. The second prince, Prince Chun, was the most handsome among them, his face adorned with a gentle smile that radiated warmth. Yet, Zhang Xinyan understood that this son of the late empress was far from simple. The third prince, Prince Hong, exuded a scholarly air, reputed for his literary talents. Princes Bin and Jin, along with Prince Jing, were of similar ages and often played together. They appeared to be the most amiable. Additionally, Prince Jing's two younger brothers were still quite young, one recently married and the other yet to wed, seemingly absent from today's gathering. The banquet commenced swiftly, filled with lively conversation, laughter, and the playful antics directed towards Chang'an. The princesses were particularly fond of him. Despite knowing his mother held a lowly status, each took turns cradling Chang'an, hoping to bask in his good fortune and, in turn, bear a similarly charming and healthy child. At last, Prince Jing stood to announce Chang'an's grand name, Heng Yu. Witnessing Chang'an's popularity, concubine Lu felt a pang of discomfort as she recalled her own frail son, Heng Chang. Her grip on the handkerchief tightened, nearly crumpling it in her fury as she cast venomous glances in Zhang Xinyan's direction. However, Zhang Xinyan remained wholly captivated by Chang'an, oblivious to Lu's hostile gaze and the malice lurking beneath. Only Li Yue, seated nearby, noticed and furrowed her brow in concern. Having lost a child in her previous life, she understood the profound anguish of such a loss. In this life, she sought vengeance, yet she held firm to the principle of never directing her wrath towards a child. The full moon banquet concluded splendidly, and that afternoon, Zhang Xinyan was to relocate. Qingyi Courtyard had long been prepared for her arrival. Such was the benefit of having servants. With a mere thought, her household was moved seamlessly. In good spirits, Zhang Xinyan entrusted Chang'an to nurse An and began to explore her new abode. The spring sunlight was perfectly warm and bright. Overjoyed, Zhang Xinyan carried Chang'an, showing him around. This courtyard, though modest in size, was exquisitely arranged. 5 main rooms stood neatly aligned, with 3 side rooms on either side, creating a harmonious symmetry. Within the courtyard, 2 verdant trees flourished, and the vibrant flowers and grasses breathed life into the scene. This was a vast improvement over her previous dwelling. Zhang Xinyan was quite pleased and lifted the chubby Chang'an slightly higher. Little Chang'an, Heng Yu, this shall be our home from now on. Do you like it? Everything was delightful, save for the fact that Zhang Xinyan's rank did not afford her a private kitchen. Tio possessed such a luxury, she would need to ascend further in status, perhaps to that of a concubine. Currently, Yushu and Yuqin were the head maids of the courtyard. Yushu managed the household, while Yuqin oversaw the finances. Yuan Bao served as the chief eunuch, fulfilling similar duties as before, running errands and gathering information. Nurse An typically provided close care for Zhang Xinyan and Chang'an, yet Yushu and Yuqin also took direction from her. After a day spent as a charming mascot at the banquet, Chang'an grew weary. After being fed by his nurse, he drifted into a deep slumber. Zhang Xinyan had barely enjoyed her meal during the midday feast, but now that she had ascended in rank, the standards of her dining would differ. And she naturally wished to savor the flavors. Excitedly, she ordered a sumptuous array of dishes. Alas, just as she prepared to eat, Prince Jing arrived. First, he observed the sleeping Chang'an, then washed his hands before joining Zhang Xinyan for dinner. With an excellent appetite, Prince Jing seemed to relish the meal, consuming an extra bowl of rice, resulting in both of them feeling quite full. How is it that after giving birth, your appetite remains so robust? Prince Jing teased, pinching Zhang Xinyan's fair cheek, his fingers sinking into the softness of her flesh. Zhang Xinyan, taken aback by the prince's playful antics, swatted his hand away, saying, "Your Highness, you are hurting me." The dishes during her confinement had been devoid of salt, rendering them quite unpalatable. She had longed for the flavorful fare she now enjoyed. Am I not allowed to indulge in a few more bites? By all means, if you desire anything, simply request it from the kitchen staff. I shall have them prepare it for you. As they strolled through the courtyard, digesting their meal, Prince Jing did not stay overnight, but took his leave directly. Watching him depart, Zhang Xinyan felt her tense heart finally relax. Having recently emerged from confinement, where it was customary to rest for 45 days, she knew she could not yet share a bed with him for at least another fortnight. Just moments ago, she had contemplated how to excuse Prince Jing's departure. Now, with him leaving of his own accord, She felt a surge of joy. After meandering through the courtyard a couple more times, Zhang Xinyan called for a bath to refresh herself, then climbed into bed, embracing her son as she drifted into slumber. Chapter 39. The princess is expecting as the weather grew increasingly warmer. The flowers in the courtyard blossomed more profusely, and the trees exuded a vibrant vitality. Observing the increasingly beautiful garden, Zhang Xinyan felt a surge of joy. She had once harbored dreams of earning enough money to purchase a house and live as a recluse, but upon finding herself in a different world, those aspirations had unexpectedly come to fruition. Little Chang'an was now nearly 2 months old, and his eyes had begun to perceive a myriad of things. Every morning, Zhang Xinyan would cradle him and take him for a stroll in the courtyard. Admiring the flowers and foliage, Chang'an particularly relished basking in the sun, lying beneath its warm rays and squinting his eyes in slumber. Each time Zhang Xinyan called his name, he would tilt his head towards her voice, his tiny mouth breaking into a grin, emitting delightful sounds that were utterly adorable. Zhang Xinyan took immense pleasure in playfully teasing her son. With the arrival of her child, she became increasingly cautious in her actions. During this time, Mama An had thoroughly vetted everyone in the courtyard, expelling anyone with ulterior motives, ensuring that the current Qingyi courtyard was entirely under Zhang Xinyan's influence. After the full moon banquet for the dragon and phoenix twins of Yilingshuan, this fellow villager appeared to have shifted her focus away from Prince Jing and instead busied herself with both nurturing her children and advancing her career. Consequently, a baby carriage was born. Much like the modern strollers equipped with sunshades, this one was crafted entirely from wood, and upon its release, it was instantly sold out. Zhang Xinyan had to exert considerable effort to procure one. Chang'an adored lying in the carriage to soak up the sun, and at this time each day, his smiles multiplied. Occasionally, when Prince Jing happened to visit and saw his son so joyfully responding to him, he found it amusing. Henceforth, whenever he had the time to visit Zhang Xinyan, it would nearly always coincide with this time, ultimately making it his responsibility to take their son out for sunbathing. My lord, if you come to push him every day, he will only recognize you over time. Yesterday you were absent, and Chang'an searched for you all around, Zhang Xinyan remarked with a hint of jealousy. She spent every day with Chang'an, yet he never seemed to miss her when she was momentarily out of sight. It was evident that Prince Jing had hardly spent time with him. So why did he remember him so vividly? Little Chang'an seemed to sense his mother's teasing tone and broke into a smile. What a little rascal! Look, even our son is laughing at you. Prince Jing said, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Zhang Xinyan, who was feeling a bit petty. Zhang Xinyan huffed a couple of times and settled into a reclining chair under a tree, watching as Prince Jing entertained Chang'an. The father and son played for a while before joining her beneath the tree. This little fellow is quite the extrovert. He doesn't like being cooped up indoors. He will surely grow up to be lively and spirited. Chang'an was easy to care for. So long as he was well-fed and well-rested, he rarely cried, perhaps explaining why Prince Jing visited so often to see him. Prince Jing also made time to check on Li Yue's son Hangxiao and Yilingshuan's twins, though his visits were brief. These 3 children often cried and fussed, lacking the charm of Chang'an. Today, Prince Jing did not leave but chose to remain with Zhang Xinyan. It had been an entire year since he had engaged in a playful tussle with her, and they both enjoyed the evening thoroughly. Since giving birth and personally nursing for a month, Zhang Xinyan had become increasingly voluptuous, and Prince Jing seemed to find this aspect appealing. His hands lingering as flames flickered in his eyes, his warm lips trailing kisses along her neck and down. The following day, Prince Jing rose later than usual. Zhang Xinyan slept until the sun was high in the sky, while little Chang'an, unable to contain his impatience, had already been taken outside by Mama and to bask in the sun. After breakfast, Consort Zheng visited, cradling Princess Roisin to play with Chang'an. Having visited several times, Zhang Xinyan found herself enjoying her conversations with Consort Zheng, and their relationship had significantly improved. Placing the 2 children side by side on the couch by the window, Zhang Xinyan, engaged in conversation with Consort Zheng, heard that concubine Lu's pregnancy is not going well. I wonder if she will be able to deliver safely, Consort Zheng remarked after taking a bite of a pastry. This was the first time Zhang Xinyan had heard of such news. Is it that serious? She inquired. Consort Zheng nodded. I heard she hardly leaves her bed. This has been a recurring issue. Concubine Lu has never had a robust constitution and is ill-suited for childbirth. She has suffered 2 miscarriages before finally giving birth to the second prince, and this time, it seems she is struggling again. often summoning the imperial physician. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyan furrowed her brow. If this were true, then concubine Lu must have been aware of her own frailty long ago, and perhaps Heng Chang was her only child. Nevertheless, even so, she could still leverage Heng Chang's health to attract Prince Jing's favor. It was uncertain how she managed to ensure the child's well-being. She ought to take good care of herself. Fortunately, the courtyard seems peaceful now, so things should be fine, right? Zhang Xinyan said, albeit uncertainly. Concubine Lu was known for her directness and brashness, and she had undoubtedly ruffled many feathers. There were plenty who would wish her ill. Who could say whether her current pregnancy would proceed without a hitch? It is peaceful now, but who knows what might transpire in a few days? Consort Zheng remarked, reveling in the drama. There's some inside information? Zhang Xinyan inquired, leaning closer to Consort Zheng. Do you know something more? Consort Zheng, with a self-satisfied expression, replied, naturally, since you were so eager to know. I shall enlighten you. Our princess is also with child. Is that true? How did you manage to find that out? Zhang Xinyan asked, incredulous. Of course. I married at 15, and it has been 5 years now. Although I have a background, to live comfortably, one must possess a few clever tricks. However, this news was not something I uncovered myself. It was relayed to me by my family, and she is likely not yet 3 months along. Which is why it hasn't been disclosed. Observing Consort Zheng's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Zhang Xinyan's mind raced with thoughts. The Zheng family must have invested considerable effort to place Consort Zheng in the palace. Yet they had not anticipated that Prince Jing would show her no affection whatsoever. As for Consort Zheng, she was not one to obsess over romantic entanglements. While she undoubtedly desired Prince Jing's favor, she did not feel it a significant loss in the rear courtyard. She could still thrive on her own. The princess's pregnancy is indeed a joyous occasion, Zhang Xinyan remarked. Consort Jing nodded. Who can deny it? The prince currently has only one legitimate son. The addition of another would surely elevate his status, solidifying the heir's position. After saying this, Consort Zheng could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. She too longed for a child of her own. However, glancing at Roshin, who was cooing alongside Chang'an, she smiled once more. Chapter 40. Submission to the Imperial Treasury. The Zheng family had someone employed in the Imperial Medical Institute, specializing in women's ailments. Recently, the princess had sought a prescription to aid in conception. A few days prior, she had consulted this physician in private, who had confirmed her pregnancy. Upon receiving this news, the Zheng family discreetly informed Consort Jing, which is why she was able to share it with Zhang Xinyan today. Though both women were aware of the situation, it did not stir any significant emotions within them. Whether the princess was pregnant held no relevance to their lives. The only thing to lament was that once news of the princess's pregnancy spread, the courtyard would likely descend into chaos. After conversing for a while longer, as lunchtime approached, Consort Zheng departed with the second princess. After lunch, the princess reclined on the couch, her complexion somewhat pallid. Mama Wu presented her with some delightful candied fruit, suggesting it might be more palatable than a full meal. The sweet and sour treats offered a slight respite as the princess sighed, popping one into her mouth as her furrowed brow relaxed a fraction. Your Highness, why put yourself through this? Mama Wu sighed, observing the princess's wan visage and unable to hold her tongue. Having only one legitimate son is indeed insufficient. I am not merely concerned about concubine Lu bearing another son and usurping Huiyer's affection. It's just that with the increasing number of children in the rear courtyard, I must plan for Huiyer's future. A clever and astute heir, coupled with another beloved son for the prince, would suffice. Siblings can always support each other, the princess explained, revealing her intentions to conceive another child. Mama, who do you think will ultimately secure the position of the last concubine in the household? The princess suddenly broached the subject, startling Mama Wu. Your Highness, what do you mean? Has the prince mentioned this to you? Does he intend to elevate to the status of concubine? The princess shook her head. No, but it is bound to happen sooner or later. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative. What Prince Jing truly thought was a mystery to the princess, yet he was undeniably a significant concern. She possessed a wealth of peculiar talents, capable of creating profitable ventures while having birthed a pair of royal dragon and phoenix twins, which made the princess determined not to let her ascend to the position of concubine. Aside from Ling Xian, the princess also wished to prevent Zhang Xinyan from becoming a concubine. Although she recognized Zhang Xinyan's straightforward nature, she had inadvertently caught the prince's eye. The image of the prince waiting outside her delivery room lingered in the princess's mind. compelling her to strategize early on. She could not allow either of these two women to occupy that coveted position. Zhang Xinyan found contentment in the presence of her son, basking in the sunlight within her tranquil courtyard. However, the serenity of her abode stood in stark contrast to the turmoil that enveloped the homes of others. The news of the princess's 3-month pregnancy inevitably spread, heralding the prospect of another legitimate heir. Both the king and the empress were elated, showering the court with numerous rewards. Consequently, the women in the rear courtyard were left in disarray, their handkerchiefs torn asunder. Yet, before their frustration could dissipate, the triennial selection of candidates for the imperial harem loomed on the horizon. This selection served not only to enrich the emperor's harem but primarily to find a consort for the 11th prince, Prince Ping. Furthermore, the empress had conveyed her intention to select a secondary consort for Prince Jing during this event. Upon hearing this news, the princess fainted, as she wished to prevent Yi Lingxian and Zhang Xinyan from becoming secondary consorts, yet she was equally averse to the idea of another formidable contender entering the fold. Regardless of her reluctance, the secondary consort was a necessity, dictated by the power struggles of the previous dynasty, leaving the princess without authority to intervene. A month passed, and as Zhang Xinyan could finally rest on her bed after 3 months, the candidate for the secondary consort was finally determined. She was Liang Yinghua, the legitimate second daughter of the renowned general who safeguarded the nation, a family whose status was comparable to that of the princess. Originally, this noble lady was among the candidates for Prince Ping, but his birth mother was the legitimate daughter of the general who guarded the north. Naturally, Rui Wang and Qian Wang could not idly watch as the two great generals of the present dynasty formed an alliance through marriage. Thus they conspired to thwart it, ultimately benefiting Prince Jing in their eyes. Prince Jing's maternal family held little power, with the empress's family having only her elder brother serving in a 4th-rank ceremonial position. A status that was neither high nor low. Among the princes, Prince Jing posed the least threat. Thus, after much intrigue, this well-connected noble lady was bestowed upon him. The princess, already in a delicate state due to her pregnancy, became increasingly anxious upon learning of the impending secondary consort, and her heart finally sank when she discovered the identity of the chosen one. Although the royal family had no explicit regulations permitting the elevation of a secondary consort to primary status, such occurrences had transpired in the past. Faced with a secondary consort of such considerable background, the princess knew she must muster all her strength to confront the situation. Yet she was not the only one in turmoil. Concubine Lu, nearly 6 months pregnant, was preoccupied with thoughts of the new consort rather than focusing on her own health. Her anxiety manifested in a rash around her mouth. Prince Jing visited her twice, each time leaving with a furrowed brow. Whenever concubine Lu saw him, she incessantly inquired about the impending arrival of Liang, oblivious to the growing chill in Prince Jing's gaze. Her fixation on the newcomer overshadowed her concern for her child, leading Prince Jing to feel disappointed, as it seemed she cared little for their offspring. The more indifferent she appeared, the more he was reminded of Zhang Xinyan's attentive care for her child. As a result, he began to increase his visits to Zhang Xinyan, now spending 5 days a month with her. During this period, Yi Lingxian had become quite subdued, dedicating herself to her child while diligently pursuing her career. Following the success of the baby carriage, bicycles and wheelchairs were introduced, leading to the advent of movable type printing and pencils. These innovations also became wildly popular, bringing in substantial profits, which drew the attention of many towards Prince Jing. Faced with the prospect of marrying a woman of illustrious background while simultaneously reaping fortune, many sought to hinder Prince Jing's seemingly effortless success. However, before their plans could unfold, Prince Jing donated 200,000 taels of silver in the Golden Yuan Hall. In the estate, concubine was particularly fond of experimenting with these novelties. Initially intending to create them for amusement, she soon realized their commercial potential and opened several shops, testing the waters for sales. To her surprise, they turned out to be quite profitable, prompting her to offer 60% of the earnings to the national treasury. Chapter 41. Concubine what others thought was beyond Prince Jing's knowledge. Yet the emperor was pleased, not only praising Prince Jing in the Golden Yuan Hall, but also issuing a decree to promote the accomplished Yi Lingxian. Although a prince could only have 2 secondary consorts, the emperor's decree rendered the addition of a third inconsequential. Upon learning of this development, the women in the rear courtyard once again found their handkerchiefs torn in dismay. The events of the past couple of months had stirred considerable unrest in the courtyard. Yet Zhang Xinyan and her child remained steadfast, leading their tranquil lives within their garden. During this time, Zhang Xinyan harbored a suspicion that Longan was no ordinary child. "Brother, are you a time traveler? If you are, just blink for me." With a serious expression, she leaned close to Longan, scrutinizing him. Longan chuckled, blinking his little eyes in response. "Perhaps not a time traveler, but a reincarnation? Did you live a full life in your previous existence and then reincarnate without drinking the Mengpa soup?" Zhang Xinyan continued her inquiry. Longan giggled, playfully tugging at a strand of her hair. It was no wonder Zhang Xinyan entertained such notions. After all, Longan, at merely 4 months old, exhibited remarkable intelligence. It is said that children learn to sit at 3 months and crawl at 6, yet Longan could already sit upright for brief moments, and astonishingly, he had begun to control his bodily functions. When he needed to urinate, he would whimper, and when it was time for a bowel movement, he would grunt. For an entire month, he had not soiled his trousers, even waking at night to inform the wet nurse when he needed to relieve himself. Such awareness prompted Zhang Xinyan to question whether her son was indeed a time traveler or a reincarnated soul. Regrettably, despite her attempts to probe further, Longan merely gazed at her with an endearing smile. His innocent charm undiminished. Could this be a divine blessing, gifting her a genius child? After observing Longan for a few more days, Zhang Xinyan finally formed a hypothesis. His learning ability was exceptional, and he was remarkably adept at imitation. When she clapped her hands, Longan would mimic her actions. Nursen had mentioned that children thrive through active engagement, so Zhang Xinyan often placed Longan on the bed to practice lifting his head. The child possessed considerable strength, occasionally managing to push himself forward a few inches before tiring and collapsing onto the bed at such times. Longan demonstrated a commendable trait, his emotional stability. No matter how Zhang Xinyan challenged him, he remained silent and composed. One day, as Zhang Xinyan placed Longan on the bed for his head-lifting practice, the child, exhausted and sweaty, would rest for a moment before resuming his efforts. As he lifted his head, he babbled in his infantile language. It was then that Prince Jing entered the room, and upon catching sight of Longan, who was facing the door, the child let out a delighted sound. Zhang Xinyan turned to see Prince Jing wearing a beaming smile as he observed Longan. "Does he know I have arrived? Greeting me in his own way?" Prince Jing mused, positioning himself by the bed. His gaze fixed on Longan, who was eagerly looking up at him. Zhang Xinyan, smiling, remarked, "Indeed, it seems Longan has missed you, my lord." In high spirits, Prince Jing settled beside the bed, noticing Longan's somewhat uncomfortable posture. He inquired of Zhang Xinyan, "Why is he lying like this?" "It appears rather uncomfortable. That's for his physical development. Children need to exercise," Zhang Xinyan replied, gently flipping Longan onto his back. However, just as Longan's back was about to touch the bed, he suddenly became exceedingly animated, flailing his arms and legs while emitting joyous sounds, seemingly attempting to convey some emotion to Prince Jing, though none could decipher the specifics. Witnessing this scene, Prince Jing felt an overwhelming impulse. He cautiously reached out, cradling Longan in his arms. Yet, lacking experience, his movements appeared somewhat clumsy, as though he were holding not a child, but a volatile bomb that could detonate at any moment. Despite the awkwardness of his embrace, Longan showed no signs of discomfort, lying quietly against Prince Jing's firm chest, his bright, dark eyes gazing up at him with an endearing innocence and truth. While Prince Jing had fathered numerous children, he had never held any of them in his arms except for his eldest son, Heng Hui, who had already been 3 years old when he first picked him up. The soft, small infant nestled against him. Smiling blissfully, gradually softened Prince Jing's rigid demeanor as he began to engage playfully with Longan. After sharing a meal, Prince Jing, brimming with enthusiasm, reclined on a window-side couch with the child in his arms. Retrieving a book of 3-character classics to read to Longan, to Zhang Xinyan's astonishment, he was even providing early education to the child, prompting her to steal several glances at him. "Why do you gaze at me so?" Prince Jing raised an eyebrow, questioning. Zhang Xinyan shook her head. "I merely observe how adept you appear. It seems you've cared for other royal grandchildren before." Prince Jing replied, "Not at all. Heng Hui was exceptionally bright, and I never had the chance to raise him. Heng Chang was frail, often ill for 20 days each month, making it impossible for me to attend to him. If that were the case, then Longan was indeed the first child to receive such privilege." This was certainly promising. The deeper the bond between father and son, the more favorable Longan's future would be. after reading to Longin for half an hour, until the child finally dozed off. Prince Jing took his leave. It appears that Chang'an has a particular fondness for having others read to him. On the following day, the Prince Jing did not arrive, and Chang'an, unusually, had a bout of crying and fussing, ultimately pointing incessantly at the book, which led Zhang Xinyan to finally comprehend the situation. In the days that followed, Zhang Xinyan dedicated half an hour each noon to reading to Chang'an, who would sit in serene silence, gazing intently with his dark, glistening eyes, seemingly engrossed in the tales. Zhang Xinyan became increasingly convinced that he had given birth to a prodigy. When Chang'an reached 5 months, concubine Liang was to enter the manor. After suffering a heavy blow, the princess regained her composure and busily prepared for the Prince Jing's marriage to concubine Liang, despite being in her advanced stage of pregnancy. The princess had seen through the situation. Yet beside her, Granny Wu was in a state of anxious agitation. "My lady, you must not take this lightly. Concubine Liang's background is extraordinary. Her family boasts a significant lineage. Just look at the 86 sedan chairs of her dowry. They could nearly fill the entire courtyard, especially the furniture, crafted from the finest golden silk Nanmu, exquisite in design. In the mountains of silk and brocade, various jewels and ornaments, along with those exceedingly rare medicinal herbs." Granny Wu's voice grew increasingly fervent, rising an octave, her inner fury spreading uncontrollably. Chapter 42. The arrival of the concubine. Yet the princess seemed to disregard Granny Wu's words, her gaze wandering, responding absently. "Granny, you know that the Liang family was originally to become a royal princess, hence her dowry was prepared to the standards of a royal consort. Now that she is merely our prince's concubine, this dowry has already been reduced. After this, do not bring it up again, lest we appear petty." The princess glanced at Granny Wu and continued. Granny Wu's fervor extinguished abruptly upon meeting the princess's gaze. "My lady, please tell me what you truly think. Speak your mind, do not keep it bottled up. We still have the heir and the little prince within you. Do not lose heart." Granny Wu sensed something was amiss with the princess and hurried to console her. Fearing the worst, the princess touched her belly gently, saying, "I have come to understand many things. Regardless, the matter is settled, and I cannot alter it, so I shall simply accept it. What does it matter if there is another concubine with a strong background? I am the true princess of Jing, and no one can shake my position." Prince Jing was a man of strict adherence to propriety. He would not favor a concubine over his wife. And during this time, the princess had come to a clearer understanding. The unease in her heart stemmed from her desire for harmony with Prince Jing, to spend their lives together. However, she now realized that love mattered little to her. It was far better to firmly grasp her power and maintain a respectful distance from Prince Jing for a lifetime. "Why, lady?" Granny Wu wanted to say more but was silenced by the princess's raised hand. The princess looked at Granny Wu and remarked, "Even if the Liang family enters the manor with great fanfare, their days may not be as pleasant as they seem. Her maternal family is too powerful. To avoid being constrained by them, the prince is likely to exercise caution with her. Thus, we need not do anything. Consider this matter as if you know nothing of it. The position of Huier is not solely maintained by me. The prince is also lending his support, which is sufficient. Whether it is concubine Liang or concubine Lu, their children will never compare to my Huier." Ultimately, the prince still valued the heir as his successor. And upon seeing the princess's perspective, Granny Wu felt reassured. The next day, the Jing prince's residence was adorned with festive decorations, exuding an atmosphere of joy. This was Zhang Xinyan's first encounter with the grandeur of a royal wedding ceremony for a concubine. As she observed, she couldn't help but marvel at the scale of the event. If the concubine's wedding was this grand, one could only imagine the spectacle when a princess was wed. Zhang Xinyan felt a twinge of envy, for she knew such an opportunity would never present itself in her lifetime. After the ceremony, she returned to her quarters, pondering how many women would be sleepless that night, while she, cradling her son, slept soundly. The following morning, Granny summoned Zhang Xinyan, informing her that today marked the first day of the concubine's entry into the manor. By protocol, the secondary consorts were to pay their respects to the princess. Granny An's expression was peculiar, prompting Zhang Xinyan to inquire, "Granny, what troubles you?" Granny An, swiftly attending to Zhang Xinyan, replied, "Last night, concubine Lu went into labor." Zhang Xinyan exclaimed, "But concubine Lu seemed not yet due. Is it 7 months? Or 8? How could she have gone into labor? She is nearly 8 months along. It is said that on her way back from the ceremony, she was startled by a wild cat, which led to her early labor. As of now, she has not yet delivered. Granian explained. It seems unlikely that concubine Lu would be foolish enough to provoke the newly arrived concubine Liang with her premature delivery. Whether this incident was an accident or a deliberate act remains uncertain. Nevertheless, word has spread throughout the manor. Granian scoffed. Zhang Xinyan, perplexed, asked, "What has spread?" Rumor has it that concubine Liang is fated with misfortune, her destiny incompatible with that of the prince's household. Hence her arrival precipitated concubine Lu's early labor. Granian clarified. Zhang Xinyan was left speechless. The noblewomen's birth dates were submitted during the selection process, and those with unfavorable destinies were generally eliminated. It appeared that someone was subtly steering public opinion, attempting to place the blame on concubine Liang. Alas, where there are people, there exists intrigue. The inner sanctum of women is seldom tranquil. After breakfast, Zhang Xinyan proceeded to the main courtyard, where she immediately sensed an oddly subdued atmosphere. However, most of the attendees had gathered, and she soon encountered concubine Liang. Concubine Liang was an exceptionally striking beauty, tall and possessing a presence that rivaled that of the princess. Yet, being only 16 years old, she lacked the same commanding aura. Concubine Liang first respectfully presented tea to the princess, after which it was Zhang Xinyan and the other secondary consorts turned to pay their respects. Following the customary etiquette, concubine Liang bestowed gifts upon Zhang Xinyan and the others, either a golden hairpin or a gold bracelet. Once the gifts were exchanged, the princess, clearly exhausted after a restless night attending to concubine Lu, offered a few perfunctory words before dismissing everyone. Having heard of concubine Lu's sudden labor, the princess had kept vigil through the night and was now in dire need of rest. Zhang Xinyan, accompanied by Granny N and Yushu, returned to her quarters, instructing Yuan Bao to inquire about the situation with concubine Lu. Due to the wild cat's interference, concubine Lu experienced a difficult labor, and it wasn't until that evening that she finally delivered a little princess. Your Highness, the little princess was not born at full term, and having lingered in the womb for too long, her survival is uncertain. If she can endure for 3 days, perhaps she will live. But the physician, drenched in cold sweat, stammered under the weight of Prince Jing's oppressive gaze. Prince Jing glanced at the swaddled infant, her skin a mottled red, and a flicker of concern crossed his face. Suddenly, he recalled Zhang Xinyan's earlier words. If concubine Lu were to nurse the little princess herself, might it ensure her safety? The prince inquired of the physician. The physician hesitated, a look of contemplation crossing his face. There are no records of such practices in the medical texts, but there are rural tales suggesting that a mother's milk helps bolster a child's health. Prince Jing immediately waved his hand. Prepare a prescription for lactation for concubine Lu, and have her nurse the little princess for the next 3 days. If there was merit in the old wives' tale, it was worth a try. Regardless of the outcome, it was his duty as a father to contribute in any way he could. Concubine Lu, realizing she had only given birth to a daughter, and a frail one at that, felt a pang of disappointment. Learning that the prince wished for her to nurse the child herself, she felt slighted, as if being relegated to the role of a wet nurse. Chapter 43. The little one who loves to nibble on toes. Granny, what do you think the prince is truly thinking? Why must he make me a nurse for the little princess? Concubine Lu lamented, feeling wronged as she gazed upon the tiny princess, her displeasure growing. Granny Wang consoled her. My lady, I inquired with the physician privately. He mentioned that the little princess was born underweight and may not survive. However, there is a folk remedy. Children nursed by their mothers tend to fall ill less frequently. Thus, the prince, concerned for the little princess, wishes for you to nurse her personally, to see if it might help. Concubine Lu's expression softened somewhat upon hearing this, yet she still retorted, what use is a daughter if she survives? She will never compare to a son. Had there not been so many children in the manor previously, she might have found solace in the birth of a daughter, for ultimately, she was still the prince's offspring, and he would surely cherish her. However, with the prince having welcomed several sons and daughters in recent years, her sickly little princess seemed less significant. Nevertheless, she is still the prince's child, and he values her. Granny Wang reassured her. Although concubine Lu felt disheartened by the birth of a daughter, she could not be entirely unfeeling. After taking the lactation medicine, she began to nurse the child. The little princess? weighing barely 4 pounds, would open her mouth to suckle for a moment before needing to rest. Yet at least she was feeding, and as long as she could eat, there was hope for her survival. "Granny, have you investigated the circumstances surrounding my premature labor? That wild cat could not have attacked me without reason. I clearly saw that it was aiming for me. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Has the prince been informed?" Upon casting a glance at her daughter, who was striving with all her might to nurse, the consort Lu suddenly recalled the incident involving the wild cat that had caused her premature labor, prompting her to urgently inquire with Wang Mama. Wang Mama's expression grew serious. "Rest assured, my lady, I have long since had this matter investigated, and I just informed the prince of the preliminary findings." The prince, already sympathetic towards the young princess, had immediately dispatched someone to uncover the truth. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Consort Lu's face. The prince's willingness to assist her in seeking the perpetrator surely indicated that he still cared for her. Perhaps it was the effect of the colostrum, but after 3 days, the young princess had managed to recover, albeit still appearing frail and emaciated. Thus, the traditional ceremony for her washing was omitted. As for the incident with the wild cat, both the prince and Consort Lu took it upon themselves to investigate, ultimately discovering, in a secluded corner of the palace, the corpse of the long-deceased feline, thereby severing this lead. However, Consort Lu made another discovery. On the garments she had worn during her premature labor, there appeared to be traces of some powder administered by an unknown individual. A powder known to incite frenzy in cats and dogs. That day coincided with the arrival of Consort Liang, and Consort Lu had attended the ceremony, unknowingly coming into contact with numerous individuals. Hence she remained oblivious to who might have poisoned her clothing. This matter would have to remain in abeyance for the time being. As the weather grew increasingly warm, 2 ice basins were placed in Zhang Xinyan's quarters, and mother and child became increasingly languid, often indulging in afternoon naps. Now that Zhang Chang'an had grown more stable, he wore lighter clothing during summer, sometimes only a belly band, free from the constraints of garments. He would crawl about energetically. Zhang Xinyan, in her indulgence, laid plush carpets throughout the room, allowing the spirited Chang'an to crawl freely. Although his legs were still somewhat weak, he would tire after a few steps, resting on the ground for a moment, yet his stubborn nature compelled him to continue crawling despite fatigue. The child was lively, yet his focus was equally intense. Whenever Zhang Xinyan read children's literature to him, he listened with rapt attention, his bright eyes suggesting he comprehended the tales. Days passed, and it seemed Chang'an was teething, as he began gnawing on everything in sight. Zhang Xinyan fashioned several teething sticks from prickly ash wood, which he delighted in chewing on occasion. When he was not gnawing on the teething sticks, he would grasp his own little feet to munch on them. One day, Consort Zheng visited with Princess Roisin and found Chang'an happily chewing on his foot, eliciting laughter from her. "Why, Roisin is particularly fond of sucking her fingers, and when I prevent her, she cries. Yet now I see your Chang'an enjoying his toes, I suddenly realize, perhaps there is nothing wrong with Roisin's finger-sucking after all." Zhang Xinyan, too, felt troubled. "I wish to help Chang'an break this habit, but he is quite obstinate. If I stop him, he cries as if the roof might come down. Now I hardly bother with it. He knows well enough that sometimes a few nibbles suffice, and he soon forgets." The matter of Chang'an's foot chewing was initially known only to those in the courtyard and Consort Zheng. However, one afternoon, when Prince Jing arrived, he was taken aback to see Chang'an happily gnawing on his foot, his lips twitching in amusement. The two, father and son, engaged in this playful act, one removing the foot from the mouth while the other continued to chew, enjoying themselves thoroughly. Ultimately, Prince Jing left with a beaming countenance, while Wang Fuan quietly marveled. The prince had been brooding over court matters for days, yet after a brief midday visit, his demeanor had transformed. Filled with smiles, it seemed that Zhang Xinyan's presence truly served as a balm for the prince's spirits. In the evening, after a day filled with play and perspiration, Chang'an eagerly anticipated his favorite bathing time. As Yushu and Yuqin brought in the basin, Chang'an erupted in excited cries, crawling towards it. Zhang Xinyan removed his clothing, placing him in the water, and as soon as he touched the liquid, he began splashing joyfully, his little hands creating a delightful mess, soaking Zhang Xinyan in the process. Unfazed, Chang'an beamed with glee, revealing his toothless gums. Zhang Xinyan, feeling youthful herself, playfully splashed water back at Chang'an, who enthusiastically engaged in a water fight with his mother. ultimately leading to Zhang Xinyan's defeat. Just then, Prince Jing arrived. After observing for a moment, he took over the bathing duties. Usually exuding an air of authority, he now displayed a tender attentiveness in caring for his son, rendering him unexpectedly endearing. Zhang Xinyan felt a shiver of disbelief. It must be a trick of the light. Not allowing the bathing to last too long, the two played for a while before Mama An brought a dry cloth to dry Chang'an and dress him. Unable to locate his beloved teething stick, Chang'an resumed his foot chewing with great enthusiasm. This habit of his was becoming untenable. Could there be a way to wean him off it? It seemed the prince finally recognized the inappropriateness of his son's actions and inquired of Zhang Xinyan. Mama An mentioned that children often exhibit such behaviors, possibly due to teething. Once the teeth emerge and the gums are no longer itchy, he may cease the foot chewing. Chapter 44. Future Plans. Prince Jing produced a book to read to Chang'an, who promptly abandoned his foot and crawled to his father's side, listening intently. After a time equivalent to a tea brew, the rambunctious Chang'an, having played vigorously, succumbed to sleep amidst his father's reading. Prince Jing instructed Mama An to carry Chang'an away. Under the dim light, Prince Jing's gaze upon Zhang Xinyan grew increasingly profound. Ever since she had given birth to Chang'an, her figure had become more exquisite. Her skin glowed with a radiant fairness. And Prince Jing swallowed hard, reaching out towards Zhang Xinyan. Observing him reclined against the bed like a lord, Zhang Xinyan felt her cheeks flush, yet she stepped forward, placing her hand within his, with a firm grip. Prince Jing drew her down onto the bed. The following day, Prince Jing left with a refreshed demeanor, while Zhang Xinyan lay languidly on the bed, struggling to keep her eyes open. At tea that moment, Mama An approached with a bowl of medicine, and Zhang Xinyan hastily sat up to drink it, collapsing back onto the bed and promptly falling asleep. Ever since giving birth to Chang'an, she had been practicing contraception. Her body had yet to fully recover, and she did not wish for a second child just yet. One was quite enough for her. She had no desire to bear another unless absolutely necessary. The young princess born to Consort Lu had now reached 15 days of age. Perhaps due to her mother's milk, she, though still frail, had shown significant improvement. This brought great joy to Prince Jing, who instructed the princess to prepare a grand celebration for the child's full moon. Although the washing ceremony had not been held, the full moon celebration must be sumptuous to compensate for the child. However, before preparations for the celebration could commence, both Consort Lu and the young princess fell victim to foul play. Consort Lu was gravely poisoned, her life hanging by a thread, while the young princess, already weak, barely clung to life after 15 days of meticulous care. Who could have predicted that a mere taint of poisoned milk would lead to the young princess's demise? Consort Lu, too, suffered severe injuries from the poison, leaving her unable to conceive again and possibly facing dire long-term consequences, even early death. Upon learning of this, Prince Jing was filled with sorrow and rage, commanding a thorough investigation to unearth the culprit behind the poisoning. After an exhaustive inquiry, a maidservant responsible for cleaning in Consort Lu's quarters was apprehended. Under duress, the maid soon confessed, tearfully revealing that she had been coerced by concubine Deng, who had kidnapped her brother. Leaving her no choice but to comply. At the mention of concubine Deng, both the prince and the princess exchanged complex glances. "My lord," the princess remarked, "I suspect that the earlier incident involving the wild cat that caused the consort's premature labor was also instigated by concubine Deng. Alas, when will this cycle of vengeance cease?" Zhang Xinyan, having gathered with the other concubines to witness the interrogation, turned to Consort Zheng and inquired, "Who exactly is this concubine Deng?" Consort Zheng leaned closer to Zhang Xinyan, whispering in her ear, "This concubine Deng was once favored by the prince. Not long after entering the palace, she became pregnant. However, her fortune was ill-fated. At that time, Consort Lu had just arrived and was in her prime. Naturally looking down upon concubine Deng, not only did she bully concubine Deng frequently, but she also forced her to kneel in the garden under the scorching sun. Consequently, that infant, barely over a month old, was lost. Despite the immense suffering endured by concubine Deng, the prince merely lightly chastised Consort Lu, and the matter was allowed to pass. After so many years, it is perplexing why concubine Deng would choose this moment to act, and with such malice, to poison the young princess. Prince Jing waved his hand, commanding that concubine Deng be brought forth. When she arrived, everyone was taken aback. Zhang Xinyan felt a pang of sympathy. Concubine Deng was even younger than the prince and princess. Barely in her 20s, yet she appeared withered, her hair a dull yellow and her complexion ashen, suggesting that her days were numbered. In such a state, one could easily believe her to be 50. The princess gasped upon seeing Concubine Deng. Once admired for her beauty, she now resembled a frail old woman. Concubine Deng, how have you come to look like this? Concubine Deng let out a cold laugh, her eyes vacant. Since that miscarriage, I have never been well. The palace physician diagnosed me with a condition of excessive bleeding. Out of 30 days in a month, I bleed for at least 25, and no amount of medicine seems to help. As I stand on the precipice of death, I am filled with a profound unwillingness to succumb to fate and my dreams. I am often visited by the spirit of my departed child. Why must I perish while those who wronged us continue to thrive, blessed with sons and daughters? My suffering is unbearable. Let it be known that Lu Ruyan shall not find solace either. A woman in her 20s at the very peak of her bloom, yet I, as a concubine of Deng, wither like a desiccated tree, destined to fade before I have fully blossomed. After uttering these words, Deng raised her gaze skyward, as though she beheld something extraordinary, her lips curling into a faint smile. Child, have you come to guide your mother? As the words left her lips, dark blood spilled from the corners of her mouth, and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes closing forever. In the wake of her demise, Zhang Xinyan gazed upon the lifeless form of Deng, his heart heavy with sorrow. Once, Deng had known fleeting favor, but as the Prince of Jing cast her aside, she was left powerless to avenge her child, living in a state of utter despair. It is clear how deeply repressed she must have felt. This event solidified Zhang Xinyan's conviction. The Prince of Jing is untrustworthy. If one wishes to thrive, one must rise on their own. Thus, the curtain fell on the tale of Deng's tragic end. Upon learning of Deng's actions, Lu Side concubine ordered that her corpse be exposed to the sun for 10 days before being discarded at a mass grave. Following these events, the Prince of Jing seemed to be consumed by guilt or perhaps something else, for he did not visit the rear courtyard for a fortnight. After this period, Lingxian visited him with a basket brimming with potatoes, and in his delight, the prince remained with her for 5 days. During this time, Zhang Xinyan, spurred by the shock of Deng's death, took to investing 3,000 taels of silver into purchasing land adjacent to her estate, gradually acquiring a substantial amount of farmland. Now, Zhang Xinyan's modest estate boasts nearly 200 acres. Regardless of the crops planted, this land promises a minimum annual return of 1,500 taels of silver, and after taxes, she would still retain 1,200. In years of bountiful harvests, the profits could be even greater. With her newfound status, Zhang Xinyan receives a monthly stipend of 50 taels, and with Chang'an, their combined monthly income reaches 150 taels, sufficient for their needs. The profits from the estate are earmarked for savings, allowing her to accumulate a decent dowry for Chang'an when the time comes. While her circumstances pale in comparison to her compatriot Lingxian, Zhang Xinyan finds contentment in her achievements. Chapter 45. The first birthday celebration. Time flies, and soon it is Chang'an's first birthday. The princess gave birth to the sixth prince, Hengwei, in November of the previous year. And the prince was overjoyed, arranging grand celebrations for Hengwei's naming and full-month ceremonies. During the banquet, the emperor personally bestowed a name upon the sixth prince. Outside, the world rages on, yet within Zhang Xinyan's courtyard, tranquility and harmony reign. She never vies for favor, nor does she frequently leave her quarters. Without Chang'an, it is likely that the other women of the rear courtyard would forget her existence entirely. Nevertheless, the Prince of Jing has never forgotten her, making a point to visit Zhang Xinyan several days a month. Regardless of his busy schedule, at 89 months, Chang'an began to call her mother, and by 10 months, he addressed the prince's father, by 11 months. Not only was he speaking fluently, but he had also taken his first steps. Heng Xiao, the child of Li Yuwei, is a month older than Chang'an and has yet to walk. While Chang'an is already running about, however, he rarely speaks in public, leading others to believe he is merely physically adept yet intellectually simple. Only Zhang Xinyan, his devoted mother, recognizes that Chang'an is a prodigy, capable of articulating lengthy sentences and even reciting poetry, a testament to the prince's scholarly influence. As Chang'an's first birthday approached, Zhang Xinyan spent the night prior teaching him the customs of the Zhuazhou ceremony, uncertain whether he fully grasped her instructions. Tomorrow, When you are asked to choose an object, simply pick a small knife or sword. Do not select anything else. Our survival in the rear courtyard is fraught with challenges, and should your cleverness be revealed, it could spell disaster for us both. With such wisdom at the tender age of 1, the implications of his abilities, should they become known, are indeed grave. Thus, Zhang Xinyan incessantly whispered into Chang'an's ears, regardless of whether he comprehended her words. "Mother, I understand," he replied, scratching his little bottom before tumbling onto the bed, soon drifting into slumber. Seeing her son so healthy and content filled Zhang Xinyan with joy, and she embraced him, allowing her own eyes to close and rest. The following day marked Chang'an's Zhua Zhou banquet, where she adorned him in a tiger head hat and matching shoes, transforming him into a little tiger. His eyes twinkling with curiosity, in a moment of distraction, he scurried away before she could catch him. Zhang Xinyan herself donned a pink spring gown paired with a matching silk skirt, her hair arranged in a bun adorned with floral hairpins, exuding both festivity and propriety. Since learning to walk, Chang'an had developed a reluctance to be held, and so, Zhang Xinyan chose to honor his desire for freedom, tightly grasping his plump little arm as they strolled towards the main courtyard. Zhang Xinyan, who generally preferred to remain indoors, rarely ventured out, and thus, Chang'an was filled with wonder at the sights beyond their home. As they walked, he would often pause to marvel at the fresh green grass and vibrant wildflowers. Upon reaching the main courtyard, however, Chang'an sensed his mother's anxiety and became obedient, standing quietly by her side instead of running about. After greeting the princess, mother and son settled in the flower hall to await the arrival of the guests. They were not the first to arrive. The other 3 concubines were already present. Zhang Xinyan shared a close bond with Zhang, while she and Li Yue were mere acquaintances. Conversely, Zhou harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Zhang Xinyan. Upon their entrance, Zhou scrutinized Zhang Xinyan with a look of disdain before casting a jealous glance at Chang'an, turning away in silence. "Come here, little Chang'an," Zhang called, her affection for him evident as she placed her own child, Roisin, on the ground to play with him. Though Heng Xiao could not walk yet, he was articulate, greeting Zhang Xinyan softly under Li Yue's encouragement. "Greetings, concubine Zhang." "Well, hello to you too, Heng Xiao. Your speech is becoming quite fluent," Zhang Xinyan replied, glancing at Li Yue. "But are we not all in the same boat? Heng Xiao may speak early, yet he cannot walk, while Chang'an is already running about." Li Yue nodded in agreement. Ro Xin approached Zhang Xinyan, wrapping her arms around her leg with a charming smile, brightly exclaiming, "Greetings, concubine Zhang, greetings, concubine Li. Hello, mother, and greetings to my little brothers. Indeed, everyone is well, but Roisin is the best," Zhang Xinyan said, affectionately stroking the young girl's soft cheek. Roisin had been raised with great care, displaying a charming demeanor that Zhang Xinyan found endearing. The camaraderie of motherhood brought laughter to the 3 women, in stark contrast to Zhou, who had yet to bear children herself, her jealousy simmering beneath the surface. Before long, the 3 concubines arrived, and Zhang Xinyan stood to pay her respects. Upon seeing Lu, she was taken aback. Lu's complexion was poor, her face heavily powdered, yet the pallor of her skin remained evident. It seemed the poison she had suffered had taken a significant toll on her health. Lu, once renowned for her beauty and grace, had secluded herself, living a quiet life much like Zhang Xinyan's. Yi Lingxian, however, appeared as radiant as ever, confident and elegant, flanked by 2 nurses carrying her pair of twins. The twins were strikingly beautiful, 6 parts resembling the Prince of Jing and 4 parts taking after the stunning Yi Lingxian. The 5th prince, Heng Xuan, was a remarkably handsome child, while his sister, Rule, displayed a youthful innocence that hinted at her future beauty. As the 3 concubines settled into their seats, they cast glances at Chang'an, who met their gazes with a smile. "Is Heng Yu still refusing to speak?" Lu inquired, her eyes scrutinizing Chang'an with a hint of malice, her heart filled with envy as she recalled her own ailing son. Zhang Xinyan nodded. "Yes, he has only learned to call for mother and father. He refuses to say anything else. Is he truly so dull?" Lu scoffed. The 2nd prince was speaking fluently by 11 months. Zhang Xinyan remained unfazed, responding calmly. "The 2nd prince is exceptionally gifted, and Heng Yu cannot be compared." Chapter 46. The Zhua Zhou ceremony having been flattered and provoked, Lu finally ceased her remarks. Before long, guests began to arrive in a steady stream, and the numbers kept increasing, leaving Zhang Xinyan somewhat astonished. Last month, During Li Yue's son's first birthday celebration, the turnout had been far less substantial. Much like the previous month's full moon banquet, a multitude of princes and princesses, along with concubines, gathered, all eager to bask in the auspicious aura surrounding Chang'an. Hoping for the blessing of a similarly healthy child, Chang'an bore a resemblance to Prince Jing, dressed in festive attire that was both charming and adorable, quickly captivating the attention of the assembled nobility. Unfazed by the crowd, Chang'an accompanied in Momo, weaving through the gathering with a bright smile, unfazed by being held by strangers. The princes and princesses, intrigued, began to present their offerings of golden necklaces, bracelets, and jade rings, enticing Chang'an to call out to them, "Call me fifth uncle, and this jade ring shall be yours," Prince Bin urged, holding out the ring in hopes of a response. Despite accepting the gift, Chang'an remained silent, eliciting laughter from the crowd as Prince Bin, having spent money, found no reward in return. Prince Jin also presented a treasured jade pendant, which Chang'an eagerly accepted, stuffing it into his embrace without hesitation. His mother had mentioned their poverty, suggesting that such treasures must hold significant value, and he intended to bring them back for her. With determination, Chang'an clutched these items tightly, ensuring none slipped away. Observing the little treasure seeker, the surrounding princes and princesses erupted into laughter. The princess and her 3 concubines, busy attending to the guests, cast complex glances at Chang'an, who was drawing such admiration. After a brief circuit, Chang'an finally spotted his father. Dashing over and wrapping his small arms around Prince Jing's leg, cheerfully calling out, "Father! Ha ha ha, 7th brother, it truly is a challenge to elicit a word from your son. He accepts my gifts yet refuses to address me." Prince Jin exclaimed. "Indeed, he is quite the little treasure seeker," another chimed in. Prince Jing smiled, though he refrained from embracing Chang'an as he typically might in private and in public. He maintained a reserved demeanor, never allowing his affection to manifest overtly. No matter how deep his fondness ran, it had to remain concealed, for the bond between royal fathers and sons could sometimes be a double-edged sword. Having witnessed firsthand the extent of his father's favoritism towards his 4th brother and the tragic fate that befell him, Prince Jing had learned this bitter lesson. Fortunately, Chang'an possessed a carefree spirit, undeterred by his father's lack of physical affection, and he remained blissfully by Prince Jing's side, exuding joy. The other princes, observing this scene, could not help but chuckle. "7th brother, you have always carried a serious demeanor. Never gracing us with such a jubilant laugh has been a significant regret for me as your elder brother." "Yet, this regret seems to have been alleviated by Chang'an," remarked Prince Chen. The resemblance between the two, one with a stoic face and the other beaming with delight, became apparent to all, prompting further laughter. Prince Jing felt a twinge of embarrassment, as this was the first time he had been the subject of such light-hearted teasing. The auspicious moment soon arrived, as the servants laid a thick carpet in the center of the hall and presented an array of items for the Zhua Zhou ceremony. Among them were books like the 3-character classic, Analects, writing implements, and an array of objects including an abacus, coins, a sword, food, jewelry, cosmetics, and toys, all exquisitely carved from fragrant sandalwood. As the ceremony commenced, a young eunuch's call brought silence, and all eyes turned to Chang'an. Zhang Xinyan anxiously clenched the handkerchief in her grasp, uncertain whether her son had absorbed her words from the previous day. This occasion was of utmost importance, and with so many witnesses, he must not choose something perilous. Seeing Chang'an gravitate toward the gleaming seal, Zhang Xinyan's heart leapt into her throat. "Son, please do not bring calamity upon yourself if you take the seal. It will be disastrous." In ancient times, the Zhua Zhou ceremony was taken very seriously. Should Chang'an indeed grasp the seal, the princess would undoubtedly take action against him. Even if he were not in mortal danger, he would likely suffer a significant injury, rendering him unable to handle the seal again. As Prince Jing observed Chang'an's steady stride, he too clenched his fist, relieved to see that his reliable little Chang'an had not caused his parents concern. With a sudden pivot, Chang'an headed straight for a sword adorned with jewels, ultimately lifting it in front of the assembled crowd. "Excellent! A sword! Chang'an shall undoubtedly become a great general," exclaimed one of the princes. Clapping in approval. Chang'an, being the healthiest child in the royal family, had always been plumper and taller than his peers, a physique well suited for martial pursuits. Zhang Xinyan and Prince Jing simultaneously exhaled in relief. The princes eagerly encouraged Chang'an to demonstrate some swordplay, and he, with a semblance of seriousness, waved the sword about, eliciting cheers and generous gifts from the princes. Zhang Xinyan watched, awestruck, as the treasures bestowed upon her son were nothing less than exquisite. Each a testament to their noble origins, crafted from the finest white jade and emeralds. She felt an envious pang, realizing that Chang'an had amassed a fortune far exceeding the earnings from her estate over several months. The lively atmosphere persisted long after the Zhuazhou banquet concluded, yet Chang'an, fatigued from the festivities, was ready to return home in unison. The guests took their leave, and upon arriving back at Qingyi Courtyard, Chang'an immediately declared his hunger, having barely eaten during the banquet, preoccupied as he was with entertaining. "Mother, I present these treasures to you," he proclaimed, presenting his gathered spoils to Zhang Xinyan for safekeeping. His two devoted eunuchs were similarly laden with valuable items, each gleaming with promise. Zhang Xinyan embraced her son and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "You truly are a wonderful Soan." As mother and son exchanged words, and Momo entered with a bowl of steamed egg custard. Chang'an promptly settled down, allowing his wet nurse to feed him until he finished the entire bowl. Zhang Xinyan had weaned him at 10 months, and Chang'an had little attachment to milk, preferring flavorsome dishes instead. Egg custard was his favorite, and he insisted on having 3 bowls daily. He had 2 wet nurses. One remained by his side, the current Lu wet nurse, while the other, although no longer in close attendance, was still under Zhang Xinyan's employ. Upon learning that the former wet nurse had once been a skilled embroiderer, Zhang Xinyan had opened a shop for her to manage. Chapter 47. Chang'an visits the palace. The shop that Zhang Xinyan established did not sell garments or embroidery, but rather items necessary for marriage. Wedding gowns, embroidered shoes, double-headed bridal veils, harmony quilts, couples pillows, dragon and phoenix towels, wall hangings, and bed curtains were all offered. These items required the bride's personal touch, as high-born daughters and noblewomen would traditionally embroider their own dowries, making ready-made purchases impractical. Zhang Xinyan's shop catered to the general populace and those servants lacking the time to prepare such items. The designs she crafted were simple yet festive, easy to stitch, and thus remained affordable, ensuring a steady stream of customers. Each month, she netted over 80 taels, occasionally exceeding 100. With newfound wealth, her life grew increasingly comfortable, and Zhang Xinyan felt as though she were living in retirement. Once Chang'an finished his bowl of egg custard, he clamored for Zhang Xinyan to bathe him. Feeling a bit weary, he slipped under the covers and, without needing coaxing, quickly fell asleep. Observing her son's rosy cheeks, Zhang Xinyan too felt fatigue wash over her, and she decided to join him in slumber. And Momo, witnessing the pair peacefully asleep, sighed softly and quietly exited. Both master and son were languid, indulging in lengthy naps, much to the advantage of their attendants, who seized the opportunity to rest. Zhang Xinyan believed their days would continue in such tranquility. However, the following morning, after Prince Jing returned from court, he entered Zhang Xinyan's quarters with startling news. "What? The emperor and consort Zhao wish to meet Chang'an?" Zhang Xinyan gasped, her expression one of disbelief. "Why would 2 noble figures from the palace wish to see my son? This defies all logic." Seeing her pale face, Prince Jing quickly reassured her, "Do not fret. Yesterday was Chang'an's Zhuazhou ceremony, attended by several royal brothers. This morning, while in the imperial study, the emperor inquired about the events of the previous day, and his brothers eagerly recounted Chang'an's performance. The emperor had long desired to meet the healthy Chang'an, but the opportunity had eluded him until now. Upon hearing of Chang'an's charming demeanor, the emperor expressed his wish to have Chang'an stay in the palace for a few days. Zhang Xinyan's heart sank with worry. "Your Highness, please speak frankly with me. Will Chang'an be taken into the palace and never return?" Consort Zhao was Chang'an's biological grandmother, and as a doting grandparent, she would undoubtedly wish to keep her grandson close. Zhang Xinyan, as a mere concubine, held no authority to refuse. Prince Jing patted her shoulder. "Fear not. The palace has its own protocols. Even if it were permissible, I would not allow it, rest assured." With some of her apprehension alleviated, Zhang Xinyan felt slightly more at ease, though she understood that a visit to the palace was unavoidable. "Your Highness, Chang'an is still young and naive. Will he not inadvertently offend the emperor and the empress? What if something goes wrong?" The young child, merely 1 year old, truly caused Zhang Xinyan great unease at the thought of sending him to the palace. Observing Zhang Xinyan in a state of frantic anxiety, almost on the verge of tears, Jing Wang felt a twinge of concern, Yet his worries did not match Zhang Xinyan's palpable distress, though not fret. The Empress Dowager is present that Longan is her grandson, and she will undoubtedly care for him well, he reassured her. Despite Zhang Xinyan's objections, the emperor had spoken, and the following morning, Mama An, Nurse Lu, along with two of Longan's personal eunuchs, Fuzi and Xiaoman, entered the palace together. "Do not see us off, my lord. We shall surely protect the fourth prince well. You need not worry," Mama An stated. Zhang Xinyan nodded, watching as they departed. The ungrateful little Longan remained nestled against the nurse, waving his tiny hand at Zhang Xinyan. Without her child, Zhang Xinyan felt drained of vitality, her spirit diminished, as she languished in the courtyard for an entire day, in stark contrast to Zhang Xinyan's yearning. Longan was reveling in the palace, his boldness evident as he fearlessly explored his surroundings. His sparkling eyes darted about, taking in the palace's grandeur. Upon encountering concubine Zhao, he displayed no trepidation, grinning widely and revealing 6 or 7 pearly white teeth. Endearing himself to all, concubine Zhao and her attendants were utterly captivated by Longan's adorable demeanor. Overjoyed, concubine Zhao noted how handsome Longan was, resembling Jing Wang closely, and felt a surge of affection when he ran towards her without a hint of fear. "Oh, my little Longan, do you recognize your grandmother? Call me grandmother, won't you?" she teased, cradling him in her arms. Everyone anticipated that Longan would remain silent, yet to their astonishment, he chirped out grandmother in a sweet voice. Concubine Zhao was instantly delighted, while Mama An chuckled, explaining, in the residence, the fourth prince only calls his mother and father. He refuses to speak otherwise. Who would have thought he would call you grandmother right upon entering the palace? It seems the fourth prince holds you in great affection. This revelation only added to concubine Zhao's joy. Noticing Longan reaching for an orange on the table, she personally began to peel it for him. "Your Highness, the fourth prince is truly obedient, no crying or fussing, and he even called out grandmother," remarked one of concubine Zhao's trusted maids, clearly fond of Longan. "Indeed, he is well-mannered. Look at how robust he is. Where else in the royal family could one find a child so healthy? The Zhang family is commendable. They know how to raise children well, madam. Prepare to send some gifts back with Longan when he returns to the residence, along with a few prescriptions to bolster his health. With such a healthy child, it would be wonderful to have more strong and obedient grandchildren. More children, more blessings." The trusted maid promptly acknowledged her instructions. After sitting for a while, Longan could no longer contain his restlessness and was placed on the ground to see what he would do. The palace of concubine Zhao was far grander than Zhang Xinyan's courtyard, and Longan, intrigued, began to run about energetically, eager to touch everything in sight. Observing Longan's exuberance, concubine Zhao smiled at those around her, saying, "Look at this rambunctious little one. He is clearly spirited. Aside from his resemblance to the seventh prince, his temperament is entirely different." Just as Longan was joyfully exploring, a few individuals entered through the door, and in his excitement, he ran straight into one of their legs. The emperor, feeling a sudden embrace around his leg, looked down to meet the gaze of Longan's large, bright eyes. The child exhibited no fear and, upon locking eyes with the emperor, beamed a radiant smile. Chapter 48. The urging for a second child. The emperor's unexpected arrival startled concubine Zhao, who hurriedly stood to pay her respects, but he waved her off and had no need for such formalities. "Is this Longan from the seventh prince's household?" Concubine Zhao smiled warmly. "Yes, this little one is utterly fearless and quite the handful. He could barely sit still in his chair before he was off running about, and now he has even embraced your leg." The emperor, charmed by Longan's infectious joy, bent down and scooped him into his arms, a move that startled everyone present. Concubine Zhao was equally taken aback, knowing that while the emperor had many grandchildren, he seldom held them. Ignoring concubine Zhao's presence, the emperor asked Longan, "Do you know who I am?" No one expected Longan to respond, yet he did, gazing up at the emperor with a smile, calling out, "Grandfather." The emperor was genuinely surprised, looking down at Longan in astonishment. Just yesterday, during the naming ceremony, Longan had not uttered a word. How was it that he spoke so clearly now? "You know I am your grandfather?" "Who told you that?" Longan replied, "Father." The emperor chuckled, glancing at concubine Zhao. "This child is quite clever." Concubine Zhao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, not only is he intelligent, but he is also exceptionally well-behaved. not crying or fussing in this unfamiliar place. What a relief. Although only 1 year old, Longan was rather hefty, weighing over 20 pounds. After a brief time in the emperor's arms, he was set back down to continue his explorations of concubine Zhao's palace. This child is well raised, the emperor observed, watching Longan dart about. Concubine Zhao concurred, yes, his mother is exceedingly fond of him. I heard she gained 20 to 30 pounds during her pregnancy, which is why he is so healthy. Zhang Xinyan is indeed a good mother. The emperor nodded, then inquired, I recall the 7th prince's residence already has 3 concubines? Longan was clearly favored by the emperor. And although Zhang Xinyan's status was somewhat lowly, should she be elevated to concubine, it would grant her recognition as a daughter-in-law of the royal family. The emperor wished to elevate Longan's standing. But regrettably, the 7th prince's household already had 1 more concubine than others. Adding another would surely invite criticism. Concubine Zhao understood this logic and refrained from advocating for Zhang Xinyan. Your Majesty, Longan caught a sword during his naming ceremony. He is destined to become a great general. Perhaps you could bestow upon him a martial arts instructor as a token of your affection? The emperor found this suggestion agreeable and called for Longan. Longan, do you wish to practice martial arts and become a great general to protect your country? Longan tilted his head, seemingly perplexed by the concept of martial arts. The emperor summoned a guard from outside to demonstrate a punch. Capturing Longan's full attention. Watching intently, Longan suddenly mimicked the motions with his own hands. Would you like to learn? The emperor asked with a smile, observing Longan's earnestness. Yes, practice martial arts, Longan exclaimed, throwing a punch as he spoke. With Longan's presence, the emperor lingered in concubine Zhao's palace until after lunch. Longan, greatly enamored with his amiable grandfather, even offered to share his egg custard with the emperor during the meal, eliciting hearty laughter from him, who remarked on Longan's filial piety. The emperor's fondness for Longan quickly spread throughout the palace, with the empress and other concubines coming to visit, leaving behind a plethora of gifts. By the time Longan returned to the 7th prince's residence laden with gifts. 3 days had passed. During this time, Zhang Xinyan had been consumed with worry, unable to sleep, and had even developed a sore on her lip. Upon seeing her son return safely, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mother, the emperor provided a martial arts instructor for me, Longan recounted to Zhang Xinyan, stumbling over his words as he shared his experiences in the palace. Mama and added, concubine Zhao mentioned that during the naming ceremony, Longan grasped a sword, indicating he would become a general. The emperor asked if he wished to learn martial arts and had a personal guard demonstrate, leading to Longan's eagerness to learn. The emperor has bestowed upon him a martial arts teacher, who has already come to stay with us. Zhang Xinyan's smile faltered, and she gazed at her son, who was so cheerfully oblivious to her concerns, feeling a wave of bitterness within. Why, dear son, you have truly put your mother in a difficult position this time. Once Longan was taken out to play, Zhang Xinyan sat down with Mama, saying, Mama, with Longan making such a splash, I cannot help but feel uneasy. Mama, aware of her mistress's timid nature and her preference for seclusion, quickly offered words of comfort. My lord, I understand your concerns, but there is no need for alarm. The emperor has sent a martial arts instructor, effectively providing the young master with a personal guard. Concubine Zhao has also sent a personal eunuch, who is not only skilled but also knowledgeable about poisons. With the emperor and concubine Zhao's affection for the young master, they will undoubtedly ensure his protection. Moreover, the 7th prince had never revoked the protection surrounding Longan. While Zhang Xinyan believed her household was secured by her loyal servants, the 7th prince was far more strategic. The entire vicinity of Qingyi Courtyard was surrounded by trusted eunuchs and maidservants, all loyal to the 7th prince. Zhang Xinyan had fortified her small courtyard as if it were a fortress. Yet the 7th prince had constructed an even more impenetrable barrier around it. In essence, the safety of the entire estate, including the princess's quarters, could hardly rival that of Zhang Xinyan's Qingyi Courtyard. Furthermore, with the emperor and concubine Zhao involved in Longan's protection, Zhang Xinyan could rest assured. The women in the rear courtyard were more than capable. Once Zhang Xinyan realized the extent of Longan's safety, she exhaled deeply in relief. My lord, there is one more matter that concubine Zhao has instructed me to convey to you, Mama remarked with a smile, observing Zhang Xinyan's newfound tranquility. What is it? Zhang Xinyan was utterly oblivious to the events that were about to unfold in a buoyant mood. She inquired after Granny and replied, The Empress Dowager has stated that the fourth prince is exceptionally gifted. And it is undoubtedly due to your lineage, my lady. Thus, the Empress Dowager has graciously provided a bounty of nourishing herbal remedies, wishing for you to restore your health post-haste and subsequently bear more children as remarkable as the fourth prince. Zhang Xinyan was left speechless. She had not anticipated that even in ancient times there would be pressure to conceive a second child. Initially, she had believed that one child sufficed, for the women in the inner quarters could very well turn against her if she bore another. However, now that her superior's mother had explicitly commanded her to have a second child, she was caught in a quandary. Should she comply or resist? Chapter 49. The difficulties. Zhang Xinyan furrowed her brow. The notion of a second child had never crossed her mind. Although she seldom ventured outside, she was well aware of the happenings within the estate, thanks to Yuan Bao, her keen-eyed and well-informed companion. Recently, 2 women in the inner quarters had become pregnant. One was Zhao Fangya, a concubine who had entered the household after Zhang Xinyan and Li Yue. It was unclear who had orchestrated it. But Zhao herself remained ignorant of her pregnancy until she experienced severe bleeding and sought the physician's assistance. Had it not been for her condition, she might never have realized she had been with child only to lose it. Aside from Zhao, there was another concubine, surnamed Cui, who also became pregnant. She was more discreet, concealing her condition until the 3rd month. Regrettably, she suffered a miscarriage after slipping while out for a stroll at 4 months. And it was rumored that she had been expecting a boy. Zhang Xinyan considered herself fortunate to have safely delivered Chang'an. Given the myriad of schemes employed by the women in the inner quarters, she truly felt apprehensive. With the Empress Dowager now mandating that she bear a second child, she could no longer take contraceptive potions. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. My lady, I understand your concerns, the maidservant said. Let me be straightforward. Young Master Chang'an has garnered much favor in the palace. The emperor even inquired about your status, seemingly contemplating elevating you to the rank of secondary consort. However, since our lord already has 3 secondary consorts, the emperor ultimately chose to overlook the matter. I believe you can certainly bear another child. Our lives stretch long ahead, and who knows if the position of secondary consort might one day become vacant. Should that happen, with 2 children, our lord would have ample reason to petition the emperor for your elevation. Becoming a secondary consort would mean official recognition as a daughter-in-law of the royal family, attending court functions, and enjoying privileges second only to the primary consort. Not only would she reside in a more spacious courtyard with her own small kitchen, but she would also have the autonomy to select her future daughters-in-law. After the lord's passing, the children of the secondary consort would inherit some property and could even be taken away for support. In essence, there were numerous benefits to becoming a secondary consort. Zhang Xinyan was well aware of the advantages of such an elevation, but she also understood that it would mean sacrificing her current stable existence. Caring for 2 children would undoubtedly overwhelm her, and the thought of anything happening to one of them filled her with dread. She harbored no grand ambitions. She merely wished to live a tranquil life. Granny, please allow me some time to ponder this matter, she said, feeling conflicted. To conceive again would mean Zhang Xinyan would face even greater challenges. Carrying a child for 10 months would place her under the scrutiny of countless eyes. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine, and she realized she needed to consider her options carefully. Granny recognized that if Zhang Xinyan were to conceive again, she would undoubtedly be thrust into the spotlight. And she ceased her counsel. Just as Zhang Xinyan was lost in her troubles, Jing Wang quietly entered the room and found her wearing a distressed expression. What troubles you? Your son has returned from the palace. Yet you seem more troubled than before. Startled, Zhang Xinyan jumped at his sudden voice. Upon seeing Jing Wang's smiling face, she resolved to voice her concerns and seek his perspective. Your Highness, this time Chang'an received many gifts and accolades from the Emperor and the Empress. She moved closer to Jing Wang, offering to massage his shoulders. Jing Wang raised an eyebrow, comfortably leaning back in his chair, relishing the attention of Zhang Xinyan. He suspected that she must be grappling with something significant. Prompting her to seek his assistance as he pondered this, he noted that it felt as though Zhang Xinyan was serving him for the first time, a thought that brought a deeper smile to his lips. Zhang Xinyan continued, Chang'an has made quite the impression, and I can't help but fear for his safety. Moreover, the Empress has sent me numerous herbal remedies for nourishment, as she wishes for me to bear another child for Chang'an. Jing Wang turned to her, his gaze piercing. He grasped her cheek firmly, causing her to catch her breath. Speaking of which, I have a question for you. Ever since Chang'an's birth, you have secretly consumed contraceptive potions behind my back. Have you already resolved to cease bearing children from now on? It was a rare privilege for Zhang Xinyan to have been favored, and she had been fortunate to conceive and deliver Chang'an. For an entire year thereafter, Jing Wang frequently visited her quarters, staying over more often than before. Yet, curiously, despite this, she had not conceived again. Jing Wang's heart brimmed with suspicion, and he had only recently discovered her clandestine use of contraceptive remedies. He could not fathom Zhang Xinyan's reasoning, especially in an environment where women fervently sought to conceive. Yet, she diverged from this path. Initially, he was furious upon learning of her actions, but as he reflected on her character over time, he began to comprehend the deeper motivations behind her choices. Still, the fact that she had broached the subject herself reignited his ire. Zhang Xinyan felt a jolt of fear and quickly knelt, pleading for forgiveness. "Your Highness, please spare me." With a resigned sigh, Jing Wang extended his hand to help her up. "Enough. I do not hold you accountable. Rise." Trembling, Zhang Xinyan stood and cautiously glanced at Jing Wang's expression. Noticing no sign of anger, she exhaled in relief. "Your Highness, how did you know about my contraceptive measures?" Jing Wang scrutinized her, narrowing his eyes. "Do you truly believe it would be difficult for me to learn of the affairs in the inner quarters?" In that instant, Zhang Xinyan understood her folly. She had underestimated Jing Wang. Even if he did not inquire directly, he would certainly be aware of certain matters. "Your Highness, I am but a humble concubine who has been fortunate enough to bear a healthy grandson. In this realm, I already draw considerable attention. If I were to conceive again, I fear I would be unable to manage both children. It may be wiser for me not to bear another." Her reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire but from a profound fear. "I understand your sentiments. You believe one child suffices, and the prospect of another overwhelms you. You also harbor concerns that jealousy from other women in the estate could lead to calamity for your child. I comprehend all your apprehensions." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xinyan's heart trembled, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He had always understood her struggles. Chapter 50. Falling into water. Jing Wang drew Zhang Xinyan into his embrace. "I recognize your timid nature. You seek not wealth or power, but simply wish to remain by my side, watching Chang'an grow and leading a modest life. However, life does not always unfold according to our desires. It is fraught with challenges. Chang'an is exceptionally gifted and has already drawn the attention of many since his birth. Even if you attempt to shield him within these walls, you cannot protect him indefinitely. He is destined to soar beyond this confines. If you remain stagnant, what will become of Chang'an? I cannot manage every detail, nor can I favor him excessively. Ultimately, he will rely on you." Zhang Xinyan bowed her head in contemplation. Realizing the wisdom in Jing Wang's words, her fears had led her astray. She was already his woman, and regardless of her desire to avoid competition, she could not escape the tumult of the inner quarters. With Chang'an's birth, he would inherently attract attention. Simply by existing, he was already recognized as Jing Wang's son, a member of the royal lineage. The bonds of royal kinship were often tenuous, and fraternal discord was not uncommon. The sole unwavering support Chang'an could count on would be her as his mother. "Oh, not fear." Jing Wang reassured her. "I promise to protect you, and I shall keep my word. But you must also learn to stand on your own." It became evident to Zhang Xinyan that the prospect of a second child was unavoidable. Once she grasped this truth, her heart lightened, and she nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your protection over us. You are correct. I cannot merely bury myself in my own life. Chang'an will grow, and in 3 years, he will move to the front courtyard, and after turning 6, he will need to enter the palace to study." The maidservant needed to reflect carefully on her situation. As Zhang Xinyan pondered this, Prince Jing lowered his head to kiss her earlobe, saying, "Since you've come to terms with it, shouldn't you express your gratitude to me? The more thanks you give, the more I shall cherish you and Chang'an." Zhang Xinyan genuinely appreciated Prince Jing's thoughtfulness towards her and their child, and she accepted his affection openly, wrapping her arms around his neck and offering him a kiss. Originally, Chang'an's daily routine consisted of waking early for breakfast, taking a midday nap, and then playing energetically in the afternoon before resting again. However, ever since the emperor bestowed upon him a martial arts instructor, Chang'an's schedule underwent a complete transformation. He now began his day with a session of boxing before breakfast. After a brief nap at noon, he resumed his practice. Of course, being merely a year old, The instructor ensured that the child was not overexerted, primarily engaging him in playful activities. Nevertheless, the women in the rear courtyard were filled with envy. Each time Zhang Xinyan visited the princess to pay her respects, both Consort Lu and Consort Zhou would subtly belittle her. Even a clay figurine possesses some indignation. How much more so for Zhang Xinyan, a living, breathing person and a mother. After enduring a few jabs, Zhang Xinyan could no longer suppress her retorts, startling both Consort Lu and Consort Zhou. Though Chang'an is just a small child, he is favored by the emperor and the empress. How can he be labeled as a mischievous brat in your mouths? Are you questioning the emperor and the empress? With that accusation, Consort Lu and Consort Zhou fell silent, for who would dare rebut the emperor's words? The princess observed Zhang Xinyan with narrowed eyes, her gaze flickering. Ever since the last childbirth, she had kept Zhang Xinyan in her thoughts. Previously, she had deemed Zhang Xinyan to be timid and easily intimidated, thus she had not interfered with her. However, witnessing her assertiveness now made the princess wary. The prince was too concerned for her. If she developed a temper or ambition, she could no longer be permitted to remain. Both Yi Lingxian and Consort Liang began to reassess Zhang Xinyan. Yi Lingxian, believing herself to be a time traveler and the mother of the future emperor, held a certain arrogance and looked down upon Zhang Xinyan's passive demeanor. Consort Liang, a daughter of a military family, would retaliate if insulted, no matter the cost. They had always presumed Zhang Xinyan to be soft and submissive, but after observing her resilience, they began to see her in a different light. Only Li Yue understood Zhang Xinyan somewhat. When alone, enduring a bit of unfairness was bearable, but it was crucial that her child did not suffer. As a mother, one would naturally lean towards their own child. So Zhang Xinyan's outbursts did not surprise her in the slightest. After this incident, when Consort Lu and Consort Zhou encountered Zhang Xinyan again, they remained aloof. However, they no longer sought to provoke her. Zhang Xinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She continued her routine of staying indoors unless necessary. But Chang'an's restless nature often led him to wander the courtyard. She did not forbid him from going out, always ensuring that the martial arts instructor and the little eunuch from Princess Zhao's last visit accompanied him. To date, no indiscreet woman had approached to create trouble, and Chang'an's outdoor escapades grew longer. One day, while Zhang Xinyan sat at her desk sketching designs for her shop, Yuqin rushed in, flustered. "My lady, it's terrible. The fourth prince and the second prince have fallen into the water." Consort Liang jumped in to save them, but she is pregnant and now has begun to bleed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyan's pencil pierced through the paper in shock. What? What about Chang'an? Is Consort Liang all right? Without further ado, she urged Yuqin to take her outside. Chang'an was only a year old. Nothing could happen to him. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. And unable to contain herself, she lifted her skirt and hurried towards the lotus pond. The lotus pond was not far from Qingyi Courtyard, and Zhang Xinyan arrived even before the physician. The scene by the pond was chaotic. The second prince lay on the ground, his face pale and ashen. Zhang Xinyan was taken aback, relieved to see the rise and fall of his chest, a sign that he was still alive. Chang'an was soaked but appeared spirited. Upon seeing Zhang Xinyan, he let out a wail and called out for his mother. Zhang Xinyan's heart ached fiercely as she swiftly pulled him into her embrace, soothing him gently. Consort Liang furrowed her brow, clutching her abdomen and leaning against her trusted maid, with a bit of red staining her skirts. Zhang Xinyan glanced at her and felt a wave of relief. It seemed she had not lost too much blood, and the child should be safe. Consort Liang, perhaps we should head to Qingyi Courtyard. Given your condition, you should avoid excessive movement. Before she could inquire further about the incident, Zhang Xinyan first invited Consort Liang to her own quarters. In this tumultuous moment, it was indeed Consort Liang who had saved the two children. Zhang Xinyan held no doubts about her intentions. Morally and emotionally, she could not disregard Consort Liang's welfare. The distance from Consort Liang's courtyard to the lotus pond was considerable, and given her condition, every step could jeopardize the child. Very well. Consort Liang appeared frightened and dared not move, nodding slightly while gripping her personal maid's arm. When it came to the second prince, Zhang Xinyan hesitated but ultimately allowed them to carry him into her courtyard. Regardless of the circumstances, the children were innocent. The physician arrived promptly. One began to treat Consort Liang, while another attended to the unconscious Heng Chang, and the doctor who examined Chang'an merely felt his pulse and shook his head, declaring the child unharmed. Shortly after the two physicians entered the room, The princess arrived with a large entourage, including a frantic Consort Lu. Upon seeing Zhang Xinyan, Consort Lu raised her hand to strike. Naturally, Zhang Xinyan could not allow this and stepped back. "Zhang, what have you done to my son? If anything happens to him, I will never forgive you." "Consort Lu, both the second prince and my Chang'an fell into the water. What are you doing? The situation is still unclear. And you dare to blame me?" Zhang Xinyan felt a surge of anger toward Consort Lu's threats, unsure why her temper had been particularly volatile these past few days. The princess intervened sharply. "Enough! Let us ascertain the truth of this matter first." At that moment, Chang'an's martial arts instructor stepped forward, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness. I was present when the two young princes fell into the water." Consort Lu sneered at the instructor. "He is Chang'an's teacher. Of course, he will side with him. His words cannot be trusted." The princess ignored her and signaled for the instructor to explain. "Please tell us what transpired today." "Your Highness, today I accompanied the fourth prince by the Lotus Pond for practice. The second prince happened by and wished to join. Seeing the two princes playing amicably, I allowed them to practice together for a while until we encountered Consort Liang. Seeing their enjoyment, Consort Liang offered them pastries. The princes seemed to take a liking to her, and she regaled them with tales of warfare. The second prince was quite interested and, when Consort Liang ceased her storytelling, he insisted she continue. In their playful tugging, they lost their balance and fell into the Lotus Pond. Consort Liang, in a panic, jumped in to save them, and we all followed to rescue them from the water. That is how it happened." Though Hang Chang was the arrogant son of Consort Lu, his gentle nature was likely a result of his chronic illness. Chang'an, being an exceptionally perceptive child, could sense any disdain directed at him and would distance himself accordingly. His willingness to play with Hang Chang indicated that there was no malice on Hang Chang's part, and later, he even tugged at Consort Liang, urging her to tell more stories. It seemed that this incident was indeed an unfortunate accident. Zhang Xinyan thought this way, yet Consort Lu, having witnessed her son, was relentless in her accusations, claiming that Consort Liang had harmed her child. One moment, she blamed Zhang Xinyan for inciting Chang'an to push Hang Chang into the pond. Zhang Xinyan stared at the frenzied Consort Lu, utterly at a loss for words. Her child lay unconscious, and yet Consort Lu seemed unfazed, instead intent on laying blame on others for Hang Chang's predicament. Zhang Xinyan's courtyard became a cacophony of commotion. When Prince Jing received word and rushed over, he found this chaotic scene, his brows knitted tightly. Consort Lu lunged at him, accusing Zhang Xinyan and Consort Liang of harboring sinister intentions that endangered her child. After listening to Chang'an's instructor's account, along with the testimonies of Consort Liang's attendants and Hang Chang's wet nurse, the truth of the matter was confirmed. It was indeed an accident. Yet Consort Lu remained obstinate until Prince Jing finally lost his temper. Prompting her to quiet down, the princess turned to Zhang Xinyan, inquiring, "What is the status of Consort Liang and the two young princes?" Zhang Xinyan replied, "Consort Liang appears to be pregnant. She jumped into the water to save the children and has experienced some bleeding. The physician is treating her inside. As for the second prince, he is unconscious from inhaling water and has yet to awaken, while Chang'an was quite startled and has just vomited a considerable amount of water. But he has since fallen asleep." Upon hearing that Consort Liang was pregnant, the expressions of the princess and the other women subtly shifted, their gazes directed towards the door of the courtyard. Revealing an unmistakable malice in their eyes, it seemed they were all silently praying for the failure of Consort Liang's pregnancy. Alas, contrary to their wishes, the physician emerged shortly after administering silver needles. Reporting, "Esteemed Lord and Lady, Consort Liang's child has been preserved. However, she is experiencing complications and is advised against movement. It is likely she will need to remain in bed for 2 or 3 days and take some medicinal tonics before she can walk again." Prince Jing nodded and turned to Zhang Xinyan, stating, "Since Consort Liang is currently unwell and cannot be moved, let her stay in Qingyi Courtyard for the next few days. I shall go in to see her. You may all disperse." Zhang Xinyan hesitated for a moment before following him inside. Before they entered the room, the physician attending to Hang Chang stepped out, causing Prince Jing to pause. "How is Hang Chang?" he inquired. The physician glanced at the remaining individuals, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face before he remained silent. A sense of foreboding gripped Zhang Xinyan, while Prince Jing's brow furrowed deeper. Except for the princess and Consort Lu, everyone else should return. Lai Yue raised an eyebrow, casting a scornful glance at the now dazed Consort Lu, and was the first to leave. She recalled that in her previous life, Hung Chang had also nearly drowned but unfortunately did not survive that incident. This time, it appeared that he had been saved, but something else had gone awry. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, she still found it difficult to discern the true nature of Lu Ruyan. If one were to say she loved children, her indifference towards them and her repeated use of them to vie for favor contradicted that notion, showing no regard for their frail health. Conversely, if one claimed she did not love children, then after Hung Chang's death, Consort Lu had gone mad, turning her wrath upon the children of the household, ultimately leading to her execution by the prince's command. What good was it to care for the children only after they were gone? As Chapter 52 unfolds, with the departure of the others, only the princess, Consort Lu, and a few remaining individuals lingered in the courtyard. Prince Jing's voice turned stern. "Speak, what has happened to Hung Chang?" The physician fell to his knees, bowing his head before stammering. "Your Highness, the second prince was a premature birth and has been frail for many years. Although he was rescued from drowning in time, it has exacerbated his underlying ailments. While he is no longer in danger, it appears." Consort Lu's voice trembled as she pressed for clarity. "What is it? Speak quickly," the physician gritted his teeth and revealed. "However, this incident has severely compromised the second prince's health. If he does not receive proper care, it is likely he will not live beyond 18. If he is well cared for and does not overexert himself, he may live to a ripe old age. But as for progeny, this implied that the second prince would likely suffer from an underlying condition that would prevent him from having children." Upon hearing this, Consort Lu's body went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, but was steadied by the matron beside her. "This cannot be true. It simply cannot." Prince Jing's expression darkened further, his icy gaze sweeping over the feeble Consort Lu, rage boiling within him. Hung Chang was his own flesh and blood. How could he remain calm? Though Hung Chang had been physically weak in the past, he had been manageable. The true question lay with Consort Lu, who had not hesitated to administer emetics and pain-inducing medicines to her child, ultimately debilitating his constitution. Zhang Xinyan felt the urge to hide away as she absorbed this secret, fearing that Consort Lu might turn on her in a fit of madness. Hung Chang, still unconscious, was carried back to Consort Lu's quarters, where she seemed to have lost all strength, falling ill upon returning to her own space. Prince Jing stood rooted in place for what felt like an eternity until the princess finally tugged him away. Zhang Xinyan, after contemplating for a moment, returned to her own quarters to check on her son, discovering he had a slight fever. The physician had warned earlier that Chang'an might fall ill, so she did not fret too much, instructing the matron to care for him while she took the restorative medicine given to her by Consort Zhao to visit Consort Liang. Consort Liang, despite her circumstances, was a commendable woman, perhaps due to her family background. She was gracious and never resorted to cunning schemes to vie for favor. She did not give the other concubines any trouble, and at present, she and Zhang Xinyan led similar lives, both retreating into their own little worlds within the courtyard. However, it could also be attributed to her strong family ties. Regardless of whether through her own merit or her family's influence, she thrived well, showing little interest in competing for favor. Lying in bed, Consort Liang appeared much better than before. Upon seeing Zhang Xinyan, she nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for saving Chang'an today. Consort Liang, I am truly grateful that you are not severely harmed. Otherwise, I would not know what to do." Zhang Xinyan expressed her sincere gratitude. Consort Liang smiled gently, saying, "There is no need for such formality. If anything, I was at fault. I found the second and fourth princes charming and stopped to converse with them, only to inadvertently lead them to the water to tea that moment." The matron beside Consort Liang interjected, "Madame Zhang, this is entirely my fault. Consort Liang has been in the residence for quite some time without any good news. I learned that the fourth prince had been playing near the Lotus Pond, which is why I suggested to Consort Liang to take a stroll there, hoping for a chance encounter with him to share in his good fortune. There is a belief in ancient times that if a newlywed bride does not conceive after a long period, being close to other people's children might allow her to absorb some of their youthful energy, potentially leading to her own pregnancy, possibly even with a son. Within the entire prince's estate, aside from the heir, only Chang'an stood out, which is why Consort Liang sought to bask in his good fortune." With this explanation, Zhang Xinyan understood why Consort Liang's quarters were so far from the Lotus Pond. Yet she had encountered Chang'an there. "Is Chang'an well? Has he fallen ill?" Consort Liang inquired, clearly fond of Chang'an and unable to shake her worries. He has a slight fever, but the physician has already seen him and prescribed medication. He is currently resting, Zhang Xinyan replied. The two, still not well acquainted, exchanged few words. After expressing her thanks, Zhang Xinyan left the medicinal herbs behind and turned to return to her main residence. At that moment, Chang'an was sleeping restlessly. Zhang Xinyan personally wiped his body, and sensing the familiar scent of his mother, Chang'an nestled closer to her, finally settling into a peaceful slumber. A robust physique and ample nourishment contributed to his good immunity. By the next morning, his fever had subsided, and after lying in the house for an entire day, he was back to his spirited self, resuming his martial training with vigor. Once consort Liang regained her health, she promptly returned to her own quarters, restoring the tranquility of Zhang Xinyan's small courtyard. Concerned for Chang'an's safety, Zhang Xinyan kept him confined within the courtyard for a time. Initially, Chang'an could remain still, but as days passed, he grew increasingly restless. Several times, when Zhang Xinyan was not paying attention, he would sneak out with his master and the eunuch De Fu, a gift from consort Zhao. Eventually, Zhang Xinyan ceased her vigilance. Her son was growing up, entering the rebellious phase at just a year and a half old, and she found it increasingly difficult to manage him. After a month had passed, Zhang Xinyan noted the arrival of her monthly cycle had not occurred. Having been pregnant once before, she immediately realized she was expecting again. Since consort Zhao had urged her to have a second child, Prince Jing had seemingly received a directive, spending 10 consecutive days with Zhang Xinyan. Naturally, it was not as if they were engaged in intimate affairs every day, but every other day was certainly frequent enough, coinciding with Zhang Xinyan's fertile period for 5 of those days. Coupled with Prince Jing's remarkable stamina, she had once again fallen into his grasp. Upon realizing her pregnancy, Zhang Xinyan chose to keep it a secret, intending to wait until the 3-month mark before revealing the news. However, events did not unfold as she had hoped. After a morning of martial practice, Chang'an rushed out to play, returning at noon to join Zhang Xinyan for lunch. Despite his young age, he had developed a fondness for meat. Previously, fearing digestion issues, Zhang Xinyan had the kitchen prepare meat-flavored egg custards, which Chang'an enjoyed immensely. However, after discovering the joy of gnawing on bones, Chang'an insisted on having ribs for lunch, and seeing his enthusiasm, Zhang Xinyan ensured he had them dailied. As mother and son sat down at the table laden with a sumptuous meal. Just as they were about to begin, De Fu, standing nearby, suddenly interrupted. "Madam, today's meal seems a bit off. Might we call the physician to examine it?" De Fu remarked, twitching his nose and turning to Zhang Xinyan. Zhang Xinyan immediately set down her chopsticks. The dishes appeared unchanged from previous meals, and while her sense of smell was notably acute, it paled in comparison to De Fu's expertise in identifying poisons. Zhang Xinyan glanced at Yuan Bao, who promptly comprehended the situation and rushed off to summon the physician. "De Fu, what seems to be the issue?" Zhang Xinyan inquired. De Fu, having been assigned to Chang'an by consort Zhao, was reputed to recognize various poisons. The fact that such a eunuch was entrusted to Chang'an spoke volumes about the affection consort Zhao held for him. "In response to my lady, I have been discerning poisons since I was 3 years old. Now, I can identify their types with just a sniff. The meal today seemed somewhat amiss, however, it was not poisonous. I am unable to ascertain the exact nature of the issue, hence the need for a physician to confirm it." Zhang Xinyan nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Chang'an, who was eagerly awaiting the meal. "Chang'an, there are substances in today's food that could cause stomach pain, so we must wait for the doctor to examine it before we eat. You must remember, anything that De Fu advises you against consuming is absolutely forbidden." "Understood." Chang'an glanced at the lavish spread before him, obediently nodded, and pointed at De Fu, saying, "Chang'an will listen." The court physician soon arrived, observing the bountiful table of dishes while noticing that Zhang Xinyan and the others had not touched their chopsticks. The physician quickly comprehended the situation. He promptly opened his box, retrieving various toxicology tools to scrutinize the food. Ultimately, he discovered several dubious substances hidden within Zhang Xinyan's 3 favorite dishes. The more Zhang Xinyan examined them, the colder her expression became as she inquired, "Doctor, what are these?" The physician replied, "Lady Zhang, these are merely ordinary ingredients. When consumed separately, they pose no harm to the human body. However, when combined, they create a toxic reaction. All of these items possess cold and poisonous properties, and prolonged consumption could result in infertility and damage to the womb. Should the womb sustain severe damage, one's life expectancy would undoubtedly be compromised." And Mao Ma's countenance turned grim. Being somewhat knowledgeable in medicine, she was well aware of the dangers of conflicting foods. Ever since Zhang Xinyan gave birth to Chang'an, she had often encountered such harmful foods being sent to her. And Mao Ma would always have these meals removed upon inspection. Perhaps aware of Zhang Xinyan's capable associates, those sending the meals had ceased their overt actions and resorted to using disguised ingredients. Sometimes, these ingredients were even ground into the dishes, rendering them nearly invisible unless thoroughly searched. Fortunately, with DeFu's presence, it was known that cold foods should not be consumed by those with child, as excessive intake could lead to miscarriage, especially considering the harm they inflicted on the womb. Zhang Xinyan ordered the physician to withdraw, instructing that the 3 tainted dishes be removed and discarded, while she and her son partook of the remaining food. After lunch, Chang'an seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere, clinging tightly to Zhang Xinyan and neglecting his martial training. Zhang Xinyan embraced Chang'an, gently patting his back and softly recounting the recent events in terms he could comprehend. Royal children are often precocious. Their innocence is well guarded. Zhang Xinyan lacked the ability to shield Chang'an entirely, thus she had to introduce him to these unseemly matters early on so he could learn to protect himself. "Mother, are you afraid?" Chang'an inquired earnestly, reaching out to touch Zhang Xinyan's face. Although his expression betrayed little, his eyes reflected a flicker of fear, as he was merely a child just over a year old. No matter how clever he was, the thought of losing his mother would terrify him. Zhang Xinyan felt a warmth in her heart and vigorously shook her head. "Mother is not afraid, for I have prepared myself for this. Your father is the son of the emperor, a prince as his woman. I must endure these trials. You are his son, and in the future, you will face even more than I have. Mother is not afraid. Nor can she be. I will stand resolutely before you to protect you." Eventually, Chang'an fell asleep in Zhang Xinyan's arms. As she gazed upon her son's slumbering visage, her own expression grew increasingly frosty. "My lady, what shall we do about today's incident? Should we inform the prince?" And Mao Ma inquired. Zhang Xinyan shook her head, regarding the squabbles among the women of the inner court, as long as they do not harm the offspring. The prince typically remains indifferent. Zhang Xinyan was aware of her standing in the heart of Jing Wang, yet she would not presume that he would clear her path of obstacles. A show of weakness once or twice was permissible. But more than that would become bothersome. "Mao Ma, for the time being, I shall rely on you and DeFu for our meals. As I am currently well, even if this matter reaches the prince, it is unlikely to be handled appropriately. It would be better to feign ignorance and await a suitable opportunity to present this issue to him. To seek a man's love is less advantageous than to elicit his guilt. Love may fade, yet guilt lingers." Mao Ma understood the gravity of the situation and ensured that every meal was thoroughly inspected alongside DeFu. Thus, 2 months passed. Zhang Xinyan's pregnancy had stabilized, prompting her to summon the court physician for a pulse diagnosis. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire estate. When Jing Wang returned from court, he came directly to Zhang Xinyan's side. However, upon observing her somewhat gaunt appearance, he frowned. "Is this child uncooperative? Why do you look so emaciated?" Having been preoccupied with matters of state, Jing Wang had not ventured into the inner court for over a month. Thus he was unaware of the difficulties Zhang Xinyan faced. He remained oblivious to the growing number of tainted meals sent her way. Ultimately, out of 7 or 8 dishes, 5 were contaminated, leaving Zhang Xinyan to consume only those untainted. Yet, due to her pregnancy, her palate had become quite particular, resulting in her significant weight loss. Zhang Xinyan replied, "This child is not as well behaved as Chang'an. I have been quite nauseous and cannot eat." Jing Wang sat beside Zhang Xinyan, gently touching her sharp chin. "Even if you cannot eat, you must consume more for the sake of the child. Look at how thin you have become." Zhang Xinyan seized the opportunity to embrace Jing Wang, saying, "My lord, I wish to eat the meals you provided when I was pregnant with Chang'an." Upon hearing this, Jing Wang smiled, stroking Zhang Xinyan's flowing hair. "Ah, so you are craving those dishes. Very well, whatever you desire, this prince shall procure for you." In the past, the meals Jing Wang had brought were primarily sourced from outside, eliminating concerns of any tampering. Following this, Wang Fuan was tasked not only with attending to Jing Wang, but also with instructing others to procure nutritious and delectable dishes from renowned establishments. Jing Wang did not show favoritism. He ensured that a portion was also sent to Liang Su Fei. With Jing Wang's support, Zhang Xinyan could finally enjoy some quality meals. Chapter 54. Jing Wang is threatened once the news of Zhang Xinyan's pregnancy broke. The meals delivered from the kitchen became considerably more normal. It was said that this change was ordered by Jing Wang himself, and that Zhang Xinyan's meals would be prepared by his chefs. The chefs loyal to the prince would undoubtedly serve him wholeheartedly, without compromising Zhang Xinyan's food for a mere few coins. Consequently, Zhang Xinyan's days improved somewhat. Upon learning of Zhang Xinyan's pregnancy, Chang'an would often fixate on his mother's flat belly. Zhang Xinyan found Chang'an's expression endearing and pulled him closer to feel. This is your little brother or sister. Soon you will be a big brother, and you must protect them. Chang'an reached out to touch Zhang Xinyan's belly. Little brother or sister? What is that? They are little children just like you, much like the twins born to Yi Sufei. They will be your little siblings, Zhang Xinyan explained, Chang'an's small face scrunched in confusion. The twins were merely half a month younger than him, yet while he could run and jump, they were still being carried. Moreover, Yi Lingxian was exceedingly protective of her children and never allowed them to play with Chang'an, leading him to lack interest in the twins. Zhang Xinyan chuckled softly, your little siblings will be very cute. They will play with you, and you can teach your little brother martial arts and read to your little sister. Though Chang'an did not understand why Zhang Xinyan spoke thus, he found it entertaining and nodded vigorously. Yes, I will teach my little brother martial arts and read to my little sister. After saying this, he leaned in and kissed Zhang Xinyan's belly. Zhang Xinyan affectionately stroked Chang'an's hair, her heart swelling with tenderness. In the days that followed, life appeared to settle into a calm routine. However, beneath the surface, treachery still lurked. While food issues were temporarily resolved, other items sent to Qingyi Courtyard, such as hairpins and clothing, increasingly contained hidden dangers. On one occasion, a set of skirts arrived from the tailor's shop, which DeFu scrutinized and discovered was tainted with a certain powdered substance. While this powder posed no harm in isolation, when combined with the incense in Zhang Xinyan's burner, it could provoke a toxic reaction, heightening the risk of miscarriage. Fortunately, Zhang Xinyan had been cautious, refraining from using the incense burner since her pregnancy. Following this incident, she instructed Yuan Bao to investigate further, and to her surprise, she uncovered the identities of those who sought to harm her. Both Lu Sufei and Zhou Shufei were implicated. After the incident with Heng Chang's fall into the water, Lu Sufei had long believed that Zhang Xinyan had instigated Chang'an, fueling her resentment toward Zhang Xinyan. With her son rendered infertile, he was deemed useless within the royal family, while Lu Sufei herself would also be unable to bear children. Learning of Zhang Xinyan's renewed pregnancy only intensified her fury. In addition to seeking revenge on Zhang Xinyan for this matter, Lu Sufei harbored ulterior motives. Should Zhang Xinyan perish, Chang'an would be left without a mother so young. The prince would undoubtedly seek a suitable wet nurse for him, and Lu Sufei believed she would be an ideal candidate for that role. Likewise, Zhou Shufei shared similar sentiments. Having resided in the estate for several years, she could not fathom why she remained childless. Each time she beheld the lively and healthy Chang'an, jealousy surged within her, wishing that the boy were her own. Maoma, since they are attempting to trample upon us, we cannot continue to suffer in silence. We must find an opportunity to retaliate against Lu Sufei and Zhou Shufei. I must make it known that I am not to be trifled with, Zhang Xinyan instructed in Maoma. Regarding the disputes in the backyard, Zhang Xinyan initially had no desire to involve herself, yet the actions of concubine Lu and concubine Zhou were simply too excessive. If Zhang Xinyan continued to remain passive, she would undoubtedly be perceived as a pliable and easily manipulated individual. Granian, who possessed a profound understanding of Zhang Xinyan, smiled faintly and remarked, I have been awaiting your word, my lady. Having previously served as a personal maid to the prince and emerged from the court, few were the individuals who could be described as soft-hearted. Having witnessed numerous palace intrigues, she regarded the trivial skirmishes among the women in the household with indifference. To ensure it was known that she was not to be trifled with, Zhang Xinyan allowed Granny and to retaliate several times. With both victories and defeats, concubine Lu and concubine Zhou, after experiencing a few setbacks, gradually began to temper their behavior in the 5th month of her pregnancy. The first snow blanketed the capital, heralding the arrival of the frigid winter, which also saw Yi Lingxian taking new initiatives. A hot pot restaurant opened in the capital. Having savored hot pot on several occasions within the prince's residence, the kitchen staff had also acquired the skill. After the Jing Wang tasted it once and found the flavor delightful, he implemented its introduction throughout the manor. Zhang Xinyan soon enjoyed the hot pot delivered by the prince's attendants. Chang'an, who had never tasted hot pot before, was irresistibly drawn by the spicy aroma. Circling behind Zhang Xinyan, eager to uncover the source of such enticing scents. The pot was the fashionable yin-yang style, half clear broth and half spicy, surrounded by an array of ingredients for dipping, resembling the hot pot of her past life perfectly. Zhang Xinyan could not help but salivate. However, as it was winter, the selection of vegetables was somewhat limited, leaving her with a tinge of regret. If only Yi Lingxian could procure greenhouse vegetables, dining on hot pot would undoubtedly be even more enjoyable. When the Jingwang arrived, braving the snow, the hot pot was just ready to be served. Observing the gleaming eyes of mother and son, the Jingwang smiled. "Father, come quickly, let us eat hot pot." Chang'an, in a manner befitting a little adult, beckoned the Jingwang to join the meal, yet his gaze remained fixated on the bubbling pot. Amused by Chang'an's eager demeanor, the Jingwang reached out to playfully tug at his son's now rounded cheeks before settling down beside him. "Chang'an, children should not eat hot pot. Would you like your father to send over some minced meat and egg custard instead?" The Jingwang teased, gauging Chang'an's reaction. The little one's face, which had been brimming with excitement, instantly morphed into one of disbelief as he turned to the Jingwang. Zhang Xinyan sat nearby, chuckling at the contrasting expressions shared by the two, though their features were strikingly similar. With his bright, sparkling eyes, Chang'an pouted his lips, a picture of innocent grievance, and protested, "Father, I have grown. I can eat." The Jingwang found this amusing, though he shook his head firmly, asserting, "No, you are still too young." Chang'an's gaze lingered on the Jingwang for a moment before reluctantly drifting back to the steaming, aromatic hot pot, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if they were poised to spill over at any moment. With a quivering voice, he murmured, "Father is mean, bullying Chang'an, not allowing me to eat my fill." Grandfather said, "If anyone bullies Chang'an, I should tell him, 'Father, you are bullying me, and I shall inform grandfather so he can punish you.'" As he spoke, the little one animatedly illustrated his point with his small hands, emphasizing the severity of the punishment, which would surely be painful. The Jingwang stood momentarily stunned by the threat from his 1.5-year-old son, unable to contain his amusement and exasperation at Chang'an's adorable demeanor. Observing the Jingwang's slightly darkened expression, Zhang Xinyan quickly interjected, "Chang'an, do not speak recklessly." She then turned to the Jingwang, "My lord, please forgive him. He is still young and speaks without malice." The Jingwang waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. Chang'an's intelligence is commendable. However, when such cleverness is directed towards me, it becomes less delightful." Chang'an seemed to realize he had misspoken and, with a pout, offered an apology. "Father, I did not mean to. But I truly have grown and will continue to grow taller. May I please have some hot pot? I really want to eat." Faced with such a gluttonous child, what could the Jingwang do? Having previously prohibited him from eating, even invoking grandfather's name, he knew that to deny him again would likely lead to further complaints. "Very well, you may eat," the Jingwang sighed, selecting a meatball for Chang'an, who immediately brightened, taking his small spoon to scoop up the scalding meatball, blowing on it twice before taking a hearty bite. Watching Chang'an with cheeks puffed up, the Jingwang found his own appetite stimulated. And as he ate, he began to feed Chang'an, quickly becoming engrossed in the act of feeding his son. Eventually, Chang'an was thoroughly indulged, clutching his belly and groaning contentedly, prompting the Jingwang to rub his stomach for a while. The events of the day soon reached the ears of the Emperor and Empress Zhao, both of whom could not help but chuckle at the amusing situation. The little one, not yet 2 years old, had already grasped the concept of leveraging power against others, even threatening to summon the Emperor to reprimand the Jingwang. Reflecting on his own astute son, who had always adhered strictly to decorum and never engaged in the frivolous play of his peers, the Empress found herself thoroughly entertained, offering no sympathy to the threatened Jingwang. The Emperor, equally amused, noted that while there were many royal children, none had captured his affection quite like Chang'an. With the New Year's Eve fast approaching, the Emperor, charmed by Chang'an's antics, instructed the 7th prince to bring him along for the festivities. At this moment, the Emperor's personal eunuch, Lin Deliang, promptly acknowledged the command, smiling at the thought of the spirited Chang'an. "My lord, the items you sought have been located by the outside personnel. They have confirmed, indeed, that they possess the effects you described," Qinglu reported to Yi Lingxian, while feeding her son Hengshuan minced meat and egg. Upon hearing Qinglu's report, a smile graced Yi Lingxuan's lips. "That is splendid. instruct them to deliver it to her at every meal. After wiping her son's mouth, she offered a bite to her daughter. Qinglu nodded but hesitated to ask, "My lady, why do you wish to target concubine Lu?" Yi Lingshuan's gaze deepened. "She has previously engaged in numerous acts of slander against me, even the misfortune of my barrenness, aside from the actions of the princess, cannot be separated from her involvement. While I cannot yet act against the princess, I can certainly take measures against concubine Lu, having been in the manor for so long. Her network of informants must surely surpass mine. Thus, I intend to utilize her to create some obstacles for our princess. Otherwise, it is unbearable to witness her enjoying such a comfortable life." The heir had entered the palace at the age of 5 to study alongside other princes and had recently earned the emperor's favor. Receiving commendations, the princess had experienced a surge of pride in having such a promising son, causing her to hold the women in the household in even greater disdain. Additionally, she seemed to be subtly retreating from the forefront, with 2 sons and a daughter under her care. Even if she chose to neglect the women and children of the household, their positions would remain secure. However, Yi Lingxian was resolute in her desire to see the princess's comfort disrupted. Having been drugged in the past, resulting in her own inability to bear children, she could not swallow this grievance. Yet, without absolute certainty, Yi Lingxian could not act recklessly. Should her schemes be discovered, she knew that the princess and the prince would not hesitate to retaliate. Thus, she resorted to subterfuge. She had someone procure a type of mushroom known as the Sun mushroom to offer to concubine Lu. This mushroom possesses certain toxic properties, which, when ingested, can lead to mild poisoning and induce hallucinations, disrupting the central nervous system and causing emotional instability and erratic behavior. Furthermore, few were aware of this mushroom's effects, alleviating Yi Lingshuan's concerns about exposure. Concubine Lu, already known for her straightforward and vicious temperament, would, under the influence of the mushroom, likely act out if Yi Lingxian guided her with more disparaging remarks about the princess. After the dragon and phoenix twins finished their meal, they began to feel drowsy. Yi Lingxian carefully wiped their faces and hands before instructing her personal maid to carry them off to sleep. Qingyu, handling Hengshuan with utmost care, placed him gently onto the bed, ensuring that the wet nurse and young maid would take good care of him before she turned to leave. However, she did not return directly to Yi Lingxian. Instead, she went to the small kitchen to request some snacks that children would enjoy, to be delivered as soon as the little masters awoke. A maid tending the fire caught Qingyu's eye, seizing the opportunity to engage her in conversation. That evening, after Li Yue had bathed Hengxiao, and before he had gone to bed, the news had already reached her ears. Li Yue paused mid-action, staring at Feng Chao. "Is what you say true?" Feng Chao nodded. Qingyu heard it firsthand. "It cannot be false." Li Yue narrowed her eyes, recalling that after Heng Chang's death in her past life, concubine Lu had grown increasingly unhinged, eventually spreading smallpox to all the children in the backyard. In her previous life, the number of children in the prince's residence had already been few, and after the outbreak of smallpox, nearly half had perished. The prince had been furious, and the matter had even drawn the emperor's attention, ultimately leading to concubine Lu's demotion and a direct decree from the Jing Wang for her execution in her past life. Though she had deemed concubine Lu's actions excessively cruel, she had attributed them to trauma. However, upon receiving this new information, Li Yue gradually began to understand the underlying motives. It is estimated that in her previous life, Lu Ruyin was equally reckless, and it is inextricably linked to Yi Lingxian. To its astonishment, Yi Lingxian possesses such ruthless methods even within the confines of the royal residence. "My lord, what shall we do about this matter? Should we speak of it?" Feng Chao inquired. Li Yue stifled a yawn and shook her head. "Speak of what? We have been in the courtyard all day and have heard nothing." She continued, "Well, it is getting late. We should retire for the night." Feng Chao immediately grasped Li Yue's intention and replied with a smile, "Indeed, my lord has been taking care of the young master and must be exhausted. It is time for a good rest. This servant will see you to bed." The more chaotic the back courtyard became, the more advantageous it was for her. Li Yue secretly hoped for escalating disorder. How could she possibly intervene? Chapter 56. New Year's Eve banquet. The capital has been blanketed with snow for several consecutive days. Zhang Xinyan has grown increasingly cautious, even requesting leave from the princess and refraining from the customary New Year's visits. It is not that she is overly careful, but during a prior visit, someone had maliciously poured tung oil on her path. Fortunately, Zhang Xinyan's keen sense of smell detected the faint scent of oil, allowing her to avoid a disastrous misstep. Nevertheless, she still managed to create a stir, letting others know of her near misfortune, and thus used it as an excuse to forego all visits before the new year. Although the princess was not pleased, she could not compel the 6-month pregnant Zhang Xinyan to pay her respects and ultimately acquiesced. Zhang Xinyan believed this would allow her to continue her stable life. Yet little did she expect that her son would draw so much attention. On New Year's Eve, the emperor personally decreed that the Jingwang couple bring Chang'an into the palace. In previous years, it had only been the Jingwang and the princess, along with the heir and the eldest daughter. Although the 6th imperial grandson, Heng Wei, was also a legitimate son, he was too young to be taken along. However, this year the emperor explicitly commanded that Chang'an accompany them, and upon hearing this news, all mothers in the back courtyard felt a pang of envy. Zhang Xinyan retreated like a turtle, refusing to show her face, and aside from Zhang Shufei, she did not meet with anyone else, leaving others helpless and simmering with anger at their children's lack of favor with the emperor. "My lord, will Chang'an's entry into the palace this time?" Zhang Xinyan asked with concern. She feared not for herself, but rather that the princess might act against Chang'an as the legitimate wife of Jingwang and mother to 2 sons and a daughter. Even if she were to harm Chang'an, her identity and status would prevent Jingwang from taking extreme measures against her for the sake of Chang'an. Jingwang reassured her. "Do not worry. Chang'an is protected by the emperor and the empress's people. No one would dare to act recklessly toward him. Yet, circumstances are never absolute. During this time, Zhang Xinyan had witnessed much. Even with the emperor and the Zhaofei's people protecting him, Chang'an was still not entirely safe. The women in the back courtyard were formidable, skilled in seizing every opportunity. The princess was also irked. Yet since the emperor had already issued his command, she had to feign joy, despite her displeasure. On the 30th day, under Zhang Xinyan's repeated admonitions, Chang'an accompanied the Jingwang couple into the palace. The palace was adorned with extraordinary splendor, permeated with an atmosphere of festivity. Zhaofei, filled with delight, looked upon the 3 children, inquiring after their well-being with evident affection, and finally, she gently placed Chang'an upon her lap. Her eyes radiating warmth in stark contrast, the princess observed coldly from the side, her gaze as frigid as a winter's chill, fixated on Chang'an. Upon Chang'an's arrival, he had stolen the affection that belonged to her 2 children. Such a situation was likely intolerable for anyone. Zhaofei, initially engaged in conversation with Chang'an about recent events, seemed to sense the piercing gaze and cast a fleeting glance in that direction. The princess, taken aback, quickly averted her eyes and lowered her head. The fact that Chang'an could enter the palace today was a testament to the emperor's affection for him. 7th brother. The emperor previously mentioned to me that Chang'an is healthy and will surely adapt better to the regulations of the study than other children. Hence, he wishes for Chang'an to begin studying there at the age of 3. Generally, royal children start their studies at 5, though exceptions do exist. Mother, 3 years is indeed too young. While Chang'an is healthy, he may not be able to bear such heavy academic demands. Perhaps we should wait until he is 4. By which time he could likely hold a brush and write a few characters. Jingwang interjected on behalf of Chang'an. At 3 years old, a child likely lacks the dexterity to hold a brush properly, making it rather premature. Zhaofei considered this as well. Her desire for Chang'an to attend the study early stemmed from the fact that lessons concluded at noon, allowing him to dine in her palace. With the emperor's fondness for Chang'an, he would undoubtedly visit her more frequently with Chang'an present. Zhaofei was not seeking to leverage Chang'an for the emperor's favor. She had already attained her position, and her sons were of an age unsuitable for serving him. Rather, she wished for the emperor to visit her palace more often, thereby solidifying her standing and enabling her to secure additional benefits for Jingwang. "I have been too hasty. 3 years is indeed too young. Let us wait until he is 4, Zhaofei concluded, not returning to the subject thereafter. After spending some time in Zhaofei's palace, the New Year's Eve banquet was soon to commence. Zhaofei led her sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren to the Grand Hall of Chaohua Palace. Chang'an, being deeply favored by the emperor and remarkably healthy, drew the attention of many upon his entrance. Hui Fei, Heng Wang's mother, smiled at Chang'an, exclaiming, "Is this the 4th imperial grandson from the Jingwang residence? Truly a remarkably robust and adorable child." Zhaofei, brimming with pride, modestly replied, "Oh, no, Chang'an is still young. He cannot compare to Heng Wang's children." Hung Wang, the third prince, has 4 sons and 1 daughter, with the daughter being born of a concubine. Hung Wang Fei is renowned for her fortune, having borne 4 sons in 11 years of marriage to Hung Wang. It is rumored that she is expecting again, and one wonders whether this child will also be a son. Seeing Chang'an surrounded by affectionate ladies, each offering hugs and gentle touches, the heir Hung Hui's eyes sparkled, his smile unwavering. One might think he, as the elder brother, was celebrating Chang'an's presence. Yet, beneath his sleeves, his fists were clenched tightly, betraying the turbulence of his emotions. After some playful banter among the concubines, the emperor finally made his entrance, and the laughter in the room ceased, replaced by the sounds of respectful kneeling. Rise. Today is New Year's Eve. Let all be cheerful. The emperor entered with a beaming countenance, gesturing for everyone to stand. With the emperor's arrival, the atmosphere grew even more jubilant. The empress smiled and inquired what everyone had been discussing. Just as Jing Wang intended to take Chang'an into his arms, he froze, halting in his tracks, captivated by the charming presence of the 4th imperial grandson. Everyone is speaking of Chang'an, they responded eagerly. Upon hearing Chang'an's name, the emperor's interest was piqued. Where is Chang'an? Come forth and let me see you. Hearing his grandfather's call, Chang'an, undaunted, emerged from the crowd, kneeling before the emperor and offering his respects. Greetings, grandfather. Long live the emperor. In the warm glow of the lights, the child respectfully bowed, then knelt upright, his innocent demeanor capturing the attention of all present. Chang'an exhibited no signs of timidity, gazing at the emperor with a beaming smile. Chapter 57. The illuminated jade lion. The child's uniquely innocent gaze softened the previously scrutinizing looks of those around him. The empress watched Chang'an unperturbed and felt quite fond of him. She could not help but glance at Chen Wang, secretly lamenting how splendid it would be if Chang'an were his child. The emperor regarded Chang'an with admiration. The child's gaze was as clear as water, and his articulate speech was astonishing, especially considering he was not yet 2 years old, yet he appeared as robust as a 3-year-old. His fair skin radiated a healthy glow, further endearing him to the emperor. The emperor gently inquired, I have found you a martial arts instructor. Have you been practicing diligently? Chang'an nodded earnestly, his youthful voice imbued with determination. Yes, I have. The instructor praised me, saying I train very well. I asked, that so? A glimmer of anticipation danced in the eyes of Rui Wang as he smiled at Chang'an. If that is the case, would you demonstrate a few moves for us? His tone was warm, clearly fond of the spirited Chang'an. The emperor nodded slightly, a look of approval gracing his features. That is a splendid idea. Today is the New Year's family banquet, so let Chang'an perform for us. If your punches are well executed, I shall reward you generously. However, if they fall short, I may have to impose a penalty. Chang'an replied, Thank you, grandfather. With that, he assumed a stance, ready to showcase his skills. Jing Wang watched Chang'an, a complex array of emotions swirling within him. He was reminded of the past, of a woman who merely wished to live quietly and contentedly. Now, Chang'an was stealing the spotlight among a crowd. Jing Wang suddenly felt a twinge of pity for Zhang Xinyan. She had hoped for a peaceful life for herself and her children, yet reality had dealt her a harsh blow. Jing Wang found himself worrying. If the child she bore was as unruly as Chang'an, her tranquil existence could very well be at an end. Many of the princes found amusement in Chang'an's spirited demeanor, believing that a 2-year-old, even if trained in martial arts, would only possess rudimentary skills. The 9th prince, Li Wang, scoffed lightly, curious to see what kind of punches such a diminutive child could deliver. Although Chang'an's physique was slight, he stood firmly in the center like an unyielding pine tree. His lower body was solid, and his movements were agile and powerful. Each strike was executed with precision, flowing naturally like a gentle stream, creating a whirlwind of energy with every set of punches. As Chang'an's father, Jing Wang had grown accustomed to his son's boxing style, yet he found himself momentarily dazzled, pride and satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. While his own equestrian skills were commendable, they paled in comparison to those of Rui Wang and Chan Wang. Now, he had a remarkably gifted child. Imagining Chang'an dominating the royal study in the future, besting his elder brother's sons, a smile crept upon Jing Wang's lips. Meanwhile, the emperor and the princes who had never witnessed Chang'an's prowess were utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Truly, as a royal offspring, This display of martial skill revealed the essence of the art itself. At such a tender age, your talent is indeed rare. I have promised to reward you for your commendable performance. Now, speak of your desires. The emperor joyfully proclaimed. When he had initially appointed a master for Chang'an, he had hoped to cultivate his potential early on, but he had not anticipated such extraordinary talent, which was a delightful surprise. After completing his set of punches, Chang'an's cheeks flushed with excitement, his eyes sparkling as he received the emperor's approval. Glancing at Jing Wang, who nodded encouragingly, he broke into a wide grin. When the emperor inquired about his wishes, Chang'an's eyes sparkled with mischief. Grandfather, I wish for a pony. Having seen Jing Wang riding earlier, Chang'an yearned to ride as well, but Jing Wang had refused him on account of his age, which left Chang'an feeling quite indignant. Now, with the emperor's favor, he sought a small steed of his own. The emperor chuckled heartily and immediately instructed Lin Deliang, since the fourth young master of the seventh household desires a pony. Lin Deliang, you shall personally select a fine young horse for Chang'an. Lin Deliang, beaming with delight, acknowledged the command, secretly pleased with Chang'an's request, knowing the emperor had a penchant for fine steeds. Recently, two distinguished colts had been acquired, the renowned Qitu and the exquisite Zhao Yiyushe. Qitu was the emperor's favorite, and it was likely he would be reluctant to part with it. So Zhao Yiyushe, a striking white horse beloved by children, would be gifted instead. When the evening banquet concluded, Chang'an returned, excitedly leading Zhao Yiyushe, causing Jing Wang to regard the colt with evident affection. Jing Wang, an admirer of horses himself, owned the famed Wu Yun Ta Shui. But Zhao Yiyushe was exceptionally rare. Its pure white coat shimmered like a pearl, illuminating the night. Observing Jing Wang's attentive caresses on the colt, Chang'an protectively clutched the pony's leg, asserting, "Father, this is a gift from grandfather." Noticing Chang'an's vigilant gaze, Jing Wang felt a twinge of irritation, realizing he had no intention of claiming the pony for himself. Seeing Chang'an relax, Jing Wang's frustration grew. How could he covet something belonging to a child? This Chang'an truly deserved a reprimand. Returning to the estate, two carriages awaited. One carried the princess consort and her two children, while the other was occupied by Jing Wang and Chang'an. Mother, what transpired today? Heng Hui, nearing his 9th birthday, naturally understood many matters and could not resist inquiring. The princess consort, observing her increasingly mature son, gently patted his shoulder. "Oh, not worry, no matter how much he shines, he is still a bastard. While you are the legitimate son and heir, he cannot overshadow you. Let him bask in his glory for a few days. He will never surpass you. How have your studies been? You must focus and not let distractions divert your attention." "Understand?" Heng Hui nodded earnestly. "Yes, I understand." Reflecting on Jing Wang's treatment of Chang'an, Heng Hui felt disheartened. To him, Jing Wang had always been a stern father, rarely offering a smile. Yet with his fourth brother, he was consistently cheerful. Despite Heng Hui's precociousness, he was still merely an 8-year-old child, capable of jealousy. "Mother, does father not like me? Why does he never smile at me, yet shows such affection to fourth brother?" Heng Hui's eyes were filled with disappointment. He longed for his father's love and feared being disliked. The princess consort, noticing Heng Hui's despondence, replied, "Why do you think this way? Your father's strictness is a blessing. As his successor, inheriting the family legacy, he expects much from you. In contrast, the bastards like Chang'an will either seek their own paths or share in the family wealth. Thus, your father does not impose the same expectations on them. Heng Hui, do not be sad. From the moment you were born, you were destined to be different from the other children in the rear courtyard, understand?" This was the first time Heng Hui had heard such an explanation. It dawned on him that his father's sternness stemmed from his expectations. And he nodded vigorously. "Mother, I understand." The princess consort affectionately ruffled his hair and glanced at Rou Shu, who had nestled beside her and fallen asleep, her eyes filled with tenderness. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Jing Wang directly escorted the slumbering Chang'an back to Zhang Xinyan's courtyard, recounting Chang'an's exploits in the palace. Zhang Xinyan sighed, recognizing that having such a formidable son was not without its challenges. Upon the prince's return, he rushes to the concubines. He likely remains unaware that Zhou Shufei is pregnant, Zhang Xinyan remarked. The palace was lively, and so was the Wang residence, especially on New Year's Eve. Even in the absence of the princess consort and Jing Wang, the household gathered for a meal. Midway through the dinner, Zhou Shufei suddenly covered her mouth and began to vomit, as women who had been pregnant before. The three side consorts instantly recognized the situation. They promptly summoned the household physician, and upon examination, it was confirmed that Zhou Shufei was 1.5 months pregnant. Having entered the residence for several years, it was her first time expecting, and she was overjoyed. However, the other women were less than pleased, particularly Lu Sidefei, who had recently suffered a tremendous blow. Once an ally of Zhou Shufei, upon hearing of her pregnancy, Lu's eyes darkened with resentment as she regarded Zhou's belly. Zhang Xinyan sensed something amiss with Lu, her heart filled with concern. Could it be that the emotional toll had driven her to madness? Lu had long believed that Hang Chang's accident was somehow connected to Zhang Xinyan, having previously harbored ill will towards her. If Lu truly lost her sanity, indiscriminate vengeance would likely ensue, and Zhang Xinyan instinctively placed a protective hand over her own belly. She was 6 months along now and nearing the time of delivery. Nothing could go wrong at this stage. It seemed that following the new year, she would need to feign illness. Just as the thought crossed her mind, Jing Wang returned with Chang'an, delivering a delightful surprise to Zhang Xinyan. Chang'an had once again garnered attention in the palace and received the emperor's favor, leaving Zhang Xinyan with a headache. Is it true? Zhou Shufei is pregnant? That is indeed good news. In that case, I shall visit her tomorrow. Now, as the night grows deep and cold, let us rest, Jing Wang said. Naturally, he was pleased about the pregnancy in the rear courtyard. But he was tired after a long day and needed to rest. Chang'an had already fallen asleep, so Jing Wang chose not to have him moved, allowing him to lie between himself and Zhang Xinyan. As the three of them slept together, Zhang Xinyan turned her head, gazing at the resemblance between Jing Wang and Chang'an. Suddenly feeling as if they were a family of four. Realizing this, she quickly shook her head and turned away, closing her eyes to sleep. Such thoughts were unwarranted. Overthinking would lead to desires she ought not entertain. She wished for nothing more than the safety of her 2 children and herself. Everything else was secondary. The following morning, Zhang Xinyan discovered the snow in the courtyard had thickened, likely due to a fresh snowfall the previous night. The kitchen sent over steamed buns, pancakes, small mantou, minced meat and egg custard, and a bowl of tofu pudding, both sweet and savory sauces, along with a plate of seasoned vegetables and 4 salted duck eggs. Zhang Xinyan's favorite, lily and glutinous rice porridge, was also included, along with 2 plates of desserts, dried plum cake and milk cake. The dried plum cake was her favorite, tangy and sweet, while the milk cake was Chang'an's delight, as he adored the milky flavor. Mama and Defu had thoroughly checked the dishes before delivering them for the mother and son to enjoy. Zhang Xinyan remarked, "Indeed, a prince's chef creates exquisite dishes. If only one day I could have him for myself." After savoring the meals prepared by the prince's chef, Zhang Xinyan no longer wished to eat from the kitchen. It seemed her palate had become spoiled. Recalling her initial days after crossing over, when even a warm meal brought her happiness, she now found herself picky about the chef. Mama and chuckled. These dishes are not prepared by the prince's personal chef, but by a young apprentice of Chef Sunday. I have known Chef Sun for some time. As we both tend to the prince, he recognizes how much the prince values you and wishes to provide an opportunity for his apprentice. Therefore, your meals have been entrusted to the young apprentice, Xiao Yuanzi. Chef Sun indeed shows great care for his apprentices, as he is primarily devoted to Prince Jing, making it quite challenging for anyone to stand out in his presence. However, his willingness to help his apprentices find a path forward marks him as a commendable mentor. When Aunt An rewarded Xiao Yuanzi with silver, she expressed her fondness for the dishes he prepared. Zhang Xinyan, having encountered a chef whose culinary skills aligned with her tastes, naturally sought to cultivate a good relationship with her, hoping that one day she could possess her own small kitchen and invite Xiao Yuanzi to serve as her chef. Aunt Anne's mention of Xiao Yuanzi likely stemmed from similar intentions. Upon Zhang Xinyan's remark, Aunt Anne immediately beamed with approval, indicating that both Chef Sun and Aunt Anne shared this thought. Given that Aunt Anne had facilitated Xiao Yuanzi's arrival through her connections, Zhang Xinyan felt obliged to honor her efforts, especially since they now formed a united front. Zhang Xinyan had faith in Aunt Anne, believing she would not recommend anyone without proper credentials. Thus, Xiao Yuanzi effectively took charge of Zhang Xinyan's meals. And indeed, Xiao Yuanzi proved reliable, consistently providing satisfactory dishes. Chang'an also appreciated his culinary talents, and in recent days, his appetite had noticeably increased. After each meal, he would often engage in several rounds of boxing to aid digestion, which contributed to his growing strength. After the Lantern Festival on the 15th day, Zhang Xinyan feigned illness to remain in the courtyard and prepare for childbirth, while Ant and managed Qingyi courtyard with utmost diligence, leaving Zhang Xinyan feeling reassured. As for the unmanageable Chang'an, Zhang Xinyan had grown less concerned, for the emperor, noble consort Zhao, and Prince Jing had arranged for his protection, ensuring that Chang'an was now safer than she was. Chapter 59. Something awry. Not long after the new year, the second birthday banquet for Hong Shao arrived on the 20th day of the second month. Since he was merely a concubine's son and not a significant milestone like a first birthday, Prince Jing opted for a modest gathering, similar to the celebration for Princess Roisin, raised by concubine Zhang, where the entire household would simply come together for a meal. Zhang Xinyan, having feigned illness, did not attend, but sent a birthday gift instead. 7 days after Hong Zhao's birthday, on the 27th day of the second month, concubine Liang went into labor, and by the morning of the 28th, the seventh prince was born. Weighing over 6 pounds, the seventh prince was quite healthy, yet, with Chang'an's previous birth as a benchmark, he received much affection, although the three-washing ceremony did not garner the same level of admiration as Chang'an's. Following the ceremony, the seventh prince's name was established as Hong Chun. The 8th of the third month marked Chang'an's second birthday, but for some inexplicable reason, Zhang Xinyan felt an unsettling restlessness over the past couple of days. As if something significant was about to transpire. Master, what troubles you? You seem rather agitated these past few days, Ant inquired with concern, observing Zhang Xinyan's demeanor. Zhang Xinyan was now over 8 months pregnant. It was a critical time, as the saying goes, 7 live, 8 do not, and she could not afford any mishaps. Shaking her head, Zhang Xinyan replied, I cannot articulate it, but I feel something is amiss, as if something is about to happen. Ant, have we ensured that everyone in our courtyard is trustworthy? Could there be a hidden threat among us? Ant reassured her, my lady, even if you lack confidence in my diligence, you can trust in the prince. I have entrusted Gonggong Wang with investigating these individuals, and I assure you they are all clean. Despite Aunt Anne's words, Zhang Xinyan's unease persisted. Suddenly, a fleeting image of Chang'an's rattle flashed before her eyes, sending a jolt of alarm through her. It's Chang'an, quickly, summon him back. He must be brought back immediately, she exclaimed, rising in a flurry of urgency. Aunt startled, quickly steadied the heavily pregnant Zhang Xinyan, saying, I shall send Yuan Bao at once. My lady, please take care of yourself. The sensation was akin to the foreboding of encountering a venomous snake. Zhang Xinyan found it impossible to calm herself. She paced before the courtyard entrance, hoping Yuan Bao would return with Chang'an swiftly. When Prince Jing arrived, he was greeted by this scene. Zhang Xinyan, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, and surrounded by the attendants. How are you attending to concubine Zhang? Do you not see she is drenched in sweat? Why is she standing at the door? Prince Jing reproached, frowning. Yet, Zhang Xinyan shook her head, stepping forward to grasp the prince's sleeve, her face etched with anxiety. Your Highness, it is I who refuses to return. For reasons unknown, I cannot shake this feeling of unease, so I have sent Yuan Bao to fetch Chang'an. Without seeing him, my heart remains unsettled, and I do not wish to go back. Prince Jing perceived Zhang Xinyan's reaction as overly dramatic, believing Chang'an was safe under the protection of the emperor and noble consort Zhao. Just as he was about to offer consolation, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Zhang Xinyan turned to see Chang'an running toward them. Chang'an, with the prince's support, she took a few steps forward. Chang'an joyfully responded and came to a halt before her. Previously, he would leap into her embrace, but since her pregnancy, Aunt Anne had forbidden such antics. Chang'an, being an obedient child, had adhered to this rule. However, upon seeing him, Zhang Xinyan's sense of foreboding remained unrelieved. She knelt on one leg, scrutinizing Chang'an from head to toe, only to discover a swollen bruise on his cheek. What happened to your face? She inquired. Chang'an's martial arts instructor, accompanying him, spoke up, Please forgive us, Your Highness and concubine Zhang. Just moments ago, the fourth prince rushed back and collided with a young eunuch at the corner of the garden. They bumped into each other, causing the fourth prince to fall and scrape his face. It is our negligence in watching over him. Prince Jing waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. It was merely Chang'an's haste that led to this. You are not at fault. Now that we have seen Chang'an as well, you must rest, my lady, for you are with child, Prince Jing instructed Zhang Xinyan. She nodded, unwilling to release Chang'an's hand, and the group slowly made their way back indoors. Just as they settled, Wang Fuan rushed in, breathless with urgency. "Your Highness, trouble has arisen. News has just arrived from the princess and concubine Zhang. The eldest princess, the sixth prince, and the second princess are all unwell, showing signs of fever that won't subside." Zhang Xinyan's complexion drained of color as she inquired, "When did the eldest princess, the sixth prince, and the second princess begin to exhibit fevers?" Wang Fuan pondered briefly before responding, "It appears they started within the last hour." The fevers escalated rapidly. Zhang Xinyan turned to gaze at Chang'an, and upon seeing the redness and swelling on his cheek, her heart sank once more. "Your Highness, please summon a physician to examine Chang'an as well. I cannot shake this feeling of unease without knowing." Prince Jing, sensing something was amiss, exchanged a glance with Wang Fuan, who promptly departed to fetch a doctor. "I instruct you to call the doctor to examine Chang'an thoroughly. I shall attend to the princess," he stated, as Zhang Xinyan attempted to rise to accompany him. But he gently restrained her. The doctor arrived swiftly, and upon taking Chang'an's pulse, his expression shifted dramatically as he reached to touch Chang'an's forehead. "Concubine Zhang, the fourth prince has a fever." Zhang Xinyan immediately stood, wishing to check Chang'an's forehead, but Aunt An swiftly intervened. "My lady, you must not. You are still with child. Any misstep could prove disastrous." Yuan Bao carefully wrapped Chang'an and took him to the eastern chamber. Zhang Xinyan watched Chang'an's retreating figure, her heart aching, then turned to the doctor. "Doctor, can you discern what ails Chang'an?" The doctor shook his head. "He has only just begun to run a fever. I cannot ascertain the specifics at this moment. But please rest assured, I shall do my utmost to treat the fourth prince." "Thank you, doctor," she replied. The doctor followed suit into the eastern chamber, and once the door was closed, Zhang Xinyan summoned Yuqin. "Quickly, go to the princess and concubine Zhang and gather information. Find out why the eldest princess, the second princess, and the sixth prince have all fallen ill, and whether their high fevers have subsided. Hurry!" Yuqin acknowledged and dashed off. As if sensing her mother's anxiety, the child within Zhang Xinyan stirred uneasily, giving a kick that struck her ribcage, prompting her to gasp and clutch her belly. Aunt An and Yushu rushed to support Zhang Xinyan on either side. "My lady, are you all right? You must lie down at once." Chapter 60. An enigma. Yuqin soon returned, breathless and trembling, collapsing to her knees upon entering. "Why, lady, it is smallpox. The eldest princess, the sixth prince, and the second princess have all contracted smallpox." Upon hearing the term smallpox, Zhang Xinyan felt darkness envelop her vision. In ancient times, the mortality rate for smallpox was alarmingly high. Could Chang'an, merely a 2-year-old child, endure such a fate? Aunt An, taken aback by the revelation of smallpox, quickly instructed Yushu and Yuqin to assist Zhang Xinyan out of Qingyi courtyard. The contagious nature of smallpox was severe, and with Zhang Xinyan heavily pregnant and nearing labor, any mishap could jeopardize both mother and child. "My lady, do not worry, I had smallpox in my youth. I will enter and care for the fourth prince diligently. You can trust that I will ensure his safety," Aunt An reassured Zhang Xinyan, who was filled with anxiety. With her belly tightening, Zhang Xinyan took several deep breaths and patted her abdomen. "Aunt, I entrust Chang'an to you. If his fever persists, be sure to strip him of his clothing and use warm water to sponge him down. Absolutely must not be concealed. The fever must be allowed to dissipate. I shall wait for you outside. Auntie, I entrust Chang'an to your care." Zhang Xinyan grasped Auntie Anne's hand tightly, her mind meticulously recalling the methods for dealing with smallpox. Yet aside from inoculation, she could conjure no other remedy. The only approach that came to her was physical cooling. Auntie Anne nodded vigorously. "I have taken note. We shall use warm water to sponge the body of the fourth prince. My lady, you must also take care of your own health while outside." After uttering these words, Auntie Anne entered the gates of Qingyi courtyard and shut the door behind her. Upon learning that the 4 children in the residence had contracted smallpox, Prince Jing immediately ordered the isolation of all 4, forbidding anyone from visiting. He commanded the guards to encircle the entire royal residence, ensuring no one could leave, and instructed Wang Fuan to conduct a thorough search of the estate. Subsequently, within the courtyards of Yi Lingxian and Li Yui, they discovered a servant bearing the pockmarks of smallpox. These 2 had yet to escape when they were apprehended. As for concubine Liang, all the servants in her courtyard had been brought from the Liang residence, rendering her domain as secure as a fortress, with no irregularities found. The heir and second prince Hengchang resided in the outer courtyard, beyond the reach of the inner courtyard women, thus they too were safe. Upon receiving this news, Prince Jing's countenance darkened like the depths of water. Someone had maliciously targeted all his children, and such an affair demanded thorough investigation. With Zhang Xinyan nearing her delivery, Prince Jing personally came to see her. Noting her pale complexion and anxious eyes, he gently patted her arm. Your father has been informed of this matter and has dispatched 4 imperial physicians to attend to them. Chang'an is in robust health. She will surely endure this. You, however, must take care of yourself, given your condition. Zhang Xinyan clutched Prince Jing's hand tightly, inquiring, My lord, have the culprits behind this been identified? Has the little eunuch who knocked into Chang'an at the corner been apprehended? She felt not a trace of fear, only an unparalleled fury. Prince Jing replied, Investigations are ongoing, but rest assured, as soon as there is a result, I shall have someone inform you. Qingyi Courtyard now stood firmly locked, rendering Zhang Xinyan unable to remain there. After a moment's contemplation, Prince Jing instructed his aides to prepare Biyun residence for her. Biyun residence was the prince's favored courtyard, second only to Yilingxuan's in proximity to his study. Its specifications were akin to that of the main courtyard where the princess resided, featuring a spacious layout with 2 entrances and exits. Moreover, all the servants at Biyun residence were loyal retainers of the prince. Thus his arrangement for Zhang Xinyan's stay was also a protective measure. After all, Zhang Xinyan was on the verge of childbirth, and such critical moments must not be compromised. Within the palace, upon learning that 4 children in Prince Jing's residence had contracted smallpox, the emperor and consort Zhao immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Particularly, with Chang'an among the afflicted, the emperor ordered several imperial physicians to attend to the children in Prince Jing's residence, while simultaneously deploying shadow guards to investigate the matter's origins. Soon, the culpable concubine Lu was identified, inciting the emperor's wrath as he promptly decreed her demotion. When Prince Jing arrived to see concubine Lu for the last time, he found her behaving erratically, akin to a madwoman. Despite his profound anger, he astutely sensed something amiss in her demeanor, suppressing his fury to allow a thorough examination of her condition. After a lengthy assessment, the physician hesitantly reported, Your Highness, I have employed various methods and discovered that she seems to harbor some form of poison within her. This toxin is not lethal, yet it induces extreme irritability and erratic behavior. However, my medical skills are insufficient to ascertain the nature of the poison. Several physicians were summoned, including those from the palace, and all reached a similar conclusion. Your Highness, given the cold and dampness of the season, perhaps we should return and rest. After interrogating for the better part of the day, by the time Prince Jing exited concubine Lu's quarters, the moon had ascended high into the sky. He gazed upward, disregarding Wang Fuan, who was urging him to rest, and abruptly turned to him. Wang Fuan. What sort of poison could elude so many physicians? Wang Fuan offered a wry smile. Such matters were beyond his purview. Prince Jing's inquiry was merely rhetorical, for he already harbored suspicions regarding the identity of the culprit, Yilingxian. From their first encounter, Prince Jing had sensed that Yilingxian was a beautiful flower brimming with venomous thorns. She was astute and perceptive, her insights profound and her gaze piercing, unlike anyone he had encountered before. More perplexing was the vast wealth of knowledge she seemed to possess. Such a woman, if not made subservient to him, would need to be eliminated. Fortuitously, it appeared that Yilingxian was inclined to come closer to him, prompting Prince Jing to take the opportunity to claim her. He had never regretted bringing Yilingxian into his fold, as the benefits she provided were immense. Yet, as her advantages multiplied, so too did his wariness of her. She was astoundingly clever, a brilliance that was unsettling. Had she not been of use, Prince Jing might have resolved to eliminate her. Wang Fuan, go to the residence, he declared suddenly, striding outward. Wang Fuan paused momentarily before following. At that moment, Yilingxian was deep in slumber when she was abruptly roused by the news of Prince Jing's arrival. Startled, she hastily rose from her bed, her shoes forgotten as Prince Jing approached. Chapter 61. Despairing Cries. Everyone leave, Prince Jing commanded with a wave of his hand, dismissing all the maids from the room. A wave of fear washed over Yilingxian, and she forced a smile as she stood. My lord? What brings you here at such a late hour? No sooner had she spoken than a large hand seized her throat, pinning her against the bed. Yilingxian gasped in shock, desperately clutching at his hand in an attempt to pry it away. My lord? Let go. Her face quickly flushed as she struggled, her nails breaking the skin of Prince Jing's hand. He regarded her with a cold, indifferent gaze, observing her thrashing beneath him. Just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness, he released his grip and stood up. Lingxian clutched her throat, coughing violently as she looked at Prince Jing, her eyes filled with terror. He had genuinely intended to kill her. Cough, cough, my lord, you die. As she retreated, her body trembled uncontrollably in fear. You were the one who poisoned Lu Ruoyan, weren't you? Prince Jing finally spoke, his tone devoid of inflection, yet it sent chills down Lingshuan's spine. Thoughts whirled within her. And ultimately she nodded. Yes, I was the one who poisoned her. Why? Prince Jing pressed on. Lingxian replied. From the moment I entered the residence, Lu Ruoyan made several attempts against me. Previously, when I gave birth to twins, someone had drugged me, and she was involved. After Heng Chang fell into the water, Lu Ruoyan again targeted me multiple times, and in my rage, I resorted to giving her a type of mushroom. I never intended to kill her or make her act so crazily. I merely wished to drive her mad, to provoke your disdain, my lord. Upon finishing her explanation, Lingxian fixed her gaze on Prince Jing, striving to convince him of her sincerity. The majority of his face remained shrouded in shadow, rendering it impossible for her to discern his expression. Lingxian, I recognize your intelligence, yet your cleverness is perilous. It could very well lead to your downfall from now on. Conduct yourself properly and refrain from any actions that might draw my attention. Otherwise, I possess numerous means to extract information from you. Prince Jing leaned down, the dim candlelight finally illuminating his entire visage, which bore an aura of wickedness, coldness, and merciless intent. Lingxian nodded vigorously. Understood? I shall comply. Prince Jing, satisfied, patted her cheek and continued. I have heard that you possess a capable maid. I find her commendable and will take her away. Tomorrow, I shall send you someone even more capable. From now on, she and Aunt Chu shall attend to you closely. Prince Jing referred to Qinglu, who managed all the connections Lingxian had amassed through her financial means. To take Qinglu away was akin to severing Lingshuan's support. Aunt Chu had been a gift from Prince Jing to her, and since Lingxian harbored reservations about her, she had assigned her to attend to the newborn twins. Now, Prince Jing intended for all those around her to be his trusted confidants. Ensuring Lingshuan's wings were clipped, binding her closely to him, Lingxian was now gripped by fear of Prince Jing, daring not to plead for Qinglu's release. Observing Lingshuan's pale complexion, Prince Jing remarked, From this day forth, all your shops will be managed by the estate steward. You shall remain in the courtyard and contemplate whether there are new ways to generate income. Should you perform well, I shall reward you accordingly. Otherwise, you shall never see Hengshuan and rule again. Lingshuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. She regretted her decisions. She should not have relied on her identity as a time traveler and a science student, naively thinking to ascend to the status of the most esteemed woman through Prince Jing. Her brilliance had been too ostentatious. From their very first meeting, Prince Jing had been wary of her, rendering any efforts on her part futile, for he would never come to favor her. I have come to understand, and I shall earnestly contemplate ways to generate income. Furthermore, I possess a method to prevent smallpox without the need for inoculation. I am willing to present this remedy, and I beseech the prince not to allow Hengshuan and Rule to depart from my side. Lingxian knelt by the bed, her demeanor one of utmost reverence, as she exerted all her strength to bow her head before the Jing Wang. Very well, I shall await your remedy. If it is indeed as you claim, I will ensure that you are not separated from your child. The Jing Wang turned and strode away, and as the door closed behind him, Lingxian trembled, collapsing onto the bed. After a moment, the room was filled with the sound of her despairing sobs. Zhang Xinyan slept fitfully, her brow furrowed, caught in a state between dreams and waking. It seemed to her that someone was caressing her brow. Struggling to open her eyes, Zhang Xinyan discovered the Jing Wang lying beside her, gently stroking her forehead. It had been 2 days since the incident in Chang'an, and during that time, Zhang Xinyan had forced herself to eat and sleep. Upon seeing the Jing Wang, tears unexpectedly streamed down her face. My lord, has Chang'an's fever subsided? Zhang Xinyan asked, her voice choked with emotion. The Jing Wang's slender fingers traced down from her brow, wiping away her tears. There is still no good news, but no bad news either. This indicates that Chang'an's condition remains stable, and no unforeseen events have occurred. The events were orchestrated by Lu Ruyan, and the emperor has decreed her demotion from her position as a concubine. I have granted her a cup of poisoned wine. The Jing Wang's voice was devoid of any inflection. Zhang Xinyan's heart tightened, sensing something amiss with the Jing Wang. She said nothing but nestled into his embrace, enveloped by an inexplicable familiar fragrance, and soon fell back into a weary slumber. Zhang Xinyan's restlessness seemed to intensify, and the princess found it even more difficult to sleep, especially with her children embroiled in turmoil. "Mama, where is the prince now?" the princess inquired, massaging her aching temples. Granny Wu, who was helping to ease her shoulders, paused at the question. The princess sensed the halt, and through the silver mirror, she gazed at Granny Wu. The prince visited Lu Ruyan during the first half of the night, then went to Ce, and shortly after left her residence, ultimately spending the night with Zhang Shufei until dawn, Granny Wu relayed. The princess regarded Granny Wu sharply. He moved her to Bu Yunjv under the pretense of protecting the soon-to-give-birth Zhang. However, Zhang was still pregnant, and the prince remained at her side. "Granny, is the prince placing too much importance on Zhang?" The princess felt utterly drained, her heart heavy with the affairs of her children, while the prince busied himself soothing another woman, leaving her with a bitter taste in her mouth. "My lady." Granny Wu, observing the princess's vulnerability, could not help but wish to offer comfort. The princess waved her hand dismissively. "Let us speak of this another time. Please inquire about Hengwei and Rushu's condition. Sisters, if you find this story enjoyable, please add it to your bookshelf, leave many comments, and urge for updates. Do not let it languish. The author shall strive to write diligently." Chapter 62. A permanent solution. The entire Jing Wangfu was shrouded in a pall of gloom, with all the servants treading cautiously, afraid that a misstep might provoke their master's ire. The following day, Yi Lingxian submitted her method for inoculating against smallpox and offered advice on how to physically lower the temperature of those suffering from persistent fever. After a couple of days, Granny finally delivered the news. Chang'an's fever had subsided, though many pockmarks remained, indicating he would need to stay in the courtyard a while longer. Granny also conveyed that Chang'an was recovering remarkably well. Aside from losing a few pounds, he exhibited no other symptoms of discomfort. The heavy burden that had rested upon Zhang Xinyan's heart was finally lifted. That night, she was able to enjoy a restful sleep, and upon waking the next morning, she felt invigorated. When the Jingwang visited her at noon, he too released a long sigh of relief. "Chang'an is finally out of danger. You may now set your mind at ease. For the past few days, I feared that if I spoke harshly, you might faint." It was no exaggeration to say that Zhang Xinyan had been hanging by a thread, and the Jingwang had sensed that if Chang'an did not pull through, Zhang Xinyan would likely follow suit. Zhang Xinyan placed her hand on her abdomen. "I have been excessively worried about Chang'an. Now that I know he is safe, I feel an overwhelming sense of relief." The Jingwang, upon hearing this, reached out to gently pat Zhang Xinyan's belly. "This child is also quite well behaved. Knowing that their elder brother was in peril, they have not troubled you." Given the late stage of her pregnancy, Zhang Xinyan had informed the Jingwang that excessive touching of the belly was inadvisable, so he merely patted it gently before withdrawing his hand. If only it were a son, the Jingwang mused, gazing at Zhang Xinyan's belly for a prolonged moment. Zhang Xinyan was taken aback. "Is having a daughter undesirable? I think having both a son and a daughter is rather splendid." The Jingwang glanced at her and smiled. "Indeed, having both is wonderful. Whether it be a son or a daughter, I would be content." After the Jingwang departed, Zhang Xinyan furrowed her brows as she contemplated her belly. Yushu and Yuqin exchanged glances and approached her. "My lady, what troubles you? You seem quite downcast. Is the little one inside causing you distress?" Yushu inquired. Zhang Xinyan shook her head. "No, it's just that the prince mentioned that it would be better if this child were a boy. I cannot help but wonder if he would be disappointed if I were to give birth to a girl. In ancient times, boys were undoubtedly favored over girls, and with the Jingwang already having 3 daughters, he likely did not hold much regard for another girl." Yuqin, observing Zhang Xinyan's expression, cautiously asked, "My lady, do you think the prince's words carry a deeper meaning?" Zhang Xinyan exchanged a knowing glance with Yuqin, and a sudden thought flashed through her mind. With an additional concubine's position opening up, "Do you mean to suggest that the prince desires me to bear him a son so that he may bestow upon me the title of concubine?" Yuqin nodded. "That is indeed how I perceive it." Considering the familial backgrounds, Li Yue's father held an official position, Zhang Shufei was backed by the favored Zhao Fei, and Zhou Shufei was also a daughter of a noble family. In every aspect, they appeared far more suitable for the role of concubine than Zhang Xinyan, unless the competition hinged on offspring. Winning through the number of children, coupled with the fact that she had a son adored by both the emperor and the Jingwang, might indeed provide Zhang Xinyan with a legitimate claim to the title of concubine. Thus, when the Jingwang remarked that it would be preferable for Zhang Xinyan's unborn child to be a boy, it implied his desire to have her established as a concubine following the birth. Zhang Xinyan's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at her belly, wishing fervently for a son. With this development, she had returned to the Jingwang's favored courtyard, and she had become a thorn in the side of the other women in the rear palace. Coupled with a son who loved to steal the spotlight, her attempts to remain low-key would prove futile. Since the prince had such intentions, she was determined to seize this opportunity. Becoming a concubine would significantly elevate her standard of living and grant her a personal kitchen. She could have the estate's staff cultivate grains, vegetables, and fruits, raising chickens, ducks, and fish, allowing her to enjoy fresh produce without relying on others. This would be a much safer arrangement. Oh baby, I am not one to favor sons over daughters. I simply wish for a better future for us. You must be a boy, Zhang Xinyan whispered as she gently patted her belly. The child within seemed to hear her, kicking twice vigorously before shifting and falling still again. As Chang'an's condition improved, so too did the situations of the eldest and second princesses and the sixth prince. After 4 or 5 days, all three had recovered from their fevers and would soon be able to emerge once the pockmarks healed. With the children safe, the princess finally found herself able to contemplate other matters. Learning that the Jingwang had been spending increasing amounts of time with Zhang Xinyan, she could no longer contain her feelings of unease. In truth, from both familial background and other perspectives, Zhang Xinyan was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the title of concubine. Her parents had long passed, leaving her without a maternal family to rely on. Moreover, her timid and gentle nature made her the most fitting among the other 3 concubines for the role of a favored consort. However, the Jingwang's current demeanor forced the princess to remain vigilant. After all, as a prince of noble status, the Jingwang's position, though distant, was not beyond contention. Despite being the Jingwang's legitimate wife, the princess had yet to win his heart. For this reason, she could not tolerate any genuine affection he might hold for another woman. Human emotions are inherently biased. Should the Jingwang develop true feelings, he might favor that woman, extending his affection to her children, thus disturbing the delicate balance of power within the palace. This scenario was utterly unacceptable to a princess intent on preserving her status and interests. Zhang Xinyan already had a son, and Chang'an was exceptionally remarkable, earning the admiration of both the emperor and the Jingwang. Should she bear another son, with a concubine's title and the Jingwang's affection, these 2 children would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to Heng Hui and Heng Wei. Hence, Zhang Xinyan must not be conferred the status of concubine. This left only Li, Zhang, and Zhou as possible candidates. After much contemplation, the princess concluded that granting the title of concubine to Zhang Shufei would be prudent. Although Zhang Shufei had the backing of Zhao Fei, she did not enjoy the Jingwang's favor, elevating her to the position of concubine. With her only daughter, would leave the princess to rest easy, be why a stroke of fortune. Zhang Shufei and Zhang Shi have always maintained a cordial rapport. The princess could undoubtedly seize this opportunity to offer substantial benefits. Inciting discord between the two, should Zhang Shufei employ sufficiently ruthless tactics, it is conceivable that she might even eliminate the child gestating within Zhang Shi, achieving a permanent resolution. Chapter 63. Pros and cons. The princess pondered the advantages and disadvantages in her mind, swiftly resolving to bestow the position of concubine upon Zhang Shufei. She then summoned a maidservant. Go fetch Zhang Shufei and inform her that this princess has matters to discuss with her. Yes, your highness, I shall go at once. Once the maidservant departed, the princess irritably rubbed her temples. If it were within her power, she would prefer not to be so burdened. Regrettably, for the sake of her and her children's honor, as well as her maternal family's interests, she must exert every effort to eliminate any threats to her position. In recent days, Zhang Shufei had been consumed with worry for Roisin. Upon learning that Roisin had escaped danger, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had been preparing new garments for Roisin when the attendant informed her of the princess's sudden summons, leaving her puzzled as to the purpose. Your servant pays her respects to the princess. May I inquire as to why you seek me? Zhang Shufei approached the princess, bowing slightly. The princess sat gracefully in her seat, her face adorned with a warm smile as she addressed Zheng Shufei softly. "Zheng Shufei, please take a seat. Someone, bring tea for Zheng Shufei." "Thank you, Your Highness." Zheng Shufei raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the princess's unexpected warmth. Once she was settled, a maid hurriedly placed a steaming cup of fragrant tea before her and quietly retreated to stand behind the princess. Zheng Shufei glanced down at the aromatic tea, her mind racing with questions about the princess's sudden affability. Just as she was lost in thought, the princess spoke again. "Zheng Shufei, I shall be direct. The reason I summoned you is to discuss an important matter." Zheng Shufei remained silent, allowing the princess to continue. "You are aware of the situation with Lu Ruyand. A position for a concubine has opened up in the household. I intend to speak with the prince about selecting one of the concubines who have children to elevate to this role." The princess took a sip of tea, her eyes twinkling as she regarded Zheng Shufei. Zheng Shufei was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh inwardly, finally understanding the reason for her summons. Although she preferred not to engage in mental gymnastics, it did not imply she was foolish. Setting aside other considerations, she had only one daughter, which alone disqualified her from being considered for the position of concubine. The Jingwang would not be so naive as to overlook those concubines with sons in favor of her, who possessed only a daughter. Zheng Shufei understood the princess's intentions. If it were feasible, she would certainly welcome the opportunity to assume the role of concubine. However, she was acutely aware that the prince would never permit it. The princess's suggestion aimed to make her a mere figurehead in a position devoid of real power. Such a notion was evident even to her simple mind, and it seemed the princess truly believed she was naive enough to be swayed by the prospect of rank. "Your Highness, while I am indeed the niece of concubine Zhao, you are well aware of the prince's feelings towards me. Presently, I have only one daughter, and she is not even my biological child. Given my circumstances, do you truly believe you can persuade the prince and the emperor to elevate me to the status of concubine?" Before the princess could utter a second word, Zheng Shufei spoke candidly. The princess was taken aback. She had envisioned persuading the prince and then bringing Zheng Shufei to the palace to appeal to concubine Zhao. After all, being the niece of concubine Zhao, it stood to reason that she might grant some consideration for the position of concubine. However, she had not anticipated that Zheng Shufei would be so astute and so disinterested in the role. "Your Highness, I am well aware of my limitations and unworthiness for the position of concubine. Therefore, I must decline your invitation to discuss this matter further. I have garments to prepare for Roshin and shall take my leave." Zheng Shufei rose abruptly, performed a curtsy, and turned to depart as she observed Zheng Shufei's retreating figure. The princess narrowed her eyes, surprised by the clarity of Zheng Shufei's insight. This level of shrewdness rendered her unsuitable for the position of concubine. Thus, only Li Shi and Zhou Shi remained as candidates. Li Shi had entered the household alongside Zhang Shi. Their relationship was neither particularly favorable nor hostile, yet the princess felt uncertain. She realized she knew far too little about Li Shi, while Zhang Shi's temperament was somewhat apparent. Li Shi seemed to harbor a deeper reserve. Such individuals either possessed an innate disposition or concealed their true selves too effectively. After much contemplation, the princess summoned Zhou Shufei. Zhou Shufei had a vibrant personality, reminiscent of Lu Ruyan, making her easier to manipulate. Furthermore, Zhou Shufei was currently pregnant, though it remained uncertain whether she was expecting a boy or a girl. Since the child had yet to be born, there was a 50-50 chance it could be a girl. Zhou Shufei arrived swiftly, her pregnancy now 4 months along, though her attire concealed her condition. Nonetheless, her entourage had noticeably increased, suggesting she was particularly cautious about this pregnancy. Upon explaining the reason for summoning Zhou Shufei, her eyes brightened. "Your Highness, do you mean?" The princess smiled gently, setting down her teacup and appraising Zhou Shufei. "Among the 3 concubines, your family background is relatively respectable. While Zhang Shufei may surpass you in that regard, she only has one daughter, and not even her own. Therefore, I plan to discuss with the prince the possibility of elevating you to the status of concubine." Zhou Shufei was elated, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your support." Seeing her reaction, the princess's smile widened. She feigned a sigh, saying, "You need not be overly exuberant. The feasibility of this matter remains uncertain. Although I favor you for the position of concubine, you are aware that the prince has recently shown a particular interest in Zhang Shi, who is soon to give birth if she bears another son." The news of the prince's decision to have Zhang Xinyan relocate to Biu Yunj spread like wildfire through the royal household. inciting a tempest of discontent among the women of the inner court. Upon hearing this, they were incensed, nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. Lu Ruyan, once favored by the prince, had inexplicably fallen from grace, while the previously unassuming Zhang Shi had suddenly captured the prince's attention. Not only did Zhang Shi already have a son, the exceptionally gifted Chang'an, but she was also pregnant again. Should she give birth to another son, her standing in the prince's affections would undoubtedly rise even further. You must understand that the elevation of a concubine requires the prince to petition the emperor, so I can only speak favorably on your behalf before the prince. Upon hearing this, the joy on Zhou Shufei's face vanished in an instant. Her hands instinctively clutching her handkerchief tightly. Chapter 64. The selection of concubines observing Zhou Shufei's countenance darken ominously, the princess gently blew on the steam rising from her teacup, taking a small sip before speaking at a measured pace. However, you need not be so disheartened. After all, Zhang Shufei's family background is hardly impressive, which is a significant disadvantage for her, unless she bears yet another son. Even if the prince presents this matter to the emperor, it is unlikely that approval would be granted. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shufei exhaled a sigh of relief, though her hands hidden within her sleeves clenched and unclenched involuntarily. Indeed, how could she have forgotten Zhang Xinyan's modest lineage? The status of a concubine was not to be trifled with. It required a place within the royal family lineage, a distinction not afforded to just anyone. Noting the undeniable ambition glimmering in Zhou Shufei's eyes, the princess recognized that her objective had been achieved, and she bade Zhou Shufei to return. Lowering her gaze, she fiddled with her nails, having sensed from the outset that the prince regarded Zhang Shi with a peculiar fondness. The matters involving money and estates were known to her, yet she had not given them much thought, viewing them as trivial sums. However, the prince's increasing attentiveness to Zhang Shi, particularly during her confinement, suggested a marked difference in his treatment of her compared to the other women in the household. Chang'an, though favored by the emperor, was rather simple-minded, yet regardless of the circumstances surrounding mother and child. They had clearly caught the prince's eye. She must prepare for the future and devise her strategies. That evening, the princess sent for Jing Wang. She also specifically summoned Heng Hui to join them for dinner. The three dined together. Heng Hui bore a striking resemblance to Jing Wang, both in appearance and demeanor, sitting upright on the bench, his eyes shining brightly as he gazed at his father. It had been quite some time since he had shared a meal with the prince. "Your Highness, dinner is served," the princess announced, serving Jing Wang a generous portion of yam duck, her expression radiant with concern. "Your Highness, do eat more. You have lost weight in recent days. The children are out of danger now and will be able to come home in a few days. So please do not worry excessively. Father, this soy-sauced eggplant is quite delicious," Heng Hui chimed in, offering Jing Wang a helping of the dish. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Jing Wang nodded to the princess and served Heng Hui as well. After a delightful dinner with their family of three, the princess instructed the attending maidservants and eunuchs to withdraw, allowing the trio to stroll leisurely in the courtyard, indulging in conversation while savoring the moonlight. As they walked, Jing Wang assessed Heng Hui's studies, to which Heng Hui responded with insightful answers, much to Jing Wang's delight. After a while, the princess signaled Heng Hui to step back, allowing her to walk alongside Jing Wang. "My lord, I wish to inquire about a matter that weighs on my mind." Jing Wang raised an eyebrow, already aware that the princess had something to discuss today. Her timing only served to stir a flicker of irritation within him. "My lord, now that Lu Ruyan has departed and Heng Chang is merely 5 years old, should we not seek a capable wet nurse to care for him?" the princess proposed. "Oh? Who do you deem suitable?" Jing Wang inquired. Li Shufei and Zhang Shufei both have their own children, and with Zhang Shufei soon to give birth, it is evidently not fitting for them to raise another child. Hence, the only candidate left would be Zhou Shufei, who was previously on good terms with Lu Ruyan, making her familiar to Heng Chang. Jing Wang appeared to grasp the princess's intentions. He had already contemplated appointing Zhang Xinyan as a concubine after she gave birth. The princess's mention of this matter was clearly an attempt to bolster Zhou Shufei's standing. She had no children, and the gender of her unborn child remained uncertain. If Heng Chang were to be associated with Zhou Shufei, she would, like Zhang Xinyan, possess 2 children, elevating her qualifications for the role of concubine. However, Heng Chang would not be entrusted to her care. Jing Wang had resolved that Su Shi, who had served him the longest and suffered complications during childbirth, deserved a place as a concubine to nurture Heng Chang, given that he had already wronged her. Jing Wang cast a glance at the princess, his expression inscrutable. The princess, however, stiffened at the mention of Su Shi, a name she had not heard in ages. Before marrying the princess, Jing Wang had two favored maidservants, one surnamed Wang and the other Su. The Wang maidservant was overbearing and fell out of favor with Jing Wang, while Su Shi was gentle and kind, having been granted to him by the late empress. After the princess entered the household, she had given Wang and Su faces, thus becoming Jing Wang's concubine. Shortly thereafter, the princess became pregnant, and the women in the rear courtyard could not conceive before her. However, once she was with child, the contraceptive potions provided to the two maidservants ceased. It was around 6 months into her pregnancy that Su Shi too became pregnant. Although the princess bore a legitimate son, the prospect of a son born to Su Shi posed a threat. Consequently, the princess took decisive action. Su Shi endured great suffering during childbirth, resulting in the loss of her child and her own inability to bear again. Out of a sense of lingering affection, Jing Wang still showed care for Su Shi, visiting her occasionally. Now nearing 30, and with Jing Wang visiting her less frequently, the princess had nearly forgotten Su Shi. Hearing Jing Wang mention her name brought back memories of her existence in the rear courtyard. Though Su Shi could no longer bear children, having Heng Chang as a companion would afford her some stability. It seemed that Jing Wang still held Su Shi in regard, which was not unwelcome, given her long service. The princess's expression faltered slightly, yet she forced a smile. Jing Wang remained silent. After a moment, the princess continued, "My lord, we now have a vacancy for a concubine in our household, and there are only 3 candidates who could ascend to this position. I wonder what your thoughts are on the matter?" Finally broaching the subject, Jing Wang nonchalantly gazed at the moon and asked, "Does the princess have a candidate in mind?" With a gentle smile, the princess turned to admire Jing Wang's handsome profile and suggested, "What of Zhou Shufei? Her family background is respectable, and she is currently with child." Jing Wang dismissed her suggestion without a second thought. The princess attempted to speak further, but Jing Wang's glance silenced her. "I have already made my decision regarding the concubine's position. My dear, you need not involve yourself in this matter." After considering several names for the second child, Changsheng, Changjin, Suan, he inquired, "Which do you think is most fitting?" The princess's smile faltered momentarily, and she replied softly, "Yes, I understand. I was merely putting forth a suggestion." Jing Wang remained noncommittal as they continued their leisurely stroll with Heng Hui. Following this conversation, Jing Wang had made his stance quite clear, and the princess became increasingly attentive to Zhang Xinyan. Upon learning that Chang'an was out of danger, Zhang Xinyan's spirits lifted considerably. However, she began to reflect on the events that had transpired. She understood that after Jing Wang departed from Lu Ruyan, he had gone to Yilingshuan. Thus, even if Yilingshuan was not directly involved, she had inadvertently played a role. Zhang Xinyan had not regarded this fellow countrywoman with much suspicion, believing that their shared past would preclude any malice towards children. Yet, she had underestimated the extent of her intentions. Jing Wang's sudden aggression prompted Zhang Xinyan to realize that he might have been exploiting Yilingshuan's value from the outset. Had Yilingshuan garnered Jing Wang's favor first before revealing her brilliance, perhaps he would have genuinely protected her. The woman who could win the affection of a powerful prince would indeed be the heroine, able to shine under his protection. Instead, she had erred in her approach, attracting Jing Wang's attention through her brilliance, only to find herself ensnared as a caged bird. Now, Zhang Xinyan felt profoundly grateful for her cautious nature. Had she chosen Yilingshuan's path, she might have faced a similar fate. After nearly half a month, Chang'an was finally to be released, and Zhang Xinyan's smile brightened considerably. Upon his return, she and her son would reside in Baiyunju, and after cleaning Qinjiyuan, they would not need to return there. Jing Wang, observing Zhang Xinyan's cheerful demeanor, remarked, "Zhang Xinyan, you will dwell in Baiyunju, where you shall find safety, as it is under my protection." Zhang Xinyan hesitated momentarily. Is that not against protocol? The prospect of residing in Baiyunju was indeed appealing, as it was safe and devoid of the trepidation she felt in Qinjiyuan. Jing Wang, seemingly in good spirits, replied, "My word is the law." With Jing Wang's assurance, she relinquished her reservations. Living there would afford her peace of mind, especially as her own time to give birth approached, making it difficult to care for Chang'an. The following day, as Chang'an was to be released, the 6th prince still bore traces of his recent illness. Thus he could not yet join them. That day, Jing Wang and Zhang Xinyan set out to welcome Chang'an. As the door opened, revealing a somewhat thinner Chang'an, Zhang Xinyan's eyes glistened, and she scrutinized him closely. After nearly a month apart, Chang'an had not lost much weight. His spirit appeared vibrant, and his cheeks flushed with color. Upon seeing his parents, his eyes sparkled, and he dashed forward, exclaiming, "Father, Mother, I am out." Chang'an chuckled heartily, patting his chest proudly. Zhang Xinyan inspected him thoroughly, squeezing his arms and legs, relieved to confirm he was indeed well. "You frightened me. Thank goodness you are safe. What would your mother do otherwise?" she exclaimed. Caressing his small face, Chang'an obediently replied, "It was Chang'an who worried Mother. I shall be good from now on and never run off again." Jing Wang watched the mother and son engage in their familial reunion. He felt overlooked and slightly irritated. "All right, let us return quickly. We can converse at home rather than linger here." Zhang Xinyan, feeling a bit embarrassed, smiled and took Chang'an's hand, awkwardly moving alongside Jing Wang. And Mama quickly approached to assist Zhang Xinyan. "Thank you for taking care of Chang'an," she expressed sincerely as she grasped Mama's hand. Mama smiled, acknowledging her gratitude. As they walked, Jing Wang answered Chang'an's many questions. "Father, where are we going? Have you moved us to a new home? Is it large? Mother said I can no longer practice at the Lotus Pond. Can I build a training ground in the yard? Father, did you miss me while I was away? I thought of you and Mother every day." Perhaps due to his confinement, Chang'an had become quite talkative, but neither Zhang Xinyan nor Jing Wang found it bothersome. They smiled as they listened to him. As they strolled slowly to accommodate Zhang Xinyan, they turned a corner and encountered Zhou Shufei leisurely walking in the garden. Zhou Shufei greeted Jing Wang promptly. "Greetings to the prince. Are you and Miss Zhang here to welcome Chang'an?" Upon hearing his name, Chang'an stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings to Zhou Shufei." Zhou Shufei's face radiated with a warm smile as she took a couple of steps forward, crouching down to assist Chang'an in rising. "There is no need for formalities. Quickly get up. You must have endured great suffering during this illness, haven't you? You appear to have lost quite a bit of weight. Once we return, you must make sure to eat well and regain your strength." Observing Zhou Shufei's affectionate demeanor towards Chang'an, Zhang Xinyan raised an eyebrow, recalling how previously she had never shown Chang'an any kindness. Now, her joy seemed somewhat peculiar. Chang'an smiled back at Zhou Shufei before returning to stand beside Zhang Xinyan. Prince Jing inquired, "What brings you here?" Zhou Shufei smiled gently and approached Prince Jing. "I merely stepped out for a stroll after my meal. As it is beneficial for the little imperial grandson in my womb, I have walked enough for now, so I shall accompany you and Sister Zhang back." Zhou Shufei's residence was in the same direction as Bishi Yunj, making it convenient for them to walk together. Prince Jing glanced at Zhou Shufei and then at her prominent belly, tacitly agreeing to her joining them. Zhang Xinyan found Zhou Shufei's behavior unusually erratic today, prompting her to allow Prince Jing and Zhou Shufei to walk ahead, keeping some distance between them. However, they had not walked far when Zhou Shufei turned back and called out, "Sister Zhang, why are you walking so slowly? Are you feeling unwell?" Just after taking a couple of steps, Zhou Shufei suddenly slipped, lunging towards Zhang Xinyan, startling everyone. Zhang Xinyan instinctively tried to evade, but her significant belly hindered her speed. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Chang'an pushed her towards Mama On, while he himself was pinned beneath Zhou Shufei. "Chang'an, my lady." Upon turning, Prince Jing was met with chaos. Zhang Xinyan's face was pale as she clutched her belly, collapsing into Mama An's arms. Chapter 66, The Induction Medicine. What happened? "Zhang, are you all right?" Prince Jing's expression darkened as he glanced at the fallen Zhou Shufei before helping her off Chang'an, then turning his attention to Zhang Xinyan. Zhang Xinyan's pallor was genuine. She was nearing her time to give birth and had just been startled. Her belly felt tight, perhaps indicating that labor was imminent. "I am fine. But what about Chang'an?" Zhang Xinyan turned to check on him. The servants had already helped both Chang'an and Zhou Shufei to their feet, yet they seemed to be slipping as they approached. "Mother, is Chang'an all right? Are you okay?" Chang'an rushed over, his face ashen, wanting to reach out but hesitating, nearly on the verge of tears. Zhang Xinyan felt a tightness in her abdomen but otherwise was unscathed, quickly reassuring, "Mother is fine, thanks to Chang'an." Had it not been for Chang'an's quick reflexes, it might have been her pinned beneath Zhou Shufei. Contemplating this, Zhang Xinyan glanced again at Zhou Shufei, pondering whether this incident was a deliberate act on her part or merely an unfortunate coincidence. Wang Fuan sensed something amiss and examined the ground beneath them before stating, "My lord, it seems this hexagonal stone path has been smeared with osmanthus oil, which explains the slipperiness." Zhang Xinyan furrowed her brow. She had detected the strong scent of osmanthus oil earlier but had not thought much of it, as most women in the courtyard used it for their hair. Zhou Shufei and her attendants had also carried the same fragrance. She had not anticipated that the stone path would be treated with it as well. My lord, I am in great pain. Zhou Shufei clutched her belly, her complexion pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, indicating her distress was likely genuine. Zhang Xinyan glanced in her direction and suddenly felt a warmth spreading beneath her, looking down to see her skirt gradually soaking. Her waters had broken. My lord, I am going to give birth, Zhang Xinyan exclaimed, clutching her belly. Seeing this, Prince Jing immediately bent down to lift Zhang Xinyan and strode towards Bishi Yunj, commanding, "Someone, quickly summon the doctor and the midwife. Wang Fuan, Zhou Shufei is in your care. Investigate thoroughly to determine the source of the osmanthus oil on the stones." Mama An and Chang'an hurriedly followed behind Prince Jing as they departed. Zhou Shufei watched Prince Jing carry Zhang Xinyan away, her gaze turning cold before she fainted. Prince Jing delivered Zhang Xinyan to the prepared delivery room, which was a sunlit chamber where she would not only give birth but also recuperate post-delivery. After her confinement, she could return to the main residence, as was customary. However, during Chang'an's birth, Zhang Xinyan had been merely a concubine and had not been afforded such privileges. Now that she was receiving appropriate treatment, she was obliged to adhere to the rules. Prince Jing placed Zhang Xinyan on the bed, assuring her, "You will be fine. I shall wait outside. Focus on delivering our child." Noticing her pale complexion, he reached out to touch her before being ushered out by Mama An and the midwife. Due to the sudden nature of the event, both the midwife and the doctor had been hastily summoned, resulting in a somewhat chaotic atmosphere in Bishi Yunj. Fortunately, with Prince Jing's presence, order was quickly restored. When the princess and others arrived, they found the prince directing the proceedings, his gaze sharp on my lord. "How is Zhang Shufei?" the princess inquired anxiously. Prince Jing shook his head, holding Chang'an as both father and son fixed their eyes on the delivery room door. "I do not know yet. Have you checked on Zhou Shufei? How is she faring?" Upon seeing the princess, Prince Jing suddenly remembered Zhou Shufei and quickly asked. The princess replied, "I have already checked on her. The doctor mentioned she experienced a scare and some spotting, but it is not detrimental. However, she must remain in bed and avoid excessive movement. Have you discovered the cause of the osmanthus oil on the stone path?" Prince Jing's gaze bore into the princess. The princess, aware of his intentions to elevate Zhang Xinyan to the status of a secondary wife, remained composed. "Wang Fuan is investigating, and I have instructed Mama Wu to assist. We shall report to you as soon as there is news," she replied respectfully, her demeanor seemingly untroubled. Prince Jing regarded her for a moment before shifting his gaze. The door to the delivery room swung open, and Mama An emerged, her face pale. Chang'an jolted. "Mama, how is my mother?" Mama An hesitated, casting a glance at Chang'an, prompting Prince Jing's brow to furrow. "What is the matter? Speak." Mama An promptly reported, "Though the waters have broken. The time for delivery has not yet arrived, and the cervix remains closed. The midwife has sent me to inquire if we might administer some induction medicine." Zhang Xinyan had not yet reached the point of labor. The shock and collision had merely caused her waters to break. Although her waters had ruptured, contractions had not commenced, and should this continue for too long, the risk of losing the child within her would increase. Prince Jing clenched his jaw and turned to the doctor, who immediately stated, "I must enter the delivery room to assess the pulse, as only then can we prescribe appropriate treatment. Induction medicine must not be administered indiscriminately. It was essential to evaluate the mother's condition. If she was in good health, milder medication would suffice, allowing the cervix to gradually open. However, if her condition was poor, a stronger dosage would be necessary, often referred to as a wolf's medicine. Typically, mothers could scarcely endure this medication. After ingestion, the cervix would open rapidly, facilitating childbirth but causing significant harm that could lead to severe hemorrhaging and even death. After receiving consent, the doctor, accompanied by Mama An, entered the delivery room to assess Zhang Xinyan, who was lying on the bed with her legs elevated to prevent excessive fluid loss. At that moment, she only experienced occasional mild pains, with no other significant sensations. And her abdomen was not tight. Upon examining her pulse, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xinyan's constitution was robust, thus eliminating the need for the harsh medicine. Some gentler medication would suffice, and at worst, she might need to take it a few times. The doctor, now informed, reported back to Prince Jing before swiftly preparing the induction medicine. Soon, the medicine was brought in, and after Zhang Xinyan took her third dose, her contractions finally began. Chapter 67. The target of resentment when Zhang Xinyan gave birth to Chang'an. The process lasted merely 2 to 3 hours. However, this time, it extended over an entire day and night. On the afternoon of the second day, which marked the second day of the 4th month in the 25th year of Deyuan, after drinking the third dose of induction medicine, Zhang Xinyan's cervix finally fully opened, resulting in the birth of a baby boy weighing 6.5 pounds. As soon as the child was born, Zhang Xinyan fell into a deep slumber. Both mother and child were safe. The women in the courtyard, upon receiving this news, likely tore through countless handkerchiefs in secret. Previously, when Zhang Xinyan's condition had been precarious, many had silently hoped she would not survive. Now, with the turn of fate, not only had Zhang Xinyan safely delivered her child, but Prince Jing also went to the palace the day after her delivery to request her recognition as a secondary wife. On the day of the 8th imperial grandson's naming ceremony, a decree was issued from the palace formally elevating Zhang Xinyan to the status of secondary wife and granting the 8th imperial grandson the name Heng Che. Having suffered through the ordeal, Zhang Xinyan, perhaps due to the effects of the induction medicine, was unable to produce breast milk, and Heng Che ultimately had to rely on a wet nurse. Fortunately, both Hengsh and Chang'an are in robust health, which has relieved Zhang Xinyan's worries. Today, the main courtyard is bustling with excitement, as it is the day of the Shisha ceremony for Suayan. Zhang Xinyan has also been elevated to the status of a concubine, drawing many well-wishers to offer their congratulations. Suayan is a nickname given by Zhang Xinyan to Hengsh, conveniently echoing Chang'an's name, making it unmistakably clear that they are brothers. Chang'an exhibits immense enthusiasm for his newborn sibling. He has temporarily set aside his martial training, no longer practicing stances or riding his pony. He spends his days eagerly peering into the cradle, yearning to reach out and touch Suayan, yet hesitating to do so. When Suayan is taken to the front courtyard for the Shisha ceremony, Chang'an is reluctant to let his brother out of his sight and accompanies him. Yushu, what has transpired regarding the incident where I fell alongside concubine Zhou? After 2 days of recuperation, Zhang Xinyan finally feels somewhat revitalized and begins to inquire about the matter. She has suffered greatly, her health severely compromised post-delivery, and she is unable to replenish her strength, needing only to rest. For the past 2 days, she has been in a hazy state of consciousness. Yushu shakes her head. I do not know, but it can be confirmed that you were merely collateral damage in this situation. During this time, concubine Zhou has been taking strolls in the garden, so the osmanthus oil must have been intended for her. Zhang Xinyan responds with a contemplative hum, her expression enigmatic, then asks, is concubine Zhou severely affected? Not seriously. It is said she can already take a few steps, Yushu replies, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Did Yuan Bao manage to uncover the information I requested yesterday? Zhang Xinyan, feeling fatigued, rubs her temples, her already frail body burdened with the strain of pondering these matters. Life in ancient times is truly unforgiving. Yushu nods. Yuan Bao reported that since concubine Zhou's pregnancy, she rarely ventured outside during the first 3 months and has since only walked in the garden. Approximately half a month ago, the princess summoned concubine Zhou, but after their meeting, she has not been seen by anyone else, I understand. You may leave now. I feel rather weary and wish to rest for a while. At this juncture, the clues emerging suggest that the circumstances surrounding the delivery are likely orchestrated by concubine Zhou. The princess must be involved in some capacity, and if her assumptions hold true, it may pertain to the position of concubine. Regardless, the title of concubine now belongs to her, and she has been recorded in the royal annals as an acknowledged daughter-in-law of the imperial family. As she contemplates the future, Zhang Xinyan gradually drifts into slumber. Upon awakening, she finds Suayan and Chang'an peacefully slumbering beside her, both brothers deeply asleep. Suayan has been well cared for these past 3 days. His skin is still slightly red and not yet fair, resembling a wrinkled, rosy little elder. This child does not exhibit the same docility Chang'an once had. He possesses a fiery temperament, turning crimson with cries at the slightest inconvenience, whether it be a diaper change or a delay in feeding. Zhang Xinyan, already weakened, has found herself beleaguered by his incessant fussing, prompting nurse and to confine Suayan to the delivery room during the day while taking him to the side chamber at night, under the watchful eye of a wet nurse. This arrangement allows Zhang Xinyan to rest peacefully at night. Upon noticing Zhang Xinyan has awakened, nurse greets her with a broad smile. My lady, you are awake. Zhang Xinyan, attended to with a cup of longan and red date tea, nods in response. Nurse, how did the Shisha ceremony go today? Many guests attended, though it did not surpass the scale of the sixth prince's initial festivities. Nursen remarks that it was only slightly less than that of a legitimate son, which is quite commendable. Has the prince mentioned moving us there? Zhang Xinyan inquires, recognizing that Bu Yunj is the prince's favored residence. And now that she is a concubine, she deserves a spacious courtyard of her own. Upon hearing this, Nursen beams. The prince has decreed that you shall reside in Bu Yunj. It will henceforth be your dwelling. Is that so? Zhang Xinyan's eyes light up. Residing in Bu Yunj is indeed favorable, as the servants there are all loyal to the prince. Nursen nods, observing Zhang Xinyan with understanding. Since her arrival at the estate, the prince has repeatedly taken measures to ensure her safety. Now, allowing her to dwell in Bu Yunj, filled with the prince's people, demonstrates his profound care for Zhang Xinyan. Unaware of Nursen's contemplations, Zhang Xinyan is preoccupied with thoughts of what to cultivate in her estate, pondering the necessity of growing more vegetables, as they are among her favorites. Nurse, now that I am a concubine, can we not open the small kitchen? Please inform the prince that I wish to have Xiao Yuan come to manage my small kitchen. Xiao Yuan's culinary skills are highly regarded by her, and Chang'an also relishes his meals. After discussing Xiao Yuan, Zhang Xinyan recalls concubine Zhou. Nurse, we ought to subtly undermine concubine Zhou. I suspect this entire affair may well be her orchestration. There's no need for heavy-handed tactics, merely enough to instill a sense of caution in her. Given that concubine Zhou's actions nearly led to Zhang Xinyan's perilous delivery, she is determined not to let concubine Zhou escape unscathed and intends to teach her a lesson. Pregnant women should not be burdened with excessive worry. Indeed, Nursen affirms. The women in the rear courtyard, upon learning of Zhang Xinyan's elevation to concubine, assumed that the prince's affection for her would only intensify. However, the reality has not unfolded as they anticipated. Since Zhang Xinyan's delivery, the prince has not visited her even once, instead frequently tending to several other concubines. Following Su's promotion to concubine, two more concubines, Qin and Zhao, who had entered the estate after Zhang Xinyan, have also been elevated. These three concubines quickly captured the attention of the other women in the rear courtyard, causing Zhang Xinyan to gradually fade from their sight. Upon learning of these developments, the princess became increasingly anxious. Had the prince continued to dote on Zhang Xinyan as he once did, she would not be in such a state of turmoil. After all, if that were the case, Zhang Xinyan would become a target of jealousy, with all the women harboring resentment towards her, creating a situation where no intervention would be necessary to witness her downfall. Yet now, it seems the prince is shielding Zhang Xinyan, inadvertently positioning her as a target for envy. Has the prince truly developed feelings for her? Chapter 68. Misjudgment. After her promotion to concubine, Zhang Xinyan, still in her confinement period, received a steady stream of congratulatory gifts from various courtyards, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Simultaneously, the Ministry of Rites dispatched personnel to deliver the gold plaque signifying her status as concubine, along with ceremonial attire custom-fitted by the court. Zhang Xinyan has decided against moving from Bu Yunj. Though the princess intended to send servants to attend to her, all were intercepted by the prince. The eunuchs, maidservants, and even the laborers within the estate are now all loyal to the prince and, by extension, to Zhang Xinyan. Consequently, she feels reassured, refraining from meddling in these matters and entrusting everything to Yushu and Nurse, and her sole focus remains on recuperating and nurturing her child, blissfully unaware of the outside world. Due to her weakened state, the prince specifically ordered Zhang Xinyan to observe an extended confinement period, which lasted until June. On the day she concluded her confinement, as dawn broke, Zhang Xinyan completed her morning rituals and made her way to the main hall. Chang'an had risen even earlier than she, having already completed his morning exercises and now wiping his face with a cloth. Yushu presented Zhang Xinyan with a steaming bowl of congee, meticulously prepared with fragrant rice. Along with Chang'an's favorite three-flavor fried noodles, a bowl of succulent soup dumplings, and a small plate of aromatic egg pancakes, as Zhang Xinyan enjoyed her congee with pickles, she observed Chang'an rapidly finishing his breakfast. Just as Zhang Xinyan polished off her bowl of congee and a bun, Chang'an, fully satisfied, reclined lazily in his chair, letting out soft murmurs. "Mother, after I visit my brother, I shall ride at the horse track. It has been ages since I've ridden Meteor, and I miss it." Meteor is the name Chang'an bestowed upon his swift steed. a name inspired by its remarkable speed. Zhang Xinyan nodded in response. Very well. But do exercise caution. After riding, return promptly and do not linger outside. Chang'an acknowledged her request. Zhang Xinyan soon finished her meal, setting down her utensils, rinsing her mouth, and cleansing her face. Then, with the assistance of Nurse Anne and Yuqin, she donned the ceremonial attire befitting a concubine. Yuqin skillfully styled Zhang Xinyan's hair into a round bun, adorning it with a gold and jade hairpin, while on either side, she placed a pair of gilt hair ornaments. A delicate layer of powder graced her fair cheeks, with a touch of red accentuating her lips, enhancing her exquisite beauty. A verdant jade bracelet adorned her wrist, rendering her appearance both opulent and elegant. Having taken excellent care of herself during her confinement, Zhang Xinyan's health has returned to a state akin to when she gave birth to Chang'an. After completing her transformation, Nurse An and the others admired her. With Nurse An exclaiming, "My lady, you have truly become even more beautiful," Zhang Xinyan smiled and, turning in front of the clear mirror, agreed with her own reflection, nodding in satisfaction. "All right, time is of the essence. We must pay our respects to the princess," she instructed. "Nurse An and Yuqin, accompany me. Yushu, remain here and keep an eye on Suan and the entrance." After paying her respects to the princess, Zhang Xinyan also intended to visit the palace to express her gratitude to the Empress Dowager. With Nurse An by her side, she felt confident as they made their way to the main courtyard, which was already bustling with guests. The princess occupied the central position, adorned in a resplendent crimson peony ceremonial gown, complemented by an entire set of ruby jewelry, exuding both elegance and grandeur. In the past, Zhang Xinyan occupied the lowest position among all the concubines, yet now, seated at the leftmost end of the intricately carved mahogany chair beside the princess, are Liang Sufei and the somewhat pale Yi Lingxian. To the right of the princess, an empty chair unmistakably signifies Zhang Xinyan's former place. The moment Zhang Xinyan stepped into the room, all eyes darted towards her like arrows, a tapestry of emotions interwoven in their gazes. Some were filled with envy and jealousy, others expressed resentment and dissatisfaction, while yet more bore the weight of curiosity and scrutiny. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon her, enveloping her in an invisible pressure. However, faced with such a multitude of complex stares, Zhang Xinyan appeared remarkably composed. She subtly shifted her gaze to glance at the three newly promoted concubines. Subsequently, she approached the princess with an unhurried demeanor, slightly bowing as she expressed her greetings. "I pay my respects to the princess. Sister Zhang, you are being overly polite. Please, have a seat." With a smile, Zhang Xinyan rose and took her place to the right of the princess, then performed a half-bow towards Liang Sufei and Yi Lingxian across from her. "Greetings, Sister Liang." "Greetings, Sister Yi." Liang Sufei nodded with a smile towards Zhang Xinyan and returned a half-bow, saying, "Congratulations on your promotion." Sister Yi Lingxian gazed at Zhang Xinyan in a daze, her eyes somewhat unfocused as if she were looking at a complete stranger. The Zhang Xinyan in her memory was plump and obedient, meek and timid. Back then, although her appearance could be deemed above average among the women of the inner court, she was hardly remarkable. Yet now, Zhang Xinyan, adorned in the garb of a concubine, exuded an aura utterly distinct from before. Her demeanor was serene, her brow hinted at a subtle yet tranquil expression, and she radiated an air of noble elegance, akin to a blooming orchid. This transformation left Yi Lingxian both astonished and shocked. She had never imagined that the once inconspicuous Zhang Xinyan could undergo such a profound change. The current Zhang Xinyan moved with confidence and grace, resembling a brilliant pearl, gleaming and impossible to overlook. It was no wonder that the Prince of Jing treated this transmigrated woman with indifference, while regarding Zhang Xinyan with special favor. Her demeanor was indeed exceptional. It seemed she had misjudged in the past. For perhaps this Zhang family had always possessed such qualities. Zhang Xinyan's metamorphosis not only astonished Yi Lingxian, but also elicited a momentary surprise from Zhou Shufei and Li Yue. Zhou Shufei observed the expressions of the other women in the courtyard with concealed amusement, pondering whether they truly believed Zhang Xinyan to be a pliable pushover, with differing social standings. One's demeanor is bound to change. Thus Zhang Xinyan's transformation fell within Zhou Shufei's expectations. Had Zhang Xinyan remained a meek and foolish figure even after her promotion to concubine, she would only have invited disdain, perceived as an easy target. Women in this household, along with the servants, were the most adept at discerning weakness. As a concubine acknowledged by the royal family, she frequently attended palace banquets or visited other princely residences. Representing the dignity of the Prince of Jing, to be overly submissive would surely invite contempt. Zhou Shufei's fondness for cultivating a rapport with Zhang Xinyan stemmed from her appreciation of this quality. She recognized her place and never aspired to what did not belong to her. In truth, Zhang Xinyan bore some resemblance to her, which is why Zhou Shufei enjoyed her company. Awakened from her reverie, Yi Lingxian also rose to perform a half-bow to Zhang Xinyan, uttering a congratulatory remark. The princess, seated at the head of the assembly, felt an overwhelming regret upon witnessing Zhang Xinyan's current demeanor. She had assumed Zhang Xinyan to be simple-minded, only to realize she had misjudged her. Chapter 69. A royal audience. Liua regarded Zhang Xinyan with a complex expression. She too had aspired to the position of concubine, hoping to carve out her own path. Unfortunately, just as she contemplated her move, she sensed the Prince of Jing's protective stance towards Zhang Xinyan, realizing the timing was not right, thus she held back. The Prince of Jing had already set his sights on Zhang Xinyan as a concubine. Even if her scheming succeeded, securing that position would not earn her the prince's favor. With Yi Lingxian still in the picture, she required the prince's affection, leaving Li Yue to do nothing but watch Zhang Xinyan ascend to the role of concubine. Zhou Shufei's eyes darkened as she touched her prominent belly, resigning herself to rise and pay her respects to Zhang Xinyan. Subsequently, the other concubines followed suit, each offering their respects. After the formalities, the princess led Zhang Xinyan into the palace, with the other two concubines refraining from accompanying them. As today's spotlight was on Zhang Xinyan, and they naturally did not wish to incur displeasure, an hour later, the princess, exuding grace, guided Zhang Xinyan alongside a young palace made into the grand and magnificent main hall. Throughout the journey, Zhang Xinyan remained composed, her gaze unwavering. Observing Zhang Xinyan's demeanor, the princess's eyes deepened with contemplation. Indeed, Zhang Xinyan's prior timidity and meekness had been mere facades. Upon entering the grand hall and after some announcements, they finally received permission to pay their respects. Following the princess, Zhang Xinyan stepped inside, her gaze immediately captivated by the Zhaofei seated at the head of the hall. Years had passed since they last met, and Zhaofei appeared somewhat aged compared to the image etched in Zhang Xinyan's memory. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes seemed a touch deeper, yet she still retained an undeniable charm. Unmistakably a beauty in her youth. Daughter-in-law pays her respects to mother. The princess and Zhang Xinyan knelt in reverence before Zhaofei. Zhaofei smiled warmly, scrutinizing Zhang Xinyan before turning to the princess. Rise, come sit. Once the princess settled into the intricately carved chair, a palace servant brought a cushioned stool for Zhang Xinyan. What brings you here so early today? You must be weary, Zhaofei inquired with a smile, while Zhang Xinyan lowered her head in silence, appearing quite docile. Today is the day for Sister Zhang to pay her respects to mother, so naturally, she cannot arrive late, the princess replied gently and respectfully. Upon hearing this, Zhaofei studied Zhang Xinyan closely. She was plump and prosperous-looking, seemingly blessed, and her overall demeanor did not resemble that of someone from a humble background. It was no wonder she had given birth to 2 sons and raised a charming child like Chang'an, indicating her great fortune. Quite well, but still a bit youthful. You must guide her more, Zhaofei noted casually, then turned back to converse with the princess. Zhang Xinyan exhaled subtly in relief. Thankfully, Zhaofei did not inquire about her 2 children, or else it would have drawn unwanted animosity. Indeed, no one in the palace was a fool. The 2 women conversed for quite some time, leaving Zhang Xinyan completely overlooked, which she rather preferred, as she wished to remain inconspicuous. Sitting there like a wooden doll, motionless. At noon, Zhaofei invited them for a meal, finally allowing Zhang Xinyan the chance to move about, as her waist ached terribly. Like a small serving maid, she attended to Zhaofei during the meal. And Zhaofei, satisfied, permitted the 2 to return. On the way back, the princess glanced at Zhang Xinyan and asked, "Were you afraid in the palace today, Sister Zhang?" Zhang Xinyan replied with a serene expression, "I have spent some time in the palace. Although I did not often leave my quarters, I am still quite familiar with the palace of Her Highness Zhaofei." The princess nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. I was worried you might find it uncomfortable. Our mother is the gentlest of souls. You will come to know this with time." Observing the princess's intent to be sincere, Zhang Xinyan responded affirmatively and inquired about Zhaofei's preferences. seemed the princess aimed to cultivate a closer relationship with her, which left Zhang Xinyan feeling somewhat weary. Nonetheless, she adhered to the princess's wishes, expressing her respect and intention to remain within her bounds. Her aspirations had never wavered. Having become a concubine, she simply wished to live in peace, avoiding entanglements in the inner workings of the household. Thus, she maintained a degree of respect towards the princess. Yet, she remained uncertain of the princess's true sentiments. Their conversation, cordial on the surface yet discordant beneath, continued until they returned to Biu Yunju, where Zhang Xinyan promptly instructed Yushu to fetch some refreshments from the small kitchen. After serving Zhaofei at lunch, she had only eaten a couple of bites and was now quite famished. Once satiated, Zhang Xinyan went to check on her younger son, Suiyan, who had just been fed and was wide awake. Looking around curiously, as if sensing his mother's presence, Suiyan gazed towards Zhang Xinyan, squirming in an attempt to get closer. Cradling Suiyan in her arms, he immediately beamed at her, and Zhang Xinyan's heart melted at her son's adorable smile. "Mother, mother, I'm back." Suddenly, Chang'an's loud voice echoed from outside, startling Suiyan before Zhang Xinyan could respond. The little one pouted and began to cry, his wails causing Zhang Xinyan to jump, which in turn startled Chang'an, who rushed into the room. "Mother, is my brother all right?" "I didn't mean it." Chang'an cautiously approached, observing Suiyan, whose face was flushed and who was now wailing, feeling somewhat helpless. Zhang Xinyan reassured Chang'an, "Your brother is fine. He was just startled by your loud voice. Next time, be a little quieter so you don't frighten him. Look at you, dripping with sweat. Go and let Annan wipe you down and change your clothes, then come back to see your brother." Chang'an smiled and nodded before seeking out Annan for a change of clothes. Suiyan, with his stubborn temperament, continued to cry, and it took Zhang Xinyan quite some time of comforting him before he finally calmed down. He is rather spoiled, unlike Chang'an, who is much more playful. Children can really be quite a handful when they cry. As if their wails are deafening, an elderly matron, known as an Mama, followed Chang'an into the room, just in time to overhear the remark. It is often said that every child is unique. It is rare to find a child as well-behaved and easy to care for as the fourth prince. The eighth prince is also commendable, albeit with a somewhat fiery temperament. The child, Suiyan, who had been crying moments ago, was now entranced by Chang'an's playful antics, even managing to smile a couple of times in acknowledgement. Before long, Suiyan yawned, prompting an Mama to instruct the wet nurse to take him away for feeding and slumber. Once Suiyan departed, Zhang Xinyan embraced Chang'an and remarked, "Mother is contemplating which vegetables to cultivate on the estate. Oh, you have any preferences, Chang'an? We can instruct the staff at the estate to grow them." With the current circumstances permitting, Zhang Xinyan was determined not to deprive himself of culinary delights. A few days after the Mid-Autumn Festival, on the 29th day of the 8th month, the noble consort Zhou gave birth to the 9th prince, named Hengyo. Following Hengyo's full moon banquet, the method of vaccinating against smallpox using cowpox, proposed by Yi Lingxian, was finally deemed viable by the king of Jing, who then presented it to the emperor. Upon learning of this method, the emperor immediately decreed that death row inmates be used as test subjects to ascertain whether the cowpox inoculation could indeed prevent smallpox. Nearly a month later, the results were in, and the emperor rewarded the king of Jing handsomely, granting him some actual authority. With the support of both the royal consorts and Liangside consorts' families, coupled with the king of Jing's lucrative schemes and Yi Lingshuan's shop, he was far from lacking in financial resources. By the time Rui Wang and Chen Wang realized what was transpiring, they found themselves unable to reign in the king of Jing, who only grew in power. The king of Jing proved reliable in his endeavors, and the emperor, seeing potential, elevated Zhao Fei to the rank of Gui Fei. While the court was rife with turmoil, the inner quarters remained remarkably tranquil. The king of Jing had instructed his consort to manage the household diligently, as this was a critical juncture where no mistakes could be afforded. The women of the inner quarters, sensing the gravity of the situation, restrained their excitement, eagerly awaiting good news from the king of Jing. For 2 years, the calm in the inner quarters persisted despite the ongoing power struggles in the court. By the 27th year of the Deyuan era, Chang'an's 4th birthday had come and gone, and the emperor personally ordered him to attend the study for lessons. Accompanying him were the 3rd Prince Hengxiao and the 5th Prince Hengshan. Yes, their birthdays were merely a month apart. It was only fitting that all three were sent together. After turning 4, the 3 brothers relocated to the front courtyard, living in close proximity. Whenever Chang'an and the others could return to the inner quarters, Yi Lingxian would invariably seek out Zhang Xinyan. It remained a mystery why Chang'an and Heng Xuan clashed so often. Chang'an held a particular disdain for Heng Xuan, resulting in frequent altercations. Every 10 days, when it was time to return to the inner quarters for 2 days, Zhang Xinyan would inevitably find herself with a throbbing headache. "Zhang Mei, do you harbor some grievances against me? Why does Chang'an always leave Heng Xuan in such a state?" Yi Lingxian tugged at her son's arm, urging Zhang Xinyan to observe Heng Xuan's pitiful visage, marked by dark circles and noticeable bruising on his nose. "Sister Yi, in instances of brawls between children, one cannot always favor one's side. You come to me repeatedly, yet the issues remain unresolved. Chang'an is not the instigator. You ought to manage Heng Xuan better." Noticing Yi Lingxian's rising anger, Zhang Xinyan called for her son. "Chang'an, come here. Why did you strike Heng Xuan again?" Since turning 3, Chang'an had become increasingly uncontrollable. He had mastered horseback riding and archery, reveling in competition, and would throw punches at the slightest provocation. Nevertheless, he maintained a sense of restraint, typically refraining from initiating conflict or crossing the line. Chang'an emerged from the room, a robust 4-year-old, tall and strong with a muscular physique, appearing as if he could easily pass for 6 or 7. "Greetings, esteemed mother," he said respectfully, bowing to his elder. Zhang Xinyan regarded him sternly. "Chang'an, why did you hit Heng Xuan?" With a look of grievance, Chang'an replied, "Mother, I did not wish to, but Heng Xuan constantly insults me, calling me a brutish simpleton who cannot even write properly. He says I am brawny yet dim-witted. Ignoring his taunts only emboldens him. He has already torn my books and ruined the pin you gifted me. This is the 3rd time." Zhang Xinyan glanced back at Yi Lingxian. "Sister Yi, see?" Yi Lingxian looked down at Heng Xuan, who, with a scowl, pointed at Chang'an, exclaiming, "I speak the truth. You are indeed a brute with a simple mind. The characters our tutor teaches are so simple, yet you cannot write them if you are foolish. You cannot complain when others say so. I will call you a big fool, a big fool." Heng Xuan berated Chang'an before hiding behind Yi Lingxian, sticking his tongue out at both Chang'an and Zhang Xinyan. Chang'an scoffed, picked up a small stone from the ground, and hurled it at Heng Xuan, who cried out in pain, falling to one knee. Yi Lingxian's expression darkened as she glared at Chang'an before turning back to scold Heng Xuan. "Heng Xuan, how many times must I tell you to temper your domineering nature? Chang'an is your elder brother. Chang'an, regardless of Heng Xuan's words, he is still your younger brother. Even if he insults you, you must not resort to such violence." Chang'an remained silent, retreating behind Zhang Xinyan, seeking refuge as if he were a child in trouble. Zhang Xinyan stood protectively in front of Chang'an. "Sister Yi, you saw it yourself. Heng Xuan dared to insult Chang'an in your presence. What, then, occurs when we are not around? Chang'an does not instigate conflict. If you wish for Heng Xuan to avoid trouble, you must discipline his tongue." Seeing Heng Xuan's defiance, Yi Lingxian found herself at a loss and ultimately dragged Heng Xuan away by his ear. Once the mother and son departed, Zhang Xinyan turned to give Chang'an a light smack on the head. "Ouch," he exclaimed, clutching his forehead. "Why must you always stir up trouble? For months now, Consort Yi, Consort Zhou, and even the royal consort have approached me multiple times. Do you realize how much shorter my life becomes with your antics?" Zhang Xinyan gently rubbed her son's reddened forehead, sighing deeply. In truth, Chang'an was far from foolish. Rather, he was a prodigy. Whether it was the Sanzi Jing, Qinzi One, or other texts, he could memorize them after only a few readings. Yet, he seemed disinterested in studying or writing, preferring to spend his days with the guards, learning to ride and shoot. Heng Xuan's words held some truth. Chang'an's handwriting was indeed atrocious. He could quickly recognize characters and recite texts, but struggled to focus on writing, resulting in his poor penmanship. The king of Jing had attempted to teach him for several days, but ultimately threw down his brush in frustration and left, not having seen Chang'an for over 10 days. Indicating how exasperated he had become, Chang'an smiled brightly as he grasped Zhang Xinyan's hand, saying, "If I behaved otherwise, how could I put their minds at ease? The more I feign a roguish demeanor, the less vigilant the women of the inner quarters will be." Since Zhang Xinyan had become a side consort, even with the king of Jing's occasional visits, she remained at the center of attention, especially since she was the only one in the inner quarters to have given birth to 2 sons. Although the inner quarters appeared serene on the surface, tensions simmered beneath, with Zhang Xinyan and her 2 children residing in Bishui Yunju, at times facing covert threats. Upon learning of this, Chang'an chose to abandon any pretense of restraint, confronting challenges head-on and embodying the very essence of being simple-minded. Observing Chang'an's increasingly reckless behavior, the consorts began to feel a sense of reassurance. After all, giving birth to two sons who lacked intelligence was of little use. Thus, despite Zhang Xinyan frequently being summoned to address her child's behavior, she found herself free from any schemes, and her life became progressively more pleasant. Looking at Chang'an's composed expression, Zhang Xinyan couldn't help but reach out to touch his face, noting how much he had matured over the years, a bittersweet feeling swelling within her. Yet, it was for the best. Chang'an could now safeguard himself, granting her some peace of mind. As they turned to head back inside, Zhang Xinyan sighed. What could have caused Hengshuan to become such a troublesome child? I recall his temper was never so foul. Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Hengshuan has a maid named Qingyu, who is exceptionally attentive to him, reportedly arranged by Yiling Xian. This maid caters to Hengshuan's every whim. Whenever he misbehaves, she helps him cover it up. In short, Qingyu holds considerable importance in Hengshuan's eyes. Chang'an's words drew a frown from Zhang Xinyan. The age-old adage, spoiling a child is akin to killing them, echoed in her mind. She pondered whether Yiling Xian had been taken advantage of, especially since she had only these two children. If Hengshuan continued down this path of neglect, it would spell disaster for Yiling Xuan's future. Chang'an, since you all reside in the front courtyard, do you think this Qingyu might be someone else's pawn, intentionally leading Hengshuan astray? Zhang Xinyan suddenly considered this possibility, recalling a certain individual, the reborn Li Yuwei, who had harbored animosity and malice toward Yiling Xian for years. Perhaps this was indeed her doing? Aiming to corrupt Hengshuan from the very beginning, Chang'an looked at Zhang Xinyan, who was lost in thought, and gently tugged at her clothing. Mother, why ponder so much about others' affairs? Hurry along. The meal is already prepared. If you don't go accompany Suyan for dinner, he is likely to throw a tantrum again. The mere mention of the particularly obstinate second son made Zhang Xinyan feel even more troubled. He was indeed one to have his way in the room. Suyan sat in his baby chair, and upon seeing Zhang Xinyan and Chang'an enter, he immediately beamed with delight. Mother, brother, let's eat. I'm famished. Suyan and Chang'an were unmistakably brothers, sharing a striking resemblance, yet their temperaments were worlds apart. While Chang'an often displayed an outwardly fiery demeanor, Zhang Xinyan knew him to be a remarkably composed child who rarely lost his temper. In stark contrast, Suyan was exceedingly stubborn. Once his mind was set, not even 10 oxen could budge him. However, he was easily appeased, resembling Zhang Xinyan in his love for food. With a tasty treat in hand, it took less than a minute to coax him into a good mood. The three of them enjoyed their lunch together, and Zhang Xinyan handed a book to Chang'an. With a sigh, Chang'an accepted it and began reading to his younger brother. Suyan adored listening to Chang'an read, sitting upright and attentively absorbing the words. After a while, however, the diligent little listener succumbed to slumber, nestled on the couch, softly snoring. Chang'an, at a loss for words, set the book down and turned to the stifled laughter of Zhang Xinyan. Mother, stop laughing. I'm off to the horse ranch to find Meteor. I won't be back for lunch. Third brother said that Li Shufei is making delicious food tonight and invited me to join. Chang'an found it difficult to get along with Hengshuan but was quite harmonious with Hengxiao. Zhang Xinyan understood that her son had a good sense of social dynamics, so she never pried into his friendships. Li Yuwei was also quite fond of Chang'an, and their interactions over the past 2 years had been plentiful. Very well, I understand. Zhang Xinyan, feeling a bit fatigued, waved goodbye to Chang'an and embraced Suyan as they settled down for a nap. Prince Jing returned from the palace, brimming with frustration, and had no appetite for food. After a moment's contemplation, he made his way to Zhang Xinyan's quarters. He was well aware of her napping habits, and over the past 2 years, he had occasionally joined her for a brief rest. Without announcing his arrival, he entered the room and was greeted by the sight of mother and son. Their heads nestled together, peacefully asleep on the couch by the window. As he watched, Prince Jing's irritation grew. After being belittled outside, he found it unbearable to see Zhang Xinyan and their child blissfully napping. Unable to contain his displeasure, he reached out and pinched Zhang Xinyan's delicate face, effectively waking her. Your Highness? What are you doing? Zhang Xinyan exclaimed, covering her face in disbelief as she looked at Prince Jing. Satisfied that he had disrupted her slumber, Prince Jing nestled closer to her. I wish to claim some space beside you. With that, he closed his eyes once more, drifting off to sleep. Zhang Xinyan stared in astonishment at his handsome face, wishing she could scratch it in frustration, silently reminding herself that this was a formidable figure not to be trifled with. She then turned away, presenting her back to him while continuing to hold her son close. Just as Prince Jing had closed his eyes, he suddenly opened them again, grinning at the slightly pouting Zhang Xinyan, and pulled her into his embrace, falling asleep once more. Prince Jing continued to excel over the past 2 years. The princes Rue and Qian would occasionally create obstacles for him, yet he remained unfazed, wholly dedicated to serving the emperor. In this regard, Prince Jing surpassed his 2 elder brothers, firmly adhering to the principle of prioritizing loyalty to the sovereign over familial ties. He regarded himself as the emperor's subject rather than his son, fulfilling every command from the emperor from the perspective of a loyal servant, which greatly endeared him to the emperor. On the other hand, the princes Rue and Qian often let their identities cloud their judgment, infusing their actions with personal motives. Such behavior, in the eyes of a reluctant ruler, was undeniably provocative. Their status as legitimate heirs led them to feel somewhat self-important, believing themselves to be the next in line for the throne. However, the emperor remained particularly wary of them. In contrast, it was the dedicated Prince Jing, who viewed himself as a subject to the emperor, who caught the emperor's favor. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a dutiful and obedient son? After spending 2 days at Bu Cloud, Chang'an returned to the front courtyard, preparing to rise at the 3rd hour, which was 3:30, to join his brothers in taking a horse-drawn carriage to the palace for their studies. The educational demands placed upon the royal children were exceedingly rigorous, requiring them to rise early each day. They would awaken at 3:30, arrive at the study by 4:30, and commence their morning lessons, which would continue until the end of the 5th hour, around 2 in the afternoon, before they could finally return home. When Zhang Xinyan learned of this academic schedule, she was utterly taken aback, realizing that the modern school system paled in comparison. Who could have imagined that ancient education would begin so early? According to Prince Jing, in their earlier years, they had no rest days. Aside from holidays, they spent nearly all 365 days in the study, reading for hours on end. However, due to the harshness of this regimen, many children fell ill from exhaustion, prompting the emperor to grant a reprieve of 2 days of rest after 10 days of study, allowing for a somewhat lighter schedule. Chapter 72. Summoning Princes Qian and Jing on a chilly morning. Heng Chang, whose constitution had always been frail, though nurtured with great care by consort Su over the past few years, still remained weak. During morning lessons, he coughed a few times, prompting the teacher to allow the royal grandchildren to take a brief respite. Just as the teacher stepped out, Heng Qi, the 4th grandson of the Chen prince, cast a disdainful glance at Heng Chang. Sickly as you are, even reading requires a cough or two, if your health is so poor. Stay home and spare us from your misery. It's truly a burden to our studies. Heng Chang's complexion, already pale, flushed a deep red at Heng Qi's words, incensed by the insult. Though Heng Chang was physically weak, he possessed a remarkable aptitude for learning. Earning praise from the teacher on multiple occasions, Heng Qi had recently been reprimanded, thus naturally found Heng Chang irksome. Heng Hui furrowed his brow and spoke up, Heng Qi, be cautious with your words, as a son of a concubine. Heng Qi fell silent at Heng Hui's admonition. This incident might have passed without further incident, but Heng Qi, during the next lesson, was reprimanded by the teacher for daydreaming. Heng Chang cast him a blank stare before looking away, and that brief glance ignited Heng Qi's ire. When the teacher announced the end of class at noon, Heng Qi stood up and kicked Heng Chang's desk. You laughed at me just now, Heng Qi shouted, his face flushed with anger. Pointing accusingly at Heng Chang raised an eyebrow. Why would I mock you? The teacher has reprimanded you more than once. If I were to laugh, I would have long since become accustomed to it. Enraged and humiliated, Heng Qi shouted, What did you say? As he raised his fist to strike. Just as his fist swung through the air, it was intercepted by Chang'an, who smiled and said, Speaking is one thing, but throwing punches is another. Heng Hui stood up, positioning himself protectively between Chang'an and Heng Chang, while Heng Xiao and Heng Xuan instinctively moved to join him, forming a united front against Heng Qi. Heng Qi, my second brother's health is poor. A few coughs are to be expected. You have repeatedly made a mockery of him. Doesn't that seem inappropriate? Furthermore, during this lesson, my second brother was particularly diligent. We were so close to him that we didn't hear him laugh. How do you know he was laughing at you? Heng Hui's gaze bore down on Heng Qi. Now 11 years old, Heng Hui matched Heng Qi in height, and his demeanor increasingly mirrored that of Prince Jing. With a stern expression and piercing eyes, he intimidated Heng Qi. Heng Qi, having just admitted to his own mockery, refused to back down. "You admit it. You were laughing at me," Heng Qi retorted, his voice dry and strained. Heng Xuan chimed in, "Isn't my second brother speaking truthfully? The teacher has reprimanded you multiple times. If we wanted to mock you, we would have long since become accustomed to it." Heng Xuan's words were like adding fuel to the fire, igniting Heng Qi's anger further. Given that this was a matter between their families, Heng Hui's brothers stood united. Heng Qi, feeling cornered, found his own brothers rallying to his side. Heng Xuan, known for his assertiveness and audacity, confronted Heng Qi's group, saying, "What? Is resorting to violence your only recourse when you can't win an argument?" Heng Chang furrowed his brow and stood up, about to speak, but Heng Xiao and Chang'an simultaneously tugged at his arms, shaking their heads. What had begun as a minor dispute among cousins had escalated into a conflict between the Chen and Jing princely houses. At this moment, they could not afford to show any weakness. "You truly are intolerable. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be able to swallow this anger," Heng Qi bellowed, raising his foot to kick. Although Heng Hui was not as skilled as Chang'an in combat, he had learned a few moves and deftly evaded Heng Qi's kick. Chang'an took Heng Hui's place, retaliating with a sharp kick to Heng Qi's thigh. At that moment, a brawl erupted, with Heng Xiao swiftly pulling the fragile Heng Chang out of the fray, ensuring he stood safely to the side while he rolled up his sleeves and joined the fray. Other royal grandchildren from various princely houses mostly maintained a neutral stance, observing the unfolding chaos, some even cheering for the spectacle. When the teacher returned upon hearing the commotion, the classroom was already a cacophony of chaos. Infuriated, the teacher's expression darkened as he sought an audience with the emperor to report the incident. Ultimately, it was only the emperor's personal intervention that brought an end to the tumultuous clash. In the vicinity of Jing Wangfu, Heng Chang remained unscathed, albeit with an unsteady demeanor. While he could not engage directly in the fray, he adeptly interfered from the sidelines, occasionally seizing a scholar's stone or an ink slab to discreetly intervene. All others present bore visible injuries on their faces and bodies. The scene at Chun Wangfu, however, was far grimmer. After all, among their adversaries was the formidable Chang'an, who had assimilated much from the guards. Employing some rather unscrupulous tactics that were invariably lethal, many of the royal grandsons at Chun Wangfu now lay groaning on the ground. Observing the chaotic classroom, the emperor's temples throbbed with indignation. "Lin Deliang, summon both Chun Wang and Jing Wang to me at once. They must reign in their sons, or they shall dismantle the imperial study." Lin Deliang bowed respectfully and hastened away, fearful of incurring the emperor's wrath. The combatants, now awakened to the emperor's fury, felt a pang of dread. They were finished. Chang'an sported a split lip and a scratch from an unknown assailant, but he remained indifferent. "Grandfather, it was not us who instigated the trouble. It was Heng Qi from my second uncle's house who claimed my second brother was too sickly to study and caused all this ruckus, accusing my brother of mocking him when he never even glanced his way." Chang'an, undaunted, boldly approached, kneeling at the emperor's feet and grasping his leg. The sight of Chang'an's injuries tugged at the emperor's heart, though he masked his concern and shot a glance at Heng Qi. Heng Qi stiffened. Though he boasted bravado among the royal grandsons, he trembled at the emperor's gaze, nearly wetting himself. "Why, your majesty, it was not Heng Qi, but Heng Yu who spoke falsely, and how could it not be you? It is plainly evident, yet you dare to deny it. Coward!" Heng Xian, with a bruised visage, winced in pain yet protested indignantly. Chang'an huffed. "Grandfather knows me best. I never lie. If you doubt me, ask my other brothers." Inquire whether Heng Qi instigated this matter. Chapter 73. The imperial decree unbound having returned to their respective residences after the morning court session, Chen Wang and Jing Wang were bewildered by the summons to the palace. Upon arriving at the imperial study, they beheld their sons, battered and kneeling on the ground. Both fathers halted, exchanging glances. The emperor, with a cold snort, admonished, "Behold the fine offspring you have raised, nearly demolishing my imperial study. How could a simple lesson devolve into such chaos? As fathers, what manner of teaching do you impart?" Chen Wang and Jing Wang knelt, apologizing profusely. Chang'an, suppressing a grin at the emperor's ire, noted the emperor's averted gaze before the emperor glared at Chen Wang. "Second son? Your Hong Qi requires discipline. Hong Chang may be frail, yet he is still his elder brother. Such disrespect is intolerable. Hong Qi felt the emperor's wrathful gaze and stiffened, on the verge of tears. It's not Hong Qi's fault. It was Hong Yu who spoke out of turn. How could it not be you? It is blatantly evident. You dare to act yet deny your actions. Coward, Hong Xian interjected. His face contorted in pain. Chang'an huffed again. Grandfather knows me well. I never speak falsehoods. If you doubt, ask my other brothers if Hong Qi instigated this. Following the uproar, the emperor decreed that each of the miscreant children would receive 5 strikes on their posteriors as punishment, with Hong Chang receiving a mere 5 hand slaps due to his frailty. The others, with tender skin, found the punishment stung painfully, save for the robust Chang'an, who, after enduring his 5 strikes, merely patted his rear and stood, spinning around before the others, arms crossed and chuckling. Such a frail one, unable to endure 5 slaps? If he is unwell, he should remain home. He then strutted away, mockingly huffing, and followed Jing Wang and his brothers out. Upon returning to Jing Wang Fu, Jing Wang's somber countenance scrutinized his sons. After inquiring about the incident, his brow relaxed. Father, this is all Hong Chang's fault. Please do not blame my brother or the others. They acted solely to defend Hong Chang. If we had not retaliated, it would seem we were afraid. Hong Hui, sporting a shiner, respectfully stood before Jing Wang, who could only twitch at the sight. Hong Hui, typically the paragon of decorum, now appeared utterly disheveled, leaving Jing Wang feeling quite unsettled. Ahem, while fighting is not commendable, at least you demonstrated brotherly unity. But remember, such skirmishes cannot occur again, particularly you, he pointed at Chang'an. Though he spoke thus, Jing Wang felt a sense of satisfaction. He had often been bullied by his brothers in his youth, and now his sons were reclaiming that honor. How the tides had turned. Yet, Chang'an's methods were indeed too severe, for several of Chen Wang's sons clutched their groins. Jing Wang, though aware of Chang'an's restraint, felt compelled to admonish him nonetheless. Chang'an lowered his head, obediently accepting the reprimand, while internally he mused, in the field, imperial commands may be disregarded. What does it matter if I agree? When the time comes to strike, I shall strike. The scuffle between the royal grandsons remained largely concealed by the emperor's intent, and thus the news did not spread widely. The Wang Fei, possessing connections within the palace, learned of the incident the following day. Regrettably, Hong Hui was preoccupied in the front courtyard, leaving the Wang Fei uncertain of his condition. The thought of her son engaging in a brawl led her to believe Chang'an had led him astray, prompting her to cast a critical eye at Zhang Xinyan during her morning greeting. Unfazed, Zhang Xinyan feigned ignorance, treating it as a mere episode, aware that the Wang Fei's temper was not a novel occurrence. Recently, the 11th prince, Ping Wang, had welcomed a legitimate son, and as the side consort of Jing Wang, Zhang Xinyan was entitled to attend the child's full moon banquet. Following Liang's side consort and Yiling Xian, she intended to remain inconspicuous. However, upon entering Liang Wang Fu, she found herself the object of scrutiny from both the consort of Chen Wang and his 2 side consorts. Feeling flustered under their gaze, she was oblivious to the nature of their interest. The Wang Fei, observing this spectacle, merely chuckled, showing no inclination to intervene. Eventually, Liang's side consort could no longer restrain herself, as a daughter of a prestigious family. She could access the same information as the Wang Fei and, having come from a military lineage, held a particular fondness for Chang'an, who had been generous in mentoring her son Hong Chun in martial arts. Recognizing her affection, Liang's side consort leaned toward Zhang Xinyan and disclosed the details of the incident, enlightening her on why the consort of Chen Wang regarded her with such scrutiny. Zhang Xinyan inwardly protested. It was not only Chang'an who had struck out, so why was she the sole target of their disdain? Shouldn't their gazes also fall upon the Wang Fei and Yiling Xian? It hardly seemed fair that she bore the brunt of their ire. Yet, she overlooked one crucial fact. Her own son was exceptionally gifted in combat, and the consort of Chen Wang and her 2 side consorts fixated upon her because Chang'an's blows had indeed inflicted the most harm upon their children. During the meal, Zhang Xinyan found herself choking on her food, eager to escape as soon as the gathering concluded. Later that evening, Jing Wang visited Zhang Xinyan, and she grasped his arm. Inquiring about the day's events, he succinctly recounted the incident. "Oh, not fret. His Majesty has already addressed the matter on both sides, thus it is resolved. Let them gawk. They cannot act against you, so do not concern yourself. As they conversed, Sui Yan approached, nestling into Jing Wang's embrace. Father, I wish for silver. Jing Wang arched an eyebrow, perplexed. You hardly leave the estate. Why do you need silver? Sui Yan replied. To send Yuan Bao out for delicious food. The dishes at the welcome pavilion are delightful, and I wish for my mother to procure some, but she claims she has no silver. Father, provide me with silver. I desire the delectable crystal pork, knuckle, and lotus leaf chicken. Jing Wang glanced at Zhang Xinyan, who interjected, Your Highness, you are aware of my modest means, especially with 2 sons to consider for their futures. Moreover, Sui Yan frequently asks Yuan Bao to fetch meals, and my purse is quite strained. Feigning poverty was no source of shame for Zhang Xinyan, who maintained a defiant demeanor while her son looked at Jing Wang with hopeful eyes. Jing Wang felt an inkling of being played the fool. If you desire silver, you must massage my shoulders. It cannot be given without some form of compensation. Sui Yan's eyes brightened, and he eagerly complied. Standing to tenderly knead his father's shoulders, crystal pork knuckle and lotus leaf chicken, here I come. Chapter 74. Overindulgent Sui Yan diligently massaged Jing Wang's shoulders for an extended period until his little hands grew weary. Finally asking if his father had had enough, the Prince Jing did not continue to press Sui Yan, expressing great satisfaction. Shortly after the prince's departure, Wang Fuan promptly sent 1,000 taels of silver. Sui Yan, clutching the banknotes, grinned widely, revealing his teeth in a beaming smile, and then called in Yuan Bao, ordering an abundance of delectable dishes, including his longed-for crystal pork, knuckle, and lotus leaf chicken. Zhang Xinyan, observing from the side, made no attempt to stop him. Given Sui Yan's singular passion for food, he thought it best to indulge him. Keeping the 1,000 taels for himself, Sui Yan also handed over 20 taels to Yuan Bao to procure meals, swiftly earning back 980 taels. Zhang Xinyan was particularly delighted, showering Sui Yan with affectionate kisses. When it came time for dinner, Yuan Bao returned, bearing 2 large food boxes. Within them were not only Sui Yan's favorite dishes, but others as well, meat-stuffed eggplant, longjing shrimp, and considering Zhang Xinyan's fondness for spicy food, Yuan Bao had specially selected 2 enticingly spicy dishes, chicken cubes in chili sauce and mapo tofu. Additionally, the table was adorned with several plates of exquisite pastries, sweet and sticky jujube mud yam cake, fragrant osmanthus cake, flaky and rich egg yolk puff, and the soft, sticky, and bean-flavored donkey roll. Zhang Xinyan also sent a message to Chang'an, who was in the outer courtyard, inviting him to return for a feast. Upon his arrival, the 3 of them, mother and sons, devoured the spread. Chang'an, feeling slightly overstuffed yet knowing he would soon practice martial arts, assured himself he would digest the food quickly. However, Sui Yan was not so fortunate. The crystal pork knuckle and lotus leaf chicken were his heart's desire, and he relished the longjing shrimp and mapo tofu. He sampled each pastry, indulging in 1 or 2 of everything. Concerned, Zhang Xinyan urged him several times to stop eating, but Sui Yan remained obstinate. Ultimately, he overindulged to the point of discomfort, complaining of a stomachache. Zhang Xinyan instructed Xiao Yuanzi to prepare a bowl of digestive soup for Sui Yan, but he was too full to drink it. Whining and fussing until midnight, Zhang Xinyan, at her wit's end, summoned the physician from the manor. The next day, upon hearing the news, Prince Jing made a special visit to check on Sui Yan, learning that he was merely suffering from overeating, and left with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Mother, I realize my mistake. I promise never to eat so much again, Sui Yan said, looking pitifully at Zhang Xinyan as he tugged at her sleeve. Zhang Xinyan, resolute, refused to acknowledge her son's distress. No, the doctor has stated that overeating is detrimental to your health. Therefore, for the next month, you are forbidden from consuming any outside food. Surely, Xiao Yuanzi's cooking is not lacking in flavor? If you are so fond of outside delicacies, you will only hurt Xiao Yuanzi's feelings. Sui Yan pouted in dismay. Over the past few days, he had heard whispers about a new restaurant opening in the capital, renowned for its crab-stuffed oranges and dompa pork. Thus, for 2 consecutive days, Sui Yan had been pestering Zhang Xinyan to let him try it. Mother, just let me eat once more. I promise I won't overindulge. Sui Yan felt a restless itch akin to a cat's scratch within him. He could not explain why he simply adored food. Zhang Xinyan, with a heart of stone, rejected him again. Sui Yan's behavior had become a recurring issue. Being still so young, he could not control his cravings, So Zhang Xinyan felt compelled to impose limits. Seeing that her refusal was ineffective, Suan, feeling wronged, quietly retreated to his room to sleep. Master, if the 8th prince wishes to eat, we might as well buy him a little something. We can just keep an eye on him to prevent overindulgence, said Granny Yin, who held a great fondness for children. After Suan's departure, she spoke to Zhang Xinyan. Zhang Xinyan shook her head. It's best not to. Occasionally buying outside food is harmless, but I fear it may foster a habit. What if someone discovers Suan's preferences and exploits this weakness? After all, the food from our little kitchen is far safer. Granny Yin nodded in agreement, contemplating before suggesting. Since the 8th prince enjoys food so much, why not have Zhao Yuanzi go out to learn some culinary skills? Once he masters them, he can prepare meals for the 8th prince. This notion struck Zhang Xinyan as quite sensible. She nodded in approval and instructed Granny and to set aside 100 taels of silver to give to Zhao Yuanzi for apprenticeship. As learning a craft requires compensation, deprived of delightful treats, Suan's spirits had been low these past few days. Tio cheered him up. Those attending to him took him to play nearby Bishi Yunj. Young master, what is troubling you these days? You seem rather glum, inquired his devoted young eunuch. Suan revealed that Zhang Xinyan forbade him from eating outside food. The young eunuch's eyes glinted with mischief as he replied, Ah, that is easily remedied. What clever plan do you have? Suan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The young eunuch replied, I have a brother who works at the gatehouse. He occasionally has time to venture out. If you truly wish to taste outside cuisine, shall I ask my brother to assist you? Suan nodded eagerly but soon furrowed his brow in concern. But if mother finds out I bought it secretly, would that not be wrong? If the master prohibits you from eating, simply keep it from her knowledge, the young eunuch said nonchalantly. All right then, please ask your brother to procure some food for me. Suan relented, unable to resist the temptation of delicious food. The young eunuch hurried off, and soon returned with the arranged details. 18 noon, Suan, as usual, returned for lunch but found his appetite lacking, eating little. Zhang Xinyan sighed as she observed him. Wishing Zhao Yuanzi would hasten to master the culinary arts so he could prepare meals for Suan. After Chang'an returned from the study, he did not head directly back to Prince Jing's residence. Remembering Suan's fondness for renowned dishes and hearing of a new restaurant in the capital, he decided to buy some signature dishes for Suan. Upon arriving at Bishi Yunj with the food box in hand, he noticed 2 young eunuchs behaving suspiciously as they carried items toward a small pavilion adjacent to the residence. A glint of suspicion crossed Chang'an's eyes as he followed them, only to find the 2 eunuchs presenting a selection of dishes to Suan. What do you think you are doing, Suan? Chang'an furrowed his brow and reprimanded. Both Suan and the 2 eunuchs were startled, with the latter dropping to their knees, while Suan, feeling anxious, stood up. Brother. Chang'an, maintaining a stoic expression, surveyed the dishes laid out on the stone table, his eyes narrowing slightly with suspicion. He softly instructed, Difu, please examine these dishes for any irregularities. Upon hearing this, Difu did not dare to slacken his efforts. He stepped forward, leaning in to inspect each dish, first sniffing the aromas before cautiously probing with chopsticks. After a moment, he frowned, responding in a serious tone, Master, these dishes have indeed been tampered with. Harmful substances have been added, and if consumed long-term or in excess, they could cause significant damage to one's health. For clarity's sake, I will note the children here. Princess, first son Heng Hui, eldest Princess Rushu, 6th Prince Heng Wei. Concubine Lu, deceased 2nd Prince Heng Chang. Entrusted to concubine Su for nurturing. Concubine Liang, 7th Prince Heng Chen. Concubine Yi, 5th Prince Heng Xuan, 3rd Princess Rule. Zhang Xinyan, 4th Prince Heng Yu, Chang'an, 8th Prince Hengsh, Suan. Concubine Li Yue, 3rd Prince Heng Xiao. Concubine Zheng, 2nd Princess Roxin. Concubine Zhou, 9th Prince Heng Yo. Chapter 75 has no continuation. Suan, still so young, will only turn 3 in 2 months. Hearing that there might be something in his food made him a bit fearful. Chang'an glanced at the 2 kneeling eunuchs pleading for mercy and signaled to Difu, who promptly seized their arms and escorted them to Bishi Yunj. Zhang Xinyan, alerted by the commotion, emerged to find Difu flinging the 2 eunuchs at the entrance. Difu, what is going on? Isn't Xiao Hu Suan's personal eunuch? Zhang Xinyan inquired, observing the 2 who had just gotten back on their feet to at that moment. Chang'an came forward, holding Suan's hand, and spoke, Mother, these 2 individuals secretly provided Suan with outside food. and it appears that it was tampered with. Understanding the situation immediately, Zhang Xinyan cast a stern gaze at Sueyan, who, feeling uneasy, hid behind Chang'an. Zhang Xinyan realized this predicament was partly her fault. Chang'an was astute for his age, and she had not imparted enough guidance to him, allowing him to grasp certain matters independently. Therefore, she believed that since they resided in Bishi Yunj, surrounded by her own people, Sueyan should not be exposed to such underhanded dealings so early. However, she now recognized that this line of thinking was flawed. Sueyan, come here, Zhang Xinyan beckoned. Hesitating, Sueyan finally approached. Zhang Xinyan crouched down to meet his gaze. In 2 months, you will turn 3. It was my mistake not to teach you sooner. From today onward, both Mama and I will instruct you in certain matters, and you must learn diligently. Daeson observed Zhang Xinyan's displeased expression. He felt a rush of anxiety and instinctively tugged at her clothing. Mother, I understand my mistake. Zhang Xinyan nodded and added, in front of the servants, you must address me as Mother Concubine. Yes, Mother Concubine, I understand. Please don't be like this. Sueyan is scared. Standing upright, Zhang Xinyan took Sueyan's hand, casting a stern look at the 2 trembling eunuchs on the ground. Xiaohu, I have treated you well, yet how do you repay me? Explain this matter truthfully, and I shall spare your life. Xiaohu crawled a few steps forward and replied, Master, I truly did not know that the 8th prince desired to eat from outside. I have a fellow villager whose brother works at the outer gate. The servant merely wished for his fellow townsmen to venture out and procure some delicacies, hoping to curry favor with the 8th prince, yet he was utterly oblivious to the fact that someone had tainted the food. My lord, I acknowledge my misstep. Please grant me mercy this once. Xiaohu was a gift from the Jingwang to Sueyan. Thus Zhang Xinyan held a degree of trust in him. However, it has become apparent that Xiaohu is rather easily swayed and lacks forethought in his actions. He is preoccupied with ingratiating himself with his master, showing no regard for Sueyan's safety. Such a character is ill-suited to remain by Sueyan's side. Xiaohu, you shall no longer serve in Sueyan's vicinity. I will instruct Yuan Bao to escort you back to Wangfuan. My lord, spare my life. Xiaohu, terrified and pale, repeatedly bowed in supplication, for should he be returned to Wangfuan, his life would surely be forfeit. Zhang Xinyan raised his hand, and Yuan Bao immediately summoned 2 young eunuchs to carry Xiaohu away. His struggles and cries echoed throughout the courtyard. A lament that could be heard by all it was the first time Sueyan witnessed Zhang Xinyan's stern demeanor, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Tears streaming down his face, yet he dared not utter a sound. Once Xiaohu was taken away, only his compatriot remained, kneeling in a state of despair. Zhang Xinyan contemplated how to deal with this individual when Chang'an suddenly spoke. Mother, allow me to take charge of this person. I shall bring him to meet father. Zhang Xinyan found it inappropriate to intervene with the guards outside, and since the Wang Fei was unwilling to take responsibility, it was uncertain whether she was involved in this matter. It seemed prudent to allow Chang'an to present the issue to the Jingwang, which was indeed a wise course of action. Very well, take him away, and ensure you ascertain who is truly behind this. Chang'an entrusted the food box to Aunt and before departing with the young eunuchs. Zhang Xinyan then ushered Sueyan into the room. Sueyan, my intention in withholding food from you is for your own good, yet you must not surreptitiously send those beneath you to procure it. Even the provisions from our small kitchen must undergo scrutiny. To consume recklessly could lead to unforeseen dangers. Sueyan, you are no longer a child. You ought to comprehend that our courtyard is not a secure place. Due to vested interests, many wish to harm you and your brother, seeking to undermine my position as a concubine. Zhang Xinyan's family background is not illustrious. Apart from her 2 sons, she possesses little of worth. The 2 senior concubines above her, namely Liang and Yiling Xian, command respect. The latter, a daughter of a noble family, has borne a pair of auspicious twins. While she may not be favored, her status remains unassailable, except perhaps by Zhang Xinyan. Those desiring to ascend gaze enviously at her, hoping she might one day fall from grace. Mother, Sueyan has realized his error and vows never to repeat it. Sueyan timidly approached Zhang Xinyan, grasping her hand tightly, gazing up at her with pleading eyes, softly confessing his wrongdoing. Observing the pitiful Sueyan, a flicker of tenderness stirred within Zhang Xinyan's heart. She slowly extended her fingers, gently caressing Sueyan's hair. With a serious tone, she cautioned, Sueyan, Henceforth, exercise utmost caution regarding the food you consume. It is not that I am unwilling to provide for you. Rather, the hearts of men are inscrutable, and one must guard against the possibility of poison lurking within. Should you ingest something harmful, it will not only lead to discomfort but also frequent illness, which would grieve me deeply. Finally, unable to contain his tears, Sui Yan wept profusely, each droplet cascading down. Mother, I understand now. I shall be obedient and refrain from indulgence in the future. Following this lesson, Sui Yan vowed never to consume anything from outside again. Fortunately, after successfully apprenticing in the small garden, he returned to present a plethora of delectable dishes. In the aftermath of this incident, Zhang Xinyan grew increasingly stringent in her oversight of those around her, often instructing Aunt and to enforce discipline. The events surrounding Xiao Hu did not go unnoticed by the residents of Baishui Yunju, who became more vigilant in their duties and held Zhang Xinyan in even greater esteem. Chang'an delivered the young eunuch to the Jing Wang, who promptly dispatched someone to investigate. However, the findings of that inquiry remain undisclosed, and ultimately, the young eunuch was executed. Thus, this matter drew to a close. Yet, Chang'an felt an unsettling discontent. What was father truly contemplating? Why did he not pursue the investigation further? Zhang Xinyan, however, remained largely unfazed. Your father has his reasons. You will come to understand in time. The cessation of the inquiry suggests that further probing would yield no benefit to the Jing Wang. Or perhaps he intends to shield that individual from scrutiny. Chapter 76. Living a life of one's own desires. Chang'an hesitated, gazing at Zhang Xinyan's impassive expression, and inquired, Mother, are you not saddened? Zhang Xinyan, taken aback, quickly regained her composure, shaking her head and responding with a hint of amusement. Not in the least. Only those with genuine affection would feel sorrow. I have never harbored feelings for the Jing Wang, and thus I am unaffected. Over the years, they have shared the joy of raising 2 children together. Yet Zhang Xinyan has resolutely preserved her heart, viewing the Jing Wang merely as a superior. The Jing Wang has his own considerations, and Zhang Xinyan has hers. Every individual is inherently selfish. She would not allow a trivial matter to breed resentment towards him. After all, in the grand scheme of things, the Jing Wang has done much for the 3 of them, and Zhang Xinyan is grateful. Yet she knows where to draw the line. Mother, do you love father? Chang'an asked once more. Zhang Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing her son closely. A child of 5, no matter how astute, could scarcely grasp the complexities of love, could he? Chang'an, has someone spoken to you about such matters? How do you understand the intricacies of love? Zhang Xinyan narrowed her eyes, observing her son, hoping he had not been exposed to inappropriate influences. Chang'an scratched his head. Third uncle loves third aunt and wishes to be with her. Thus he has chosen not to marry any concubines or secondary wives. Eldest brother and second brother told me that third uncle loves third aunt, and that is love. Such is the nature of marriage. The third prince, Heng Wang, and his wife are deeply enamored with one another, and she has blessed him with numerous children. Recently, Hui Fei intended to send several concubines to Heng Wang, but he categorically refused, leading to considerable strife between mother and son, a matter that has not escaped their notice. Zhang Xinyan mused that Hui Fei was merely meddling. The bond between a husband and wife is far more precious than any external influence. Moreover, Heng Wang's wife is extraordinarily fertile, having borne him 5 legitimate sons, amassing a considerable number of grandchildren. It is perplexing why Hui Fei would wish to send additional women into the household. Perhaps she felt discomfort by her son's affections for his wife. Losing control of the situation. Ultimately, none of those concubines were admitted into Heng Wang's residence. After contemplating this, Zhang Xinyan explained to Chang'an, your third aunt is the principal wife. Only she may share love and affection with your third uncle. In our household, the only one entitled to such a role is your legitimate mother. I cannot assume that position, nor should I. This concept surpassed Chang'an's understanding, and he furrowed his brow in confusion. Uncertain of what to say, Zhang Xinyan gently rubbed his face. You are still young. Some matters are beyond your grasp, but you will comprehend them in due course. Now, since the prince has deemed the matter settled, it is best to leave it in the past. Do not bring it up again. Chang'an nodded. I understand. After bidding Chang'an farewell, Zhang Xinyan found herself lost in thought for a while before rising to stretch and take a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. Some thoughts are best left unexplored. A measure of ignorance can lead to a longer life. After several laps around the courtyard, Zhang Xinyan suddenly realized she had not seen Suiyan for quite some time. She inquired of Yu Shu, "Where has Suiyan gone? Why is he not here?" Yu Shu replied, "The young master has gone to the small kitchen. It seems he heard that Xiao Yuan has prepared a multitude of delectable dishes, and he wishes to sample them." Intrigued, Zhang Xinyan instructed Yu Shu and Yu Qin to assist her to the back kitchen. Bai Shui Yunju comprises a spacious courtyard with multiple buildings. Behind the main house are 8 additional rooms, and the small kitchen is situated here, while the remaining spaces are reserved for the servants. Zhang Xinyan rarely visited this area, but upon her arrival, she was startled by the lively commotion emanating from the kitchen. Peering inside, she observed Xiao Yuan along with several chefs and young eunuchs and maidservants kneeling throughout the room. "What is happening here? Suiyan, what are you up to?" Zhang Xinyan regarded the irate Suiyan with a sense of exasperation. "Chang'an is wonderfully obedient. Why does this child behave so obstinately?" Suiyan quickly approached Zhang Xinyan, pointing at Xiao Yuan. "Mother, I wish to learn how to cook. May I request that Xiao Yuan teach me?" It turned out that Suiyan had initially intended to ask Xiao Yuan for some treats, only to discover him fervently cooking. Watching the ingredients transform into mouth-watering dishes in Xiao Yuan's hands, Suiyan's eyes sparkled with delight. He yearned to try his hand at cooking, but being a royal grandson, a young master in the Wang Fu, who would dare allow him to do so? Hence, Xiao Yuan and the others knelt in the kitchen, hoping to persuade Suiyan to be lenient. Zhang Xinyan gazed at Suiyan in astonishment, only to find him wearing a serious expression. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, "Are you serious? Do you truly wish to learn to cook?" Suiyan nodded vigorously. "Each time I savor delicious meals, I feel such immense happiness, so I wish to create delectable dishes myself. Mother, I genuinely want to learn. Will you permit me?" Zhang Xinyan glanced at Suiyan's wet nurse, who promptly lifted Suiyan into her arms, and the group returned to their quarters. Upon returning to their residence, Zhang Xinyan requested everyone to step back, leaving only Suiyan to converse with her. "During this period, I have instructed Aunt and to share numerous matters with you. You should be aware that your identity precludes you from engaging in many activities." Zhang Xinyan gazed at Suiyan. Suiyan nodded in response. "Yes, I understand, but what can I do given my status? My elder brother is exceptionally talented and in good health. I could never ascend to the position of heir. Even if the heir's position were to become vacant, I still have 6 elder brothers above me. Not to mention that my legitimate mother has a legitimate son as well, and I am destined to remain in the shadows. Moreover, I have no desire to ride horses, shoot arrows, or practice martial arts like my brother." Today, while observing Xiao Yuan in the kitchen, I found myself genuinely eager to learn. "Mother, I wish to master the art of cooking the most delectable dishes in the world, so that I may prepare them for you, my brother and father, when the time comes." Observing the shimmering excitement in Suiyan's eyes, Zhang Xinyan felt a twinge of concern. What had gone awry in her education that Suiyan aspired to become a cook? "Very well, if this is the path you have chosen, then I shall not interfere, for ultimately, how you choose to live your life is for you alone to decide. However, let it be known that my consent holds little weight. The primary approval must come from your father." Despite being a side consort of the royal family, Zhang Xinyan could not overly involve herself in the education of the imperial grandson. She was uncertain whether King Jing would acquiesce. Suiyan jumped with joy. "Mother, do you truly agree?" Zhang Xinyan was at a loss for words. Given Suiyan's stubborn nature, even if she disagreed, the child would likely devise a way to obtain his father's consent. Regardless, it was Suiyan's choice to pursue this path, and Zhang Xinyan would support him. Trapped within the confines of the inner courtyard and rendered powerless, she hoped her child could lead a carefree life. Indulging in his passions. Chapter 77. Peaceful days. King Jing often visited Zhang Xinyan during the day, taking his leave after a midday nap, rarely staying overnight, about 5 nights in a month. Zhang Xinyan anticipated King Jing's visit this noon and had specifically asked Xiao Yuan to prepare a dish he had recently learned. Suiyan rushed to the kitchen, following closely as he returned in a joyful leap, just in time to see King Jing entering. "Father!" Suiyan called out, sprinting towards him. King Jing smiled and bent down to scoop Suiyan into his arms. "Where have you been, bustling about like that?" King Jing inquired, noticing Suiyan's flushed cheeks. Suiyan replied, "I went to the backyard to watch Xiao Yuan cook. Father, may I learn to cook as well? I want to make many delicious dishes." King Jing's smile faltered, and he looked down at Suiyan, taking a moment to grasp what he had just heard. You wish to learn to cook? You can hardly reach the stove. Furthermore, a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen. As the son of this king, how can you lower yourself to such a task? Upon realizing his reaction, King Jing rejected the notion without a second thought. Thuan pouted. Why can't I learn? I promise to attend my classes diligently and will not neglect my studies. Father, I truly wish to learn how to cook. Please let me. King Jing furrowed his brow tightly, carrying Suan into the room. Upon seeing King Jing's displeased expression and Suan's sulking demeanor, Zhang Xinyan sighed inwardly. Are you aware that Suan wishes to learn to cook? King Jing shot an annoyed glance at Zhang Xinyan. She nodded. Yes, he has mentioned it to me. King Jing studied Zhang Xinyan intently, as if seeking something in her expression, then asked, Do you approve? Zhang Xinyan gently pulled King Jing to sit beside her. While Suan wriggled out of his embrace to sit across from them, his face serious. Tea is merely a hobby. I see no harm in it, much like how Chang'an enjoys riding, archery, and martial arts. Suan merely wishes to learn to cook. King Jing's expression hardened. That is still unacceptable. He is the son of this king, and I do not consent. Suan, feeling agitated, exclaimed, Father, why not? I will keep up with my studies. Practicing riding and martial arts. I merely wish to dedicate a day or two each month to cooking. Is that too much to ask? King Jing averted his gaze from Suan, turning to Zhang Xinyan. Do you genuinely wish to see Suan learn to cook? Zhang Xinyan smiled softly at King Jing. Your Highness, I understand your concerns. Suan is your child, and you will never treat him poorly. Moreover, learning to cook does not necessarily mean he will become a chef. Having this interest is quite commendable. Even if word were to spread, there would be no disgrace in it. When he matures, he could lead a carefree life as a distant royal, living joyfully and without worries. I see no issue with that. It is often said that one can discern a child's future at the age of 3. Chang'an exhibited remarkable intelligence from the age of 2, requiring little guidance to comprehend many matters. However, every child is unique. While Chang'an may have been favored by fate, Suan appears somewhat ordinary in comparison. He is merely an unremarkable child born to a prince in ancient times. Given King Jing's current trajectory, it is conceivable that the throne may one day be his. Once he ascends, these children will all become princes, leading to an inevitable upheaval. Who can predict what turmoil may ensue? Zhang Xinyan had never inquired about Chang'an's thoughts. Yet she could discern that he seemed unconcerned about the position of heir. As for the other children in the household, the legitimate son of the princess need not be mentioned. Simply having a legitimate status would alleviate many concerns. Furthermore, concubine Liang, backed by the general's estate, boasts considerable influence, and her children might also contend for power. Although Yilingshuan's lineage may not match that of concubine Liang, her offspring are rare twins, the auspicious pairing of a dragon and phoenix, which ancient customs highly regarded. As for Li Yue, her true potential remains veiled. Having been reborn, she likely possesses numerous hidden cards. In light of all this, even Chang'an may not secure a favorable position, let alone Suan, who lacks his elder brother's cunning. Additionally, Suan's stubbornness and lack of attention to detail render his chances of competing for the throne rather slim. Should he entertain such ambitions, the outcome could be quite dire. It may be wiser for him to embrace a carefree existence, living as his name suggests, peacefully and contentedly throughout his life. Since becoming a mother, Zhang Xinyan has come to understand the profound truth in the saying. Parents who love their children plan for their future. She does not wish for Chang'an and Suan to become adversaries, nor does she want to witness a dismal fate for either of them. Both King Jing and Zhang Xinyan fell silent, gazing thoughtfully at Suan. King Jing felt a sense of shock. Although he knew Zhang Xinyan only desired a tranquil life without aspirations for grandeur, her words today deeply resonated with him. While countless women yearn for their children to achieve greatness, Zhang Xinyan only seeks peace and joy for her children. Suan, noticing his parents lost in thought, grew increasingly anxious and finally blurted out, Father, Mother, why are you both staring at me? Zhang Xinyan, roused from her reverie, turned to King Jing and met his profound gaze. Your Highness, she inquired, puzzled by the depth of his expression. King Jing shifted his attention back to Suan. Since you wish to learn, then go ahead. But your studies must not suffer. I shall be keeping tabs on your progress. Suan leaped for joy, diving back into King Jing's embrace. Thank you, Father. Suan loves Father the most. Having secured their agreement, Sueon eagerly rushed to watch Xiao Yuan cook after dinner. However, being still young, Xiao Yuan only allowed him to observe from the sidelines, not yet daring to let him take part. Even so, Sueon was filled with excitement, darting around to inspect this and that, his mouth brimming with questions. "Thank you, Your Highness," Zhang Xinyan expressed sincerely. She had not anticipated King Jing's swift acquiescence. King Jing gazed at Zhang Xinyan for a long moment, recalling the first time he had met her, when she trembled in fear. She had been timid and lacked guile, preferring not to vie for favor among the women of the inner court, instead choosing to remain in her quarters, content to raise her children in peace. Only when he visited her did he feel a sense of homecoming, his heart at ease. Zhang Xinyan never pried into matters concerning the court or sought information that was best left undisclosed. She simply existed there, quietly yet significantly. Sueon is also the son of this king, and I too desire for him to live a life filled with peace. Regarding the previous chapter, many readers expressed dissatisfaction. Yet I believe it remains true to Zhang Xinyan's character, who has always aspired to live her own simple life. She would not allow the changes brought by King Jing's status to compel her children into vying for the throne. Her only desire is for a peaceful existence alongside her two children until the end of her days. Chang'an is already exceptionally gifted. Although Zhang Xinyan is a transmigrator, it is unrealistic to expect both children to be equally remarkable. Excellence and mediocrity coexist. As a mother, her wish is not for her children to achieve lofty heights, but rather to live happily and securely through their lives in ancient times. That alone would suffice. Chapter 78. The hunt. As soon as the holiday began, Chang'an could hardly wait to return to Bishui Yunj. He had long heard Zhang Xinyan mention Sueon's desire to learn cooking. Chang'an pulled Sueon out of the kitchen, saying, "You must practice martial arts more often. You are quite short and can barely reach the stove. Diligent training in martial arts, boxing, horseback riding, and archery will help you grow taller, and soon enough, you will be able to reach the stove." Upon hearing this, Sueon eagerly nodded in agreement, promptly following Chang'an to seek out Hengqian at the Liang side consort's residence, and the three of them set off to the martial grounds for training. Zhang Xinyan watched his son gradually disappear from view before he slowly turned to gaze at Aunt An with a grave expression. Aunt An spoke. "I have instructed Yuan Bao to thoroughly investigate the background of that young eunuch, and through a meticulous unraveling of threads, I unexpectedly discovered that he has intricate ties to the Liang Wang residence. The ninth prince, Liang Wang." Zhang Xinyan's heart tightened, his brow furrowing deeply. Aunt An nodded slightly. "Indeed? It is Liang Wang." Zhang Xinyan fell into contemplation, silently pondering why Jing Wang would go to such lengths to silence those in the know. Initially, she had naively believed that Sueon's troubles stemmed from the rivalry among the wives and concubines within the household. Or at worst, that the princess had been subtly orchestrating events. Thus, upon discovering the truth, Jing Wang had opted to shield the princess and conceal the matter. After all, this was a crucial time in the contest for the throne, and Jing Wang could not afford to bear any negative stigma. However, the reality exceeded her expectations. The instigator turned out to be Liang Wang. It seemed that Jing Wang's recent prominence had incited jealousy, prompting others to consider taking action against the heirs of the Wang residence. With the understanding that this issue did not originate from the women in the inner court, Zhang Xinyan felt a sense of relief. Since it involved other princes, she need not interfere excessively, as Jing Wang would undoubtedly handle it personally, as Zhang Xinyan had anticipated. In the following days, Jing Wang took decisive measures to rectify the situation within the Wang residence. Numerous eunuchs and young maidservants faced execution, including a favored concubine Wu, who was also granted the death penalty by Jing Wang. Moreover, within the courtyard where the imperial grandchildren resided, Jing Wang uncovered several spies intentionally placed among them. Upon discovery, these individuals were executed on the spot. The only ones aware of the entire sequence of events were Zhang Xinyan, the princess, and the Liang side consort. As for the other women in the Wang residence, they remained oblivious, only aware that the internal situation had become tumultuous, causing them to retreat to their respective quarters, too fearful to step outside. The bloody turmoil raged on. Li Yue and Qin Shufei both found themselves with child, each already 3 months along. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Xinyan's heart sounded alarm bells. She quickly sent a message to Chang'an, instructing him not to visit Li Yue's courtyard to play with Heng Xiao any longer. Chang'an, being astute from a young age, did not err at this moment. "Mother, I understand in the past 2 years, several concubines had become pregnant. yet none had successfully given birth. Now that Li Yue and Qin Shufei were both expecting, things would certainly be unsettled. While it was generally acceptable for the two children to interact, this was not the time for such mingling. Where is Suiyan? Zhang Shufei, having brought Roxin to play, grew puzzled when she had not seen Suiyan for a long while. Zhang Xinyan pointed towards the study. He is in the study learning to write. The prince has assigned him tasks that require him to practice writing for half the day. Zhang Shufei expressed surprise. Isn't Suiyan usually the laziest? How has he suddenly become so industrious? Has the prince scolded him? Suiyan not only enjoyed food, but also had a penchant for idleness and detested writing and studying. Zhang Shufei, who frequently visited Zhang Xinyan, was well aware of this. Not at all. He has simply taken an interest in cooking. The prince said that if he completes his daily assignments, he may learn to cook for a while. He is currently putting in great effort, Zhang Xinyan replied, shaking her head. Not only was he diligent with his studies and writing, but he also began learning martial arts alongside Chang'an, motivated by the desire to grow taller and reach the cooking stove sooner. Zhang Shufei chuckled, stating, these two children, one obsessed with martial arts, wanting only to ride and shoot arrows, the other so devoted to learning to cook, truly unlike other children. Different is good. As long as the children are well, that is all that matters, Zhang Xinyan replied with a smile. Zhang Shufei, gazing at the obedient girl beside her, nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, in this inner court, the more exceptional the child, the shorter their life tends to be. If they possess various flaws and shortcomings, they are likely to grow up safely and smoothly. After chatting for a while longer, Zhang Shufei took the nanny to accompany Roxin outside to play. While she drew closer to Zhang Xinyan, with two women in our household now pregnant, it seems we are heading for more unrest, Zhang Shufei sighed. Zhang Xinyan remained silent. Times were indeed tumultuous now. And in a few more years, once Jing Wang successfully claimed his position, the inner court would transform into a harem, likely resulting in even greater chaos. You must be cautious. Everyone in the household is now watching your position closely. With two pregnant women, one can only wonder how others might perceive this, Zhang Shufei advised earnestly. Zhang Xinyan nodded, patting Zhang Shufei's hand in gratitude. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Zhang Shufei smiled nonchalantly. As a friend? It is only natural for me to assist you. Just as Zhang Xinyan and Zhang Shufei suspected, the news of Li Yue and Qin Shufei's pregnancies sent the women of the inner court into a frenzy. Beyond these two, Zhang Xinyan's surroundings were also unsettled, though merely through minor skirmishes. Zhang Xinyan had intervened several times, and Bai Shui Yunju remained outside the fray. It was uncertain whether the princess had grown anxious. Her recent actions had been somewhat hasty, inconsistent with her usual demeanor. Aunt An remarked with a frown. On several occasions, the princess had attempted to eliminate the children within Qin Shufei and Li Yue's wombs, attempting to frame Zhang Xinyan for these actions. Unfortunately, both concubines were vigilant, and the princess's attempts had repeatedly failed, yet she sought to shift the blame onto Zhang Xinyan. Zhang Xinyan was well aware that the princess did not necessarily wish to target her. Rather, she likely aimed to create chaos, hoping to see Zhang Xinyan and the two concubines embroiled in conflict. Suiyan, seated by the window writing diligently, interjected. But why? Eldest brother is so capable, being 6 or 7 years older than third brother. His position as heir should be quite secure. Why would his birth mother act in such a manner? During this time, Zhang Xinyan had spoken openly with Aunt An and others, never shying away from Suiyan's presence. Occasionally, Aunt An would even offer him insights into the tactics employed by the women in the inner court. Suiyan had absorbed a wealth of diverse knowledge recently and was diligently taking it all in. Chapter 79. Longevity Noodles. The inner court had grown unusually quiet and peaceful, which, for a competent ruler, was the least desirable sight. Seeing subordinates live in harmony. The more fierce the struggles, the more beneficial it was for those in power. Thus, they did not wish to witness unity among their subordinates against external challenges. The emperor similarly detested his ministers forming factions. When they banded together, it became challenging for him to issue commands. The same principle applied to the princess, who did not wish to see such unity. Currently, the three side consorts of Jing Wang were all quite astute, each tending to their children behind closed doors. They neither contended nor fought, maintaining a delicate balance that the princess was keen to disrupt. Although the concubines and maidservants often engaged in petty squabbles, for Zhang Xinyan, these were mere irritations that posed no substantial threat to her. Therefore, To stir the waters and incite competition among them would ultimately benefit the princess, regardless of which side suffered losses. Swayan tilted his small head for a while, then let out a long "oh." Returning his focus to his writing, Zhang Xinyan glanced at him for a moment before lowering her gaze to embroider. The 7th day of the 6th month marked Jing Wang's birthday, and Zhang Xinyan had promised to make him a garment for each birthday. She was currently working diligently on it. The mother and son sat in a serene and warm atmosphere, one writing and the other embroidering, when Jing Wang arrived to witness this scene. Upon raising her head, Zhang Xinyan saw Jing Wang's arrival and immediately stood to greet him. "What brings you here at this hour?" She guided Jing Wang to a seat and poured him a cup of tea. Jing Wang smiled as he took Zhang Xinyan's hand. "His Majesty has decreed that we shall depart on the 20th of June for the Mulan paddock to hunt for a duration of half a month. His Majesty has also summoned Chang'an and several other children to accompany us. I intend to take you and the Eastside consort along as well." "Really?" Zhang Xinyan's heart leaped with joy. Since entering Jing Wang's residence for 5 or 6 years, she had only ventured into the palace once and had not visited any other places. Now, the prospect of seeing the Mulan paddock was indeed delightful. However, her joy was tempered by concern as she noticed Swayan, who was diligently practicing his writing. Hesitating, she said, "But Swayan cannot go, can he? He has only recently turned 3 and is still too young for such a place." Yet, leaving him at home made Zhang Xinyan uneasy. Swayan is too young to go, but there is no need to worry. The Liangside consort will remain behind to manage all household matters. She will take good care of Swayan. The 7th grandson is also too young to go. The Liangside consort has expressed her desire to stay home and raise the child, and Jing Wang has entrusted her with the management of the Wang residence. He added, upon hearing that the Liangside consort would be at home overseeing things, Zhang Xinyan felt relieved. The Liangside consort possessed the bearing of a noble daughter and had never sought to vie for favor. Never meddling in the affairs of the inner court or the children, of course, given her family background, the women of the inner court would not be foolish enough to provoke her. Zhang Xinyan sighed at this thought, wishing she too could boast such a family background. Swayan, having overheard their conversation, remained unfazed. "Mother, there is no need to worry about Swayan. I will listen to Aunt and behave at home. And I won't run about. It would be delightful if mother, brother, and father could go out to play. Do remember to bring back robes and a fawn for Swayan, who has developed a craving for venison and roe deer meat." The Jing Wang and Zhang Xinyan exchanged a knowing glance, acknowledging that this was indeed their son with a penchant for culinary delights. There remained a while before their departure to the Mulan hunting ground. During this time, Zhang Xinyan gradually organized the necessities for the journey, ensuring that everything for Chang'an was well prepared. Upon the announcement of the trip, the women in the courtyard were filled with envy. Zhou Shufei was hopping about in agitation, yet her antics were entirely disregarded by Zhang Xinyan, much to her frustration. In an attempt to reclaim her dignity, she was swiftly subdued by Zhang Xinyan's authority, forcing her to kneel in the garden for 2 hours before she finally acquiesced. This was, after all, instigated by Zhou Shufei, and the Wang Fei had intended to take advantage of the situation but found no opportunity. Only muttering a few choice words of folly directed at Zhou Shufei. Days later, Li Yue unexpectedly arrived bearing gifts to visit Zhang Xinyan. "Sisterly, what brings you here?" Zhang Xinyan inquired, her surprise evident. Li Yue performed a respectful bow before stating, "I shall be direct. For today I have a matter I wish to entrust to Sister Zhang." After pondering briefly, Zhang Xinyan surmised the nature of the request. Li Yue continued, "Heng Xiao wishes to accompany us to the Mulan hunting ground, yet I am anxious for her well-being, and I lack the standing to intervene. I dare not trouble Li Sufei or Wang Fei. So I must implore you, Sister Zhang, to look after Heng Xiao during our time there." Zhang Xinyan hesitated. "We are but women of the household. Our role is merely to observe, though I can care for her during ordinary moments. However, they cannot help but accompany the Wang Yi into the fray. You understand the nature of such events?" Li Yue nodded, her voice gentle. "I understand. I merely hope that privately, you might keep a watchful eye on Heng Xiao. Given that Chang'an had a decent rapport with Heng Xiao, it would suffice to invite her for meals occasionally, ensuring she was not neglected. Li Yue was astute enough not to neglect any protective measures. "Since you place such trust in me, I shall certainly look after Heng Xiao diligently," Zhang Xinyan agreed. Li Yue appeared to exhale in relief, rising to leave, but hesitated before adding, "Sister Zhang, please exercise caution during the trip to the Mulan hunting ground. With that cryptic remark, Li Yue took her leave. Zhang Xinyan watched her retreating figure, narrowing her eyes. It seemed this journey to the Mulan hunting ground would not be without its troubles. A nanny and Yushu Yuqin approached. A nanny inquired, "My lady, what do you make of Li Shufei's words?" Zhang Xinyan contemplated. If she is bold enough to send Heng Xiao, then even if there are disturbances, they are likely to be minor. A nanny, I shall leave you and Yuan Bao at home to care for Suan. I will take Yushu and Yuqin with me. She could not afford to miss the trip, for her heart was restless knowing Chang'an would be at Mulan. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the 6th day of the 6th month. The following day marked the birthday of Jing Wang. Zhang Xinyan rose early, having meticulously prepared a garment to present to the Jing Wang. He dined with the Wang Fei at noon, and in the afternoon, he arrived at Zhang Xinyan's quarters. Chang'an returned from the front courtyard, bearing a finely crafted wolf hair brush as a birthday gift for the Jing Wang, who received it with great joy. "Father, Suan has a special gift for you as well, a longevity noodle dish that I personally cooked." Suan exclaimed with fervor, "Not even mother or brother have tasted it yet. Father shall be the first to savor my cooking." With great enthusiasm, Suan gestured for Yuan Bao to carefully present a steaming bowl of longevity noodles to the Jing Wang. Of course, Suan was still too young to manage the kitchen himself. The noodles were prepared by Xiao Yuanzi, with the eggs expertly fried by the little chef. Under Xiao Yuanzi's guidance, Suan merely added a pinch of salt and spices. Nevertheless, the Jing Wang was pleased and devoured the bowl of noodles with gusto. "How is it, father? Is it delicious?" Suan asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The Jing Wang affectionately ruffled Suan's hair, replying, "It is exquisite. The finest longevity noodles I have ever tasted." After the four had finished their meal, the Jing Wang stayed the night, while Chang'an and Suan discreetly exited to allow their parents some privacy. Observing the persistent smile on the Jing Wang's face, Zhang Xinyan playfully remarked, "Your Highness seems exceptionally cheerful today." The Jing Wang gazed at Zhang Xinyan with warmth, pulling her into his embrace, his long fingers tenderly caressing her face as they locked eyes. Zhang Xinyan shifted uncomfortably, only to be drawn closer. "I am indeed very happy today, with your gift of clothing, Chang'an's brush, and Suan's longevity noodles. I am genuinely delighted." His deep, resonant voice whispered in her ear, causing her heart to flutter as she wrapped her arms around his lean waist. "In the future, I too shall celebrate your birthdays with the children, hoping that every day for you is as joyous as today." The Jing Wang released Zhang Xinyan, and as she looked up, she found herself ensnared by his fervent gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. His intense demeanor was utterly disarming. "Your Highness, please, do not stare so." The Jing Wang chuckled softly. "After all these years, why do you still blush so easily?" Although it was a question, he did not seek an answer. Instead, he brushed his fingers against Zhang Xinyan's rosy lips before leaning down to kiss her. The kiss, imbued with a fervent passion, left Zhang Xinyan feeling weak in the knees, and she found herself swept off her feet as the Jing Wang carried her into the inner chamber. The room was filled with the essence of spring. In the year of Deyuan, the month of June, the emperor, accompanied by his sons, concubines, and numerous ministers, set forth to the Mulan hunting ground. A grand procession of carriages rolled out of the capital. And this marked Zhang Xinyan's second outing. Her first had been under the Wang Fei's escort, leaving her no opportunity to truly appreciate the world beyond. Leaning against the carriage, she eagerly observed the scenery outside while indulging in snacks. Chang'an and Heng Xiao were initially with her in the carriage, but the two boys were restless. Upon seeing several children from the Rue Wang's household riding horses, they clamored to join. The once small Zhaoyue Yushi had matured into a magnificent steed named Liuxing, strong and entirely white, without a trace of mixed color. Having spent their youth together, Liuxing and Chang'an shared a remarkable bond, and the horse was exceedingly gentle in Chang'an's hands. Heng Xiao, though capable of riding, was still unable to manage a horse alone and was led by a dedicated guard. Chang'an swaggered past Zhang Xinyan's carriage, a broad smile lighting up his face upon spotting her, with a swift kick to Liuxing's belly. The horse took off at a gallop. "Heng Yu, is this the Zhaoyue Yushi that grandfather bestowed upon you last time? It truly is splendid." Heng Chen, the eldest son of the Rue Wang, called out to Chang'an. At 7 years old, Heng Chen was slightly older than Chang'an, yet their personalities were quite alike, both enjoying horseback riding and archery. Chang'an, ever polite to those who did not provoke him, responded, "Indeed, brother Heng Chen, your Tuping Long is no less impressive. Shall we have a race?" Hung Chen's horse was a fine bay steed adorned with white markings, known as Tupeng Long for its pronounced rib structure, a rare and magnificent breed. Hung Chen's interest piqued. He exclaimed, "Why not?" The two youths raced side by side, exchanging glances before urging their horses forward. Zhao Yushe and the bay steed were renowned for their speed, and as they galloped, many of the other royal grandchildren, excited by the spectacle, joined in the race. Upon hearing the commotion, the Jing Wang turned to see Chang'an and Hung Chen soaring past, kicking up clouds of dust. "Ha! Seventh brother, your Chang'an is racing against my Hung Chen. I wonder who will emerge victorious." Rui Wang laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he watched his son disappear into the distance. The Jing Wang merely smiled, confident in Chang'an's abilities. Even if he lost, it would be no disgrace given their ages. The excitement soon reached the emperor's ears. Intrigued, he abandoned his dragon carriage and mounted a horse himself. "Let us see who emerges victorious. The winner shall be generously rewarded," he declared to Lin Deliang, who promptly nodded. Two guards swiftly advanced to oversee the unfolding contest. Ultimately, neither emerged as the victor. Both reached the finish line simultaneously. Observing Hung Chen and Chang'an, the emperor was delighted and rewarded them handsomely. Garnering envious glances from Rui Wang and Jing Wang alike, Hung Hui gave Chang'an a thumbs up, to which Chang'an responded with a broad smile, a sight that softened the Wang Fei's demeanor. "Wang Fei?" Wu Mama inquired. Noting the smile on her face, Chang'an and Hung Hui appear to share a solid bond. Although Chang'an may seek the spotlight, he holds great respect for his elder brother. Should Chang'an wish to support Hung Hui in the future, it would indeed be a favorable arrangement. The principles of brotherly respect were commendable. However, Chang'an had a birth mother favored by the Wang Yi, rendering the Wang Fei cautious in her trust. Women in the rear courtyard often grew insatiable with affection, and while Zhang Xinyan currently maintained her solitude, who could predict her future behavior? Human nature is inherently complex, and the Wang Fei was reluctant to place her faith in Zhang Xinyan. Lost in thought within the carriage, the Wang Fei contemplated the intricate web of relationships, while Zhang Xinyan reveled in the joy brought by Chang'an's receipt of the emperor's gifts, her happiness evident in her radiant smile. "Yuqin, please take good care of these items. When Chang'an is to marry, they will serve as his bride's betrothal gifts. The emperor has bestowed upon us an exquisite jade rui, meticulously carved from the finest Hetian white jade, adorned with intricate and elaborate patterns that clearly signify its immense value." Yuqin responded cheerfully. Soon, Chang'an returned to the carriage, drenched in sweat, with Hung Xiao following him, beaming with delight. Zhang Xinyan quickly instructed Yushu and Yuqin to bring handkerchiefs to wipe their brows. "Mother, did you see that? Wasn't Chang'an impressive?" Chang'an eagerly inquired, brimming with pride as he leaned closer to Zhang Xinyan. Zhang Xinyan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I witnessed it. Chang'an is truly remarkable." Hung Xiao sighed, expressing his wish to ride a horse alone like his brother Chang'an, lamenting that his mother forbids him. Chang'an rides because he has been accustomed to it since childhood. "You, on the other hand, have not practiced as much, so naturally, you cannot ride alone. Your mother is quite concerned for your safety and has specifically asked me to take good care of you. Riding alone can be perilous, and you mustn't cause her any worry." As Zhang Xinyan had been entrusted with Hung Xiao's care, he spoke earnestly to him. Upon hearing the mention of his mother, Hung Xiao immediately nodded. "Yes? My mother is expecting another brother. I cannot cause her distress. Thank you, stepmother, for your guidance." Chapter 81. The Grassland. After several days of arduous travel, the large contingent finally arrived at Mulan Weichong, the royal hunting ground bordering the grassland. Zhang Xinyan lifted the carriage curtain and beheld the majestic mountains in the distance, lush forests, clear blue skies, and verdant grasslands, dotted with herds of cattle and sheep, galloping horses by the riverside, and birds soaring above the reeds. It was indeed a picturesque expanse of grassland. Even in her past life, Zhang Xinyan had never ventured to the grasslands, and upon witnessing this scene, she was instantly captivated. As all the carriages came to a halt, Chang'an and Hung Xiao eagerly leapt down, excitedly surveying their surroundings. Zhang Xinyan quickly called them back, preventing them from running off, and led them towards the princess's carriage. On the way, they encountered Yilingshuan, who was accompanied by the dragon and phoenix twins. The two exchanged a smile and continued towards the princess. Chang'an, "May I ride your Zhaoyue jade lion?" Hung Xuan suddenly asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Chang'an declined. "No, Liu Xing only recognizes me. He does not permit anyone else to ride him." Not even father. Riding a horse is a trivial matter, and Chang'an was not a miser. However, the timing was inappropriate. Should Heng Xuan ride Liuxing and encounter any mishap, it would be a regrettable situation. Heng Xuan, incensed by Chang'an's refusal, was about to retort when Zhang Xinyan cast a sidelong glance at him. Sister Yi, this is not our royal residence. There are many people around, and the horse grounds are bustling with activity, making it easy to overlook things. Like Heng Xiao, Heng Xuan seldom rode, and at this moment, it would be prudent for him to refrain from mounting a horse. Zhang Xinyan subtly conveyed her point. Yilingxuan, perceptive, quickly grasped the underlying meaning of Zhang Xinyan's words. She nodded and pulled Heng Xuan aside to reason with him. However, Heng Xuan appeared frustrated and defiant, countering her every statement with three of his own. Observing Heng Xuan's irritable demeanor, Zhang Xinyan sighed, realizing that he had likely been spoiled in a manner unseen by Yilingxuan. This was not entirely Yilingxuan's fault. Ever since Qinglu was killed, Prince Jing had sent her another Qinglu, sharing the same name but entirely different individuals. Yilingxuan felt as though her wings had been clipped and her eyes covered. Although the courtyard was arguably the safest within the prince's domain, as it was filled with the prince's people, she had overlooked many matters. Consequently, Heng Xuan had been raised in this manner, and she now wished to correct him. But it was too late. His character had already been established. Each time Yilingxuan faced Heng Xuan, she felt a sense of helplessness. His rebellious phase had begun at the tender age of 5, and she found herself struggling to cope. Zhang Xinyan glanced once more at the dragon and phoenix twins, Ruolu, who appeared far more composed than her brother, quietly standing there, her temperament inscrutable. The trio approached the princess's carriage, where Prince Jing had also arrived with Wang Fuan. 3 women, each distinctly styled, bowed in unison to Prince Jing, whose gaze swept over Zhang Xinyan. He nodded, permitting them to rise, and instructed. His Majesty has commanded us to camp here. Princess, please send someone to arrange your tents. After a few more reminders regarding the children, he departed with Wang Fuan. The 3 women were assigned to the same area, not far apart. Chang'an and Heng Xiao, after playing with Zhang Xinyan for a while, grew restless. Just then, they spotted Heng Hui and Heng Chong, and they hurried over, ensuring that someone accompanied them. Zhang Xinyan, captivated by the splendid scenery, felt compelled to take a stroll. Yuqin instructed the servants to tidy up the tent, while Yushu closely followed Zhang Xinyan, and the two ambled forth together. Upon encountering the grassland for the first time, Zhang Xinyan felt overwhelmed by the beauty before her. As they walked, she suddenly noticed a group of 15 or 16-year-old girls, giggling and chatting. During this hunting expedition at Mulan Weichong, aside from arranging a few trusted officials to manage affairs in the court, the emperor had brought everyone else to the hunting grounds. These young ladies were likely the families of the officials who accompanied them. Zhang Xinyan cast a brief glance in their direction but had no intention of approaching. Instead, she turned towards the lakeside. However, after taking only a few steps, she overheard the girls chattering animatedly behind her. I just saw several princes. Prince Jing and Prince Liang are truly handsome. A delicate voice, laced with shyness, exclaimed. Zhang Xinyan paused, turning to see a young woman clad in a light blue gauzy top and a pleated skirt adorned with floral patterns, her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke. This lady possessed a slender figure, a delicate waist, skin as smooth as cream, and an ethereal presence. Her eyes sparkled like spring water, and atop her head, a stylish bun was ornately pinned with a hollow gold hairpin, embellished with glimmers of purple jade, and tassels cascading over her dark tresses. Another exquisite beauty, comparable to Yilingxuan. Observing the lady's affectionate gaze, Zhang Xinyan inwardly mused. While she was indeed beautiful, her intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Prince Jing and Prince Liang were undoubtedly handsome and of high status. Yet both had legitimate and secondary consorts. Prince Jing already had 9 sons, with 2 more on the way, while Prince Liang, being merely 3 years younger, also had his fair share of children, 4 sons and 3 daughters. What good is beauty when, upon entering a prince's residence, one is relegated to the status of a secondary consort? Surely, being the principal wife outside the palace is far more desirable. Not wishing to linger, Zhang Xinyan took Yushu and continued her exploration elsewhere. My lady. That young lady appears to be the younger sister of the Princess of Qian, Yushu remarked. Zhang Xinyan halted, contemplating. The sister of the Princess of Qian? Yet she praises the handsomeness of Prince Jing and Prince Liang. Surely, she must lack discernment, who is unaware of the rivalry between Prince Rui, Prince Chun, and Prince Jing. Although Prince Liang occupies a position beneath these three, his strength should not be underestimated. Given that there is already a Princess of Chun in the family, whether she likes it or not, her entire family is bound to Prince Chun, becoming supporters of his cause. However, the sister of the Princess of Qin openly compliments Prince Jing and Prince Liang. From her demeanor, it seems she aspires to enter the residence to serve. Is this not a sign of folly? It is said she is a secondary daughter, yet she is quite favored at home. Zhang Xinyan nodded. It is evident. If she were a legitimate daughter, she would not be so foolish. However, this matter does not concern her. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xinyan cast the thought aside. After all, she was in unfamiliar territory, and now was a busy time for everyone. Not daring to linger, Zhang Xinyan took a brief stroll before returning to her tent with Yushu. The tent was already neatly arranged. Chapter 82. Dinner together. Night had fallen, and candles flickered within the tent, their glow enhanced by transparent glass covers, casting a warm light throughout. Since Yilingshuan had introduced glass into the royal household. Following Prince Jing's acquisition of her workshop, glass production had surged. Now, in any prominent household in the capital, glass was the preferred choice for windows. Additionally, glass bottles and cups had also been manufactured, selling remarkably well. Prince Jing had profited handsomely, and though much of it was contributed to the national treasury, he still retained a substantial amount privately. Yu Qin was setting the dinner table within the tent when Zhang Xinyan returned, shortly followed by Chang'an and Heng Xiao, who had brought Heng Chang along. Heng Chang, with a flushed face, shyly exclaimed, "Stepmother, I hope I am not intruding." The princess was preoccupied with her own children, Heng Hui and Ru Shu, while Yilingshuan focused solely on her dragon and phoenix twins. Zhang Xinyan, tasked with caring for Chang'an, also took on the responsibility of looking after Heng Xiao. Heng Chang, however, was left to his own devices, feeling rather isolated. If not for Chang'an's thoughtful gesture in bringing him along, Heng Chang might have gone without dinner that night. Not at all, not at all. From now on, Heng Chang should join Chang'an and Heng Xiao for meals. The more, the merrier. Stepmother enjoys a lively environment, Zhang Xinyan declared. In truth, she felt a twinge of pity for Heng Chang. With concubine Lu deceased, Heng Chang ought not to be affected by the circumstances, especially considering his frail condition. Life in the back courtyard was not easy for him. Had it not been for Prince Jing's frequent visits and his entrusting of Heng Chang to the care of Consort Su, it is likely that Heng Chang would have long been neglected to the point of despair. "All right, go wash your hands quickly. We shall commence our dinner," Zhang Xinyan called to the three children. Heng Chang, displaying his understanding, replied softly, and then took Chang'an and Heng Xiao to wash their hands. The evening meal was resplendent, a veritable feast of dishes that tantalized the taste buds. Among the offerings were not only the fragrant rabbit and roe deer meats, but also the venison that Sueon had longed for. Regrettably, Sueon was absent and could not partake in this culinary delight. Chang'an had always possessed a hearty appetite, and Zhang Xinyan shared this enthusiasm for food. Heng Xiao also consumed a fair amount, but Heng Chang, after a few bites, set down his chopsticks. "What is it? Is it not to your liking? Would you like me to have someone bring you some congee? Meat congee should be easier on the stomach," Zhang Xinyan inquired, her concern evident. Given Heng Chang's frail constitution, he likely found the rich meats challenging to digest. Zhang Xinyan promptly instructed Yu Qin to fetch congee from the kitchen. Hearing Zhang Xinyan's gentle inquiry, Heng Chang's eyes reddened slightly. While Consort Su treated him well, their relationship felt more akin to that of a master and servant than mother and son. Consort Su was hands-on in her care for Heng Chang, but there was a distinct lack of warmth in their interactions. Heng Chang could scarcely recall the last time someone had inquired with such tenderness about whether his meal suited his palate. Observing the glimmer of unshed tears in Heng Chang's eyes, Zhang Xinyan sighed, acutely aware of the inherent sorrow of a child without a mother. "Thank you, consort." Heng Chang expressed his gratitude. "There is no need for such formality. If you truly wish to thank me, make sure to enjoy the congee when it arrives," Zhang Xinyan reassured him. The kitchen soon delivered two types of congee, one with preserved eggs and lean pork, and the other with pig liver. Both varieties were delectable, savory, and comforting. Not only did Heng Chang drink a small bowl, but even Chang'an and Heng Xiao joined in, leaving all four of them quite satiated. As they rubbed their bellies with shy expressions. Their adorable antics elicited a smile from Zhang Xinyan, who rose and said, "Since we are all full, let us take a few laps around the tent." As the saying goes, 100 steps after a meal lead to a long life. After dining, we should engage in some exercise. Perhaps recalling the warmth of this moment, Heng Chang chose not to retreat to his own tent, but instead accompanied Zhang Xinyan and the others for a stroll. Zhang Xinyan led the way, with the 3 children following in close formation, resembling a mother hen with her chicks. Prince Jing stepped out of the princess's tent and was greeted by this scene, a flicker of amusement crossing his gaze. "What are you all doing? Is Heng Chang here too?" Prince Jing approached and inquired. Zhang Xinyan and the 3 children quickly bowed in greeting, with Chang'an explaining, "We just finished dinner. Mother said that 100 steps after a meal lead to a long life, so we are taking a walk." Heng Xiao and Heng Chang nodded in agreement. With a smile, Prince Jing turned his attention to Zhang Xinyan, but his gaze fell upon the top of her head, as she stood with her head bowed, appearing both obedient and earnest. A sound of footsteps approached from behind, and upon turning, Prince Jing saw the princess emerging from the tent with Heng Hui and Ru Shu. Making their way towards them, he glanced back at Zhang Xinyan, who continued to keep her head lowered, and the smile on his lips diminished slightly. "Why, Lord, Sister Zhang, what are you discussing?" the princess inquired with a smile. "Nothing of great importance," Prince Jing replied. "I merely noticed the 4 of you walking outside and thought to inquire. By the way, Heng Chang, what brings you here?" Heng Chang lowered his gaze submissively and replied, "In response to my father's question, Chang'an and Heng Xiao saw me alone and thought I appeared lonely, so they brought me to dine with Consort Zhang. Consort Zhang graciously provided me with 2 types of meat congee, and I indulged a bit too much, feeling quite full, hence I accompanied her for a stroll." Though Heng Chang was physically weak, his mind was sharp. He aimed to convey to Prince Jing the princess's neglect and to speak well of Zhang Xinyan. His intentions were good, yet Zhang Xinyan's smile bore a hint of bitterness. While such sentiments might be expressed privately, to cast aspersions upon the princess in her presence was a miscalculation on Heng Chang's part. "All alone?" Upon hearing this, Prince Jing discreetly cast a glance at the princess beside him, who could barely maintain her smile. She clenched her teeth in frustration, her heart filled with animosity towards Zhang Xinyan. The princess had indeed forgotten Heng Chang. It was a grave oversight on her part, yet Zhang Xinyan's silent act of inviting Heng Chang to dine was akin to a slap in the face. At that moment, Heng Hui stepped forward, smiling. "Ah, so you went to Consort Zhang's tent. Mother just asked me to look for you." Upon discovering he was not in the tent, she had sent a young eunuch to fetch him. Heng Chang smiled and replied, "I see. I am grateful to my esteemed mother and elder brother for their concern for Heng Chang." None present were fools. Zhang Xinyan kept her head down, and Chang'an and Heng Xiao naturally pretended not to hear. Prince Jing interjected, "Enough. This is not the royal residence. Night is falling, so do not wander about. Let us disperse and return to our tents to rest." After speaking, Prince Jing turned and re-entered the princess's tent. The princess exchanged a knowing glance with Heng Hui before following him inside. Heng Hui smiled and bowed to Zhang Xinyan, saying, "It is getting late. I shall not keep you any longer, Consort Zhang. Farewell." With his departure, Heng Chang and Heng Xiao also returned to their respective tents, while Chang'an, remaining with Zhang Xinyan, strolled back together. Chapter 83. A mischievous spirit, the princess lifted the curtain and entered, only to find Prince Jing seated on the bed, his demeanor grave and his gaze fixed upon her with an intensity that radiated coldness. "Everyone else, leave," he commanded icily, and no one dared to defy Prince Jing's orders. Granny Wu cast a worried glance at the princess before positioning herself at the tent's entrance. The princess's heart sank, and taking a deep breath, she approached Prince Jing, standing by his side and softly calling, "My lord?" Prince Jing spoke in a low tone, "Princess, do you truly believe I am unaware of your actions in the rear courtyard during this period?" The princess's legs weakened, and she immediately knelt before him. "My lord, I did not." Prince Jing raised a hand, indicating she need not continue. His gaze remained stern as he addressed her. "I have never once relaxed my oversight of the royal courtyard. Not even the slightest disturbance can escape my notice." The princess felt a jolt of fear. She recognized that Prince Jing was no ordinary man. Yet, hearing his resolute words sent a chill through her. She had intended to offer explanations, but the icy intensity of his gaze made her realize the futility of such efforts. Prince Jing continued, "Princess, I have always understood your concerns. Your apprehensions are not without merit. However, my reason for not interfering too much has been my trust in you, allowing you to manage minor affairs as you see fit. Yet now it appears you have grown bolder and more reckless. Your actions lack decorum, and you seem to disregard even the most basic of proprieties." After hearing these words, the princess's face drained of color, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as she felt utterly drained. Collapsing to the ground, she knew very well that Prince Jing's words signified his long-held grievances, waiting for her to make a mistake. Rising, Prince Jing approached her and spoke softly, "Princess, you know what I desire. Your current actions put me in a difficult position. Matters from the previous dynasty are already overwhelming me. If you wish to maintain your position, I urge you to refrain from causing further trouble. Keep an eye on the women in the courtyard, care for the children, and safeguard the royal residence. Once everything is settled, I shall ensure you are well compensated." Having said this, Prince Jing strode away, leaving the princess lying on the ground, drenched in sweat and staring blankly ahead. Seething with anger, Prince Jing walked alongside Wang Fuan in the darkness for some time before finally regaining his composure. "Let us go to Zhang's tent," he declared, after a moment of silence. Prince Jing approached Zhang Xinyan's tent. After escorting Chang'an back to her own tent, Zhang Xinyan requested water for washing and bathing, then comfortably lay down to sleep. She was here to enjoy the journey, having yet to fully explore the vast grasslands, and needed to rest well to appreciate the scenery the following day. As she drifted into a light slumber, Zhang Xinyan felt a chill, as if something cold was pressing against her. Startled, she shivered, but after a while, the icy sensation began to warm. Overcome with exhaustion, she did not think to open her eyes and soon drifted back to sleep. Prince Jing lay beside Zhang Xinyan, observing her serene sleeping face. She seemed unlike the other women in the courtyard. No matter the circumstances, she could still eat, drink, and sleep, remaining untroubled by the world. The multitude of women in the courtyard often brought him fatigue. Their interests tangled in a web of politics and power. While he had grown accustomed to their intrigues, he found himself weary of it all. The princess's disappointment weighed heavily on him. She had failed to fulfill the responsibilities expected of a royal consort. He recalled the days when he and the princess had shared mutual respect. However, over time, she had transformed, becoming increasingly power-hungry and profit-driven. It seemed that only the carefree woman beside him had remained unchanged since the beginning, never altering her disposition. While the princess had overlooked Heng Chang's solitude, Zhang Xinyan had taken notice and willingly included him. She never appeared to harbor malice. When wronged, she would evade conflict, only raising her claws to retaliate when cornered. Much like a small cat, her understanding nature was so profound that it left Prince Jing in disbelief. Prince Jing gently reached out to caress Zhang Xinyan's delicate and smooth face. After a brief moment, he leaned in and placed a soft kiss upon her lips. It was perfect, just as it was, and it would be even better if it remained this way in the future, though not change. Please, never change. The following day, before dawn, Zhang Xinyan awoke feeling as though her neck was being grasped by a firm hand and something heavy was pressing down on her waist, causing her to frown in discomfort. As she opened her eyes, taking advantage of the dim moonlight, she realized that Prince Jing was holding her tightly, one hand resting on her neck while his thighs firmly clasped her waist. Turning her head to glance at the sleeping prince, she noted that he appeared quite different from his usual reserved demeanor. With his eyes closed, he looked peaceful and gentle. Zhang Xinyan found herself entranced by his beauty. Setting aside everything else, Prince Jing's striking visage and well-built form were truly exceptional, akin to a rare gem that commanded a high price. As she admired his handsome features, he suddenly opened his eyes and met her gaze. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he brushed his lips against hers, teasingly asking, "What were you thinking about that has you drooling?" Flustered, Zhang Xinyan quickly reached up to check her lips, only to find them dry, realizing he was merely jesting. "Look at you. I feel as though I've never seen you asleep before. You are truly stunning, a beauty that could bring a nation to its knees." She began to praise. However, before she could finish her compliment, he abruptly pinched her cheek rather forcefully. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Hastily, Zhang Xinyan pulled her face away from his grasp, exclaiming, "What are you doing? That hurts." Rubbing her sore cheek, she suddenly felt a surge of indignation and retaliated by pinching Prince Jing's handsome face. Taken aback, he paused momentarily, and Zhang Xinyan quickly withdrew her hand, covering her face with the thin blanket in embarrassment. Seeing her resemble an ostrich, Prince Jing chuckled, pulling down the blanket. I haven't said anything. Why are you hiding? Are you that afraid? His tone was unusually gentle, and for the first time, he referred to himself as I, causing Zhang Xinyan's heart to skip a beat. Taking advantage of the moment, Prince Jing lowered the blanket further, revealing her flushed cheeks, his smile deepening. He leaned down and kissed the spot he had just pinched. Gradually trailing downwards, Zhang Xinyan's heart raced uncontrollably. Could he be any more alluring? This was undeniably a form of seduction. Chapter 84. The contest with the morning's official business at hand, Prince Jing, feeling well-fed and rejuvenated, departed, leaving Zhang Xinyan, whose legs felt somewhat weak, to glare at his retreating figure in irritation. After bathing, she felt somewhat better and stepped out of the tent, only to find Chang'an conversing with 3 other children. All 3 were clad in hunting attire, exuding an air of spirited energy. Zhang Xinyan circled around them twice, asking, "So, how do I look? Is Chang'an handsome? Is he imposing?" Chang'an lifted his bow from behind him, brandishing it playfully before Zhang Xinyan. Indeed, quite imposing. Heng Xiao and Heng Chang looked splendid as well, she praised, eliciting laughter from the trio. While hunting later, make sure you don't wander off. Stay close to father and the guards. You must not leave their sight. The woods are filled with wild beasts, so remain vigilant, understood? Heng Chang bowed respectfully and replied, "Rest assured, stepmother, Heng Chang will keep a close watch on his younger brothers." Zhang Xinyan smiled and nodded. "Very well, I shall entrust these 2 little rascals to you." As they chatted, Prince Jing approached, donned in his hunting attire and accompanied by Wang Fuan. Zhang Xinyan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the dashing prince. His tall stature, resolute features, and the aura of a mature man radiated true handsomeness. Noticing the admiration in Zhang Xinyan's eyes, Prince Jing flashed her a meaningful smile, prompting her to reflect on the morning and silently chide him for being a flirt. At that moment, the princess and Yi Lingxian also emerged. Zhang Xinyan glanced at the princess and noted her less than pleased expression, likely a result of Prince Jing's reprimand the day before. Chang'an and the others immediately bowed. Greetings to father, esteemed mother, and stepmother Yi." Prince Jing nodded. "It is getting late. I must visit father. Princess, you and the others should accompany the empress." The princess nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, my lord, I understand." With that, Prince Jing departed with his 5 sons, while Zhang Xinyan followed the princess and Yi Lingxian, taking the 2 princesses to visit concubine Zhao. Except for Heng Hui, it was the first time the other 4 children had come to Mulan Paddock, and they appeared particularly curious. Trailing behind Prince Jing and observing their surroundings, on their way, they encountered several princes, and as they walked together, the princes moved ahead, while their sons lagged behind. Heng Qi, still harboring grievances since his last beating, pondered when he might seek revenge. Spotting Chang'an, he quickly approached him. "Chang'an, shall we have a contest later? Let us see who can catch the most prey." Heng Qi assumed Chang'an would readily agree, but to his surprise, Chang'an shook his head. "No contest, Heng Qi. You are 4 years my senior. Your bow is certainly heavier, and you will undoubtedly catch more than I want to compete." Heng Chang smiled at their exchange. "So, are you conceding then?" Heng Qi felt a sting of humiliation but quickly recovered, grinning as he looked at Chang'an. "Chang'an, are you declaring that I lose?" Chang'an replied, "I didn't agree to a contest, so how could I lose? We can compete in other ways." "Oh, what contest would Heng Qi like to challenge Heng Yu to? Can I join?" Heng Zhen, who had previously raced with Chang'an, chimed in. "Let us compete. Just name the contest," Heng Qi retorted fearlessly. Chang'an pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us wait until we see grandfather. We can let him decide the contest, which will eliminate any chance of cheating." The 6th prince, Jin Wang, was known for relishing the spectacle of competition. Upon overhearing, he turned to Prince Jing and said, "Did you hear? Your Chang'an wants father to set the contest." Prince Jing maintained a stoic expression, staring straight ahead. "The hunt is meant for enjoyment. Let us relish it. The children should have their share of fun." Jianwang nodded with a smile, then glanced at Chang'an. "7th brother, your Chang'an seems quite entertaining. How about lending him to me for a couple of days?" Prince Jing shot him a glare. "Your sons outnumber mine. Why would you want to take my son? They aren't as resilient as your Chang'an. Each time they accompany me up and down the mountains, riding and shooting, they soon tire or get hurt. I see your Chang'an is quite fit. How about letting him accompany me for a couple of days?" Jianwang chuckled. Jianwang was known for his love of exploration, Often rallying friends for adventures, he had once taken Prince Jing along, but his insatiable desire for travel made it challenging for anyone to keep pace with him. Jian Wang, expectantly looking at his brother, was met with Prince Jing's thin lips parting to utter a single word. Leave, Jian Wang sighed. What a pity. While the atmosphere was lively on Prince Jing's side, it was equally bustling among the women. The empress led the other consorts, with 8 princesses attending her. Alongside the concubines and other officials' families, the gathering was quite substantial. Zhang Xinyan, disliking the commotion, found a quiet corner not far from the princess. Sitting peacefully, Yi Lingxian, unsure of what to do, joined her. Their friendship was not deeply rooted, so they sat together sipping tea and nibbling on snacks while observing the conversations around them. Before long, the emperor arrived with his sons and grandsons. Prompting the ladies to rise and pay their respects, the emperor, seated beside the empress, wore a joyful smile. The empress gently inquired, "Your Majesty, what brings you such happiness today?" Upon hearing this, the emperor laughed heartily. "Several grandsons wish to compete, and I shall set the challenge. Hunting can be perilous, so I intend to have them compete in archery." The empress smiled in response and turned to the grandsons. "Issue a decree to allow the eligible sons of officials to join in the competition with the emperor's grandsons." With a wave of his hand, the emperor announced, "Let it be so." This announcement brought more participants, and everyone was eager to showcase their skills, aiming for victory. Zhang Xinyan, with her keen eyesight, quickly spotted Chang'an waving at her. She waved her handkerchief in encouragement. Chang'an chuckled, turning to Heng Qi and Heng Jin. "Come on, brothers, we can start the contest now." "Wait, count me in." Heng Hui, the legitimate son of Duke Qin, stepped forward to join his brother. Heng Hui naturally joined in, bringing the royal grandsons of the Chun and Jing families into direct competition. Observing this, the emperor's smile widened, clearly anticipating the unfolding events. Concubine Zhao chuckled in realization, shaking her head. Today's contest among the grandsons was undoubtedly orchestrated by Chang'an. Chapter 85. Contest preparations. Originally, it was a standoff between the grandsons of 2 royal houses. But upon learning of the contest, other princes' offspring also joined in. Ultimately, everyone gathered, with only the 9th Prince Liang Wang and the 11th Prince Ping Wang's sons, who were too young, absent from this hunting expedition. All 6 princes' children were present. Wait, I find that such a contest is rather monotonous. It would be far more interesting to add a touch of excitement. Thus, let us each contribute 100 taels of silver as a wager. Once the contest concludes, the victor shall claim the entirety of the silver. What do you all think? Chang'an, with a glint in his eye, proposed this idea aloud. Chang'an's master is none other than the emperor's personal guard. Having been by his side since Chang'an was merely a year old, at the age of 3, when Chang'an was able to draw a bow, he began to teach him archery, while Prince Jing arranged for him to learn a set of martial arts, allowing him to cultivate inner strength through prolonged practice. With this dual approach, Chang'an's equestrian archery skills are no trifling matter. Furthermore, the royal scions, the eldest among them already 18 or 19 and married, naturally do not participate in this contest. Hence, the oldest among the competitors is merely 12 or 13 years of age. 100 taels of silver is but a trifle, one that the royal scions can easily accept. And adding a wager is indeed a splendid idea, so everyone readily agreed. The royal scions took the lead, prompting the noble offspring below to follow suit. Heng Chang, however, could neither participate nor wish to, standing aside to gather the funds. The emperor and the various consorts had been seated for quite some time, watching as the moments ticked away, yet the anticipated contest had yet to commence. Confusion spread among the attendees, their gazes shifting towards a cluster of figures gathered in the distance, their minds speculating on what mischief they might be concocting. Lin Deliang, go and investigate the situation. Why has the contest not begun? What are they all huddled together for? The emperor, unable to suppress his curiosity, commanded. Lin Deliang promptly complied, hastening towards the crowd. Before long, he returned, his face flushed, as he struggled to contain his laughter, rendering his expression quite peculiar and distorted. Lin Deliang reported to the emperor, "Your Majesty, the 4th prince of the Jing Wangfu believes this contest lacks any stakes." Thus, he devised a scheme, requiring each participant to submit 100 taels of silver as a stake. In the end, the one who claims first place will take home all the funds. Upon hearing this, the emperor burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! This Chang'an, always as clever as ever, with his ingenious ideas. Splendid, splendid, Lin Deliang. Run back and inform them that I shall add 100 taels of gold to the stakes. Lin Deliang quickly responded, Yes, your servant obeys, and with that, he hurried away. The consorts present, witnessing this, eagerly followed suit. This Chang'an is indeed sharp-witted. Since the emperor has contributed to the stakes, we cannot sit idly by. Bring forth 80 taels of gold for this group of children, the empress cheerfully declared. With both the emperor and empress having pledged stakes, Zheguifei and several other consorts naturally could not be left behind. Each of them, with smiles on their faces, instructed their personal maids, Hurry, prepare 50 taels of gold to send over. Upon receiving their mistress's commands, the maids wasted no time, quickly gathering the gold and delivering it to Heng Chang. Heng Chang glanced towards the emperor and, without hesitation, accepted the funds. This amounts to quite a sum, 2,000 or 3,000 taels of silver. Chang'an, do you have the confidence to win? If you do not, it would be a shame to part with all this money. Chang'an peered over and replied, To be honest, I am not entirely certain, but it matters not. As long as this money does not fall into Heng Chi's hands, I shall be content. Victory and defeat are mere trifles in the realm of competition. I have never aspired to claim first place, so long as Heng Chi does not surpass me. Heng Chang chuckled, patting Chang'an's head. Who knows who will emerge victorious this time? The winner could indeed strike it rich. Yilingshuan cast her gaze towards the royal scions and noble offspring participating in the contest. There were no fewer than 80 participants, which already amounted to a substantial sum of silver. With the emperor and empress's contributions, a rough estimate would yield no less than 20 to 30,000 taels of silver. Sister Zhang, do you think Chang'an can win? Yilingshuan inquired. Zhang Xinyan shook her head. Chang'an has not resided in the rear court since the age of 4. He has likely been trained by the princes and masters, as for his abilities. I cannot say. Yilingshuan nodded. That was indeed the truth. Even her own Heng Xuan had been taken to the front courtyard at the age of 4, which was why he had become increasingly unruly. Observing the impressive Chang'an and her own troublesome son, Yilingshuan sighed. Truly, he is the future protagonist, standing out from the rest since childhood. The funds were tallied and secured, and the contest was set to commence imminently. It would involve archery, determining who could hit the bullseye the most times. The first round required 10 arrows to all hit the target to advance to the next round, which would move the target back by 5 meters. The subsequent rounds would continue this pattern, ultimately identifying the champion. In the first round, nearly all participants succeeded. However, many faltered in the second round, regrettably falling out of the competition. The third round eliminated even more contenders, leading to only 7 participants remaining by the fourth round. Chang'an, Heng Xiao, Heng Chi, Heng Chen, along with 2 sons from the Heng Wang family, and lastly, Lin Shangshu's legitimate son, Lin Huaiqian. Though Lin Huaiqian appeared young, around 8 or 9 years old, he possessed an impressive demeanor, and his archery was executed with a serious expression, displaying an air of nobility. Heng Chi glanced at the still enthusiastic Chang'an, grasping his trembling wrist. The target was too distant, and drawing the bow required great effort, causing discomfort in his wrist. Yet, seeing Chang'an, who was younger than him, seemingly at ease, Heng Chi couldn't help but feel astonished. Prince Jing, sitting among the other princes, outwardly remained composed, but inwardly felt quite pleased. He was well aware of Chang'an's shooting range, but he was taken aback by Heng Xiao's resilience, not anticipating that he could endure as well. Upon reflection, since Chang'an often played with Heng Xiao, they might have learned together. However, Prince Jing was unaware that Heng Xiao was not inferior to Chang'an. He had simply been advised by Li Yuwei from a young age to conceal his true abilities. Since her rebirth, Li Yuwei had successfully won over and swayed many within the estate, even including the spies planted by Prince Jing. Additionally, she had communicated with her family, establishing numerous enterprises outside. In summary, Li Yuwei's influence had grown exceedingly strong in subtle ways. Yet, as long as Prince Jing had not ascended to the throne, these forces would remain hidden. Chapter 86. A stroll. As the contest progressed, not only was Heng Chi's wrist feeling the strain, but the others were also discreetly nursing their wrists. Chang'an's wrist was somewhat sore as well. However, he was accustomed to practicing at this distance and could manage. His master usually allowed him to shoot only a dozen or so arrows at this range, cautioning that excessive shooting could lead to wrist injury. It seemed this was the final round. Should they shoot simultaneously or one by one? Heng Chen inquired. Heng Qi glanced at Chang'an, gritting his teeth. Whatever you prefer. Chang'an regarded Heng Qi and, raising his bow, released an arrow that swiftly struck the bullseye. If that's the case, let us take turns shooting one arrow each. Those who miss the bullseye shall be eliminated. Agreed. The emperor, observing Chang'an effortlessly hitting the bullseye, exclaimed in approval. Other princes were equally taken aback. Although the bows and arrows used by children were lighter than those for adults, hitting the target from such a distance was quite impressive. Heng Qi, unwilling to be outdone, drew his bow and released an arrow, also hitting the bullseye. Rui Wang's lips curled into a smile, genuinely pleased with his son's performance, casting a glance at the somewhat anxious Chun Wang beside him. Upon witnessing both Chang'an and Heng Qi hitting the bullseye, Heng Qi gritted his teeth and aimed, though he took longer to aim than the other two. Yet he too succeeded in hitting the bullseye. The anxious Chun Wang and Empress finally felt their hearts ease slightly. With the three of them having shot successfully, the remaining four followed suit, and all landed their first arrows in the bullseye. It was not until the sixth arrow that the two sons from the Hong Wang family faltered, their hands trembling uncontrollably as they exited the contest. Heng Xiao fell out on the seventh arrow. By this point, Heng Qi's hands were shaking uncontrollably. Any exertion caused pain, but he stubbornly persisted, drawing the bow to shoot. With predictable results, Heng Qi faltered on the eighth arrow. Lin Huaiqian, similarly, missed his shot. Now, only Chang'an and Heng Qi remained in the contest. Chang'an looked at Heng Qi's hands and said, "It seems we are the last two. How about we forego the final shot and split the prize evenly?" Heng Qi glanced at Chang'an's hands, pondered for a moment, and nodded. "All right, let us not continue. My hands are killing me." "Same here." Chang'an tossed the bow onto the ground, grimacing as he rubbed his wrist. "Ha ha ha! Excellent, excellent! Heng Qi and Heng Yu, very commendable. Those who have persevered to the final round are truly remarkable. I shall reward you handsomely. Those who reach the final round can indeed stand proud among their peers. But alas, there are always those with greater talent, and they have encountered two exceptionally gifted children. Sometimes, talent is simply paramount. Others cannot hope to match it." Thus, the competition concluded, and after rewarding his grandsons, the emperor began to summon his sons. As their contest was about to commence, "Sister Zhang, congratulations! This time, Chang'an has earned a substantial amount of silver." Lingxian smiled and remarked, "As for silver, she was not in short supply, and thus felt no pangs of jealousy." Although the Prince Jing had taken over her shop, he consistently delivered a generous sum of silver to her at regular intervals, claiming it to be a 10% dividend. Zhang Xinyan sensed that many eyes were upon her, and she could only manage a dry chuckle or two. Zhang Xinyan believed that the princess must be feeling even more uncomfortable inside. Perhaps she would utter a few acerbic remarks. However, throughout the entire time, the princess did not cast a single glance in her direction. Observing the princess's impassive expression, Zhang Xinyan pondered quietly to herself, wondering what exactly the Prince Jing had said to the princess the previous night. As she seemed to possess an air of enlightenment beyond the mundane, on the first day, the emperor personally took to the field, accompanied by several princes. After the grandsons had exhausted themselves in the competition, they did not participate that day. However, in the subsequent days of smaller-scale hunting activities, the children frolicked as if released from confinement, venturing forth daily to hunt and returning with a bountiful catch of wildfowl, hares, and other small game. Zhang Xinyan had refrained from allowing Chang'an and the others to delve too deeply into the hunting grounds, and the three children were obedient. Thus, they spent approximately 5 or 6 days playing upon the grasslands, when once again, she felt the familiar sensation of impending danger. Chang'an, for the next few days, you and Heng Xiao should refrain from entering the hunting grounds. Tomorrow, go and keep your second brother company. His health is poor, and he has been quite bored these past few days. You ought to spend more time with him," Zhang Xinyan instructed Chang'an. Chang'an glanced at her mother, who appeared restless, and asked, "Mother, what is wrong? Are you afraid?" Zhang Xinyan pressed her hand against her chest. "I do not know, but I can assure you that something unfortunate may occur during this time. When you contracted smallpox, I had a similar feeling. In any case, you should not wander about too much. Stay with Heng Xiao and play with your second brother, and it would be best not to leave the encampment." Chang'an nodded gravely. "Do not worry. Mother, I understand." Thus, they anxiously endured a day without incident. The following afternoon, Prince Jing returned from the royal tent and was eager to take Zhang Xinyan out. "Your Highness." Prince Jing looked at Zhang Xinyan with exasperation. In the residence, you refuse to come out, cooped up in your little courtyard all day. Now that you can finally enjoy some leisure, you linger in the tent. Come on, today I have time. Let me take you for a stroll. Zhang Xinyan longed to refuse. Her instincts had never misled her, and at such a critical juncture, she truly did not wish to go out. However, Prince Jing disregarded her feelings and forcibly led her outside. The meadow was adorned with pale yellow wildflowers, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of grass, while a gentle breeze carried the laughter of children from a distance. The scenery here was indeed delightful, and with Prince Jing by her side, she felt reassured that no significant misfortune would befall them. Zhang Xinyan began to genuinely appreciate the beauty around her. Turning his head, Prince Jing noticed Zhang Xinyan standing quietly. Her eyes slightly squinted as she gazed into the distance, the corners of her mouth lifting in a gentle smile. He realized that whenever he was in her presence, an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort enveloped him. "What are you thinking about?" he inquired. "I was thinking of Suayan. I wonder how he is faring in the residence. Is he eating well, sleeping soundly, and learning to write?" Zhang Xinyan replied. Prince Jing clicked his tongue, and Zhang Xinyan looked at him in confusion. "It seems that in your heart, I am not as significant as those two children," he remarked. His eyes narrowed and his tone somewhat heavy, revealing his displeasure. Zhang Xinyan immediately laughed and reached for Prince Jing's sleeve. "Your Highness, Suayan is only 3 years old, alone at home. Naturally, I miss him, but you are right beside me, and I can see you at a glance. So I do not need to miss you." Chapter 87. Growing more delicate flattery may not be the most reliable, Prince Jing thought, feeling a swell of pride at Zhang Xinyan's words, and smiled. "The scenery by the lake is quite splendid. We can have dinner there later and invite a few children to enjoy the feast while admiring the beauty. As he spoke, he reached for Zhang Xinyan's hand. She was startled and glanced around, noticing only Wang Fuan and Yu Shu following them. She managed to suppress her instinct to withdraw her hand from Prince Jing's grasp. "Come, let me show you the view over there," he urged. Zhang Xinyan nodded, feeling a strange sense of change since arriving at Mulan Weichong. It seemed that Prince Jing had begun to treat her differently. Lost in thought, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. The attire seemed reminiscent of the consort of the crown prince's sister, who appeared to be approaching them. Zhang Xinyan furrowed her brow and tightly grasped Prince Jing's hand, leading them toward the reeds, with Wang Fuan and Yu Shu hastily following. After circling around, Zhang Xinyan cautiously peeked at the girl, discovering that she was looking around the very spot where she and Prince Jing had been standing. Though Prince Jing was unaware of her intentions, he obediently remained silent, following her gaze. "What are you doing? Who is that woman?" he asked. Zhang Xinyan turned and found herself colliding with Prince Jing's chest. Their eyes meeting, he was very close, one eyebrow raised, his handsome face taking on an alluring expression. "That is the sister of the crown prince's consort. Previously, while I was wandering nearby, I overheard her express admiration for you and the Liang prince." Zhang Xinyan blurted out, captivated by her beauty. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it and was about to rectify her statement when she heard Prince Jing let out a long, drawn-out "Oh, is that why Nyener brought me here? To prevent me from encountering that woman? Are you feeling jealous?" Zhang Xinyan's face flushed. "That woman holds a different status. I merely fear that your highness may attract unnecessary trouble." Prince Jing continued to smile, even pinching Zhang Xinyan's slightly flushed earlobe. "Very well, let it be as Nyener says. I indeed thought so," she replied. Prince Jing glanced at the woman from afar, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Wang Fuan. "Let us continue to enjoy the scenery. We need not concern ourselves with inconsequential individuals." Upon revealing the woman's identity, Zhang Xinyan understood that Prince Jing must be cautious. Having already engaged in the struggle for succession, he likely contemplated matters more deeply than she did, and she need not trouble herself with such concerns. Observing that Prince Jing had no intention of addressing the issue, she chose to let it go, accompanying him on their lengthy excursion. "Let us turn back. I can no longer walk," Zhang Xinyan exclaimed, her legs feeling weak. Since arriving in ancient times, she had indeed grown increasingly delicate. The furthest she had walked was during her time as a servant, when she would visit the princess's courtyard to pay her respects. Since becoming a secondary consort, her quarters had been closer to the princess's, and she seldom ventured out, so it had been a long time since she had traversed such a distance. Prince Jing clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. "You are becoming lazier by the day." Zhang Xinyan pouted. I am but a fragile lady. Aside from raising children, I cannot go anywhere, so it is only natural that I grow more indolent. How can I compare to you, who rides, shoots, and practices martial arts? I truly cannot walk any further. Seeing Zhang Xinyan's playful demeanor, Prince Jing felt a sense of novelty and knelt down in front of her. Zhang Xinyan was taken aback. Surely he didn't intend to carry her? Observing her stunned expression, Prince Jing grew displeased, as it was the first time he felt an urge to carry someone. Yet Zhang Xinyan stood frozen, not moving at all. What are you doing? Did you not say you could not walk? Come, I shall carry you. To his surprise, as soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Xinyan took 2 steps back. No. Your Highness is a person of great importance. How could you carry me? Absolutely not. I am not tired at all. I can walk. Let us go. Had Prince Jing lost his mind? To even consider carrying her. If word of this got out, she would surely be branded as a seductive consort. And if the Empress Dowager and the Emperor learned of it, they would undoubtedly execute her. No, it simply could not happen. Prince Jing straightened up and turned to look at Zhang Xinyan, noticing her face had turned pale. Her eyes reflecting a hint of fear. Clever as he was, Prince Jing understood perfectly. Realizing that his actions might have been inappropriate, he gazed deeply at Zhang Xinyan before taking her icy hand in his and silently turning back. Zhang Xinyan had always been cautious, and with Prince Jing, she found a sense of calm. However, in recent days, Prince Jing felt that Zhang Xinyan was becoming increasingly significant to him. Thus, he wished to treat her with greater kindness. Yet, Zhang Xinyan's earlier reaction reminded him that if he were to carry her back to the tent, there would be no need for the princess to take action. The Empress Dowager would handle her in an instant. A moment of pride could yield severe consequences. It seemed his cultivation still required refinement, and Prince Jing engaged in self-reflection. Zhang Xinyan, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief that Prince Jing had not insisted on carrying her. And she sensed that he was not angry. He likely understood her concerns. With this thought, Zhang Xinyan's emotions grew complex. Prince Jing was still protecting her, yet she could not reciprocate his feelings, leading her to feel as though she was unfairly taking advantage of him. Quickly shaking her head, she dismissed such notions. Having faced death twice and given birth to 2 sons for Prince Jing, how could that not count as a form of repayment? There must be reciprocity. It was not exploitation. The 2 walked in silence, soon returning to the edge of the reeds where they had been moments ago. Suddenly, Prince Jing's ears perked up, and he released Zhang Xinyan's hand. She did not inquire further, retracting her hand and quietly following behind him. Not long after taking a few steps forward, Zhang Xinyan suddenly heard what seemed to be a throng of people ahead, their voices mingling with the sound of a woman weeping. After navigating through a dense thicket of reeds, he finally discerned the situation. The imperial carriage had halted here, attended by several princes and ministers. Surrounded by numerous inner eunuchs and guards, "Father, you must believe your son. I truly did not bully him." The Prince of Liang was kneeling on the ground, explaining to the somber-faced emperor. Beside the Prince of Liang knelt the enchanting younger sister of the crown princess. Her hair disheveled and her attire somewhat disheveled, sobbing beside him. "What is happening?" Zhang Xinyan blinked in confusion. Just moments ago, this beauty was searching for the whereabouts of the Prince of Jing, yet now she found herself in such a state with the disheveled Prince of Liang. Pondering this, Zhang Xinyan glanced at the Prince of Jing, who appeared unfazed, his expression inscrutable as he gazed at the unfolding scene. Zhang Xinyan then turned to look at Wang Fuan, recalling that Wang Fuan had seemingly vanished for a while earlier. "Your daughter did not. She was merely admiring the scenery nearby with her maid when she happened upon the Prince of Liang, to whom she respectfully paid her greetings and exchanged a few words. To think. Please, your majesty, discern the truth. Your daughter truly did not seduce the Prince of Liang. She is innocent." The beauty cried as if on the verge of collapse, yet even in her distress, she resembled a rain-soaked pear blossom, her words dripping with sorrowful appeal. Zhang Xinyan was captivated by her weeping. The Prince of Liang, filled with indignation, pointed at the Prince of Jing. "Father, I swear I did not. She is the crown princess's own sister. It must be that second brother deliberately set her up to frame me. Father, I am truly wronged. You must believe me. Please, Father, see through this and restore justice for your son." The Prince of Jing knelt directly. "Father, I am wronged. What crime cannot be fabricated? ninth brother has condemned me without a chance for defense. I refuse to accept this. The emperor's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized his two sons. Recently, the Prince of Jing had been increasingly ruthless and decisive in his actions, backed by the empress, with support from both the court and the harem. Now, many ministers were piling on the pressure, urging the emperor to establish a crown prince without delay. Traditionally, hunting expeditions were scheduled for March or September, known as the spring and autumn hunts, respectively. However, this time, it was unusually arranged for June, not a whim of the emperor but a deliberate plan after careful consideration. He sought to find a pretext to diminish the Prince of Jing's authority. Father, I am truly wronged. This has nothing to do with me. It must be second brother's scheme. The Prince of Liang continued to plead. A flash of anger crossed the Prince of Jing's face as he inquired, "Is there anyone to witness or any evidence regarding this matter? Why would I have any need to frame you? Song Yingxue is the princess's sister. If I truly intended to ensnare you, why would I use the princess's sister as bait? And why would Song Yingxue willingly act as my bait?" His questions were logical and reasonable, leaving Zhang Xinyan entranced. The relationship between the crown princess and her younger sister remained unclear to him, but he recalled that Miss Yingxue had openly praised both the Prince of Jing and the Prince of Liang in public. The Prince of Liang appeared exasperated. Noticing the emperor's continued silence, he turned to glare at Song Yingxue. Will you speak the truth? I have never laid a hand on you. Were you threatened by someone? The emperor is here. If you tell the truth, no one will harm you. Song Yingxue trembled slightly, her eyes betraying panic and fear as she glanced at the emperor. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. If there are hidden circumstances, you must speak truthfully. I am here, and no one dares to harm you. His tone was devoid of emotion, entirely infused with imperial authority, creating an almost palpable sense of pressure. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling herself, Song Yingxue glanced at the Prince of Jing, who seemed to feel a weight in his heart. Reporting to the emperor, "Your daughter is truly at her wit's end. My sister threatened me with my aunt's life, stating that if I did not slander the Prince of Liang today, she would have my aunt killed. The Prince of Liang did not harm me. It was I who acted out of desperation. I beseech the emperor to spare my life and save both me and my aunt." Song Yingxue wept pitifully, kneeling before the emperor, her face a portrait of grievance and accusation as she pointed a trembling finger at the Prince of Jing. The Prince of Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Song Yingxue, unable to fathom what deep-seated enmity could lead her to such slander. It appeared that someone had deliberately orchestrated this frame-up. The Prince of Jing's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. "You claim it is I and the princess who have coerced you. Yet is there anyone who witnessed this? Who has heard it? Who can testify that it was I and the princess who pressured you? In my view, it is you who harbors ulterior motives, deliberately attempting to seduce the Prince of Liang. In the past, you spoke highly of his handsome looks and charming demeanor to your maid. Yet now you turn and bite back, accusing me and the princess of threatening you with your aunt's life. I can assert that it is you and the Prince of Liang who conspired together, seeking to frame me. You two are in cahoots, willing to engage in this charade, hoping to shift all blame onto me." The Prince of Jing retorted furiously. With his rebuttal, Zhang Xinyan's previously vague thoughts began to crystallize. Perhaps the situation truly was as he suspected. The Prince of Liang already had a legitimate wife and a secondary consort by his side. If Song Yingxue insisted on marrying into the royal household, she would only be relegated to a lowly concubine position. However, if the Prince of Liang promised her the status of a secondary consort. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Xinyan speculated that this seemingly naive younger sister of the crown princess might indeed fall prey to such an enticing offer. Earlier, he had mentioned to the Prince of Jing that Song Yingxue seemed to harbor feelings for both the Prince of Jing and the Prince of Liang. It was likely that the Prince of Jing had signaled Wang Fuan to summon the Prince of Liang here, deliberately orchestrating a meeting between him and Song Yingxue. When the Prince of Liang learned of Song Yingxue's desire to serve him, he might have seen it as an excellent opportunity to leverage her identity to create trouble for the Prince of Jing, hoping to see him stumble. However, the Prince of Jing was no fool. He quickly recognized the flaw in her story, as the Prince of Jing's words nearly revealed the truth. Song Yingxue's sobs intensified, and the Prince of Liang's face flushed crimson. "Second brother, how can you speak such unfounded lies and slander me? The truth is the best evidence. I implore Father to see through this and take a stand for your son." In that moment, the entire scene fell into a profound silence, everyone holding their breath, awaiting the emperor's decree. The emperor, his expression dark and his gaze fixed on the two sons below, remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Lin Deliang, take the Prince of Jing and the Prince of Liang to their respective tents for house arrest. No one is permitted to step out without my command. Until the truth of this matter is revealed, let them reflect and repent in their tents." With that, the emperor turned and departed, and the crowd hurried to follow. The Prince of Jing withdrew his gaze, briefly glancing at Zhang Xinyan, softly instructing, "You should return for now, and inform the children to remain quietly at camp and not venture out again." Zhang Xinyan nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." The Prince of Jing, along with Wang Fuan, also joined the main group. Upon returning, Zhang Xinyan first conveyed the Prince of Jing's instructions to the princess before retreating to her own tent. She dispatched someone to find Chang'an and the others. She inquired of Yushu, "Go find out about the relationship between the crown princess and her younger sister." Chang'an and Heng Xiao had been obedient these past few days, remaining in the tent to study and write with Heng Chang. Upon hearing the summons, all three of them arrived. "Mother, we just returned and found the tents of second uncle and ninth uncle surrounded by numerous guards. Has something happened?" Chang'an queried as they entered. Zhang Xinyan nodded. "Something has occurred, but it does not concern USIT. Has simply been an unstable few days. You three should stay here at the camp and avoid the hunting grounds." Heng Chang seemed to grasp the situation and nodded in agreement. Not wanting to worry them further, Zhang Xinyan offered a few more words of caution. Having observed the unfolding drama for so long, it was now time for dinner. Since the Prince of Jing was unlikely to return soon, Zhang Xinyan arranged for the meal to be brought. Not long after finishing dinner, a commotion erupted outside. Defu hurriedly lifted the curtain and rushed in, kneeling before Zhang Xinyan to report. "My lord, an incident has occurred at the hunting grounds. It seems a ferocious beast has emerged from the depths of the forest and gone wild, injuring many people." Zhang Xinyan's heart sank. "Where are the emperor and the princes now? Are they safe?" Defu replied. "The emperor and several princes and ministers have been in the royal tent discussing matters all afternoon and did not go to the hunting grounds. However, our heir and the fifth prince did go. The princess has sent someone to fetch them back, but I heard that they are still at the hunting grounds. Heng Hui and Heng Xuan are still at the hunting grounds?" Zhang Xinyan's previously eased heart now felt heavy again. Just as she was listening to Defu's report, she suddenly heard the commotion outside grow louder, suggesting that the princess and Yi Lingxian were embroiled in a dispute. Zhang Xinyan rushed outside to find them both pale, struggling against the attendants trying to pull them away as they attempted to head towards the hunting grounds. The princess and the side consort were surrounded by numerous guards at the hunting grounds, where the imperial grandchildren were engaged in the hunt, accompanied by their personal attendants. The situation remained unclear, yet it was certain that the emperor would dispatch someone to rescue the children. "Your Highness, we must not lose our composure at such a critical juncture. It is perilous out there. We cannot venture forth." Zhang Xinyan furrowed his brow as he reached for the trembling hand of the princess, who clutched his hand tightly, as though grasping a lifeline in turbulent waters. "Yes, indeed. There are guards, and the emperor and the prince will surely send aid. Why presence would be of no use," the princess murmured. Inhaling deeply and repeating her thoughts, without hesitation, Zhang Xinyan summoned 3 children and ushered the princess and Yi Lingxian into the tent, where they awaited news. The princess and Yi Lingxian paced anxiously within the confines of the tent, urging others to gather information from the hunting grounds. "Why has there been no news yet?" After nearly half an hour, footsteps echoed outside, and the curtain was drawn aside, revealing Heng Hui and Heng Xuan rushing in. "Mother! Mother!" The princess sprang to her feet, hurrying to embrace Heng Hui, exclaiming, "Huir! Thank goodness you are unharmed." Yi Lingxian also enveloped Heng Xuan in her arms, her heart heavy with concern for her son, born after a 10-month gestation. Zhang Xinyan assessed the 2 boys, noting that they bore no signs of dirt or injury, suggesting they had not encountered any wild beasts. "Mother, I was with several cousins from the elder and second uncle's families. We did not dare venture too far. The beasts were raging in the east while we remained in the north, so we were unharmed. We only took a longer route to avoid the beasts, which delayed our return," Heng Hui explained, glancing at his worried mother with a hint of guilt. Heng Xuan, more audacious, had entered the center of the hunting grounds with several guards, seeking to slay a tiger or a black bear. However, perhaps due to sheer luck, he encountered no beasts during his extensive exploration. Dejected, he returned with the guards, only to find that Heng Hui had already crossed paths with the beasts and had returned together with him. As long as you are safe, it is a relief. If anything were to happen to the legitimate son, the royal residents would never know peace again, Zhang Xinyan sighed, exchanging a knowing glance with Heng Chong and the others before retreating to his own tent. Tonight is unsettled. You three should sleep together in Chang'an's tent. It is closer to mine. If anything arises, just call out, and we shall hear you immediately. Fear not, for your grandfather and your father are here. We shall surely be safe, Zhang Xinyan reassured the three children gently, recognizing that despite their precociousness, they were still mere children under 10. Chang'an nodded. Mother, do not worry. We are not afraid. The clamor outside persisted until the latter half of the night, when a young eunuch finally managed to gather news. 4 tigers had emerged, injuring numerous individuals, resulting in the deaths of over 10 guards, while several other imperial grandchildren and noble offspring had sustained injuries, most from falling off their horses and breaking their legs, with others suffering no serious harm. Zhang Xinyan's heart quickly settled as the ominous feeling of impending trouble dissipated. Realizing that the warning had likely passed, he allowed himself to fall asleep, only to awaken the next day when the sun was high in the sky. Yushu and Yuqin arrived to assist her with her grooming, and while Yushu styled her hair, she remarked, the younger sister of the Princess of Qian is quite renowned. Zhang Xinyan's interest was piqued. She adored gossip. What makes her so famous? The Princess of Qian is the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor Song, while Song Yinxue is the offspring of one of his favored concubines, resulting in a sisterly gap of over a decade. By the time Song Yinxue was merely a child, the Princess of Qian had already married, and without the constraints of a legitimate daughter, Song Yinxue grew up indulged. Her clothing, food, and expenses were all on par with a legitimate daughter, not inferior to the esteemed Princess of Qian. Not only is she beautiful, but she also plays the qin exquisitely, earning her a prominent place among the noble ladies of the capital. Raised according to the standards of a legitimate daughter and with a sister who is a princess, she naturally aspired to marry into royal or noble families. Unfortunately, she is still too young, having only recently undergone the coming-of-age ceremony, while the emperor's sons already have their princesses. While the position of a primary consort is beyond her reach, she could still aspire to be a side consort. I've also heard that this Song Yinxue once implored the Grand Tutor Song to make her a side consort to the Prince of Qian, only to be soundly reprimanded by Lady Song and confined for half a year. In summary, this Song Yinxue has always sought to elevate her status, yearning to marry a prince and become someone of high standing. After hearing this, Zhang Xinyan sighed deeply, reflecting on her own struggles in the inner courtyard, wishing to escape yet finding it impossible, while outsiders seemed to believe that life here was splendid, with many vying to enter. Chapter 90. Returning to the royal residence. Zhang Xinyan had come to suspect with an 80% certainty that this incident was instigated by Song Yinxue's seduction by the Prince of Liang. I also heard that upon the news breaking yesterday, Lord Song approached the emperor to seek forgiveness, though it remains unclear what was said. Regardless, upon his return, Lord Song sent Song Yinxue back to the capital, reportedly intending to shave her hair and send her to a convent as an Yuan in public. Song Yinxue's reputation had been irreparably damaged. Apart from the Prince of Liang, no one dared to desire her. However, the Grand Tutor Song was the father-in-law of the Prince of Qian, already aligned with the Prince of Qian's faction, and he could not abandon him to curry favor with the Prince of Liang. Fortunately, as her father, he could dispose of her as he pleased. Reflecting on Song Yinxue's youthful visage, Zhang Xinyan sighed once more. At merely 16, she was a beauty destined to be accompanied only by the dim light of a lamp and the solitude of a convent, a true pity. Yet, there was little to be done. This feudal society imposed significant constraints on women, particularly those whose reputations had been tarnished, often leading to a life of seclusion or worse. The struggles of men were far more brutal than those of the women in the inner courtyard. And Zhang Xinyan sighed yet again. Prince Jing entered, coincidentally overhearing her sigh, and looked at Zhang Xinyan with curiosity. What troubles you? Zhang Xinyan shook her head. I merely lament the fate of Miss Song, who was to have her hair shaved and be made a nun. I was simply moved by her plight. Prince Jing scoffed. Her folly is of her own making. Indeed, All of this stemmed from Song Yinxue's own desires. Had she not aspired for the prince's favor, her status would have afforded her a respectable marriage, and despite her status as a concubine, she would never have to lower herself in marriage. It was unfortunate that her ambitions exceeded her grasp, squandering the latter half of her life. Zhang Xinyan shook her head, dismissing these thoughts, and inquired of Prince Jing, "Why have you returned at this hour?" Prince Jing merely shook his head in silence, lying down on the bed with a weary expression. Zhang Xinyan, perceptive, refrained from pressing further, covering him with a quilt before stepping out to check on Chang'an and the others. With the recent tumult, the emperor had lost all desire for further hunting expeditions and finally issued a decree to return to the palace the following day. During this time, everyone was stationed at the encampment. And taking advantage of his good relationships, Chang'an flitted about, gathering various gossip to share with Zhang Xinyan on their way back. The carriage was filled with seasonal fruits, including numerous plump, red lychees and sliced watermelon. It was fortunate to be out here with the emperor, for otherwise, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to enjoy such delicacies, as they were rarely available in the royal residence. Zhang Xinyan savored the fruits while also peeling some for Chang'an, rewarding him for his delightful tales. Her second uncle had been reprimanded, and the Empress Dowager attempted to plead on his behalf, only to be scolded by the emperor, who reportedly stripped her of the authority to manage the inner palace, which was temporarily entrusted to the grandmother and several other consorts. I have not seen the third prince or his companions lately. I have tried visiting several times, yet they remain elusive. Those who supported my second uncle have also faced severe reprimands from the emperor. With several demoted, Chang'an relayed eagerly. The ninth uncle, however, faced no significant issues and was released yesterday. Zhang Xinyan listened intently. She could decipher the emperor's intentions. He clearly harbored discontent towards the Prince of Chun and sought to find fault to reprimand him, thereby diminishing his influence. This incident, while not monumental, became significant due to the emperor's continued scrutiny, which could not escape the notice of former officials. Many officials ceased to bring up the matter of establishing the Prince of Chun as the crown prince. Once the Prince of Qian was reprimanded, he lost several trusted aides, while the Princes Rui and Liang reveled in this development, buoyed by the prospect of seizing the opportunity. Meanwhile, Prince Jing remained diligent in his duties. Unfazed by the shifting tides, aware of Rui and Liang's attempts to woo courtiers and royal relatives, Prince Jing chuckled derisively. They believed their actions were discreet, but even he, the prince, could discern their maneuvers. How much more so the emperor, who undoubtedly observed everything. These two had grown increasingly brazen, focusing solely on the emperor's reprimands towards the Prince of Qin's associates, oblivious to the emperor's deeper intentions. Tio put aside the Prince of Qin's talent and capability, which far surpassed those of Rui and Liang. It would be a rightful decision to appoint him as the crown prince. Yet, the Prince of Chun had been too ostentatious lately, threatening the emperor's position, which was why the emperor seized this opportunity to chastise him, not out of malice, but rather as a warning. Unfortunately, Rui and Liang failed to recognize this and mistakenly believed that the Prince of Chun had fallen from grace. Thinking they could now pursue the emperor's favor and position themselves to become the crown prince. The emperor's maneuver was indeed executed with remarkable finesse, yet Prince Jing found his heart growing increasingly desolate. Even now, the emperor has yet to designate an heir apparent. It appears he intends to teach his rambunctious sons a lesson, which compels Prince Jing to suppress his ambitions deep within, daring not to reveal even the slightest inclination. After several days of travel, Zhang Xinyan and her companions finally returned to the Jing Wangfu. Having not seen Suian for nearly a month, Zhang Xinyan's steps quickened with anticipation. Before they reached Bi Shui Yunju, a small figure was seen pacing at the entrance, and upon hearing their footsteps, it rushed over. "Mother, brother!" Zhang Xinyan crouched down to embrace Suian. "Ah, Suian, mother has missed you so much. Do you miss me?" Suian nodded. "Yes, I think of you every day, even dreaming of you and fourth brother. By the way, mother, fourth brother, did you bring me any delicious treats? What about my venison and roe deer meat?" Zhang Xinyan couldn't help but smile, pinching Suian's chubby cheeks. "Suian, have you gained some weight?" Suian shook his head and gestured. "Look at my arms. They're all muscle. I've been training daily, never skipping a lesson. I also diligently completed all the assignments father assigned, ready for inspection at any moment." Chang'an came over, playfully poking Suian's biceps and chuckling. "Is this muscle? Don't make me laugh. You've just gained weight." Sueon pouted but quickly brightened, pulling Zhang Xinyan and Chang'an towards the house. Hurry, hurry. I asked Zhao Yuanzi to teach me how to make pastries, and they turned out delicious. Knowing mother and fourth brother were returning, I made several plates, and they're still warm. Come and try. Zhang Xinyan tasted the chestnut cake and lotus root osmanthus cake, genuinely impressed by the flavors, though she suspected they were more a testament to Zhao Yuanzi's skill than Sueon's efforts. Delicious, indeed. Sueon's culinary skills are improving remarkably, Zhang Xinyan remarked with a smile. Chang'an was equally complimentary, devouring the remaining pieces. Not bad, but it still tastes like the usual fare. Over the past few days, I've been collecting various recipes wherever I go. I'll have them delivered shortly. Encourage Zhao Yuanzi to learn well, and soon she can create even more delectable dishes. I'm growing weary of the same flavors. The three of them shared a passion for food. Zhang Xinyan, in her past life, had been unable to cook well and had never tasted fine cuisine, so she held Zhao Yuanzi's skills in high regard. She was not picky and welcomed any delicious dish. Chang'an, possessing a more discerning palate, was even more fastidious than Zhang Xinyan. As for Sueon, he had elevated his standards further, relishing the finest dishes from across the land. Good, thank you, fourth brother. You are the best. Sueon's eyes lit up at the mention of recipes. Observing the two brothers engaged in conversation, Zhang Xinyan instructed someone to bring in the spoils from the recent hunting expedition. 2 live deer and several roe deer, along with plenty of wild chickens and rabbits, were brought forth, alongside a half-box of money, both silver and gold. Upon opening it, Sueon's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow! So much money! Mother, did you ask father for more again? Didn't you just do that last time? Sueon inquired, inching closer. Zhang Xinyan lightly tapped Sueon's head. What are you saying? When have I ever asked your father for money? This is what your fourth brother earned. Don't misinterpret me. Zhang Xinyan felt a bit awkward. She had indeed approached Prince Jing for funds several times, perhaps 7, 8, or 9, however, she thought little of it. After all, it was only natural to ask one's husband for money. The two sons exchanged glances and subsequently averted their eyes. Sueon, eyes sparkling, leaned close to Chang'an. Fourth brother, can you lend me some silver? What do you need so much money for? Chang'an raised an eyebrow. After the last incident, Little Hu was taken away, and father granted me a few young eunuchs. I discovered that 2 of them have quite a talent. So I asked Zhao Yuanzi to take them as disciples. I plan to open a restaurant where we can serve renowned dishes from all over. It will surely be profitable. With money, I can send them to various places to learn their culinary arts and bring back recipes for me. At this point, Sueon had already heard much from Zhao Yuanzi about culinary arts, including the 8 major cuisines: Lu, Chuan, Yu, Huayang, Zhe, Min, Xiang, and Hui. The more he listened, the more he yearned for the day he could sample the finest dishes from all these cuisines. Chang'an glanced at Zhang Xinyan, who was busy counting the money, stroking his chin. You need not worry about that money. If mother is pleased, let her have it all. As for your restaurant idea, leave that to me, but it will have to wait another 2 years. During this period, the previous dynasty was in turmoil. It would be best to refrain from undertaking any ventures, for inaction breeds no errors. Sueon nodded. Then I will heed fourth brother's advice. While the power of the crown prince waned, the influence of the Rue and Liang princes grew ever stronger, and Prince Jing, in contrast, seemed to fade into the background. Spending his days at Yi Lingshuan's side, it was unclear what they were concocting. However, after 2 or 3 months, Zhang Xinyan discerned the nature of their endeavors. Greenhouse vegetables. Yi Lingxian only had a vague understanding of the feasibility of greenhouse cultivation. Lacking knowledge about temperatures and conditions, yet she proposed the idea. Prince Jing, believing in her vision, gathered a group of skilled farmers and, after months of deliberation, successfully established greenhouse vegetables. Upon seeing the results, he promptly sent the produce to the palace. Where the emperor praised the innovative method of cultivation in this era, while greenhouses existed, they were primarily used for ornamental flowers, and no one had ever considered growing vegetables. After all, only the affluent and powerful could afford greenhouses, and they hardly worried about their meals. As soon as greenhouse vegetables were introduced, Prince Jing ordered all his estates to adopt the practice. Zhang Xinyan, upon hearing this, expressed her desire to cultivate them on her own estate as well. Knowing that aligning with the prince would yield no missteps and hoping to earn some extra income. Whenever money was mentioned, Zhang Xinyan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Prince Jing understood that aside from her love for food, Zhang Xinyan's greatest passion lay in wealth, and since her intent was merely to ride the wave of opportunity, he saw no harm in it. The following day, Prince Jing dispatched an expert in greenhouse cultivation to guide Zhang Xinyan on her estate. Over the past 2 years, Zhang Xinyan had accumulated some spare funds to purchase land, expanding her estate from 200 mu to over 500 mu. With the introduction of greenhouse vegetables, they matured just in time for the winter months, providing fresh, succulent produce to several towns near the capital, resulting in remarkable sales. Zhang Xinyan, following Prince Jing's lead, reaped substantial profits, amassing around 30 to 40,000 taels of silver. Consequently, Yi Lingshuan's standing in the household rose steadily, garnering attention. Though this was merely the perception of outsiders, Yi Lingxian herself did not share this sentiment. While Prince Jing visited her frequently, it was purely for rest. Of course, Yi Lingxian felt a sense of discomfort, wishing for Prince Jing to keep his distance. Her entire focus was now on educating Hengshuan. Yi Lingxian provided Hengshuan with countless private lessons, imparting knowledge far beyond the era's norm. Hengshuan, being the male protagonist, possessed the requisite intelligence and wit, thus absorbing her teachings rapidly and excelling in his studies. As the year drew to a close, the study would break for the new year on the 26th day of the 12th month. Prince Jing was quite attentive to the children's education, taking the time to inquire about their progress. Heng Hui continued to excel, Heng Chang consistently presented unique insights, and Heng Xiao had mastered the fundamentals. The only one who gave Prince Jing a headache was Chang'e, who, despite knowing the material and performing adequately, wrote with a scrawl akin to wild grass. Although there was a hint of character in his calligraphy, it was still unsightly. Sighing heavily at the sight of Chang'e, who was idly picking at the patterns on his clothing, Prince Jing resigned himself to the fact that perfection was unattainable. Poor handwriting would have to suffice. The most surprising revelation for Prince Jing was Hengshuan, whose knowledge was exceedingly advanced. While he maintained a composed exterior, he meticulously noted down every detail. He also instructed those close to Yi Lingxian to diligently record all the knowledge she imparted to Hengshuan. Leaving no stone unturned, Prince Jing had long suspected that Yi Lingxian was not of this world and had confirmed his suspicions during a visit to Qingfeng Dao's temple. Qingfeng was the royal temple, though the current emperor favored Buddhism and seldom visited. Prince Jing had established a close friendship with the current abbot, Qingshu Zhenren, often seeking his counsel on various matters. Upon recognizing Yi Lingshuan's extraordinary nature, Prince Jing consulted with Qingshu Zhenren, who performed a divination for him. The reading suggested that a lucky star and a true phoenix resided in the prince's courtyard, with the lucky star hailing from another realm, destined to bring great fortune to Prince Jing. This was why he chose to keep Yi Lingxian by his side, rather than eliminate her, as for the identity of the true phoenix. Prince Jing refrained from inquiring, yet he was already aware in his heart. The mere mention of the two characters Zhenfeng suffices for him to glean profound meanings and insights. Where there is a Zhenfeng, there must inevitably be a Zhenlong, a symbol of supreme power and dominion. Should he ascend to the throne, the princess consort would undoubtedly become the queen, thus leaving Prince Jing with no need for further inquiries. At present, it appears that Yi Lingxian is that auspicious star, yet she is somewhat reserved, not revealing all her cards. Prince Jing is indifferent. The timing is not yet ripe. Given his current status, even if he were to learn more, any wealth amassed would still need to be surrendered. He must await the right opportunity, at which point he can act without restraint, free from the shackles of any rules. Since the princess consort returned from Mulan Weichong, she has ceased her mischief, having severely punished several unruly concubines, ushering in a period of genuine tranquility for the Wang residents. Originally, there was a routine of visiting every 10 days, but now it has been changed to once on the 1st and 15th of each month. The princess consort's demeanor speaks volumes. The women in the inner court are astute, discerning the shift and refraining from any untoward behavior. On this frigid day, the 25th of the 12th month, Zhang Xinyan had not intended to rise so early. However, news from the princess consort summoned them to the main courtyard for a discussion. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Xinyan dared not delay, quickly extricating herself from the warmth of her bed, adjusting her attire, and hastening to the main courtyard. Upon arrival, she immediately spotted Prince Jing seated at the head, with the princess consort beside him. Zhang Xinyan raised an eyebrow, pondering the gravity of the situation. After the customary greetings, Prince Jing nodded slightly, signaling everyone to take their seats. All complied, their gazes fixed upon Prince Jing, awaiting his explanation for the gathering. This year, the emperor has ordered a grand celebration for New Year's Eve, necessitating the attendance of the three side consorts. Furthermore, it is imperative to bring joy to the emperor. You have always been resourceful. The royal grandchildren will be entrusted to you. Devise a splendid performance for them on New Year's Eve. After the new year, the emperor will reach the venerable age of 60, a rare milestone. As one ages, the inclination for festivity grows, hence the emperor has specifically commanded a grand affair this New Year's Eve, with royal relatives and even the grandchildren of age expected to attend. The side consorts are likewise entitled to join, and while Zhang Xinyan has previously declined, this time she anticipates it would be unavoidable. The princess consort remained silent, quietly seated beside Prince Jing. Yi Lingxian contemplated before suggesting, I do not possess any particularly brilliant ideas. However, since several royal grandchildren will be performing, I propose a martial arts display. Prince Jing waved his hand. As the matter is entrusted to you, you shall handle it. I shall only concern myself with the outcome. With this directive, Yi Lingxian nodded in agreement and returned to her quarters to ponder. That afternoon, following lunch, all but Sui Yin and Heng Yu, from Heng Hui to Heng Wei, assembled in Yi Lingshuan's courtyard. When Chang'an returned for dinner, Zhang Xinyan inquired what Yi Lingxian had instructed them to perform. Chang'an smiled. The concubine mother instructed my elder brother and second brother to play the drums. The third brother, I, Heng Xian, Heng Wei, along with sister Ro Xian and sister Rolu, will don red outfits and perform a martial arts routine. Yi Lingxian wished her daughter to partake in the performance, so she sought out concubine Zheng and summoned Ro Xian. Ro Xian, being a few months older than Chang'an, had frequently played with her since childhood, and thus had practiced martial arts for several days under Chang'an's guidance. Rolu, too, had learned martial arts under Yi Lingxian's tutelage, making her fully capable as for the eldest princess. Ro Shu, being a true lady of high standing, she shunned the limelight. Yi Lingxian consulted the princess consort, who outright refused. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyan deemed the arrangement proper, neither extravagant nor ostentatious, yet sufficiently festive to please the emperor. The children all had a solid foundation, and within 2 days they developed a rapport, followed by another 2 days of rehearsal, leading up to New Year's Eve. Prince Jing, the princess consort, and the three side consorts, accompanied by over 10 children, required 6 carriages just for the masters. Upon entering the palace, they first visited the palace of noble consort Zhao to pay their respects, awaiting the banquet's commencement. Noble consort Zhao had long awaited them in the warm pavilion, and upon seeing so many grandchildren, her joy was palpable as she promptly summoned servants to bring delicacies. Heng Hui, come sit by your grandmother. How have you been? How is your studies? Have you grown taller? Ultimately, the legitimacy of the heir is distinct. Noble consort Zhao directly pulled Heng Hui and Heng Wei to sit beside her, engaging them in affectionate conversation. The remaining side children could only perch on small stools. Watching the trio converse, after some time, and after bestowing numerous gifts, noble consort Zhao lightly turned her attention to Heng Chong and the others. It was only when it came to Chang'an that noble consort Zhao's smile deepened, though her words remained mild, akin to those with the others. The New Year's banquet primarily consisted of the royal family and the offspring of the consorts and princes. Noble consort Zhao and her party arrived neither early nor late, but their entrance captured the attention of the majority of attendees, for among the harem, aside from the empress, noble consort Zhao held the highest rank. Several consorts rose to pay their respects, and noble consort Zhao smiled and nodded before taking her seat at the foremost position on the left. The princess consort sat among the other consorts, while Zhang Xinyan and her companions occupied the space behind the princess consort. Chang'an and Sui Yin were taken away by Prince Jing. Seated next to Zhang Xinyan were the 2 side consorts of Prince Liang, who, due to familial ties, had never exchanged a glance with Zhang Xinyan and her group, let alone spoken. Thus, their small section remained eerily quiet. Soon, all invited guests had arrived, culminating in the grand entrance of the emperor and empress. Zhang Xinyan, alongside the others, knelt to pay her respects, then slowly lifted her gaze. Her eyes involuntarily fell upon the empress, and she was taken aback to see this usually regal woman looking so haggard, her complexion pale as paper, thick layers of makeup failing to conceal her wan appearance, which bore the marks of illness. It was not surprising. Ever since the crown prince had faced rebuke, the empress had not only lost her power but had also been rumored to have been ill for a month or 2. Her attendance at the New Year's banquet must have been a display of forced resilience. Observing the empress's frail form and weary visage, Zhang Xinyan could not help but sigh. The struggle for power. The web of intrigue demands constant vigilance, and the empress, despite her exalted status in the inner palace, cannot escape the grasp of imperial authority. After contemplating these thoughts, Zhang Xinyan sighed again, pondering what right she had to lament the empress's lack of agency. After all, the empress's fate might well mirror their own futures. Chapter 93. The New Year's banquet commences. The emperor swiftly waved his hand, and the New Year's banquet officially began. Each year, the first dance performed in the palace is Taiping Shangshi, a celebration imbued with the wish for peace throughout the realm, thus serving as the opening dance. Following the conclusion of the opening dance, the performances by the royal grandchildren commenced, starting with the Rui Wang residents. The children from Rui Wang performed a wind instrument ensemble, their flute melodies resonating beautifully. The Qian Wang residents did not present a performance but instead gifted a grand painting of the vast mountains and rivers, purportedly created collectively by the children, which delighted the emperor. The subsequent performances by various royal residences showcased their unique talents, and soon it was time for the Jing Wang residents. Zhang Xinyan and her companions, seated across from the stage, had already observed a group of children rushing off to change costumes during the previous performance. The once bright and resplendent hall suddenly fell into darkness, yet this abrupt change did not incite much commotion. Moments later, several palace attendants silently entered, carrying two large drums and placing them at the center of the hall. As the lights flickered back to life, a group of children clad in vibrant red garments, their hair styled into two adorable buns, knelt in unison, bowing to the emperor while reciting a series of auspicious phrases. Following their respectful gestures, they rose to their feet. Hong Hui and Hong Chong stood beside the drums, exchanging knowing glances before simultaneously striking the first drum sound with vigor. With the resounding beat, the two girls in the front, Ro Xian and Ro Lu, assumed their stances, followed by the second drumbeat, prompting four boys to spring into action. The two girls moved with grace and lightness, their martial arts foundation evident, while the four boys exhibited a robust masculinity, their movements powerful and vigorous. The harmonious blend of softness and strength, along with the rhythm of speed and slowness, rendered an enchanting performance. The drumming rhythm of Hong Hui and Hong Chong accelerated, akin to a tempest, while the six performers executed increasingly swift and fierce maneuvers. The audience was captivated, with many martial officials unable to contain their enthusiastic applause. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, the girls' martial style abruptly transformed into a more vigorous and assertive form, while the four boys executed a series of flawless backflips. After 3 perfect backflips, they landed firmly on the ground. At this moment, the final drumbeat thundered, akin to a sudden clap of thunder, before silence enveloped the hall. Hong Hui and Hong Chong approached the front, where their siblings stood, and together they bowed, causing a brief pause before the emperor initiated the applause. Excellent, royal offspring, regardless of gender, should diligently practice martial arts. Only then can they uphold the grandeur of our Jin dynasty. The princes, princesses, and ministers present in the hall all knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The child's spiritedness naturally delighted Prince Jing, yet more than that, he yearned for their safety. With several children making such a stir, he cast a discreet glance at his brothers and 2 younger siblings, his gaze gradually darkening. The hidden guards around the children needed to be doubled. The emperor, after all, understood the importance of fairness, rewarding each of the princes who had performed equally, without any favoritism. The annual banquet continued, though the warmth that had previously permeated the atmosphere was replaced by sharp exchanges, cunning schemes, and various undercurrents of tension. Zhang Xinyan and the other concubines maintained a moderate ambience, engaging in light conversation with Liang concubine and Yi Lingxian before the 3 of them began to eat. The palace cuisine was indeed exquisite, surpassing even that prepared by Xiao Yuanzai, though regrettably, it had grown somewhat cold. Zhang Xinyan refrained from overindulgence, fearing it might upset her stomach. However, the fruit wine enjoyed by the women was delightful, sweet and tangy, perfectly suiting Zhang Xinyan's palate, and she savored a couple of small cups. With a swift glance, Prince Jing noticed Zhang Xinyan's flushed cheeks and her eager demeanor, her eyes sparkling with mirth. When she inadvertently met his gaze, her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly looked down, avoiding his eyes. This was the annual banquet, and to make eye contact with Prince Jing in such a public setting could spell disaster if anyone were to notice. The palace banquet soon concluded, and Zhang Xinyan, Liang concubine, and Yi Lingxian returned to Prince Jing's residence. Meanwhile, the prince, princess, and the royal grandchildren remained in the palace to celebrate the New Year's Eve with imperial concubine Zhao. On their way back, both Liang concubine and Zhang Xinyan felt a sense of unease. Chang'an often frequented the palace, so Zhang Xinyan was not overly concerned for him, but she did worry about Suan. Liang concubine shared her concerns for Hengchen. While they fretted, Heng Hui and Chang'an were joyfully enjoying themselves in the palace. With time before the vigil began, the royal grandchildren gathered to play, and Chang'an soon spotted Hengqi and approached him. "Are you well? It's been a while since I've seen you, and I've missed you," Chang'an asked with a beaming smile. Due to the recent events surrounding King Chen, Hengqi and the others had been seldom seen outside. And now they were huddled together, with no other children from different royal households around. Chang'an was the first to approach. Hengqi initially thought Chang'an came to gloat over their misfortune, but seeing no mockery on Chang'an's face, he felt a mix of emotions. "You miss me? I find that hard to believe," Hengqi replied with a roll of his eyes. Chang'an leaned closer. "Of course I missed you. You always want to compete with me. I've grown accustomed to it. Without you around, I've been rather bored," Hengqi huffed, ignoring him. At that moment, Rushu suddenly called out to Chang'an, "Hengyu, come here." Chang'an paused, nodded to Hengqi, and approached Rushu. "Sister," he greeted. Rushu nodded, her brow slightly furrowed in disapproval as she glanced at Chang'an, who had approached them while Hengqi's group was completely devoid of others. "There are too many people here. Do not wander off," Rushu advised. Chang'an quickly understood the implication, nodded in agreement, and returned to Suan and Hengchen. Noticing Hengyo was alone and brought him over as well. "Eldest brother, the snow has stopped outside. Shall we go to the Imperial Garden to set off fireworks?" Heng Hui tugged at Heng Hui's sleeve, acting adorably. Heng Hui gently reassured his younger brother, "Sixth brother, it's cold outside. Let us remain in the hall and wait for father and mother, shall we?" Heng Xuan chimed in. "I think setting off fireworks would be splendid. Who wants to go?" Most of the grandchildren present were unmarried, with the eldest only 14 and the youngest merely 3 or 4 years old. This was an age full of playfulness, and Heng Xuan's suggestion instantly stirred excitement among many, resulting in a rush of half the grandchildren running outside. Heng Xiao caught Chang'an's eye as he watched him serve a plate of snacks to Suan. Seeing the two brothers appear disinterested in leaving, he hesitated but ultimately decided not to join them. Heng Chang also chose to stay behind. As for Hengchen, Liang concubine had previously instructed him to heed Chang'an's guidance, so he too squeezed beside Suan to enjoy the snacks. Rushu observed Suan several times, narrowing her eyes. Granny Wu had long informed her that the illegitimate sons were not to be compared with the legitimate ones. Now that her own brothers had gone out, it was astonishing that none of these illegitimate children followed suit, showing a complete lack of respect. With a huff, Rushu joined Heng Hui and Heng Wei, while Raoshan and Rushu followed Chang'an and their elder brother. Heng Chang raised an eyebrow at Rushu's angry retreating figure. Their legitimate mother seemed to prioritize only her 2 legitimate sons, leaving her daughter's upbringing to her confidant, Granny Wu, who had unfortunately imparted a narrow-minded perspective on Rushu. Chang'an also glanced over there before turning back to the children. Outside, the fireworks began to burst in the sky. After a few moments of watching, Chang'an and the others lost interest. Hengqi, who had not gone outside, soon approached them. "Shall we play poker?" Hengqi asked Chang'an somewhat shyly. Poker, introduced by Yi Lingxian, had swiftly replaced dice, dominoes, and leaf cards as a new pastime among the nobility. There were quite a few of them, and they could easily form 5 or 6 tables. Chang'an exchanged glances with Heng Chang and Heng Xiao, and the 3 nodded in agreement. Outsiders were unaware, but they, as the sons, could discern some of Prince Jing's behaviors. As he refrained from competition, Prince Jing had never issued orders prohibiting them from associating with Hengqi, unlike others who maintained a distinct separation from the King Chen's household, either for their own father's sake or out of fear of repercussions. Prince Jing had no such concerns. He frequently visited the imprisoned King Chen, displaying brotherly affection, hence they, as his sons, were expected to emulate this. Only in this way could the emperor believe that Prince Jing genuinely respected his elder brother and harbored no ambition. Outside, the royal grandchildren were chattering excitedly about the fireworks, while inside, The atmosphere was equally lively as Chang'an and Hengqi engaged in a friendly game at the card table. News of this soon reached the emperor's ears, and upon hearing it, he rose and began to pace in the quiet hall. Lin Deliang, what is your opinion on Prince Jing? Lin Deliang smiled. Prince Jing is certainly admirable. Not only is he excellent, but the grandchildren of the Jing household are all remarkable, particularly Heng Hui and Heng Yu. The emperor remained silent, continuing to ponder for a while before finally speaking. Indeed, they are quite impressive. Heng Hui is eloquent, and Chang'an is formidable. Very good. Compared to Heng Hui and Chang'an, the children from King Chen's household seemed somewhat lacking. Hengqi was commendable, yet he could not quite measure up to Chang'an. Heng Chen could rival Chang'an, but Rui Wang's temperament was too extreme to compare with either King Chen or Prince Jing. The emperor had never even considered Liang Wang. Suddenly, the emperor coughed, prompting Lin Deliang to quickly support him. After a prolonged coughing fit, the emperor waved Lin Deliang away. He unsteadily approached the table, where a blank imperial edict lay. And after a long moment of contemplation, he finally picked up the red brush to begin writing. Outside, the cold proved too biting for Rushu and the other girls, who after playing for a while lost interest and returned to the inner hall. Upon entering, Rushu immediately spotted Chang'an and Hengqi engrossed in their game, her eyes widening in disbelief. Who didn't he know that King Chen's household had fallen out of favor with the emperor? How dared Chang'an associate with Hengqi, risking the reputation of the Jing household? After observing for a while, she turned to find Heng Hui and informed him of Chang'an's actions. At-12, Heng Hui was on the verge of turning 13 and had been raised in the outer courtyard, where he had learned much, thanks to the diligent efforts of Prince Jing in his education. Hearing Rushu's indignation, Heng Hui's expression grew increasingly somber, culminating in a sharp reprimand. Rushu, be quiet. Rushu was taken aback. Gazing at Heng Hui, eldest brother, we are cousins with Hengqi. The disputes of the previous dynasty have no bearing on our brotherhood. Chang'an and the others did nothing wrong, Heng Hui stated firmly. Rushu, it is you who have disregarded propriety. This is the palace, not our Jing residence. One must be cautious in speech and action, as Heng Hui rebuked her. Rushu's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly filling with tears, her face a portrait of grievance. Just then, Prince Jing and the princess arrived to escort the children to Imperial concubine Zhao's quarters, witnessing Heng Hui admonishing Rushu. Rushu's eyes were red, and she looked as though she would burst into tears. What is happening? Prince Jing furrowed his brow and inquired. The princess, noticing Rushu's distress, frowned and looked at Heng Hui. Rushu rushed into the princess's embrace. Mother, eldest brother scolded me, saying I lacked propriety. He is terrible. He scolded me for Chang'an's sake. Prince Jing glanced at his eldest son. Heng Hui would never chastise his sister without cause, indicating that Rushu must have been at fault. Enough, we shall discuss this later in your mother's quarters, he instructed. Prince Jing cast a glance at the princess, who promptly wiped Rushu's tears, speaking softly to comfort her. Heng Hui acknowledged his father before entrusting Heng Hui to the princess, returning to the inner hall to summon Heng Chang and Chang'an to join them in Imperial concubine Zhao's quarters. After spending the entire night in the palace, the following morning they shared breakfast with Imperial concubine Zhao before Prince Jing finally took his family home. On the way, Prince Jing and Heng Hui shared a carriage. What transpired? Heng Hui spoke of the matters concerning Rushu, and the Prince of Jing felt a flicker of anger within him. Generally, by the time the royal grandchildren reached a certain age, they would reside in the front courtyard to receive personal instruction. However, when it came to daughters, the prince typically entrusted their upbringing to their biological mothers. Rushu, being his legitimate daughter and a princess born of the Jing Wangfu, ought to be raised with utmost care, setting a good example for her younger sisters. Yet, the princess seemed to have her focus solely on Heng Hui, neglecting Rushu's discipline, which, over time, could lead to dire consequences. With this thought in mind, the prince promptly halted the carriage, mounted a horse, and returned to the palace. Meanwhile, in the carriage of the princess, upon hearing the entire story, she did not perceive any fault in Rushu, as a legitimate daughter, being older than Chang'an and the others. Reprimanding a half-brother was not inappropriate, however, she found Heng Hui perplexing. Why did he favor Chang'an and the others over his own sister? Casting a glance at the obedient Heng Hui beside her and then at the sorrowful Rushu, she sensed that Heng Hui was drifting further away from them. It appeared that she would need to find time to converse with Heng Hui, no matter how well he got along with Chang'an. He should not overlook his own flesh and blood. Regarding the matter of children, I wish to express that differing educational approaches yield different results. To illustrate, my eldest child only began to form complete sentences at the age of 3. And at 4, his speech was still unclear, while my second child, just over a year old, was already adept at expressing herself and could articulate lengthy sentences. Chang'an and Suan, despite their tender years, understood much, partly due to their innate intelligence and partly because they had someone to guide them. Nanny Zhang Xinyan was actively teaching them various things. Once they grasped the principles, their understanding naturally deepened, akin to how Long Yue, at the age of 6, was able to assist Empress Xi in fabricating falsehoods. It is indeed noted in the text that children possess remarkable wisdom, yet in an era where marriage could occur at 15 or 16, they were educated in various matters from a young age, especially being the grandchildren of the emperor, who undoubtedly learned far more than ordinary children. Chapter 95. To gain is to lose. The Prince of Jing visited Zheguifei, observing as his son turned back after just departing. Zheguifei was somewhat puzzled. What is it? Did you forget something? The prince shook his head. No, I have returned merely to request a favor from you, mother. Zheguifei nodded. Speak. The prince then recounted the events of the previous day. The princess's incessant desire to intervene in the education of Heng Hui and Heng Wei. Though her perspective was too narrowed, at times, he felt exhausted. She exerted great effort over her 2 sons, yet remained indifferent towards Rushu, leaving her upbringing to her trusted nurse. Rushu was already 10 years old. In a few years, she would be eligible for marriage. Her short-sightedness was, in the end, not a good sign. Mother, perhaps you might consider taking Rushu under your wing for a couple of years to guide her properly. As her father, he wished for Rushu to thrive, yet as a man, he could not directly involve himself in his daughter's education. The princess was unreliable, and now he could only rely on Zheguifei to take action. Zheguifei sighed. Alas, when I selected the princess for you, I did so primarily for her family's benefit to you, believing her to be the legitimate eldest daughter, which prompted me to petition the emperor for her hand. Now, it seems she indeed possesses a narrow vision and is reluctant to delegate authority. Nonetheless, she has borne a fine son. Very well, once the New Year festivities have concluded, I shall find time to speak with her, allowing Rushu to reside in the palace with me, where I will ensure she receives proper guidance. Initially, the princess had 2 daughters in her family, one being herself and the other her younger sister, who was only 2 years her junior, both legitimate daughters. Had her younger sister not been too young, Zheguifei might have indeed sought to wed her. Now, the princess's sister is the wife of the heir to the Xiangyang throne, renowned for her virtues in the capital, surpassing the princess considerably. While the princess fared decently in many respects, she was somewhat muddled regarding the upbringing of children. Fortunately, Heng Hui was exceptionally outstanding, never wavering in matters of significance and integrity. As the prince reminisced about his eldest son, a smile crept upon his lips. Zheguifei nodded in agreement. Indeed, your son bears a striking resemblance to your father-in-law. Chu Taifu was truly a person of integrity and moral rectitude. Having lived his life as a pure and devoted official, he was exceedingly cautious in his dealings and never hesitated or wavered in crucial decisions. The Prince of Jing himself shared some similarities with his father-in-law, and it appeared that Heng Hui's character traits were increasingly manifesting as well. Surely, the emperor had already noticed this, which is likely why he has intentionally nurtured and honed Heng Hui's abilities over the past 2 years. While the Prince of Jing and Zheguifei conversed in the palace, Heng Hui and his mother were not idle at the Jing Wangfu. Mother, I have done nothing wrong. It is Rushu who has lost her sense of propriety. The matters of the previous dynasty belong to that era and have no bearing on our cousins. The emperor reprimanding my second uncle is his affair. My father has visited him multiple times, and as sons, we cannot undermine his authority. He maintains a relationship with my second uncle, while we disregard the brothers from that side. Should the emperor become aware of this, would he not think that my father is merely putting on a facade? Thus, Heng Chang and the others have committed no fault. The blame lies solely with Rushu. As Heng Hui sternly pointed out Rushu's errors, the princess began to comprehend, breaking out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, Rushu had not caused a scene. For otherwise, the prince's reputation would have been trampled by those with ulterior motives. Although Rushu was somewhat short-sighted, she was not foolish. Upon hearing her brother's admonition, she finally recognized her mistake. Mother, Rushu is not a child anymore. She will soon be eligible for marriage. representing the dignity of both the Jing Wangfu and the Chu family up to now. You have taught her only music, chess, calligraphy, and household management. You ought to instruct her more in conduct and social manners. Rather than constantly leaving her in the care of Nanny Wu, a servant, even one from a prominent family, is still merely a servant, lacking the perspective of a master. Tio, allow her to teach Rushu about conduct is akin to treating a royal princess as a servant to be guided. Heng Hui. The princess blushed at her son's reproach, reprimanding him sharply. Heng Hui, undeterred, signaled to Nanny Wu and others to escort Rushu and Heng Hui away. Once the heir had spoken, none dared defy him. Mother, what is it that you truly desire? Heng Hui's piercing gaze fixed upon the princess as he asked. The princess was taken aback but quickly grasped Heng Hui's implications. Mother, as long as I am here, none shall rise above me, even if my father occupies that position. I can assure you of that. I have a powerful maternal family, and as a legitimate son, Liang Sufei's maternal family, while on par with ours, has a younger son who is 9 years my junior. Under these circumstances, neither our positions will waver. Thus, what is it that you are so anxious about? The princess gazed at her son, Heng Hui's words ringing in her ears as she pondered what it was that she truly wanted. Chu Taifu had only 3 women in his life. Aside from Chu Foreign, there were merely 2 concubines, neither of whom bore children. The princess, being the sister of the princess, along with her brothers, were all born of Chu Foreign. She had witnessed her parents' mutual affection since childhood and desired a husband who shared that same bond with her. Yet in the royal family, such couples were scarce, and gradually, her unfulfilled love shifted her focus entirely onto power. Believing that if a man was not hers, the authority ought to be in her grasp. Indeed, she lacked nothing, yet she remained unsatisfied. She could not afford to be idle, feeling compelled to act, lest she perish. Heng Hui approached and grasped the princess's hand. Mother, do not dwell on unfounded worries. Even if you do nothing, your position remains secure. When that day comes, you will still stand beside father, even if not for your own sake. You must consider me. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do? Once Heng Hui moves to the front courtyard, I will ensure he receives proper guidance, and as for Rushu, being your own flesh and blood, you should also take the time to instruct her. After Heng Hui departed, the princess dismissed the attendants and sat alone by the window for a long time. Life requires sacrifice, and it was time to relinquish certain things. As she gazed outside, the light gradually brightened, her eyes reflecting a deep, unfathomable stillness. Princess? Nanny Wu seemed to sense something amiss and cautiously called out. The princess nodded. Nanny Wu, please fetch a Buddhist scripture to place in the study. After lunch, assist me in copying it a few times. Come. If this book were to be renamed, what would be a more fitting title? Please help me with the title. I truly find it difficult to come up with one. I am hopeless at naming things. Thank you. Chapter 96. Collaboration. After the new year, Heng Hui, Heng Chen, and Suiyan all moved to the front courtyard. They returned only 2 days every 10 days. Upon returning, Suiyan immediately scurried into the kitchen to learn cooking. Now he could reach the stove by standing on a small stool. He began with simple dishes, such as stir-fried greens, always bringing them to Zhang Xinyan for tasting. Zhang Xinyan bore witness to Suiyan's culinary evolution, from inedible to passable, and eventually to delicious. However, every time Suiyan mastered a new dish, Zhang Xinyan felt a pang of discomfort in her stomach. Suiyan seemed to realize that it was unfair to burden Zhang Xinyan alone. So he enlisted Chang'an, Rushu, and occasionally the playful Zheng Shufei to join him in the kitchen. In time, the tranquility of Zhang Xinyan's Bu Yunju was palpable, to the extent that even Chang'an seldom returned. Prince Jing is indeed fortunate. Each time he visits, it coincides with the moment when Suiyan has perfected her culinary skills, resulting in delightful dishes. Zhang Xinyan had hoped to witness the scene of Prince Jing dropping his chopsticks. But alas, that moment never came. Sensing Zhang Xinyan's mischievous gaze, Prince Jing had no intention of revealing that he always inquired beforehand, ensuring he wouldn't foolishly serve as Suiyan's test subject. Thus, time progressed to the end of the first month, and on the 20th day, Li Yue gave birth to Prince Jing's 10th son, whom she named Heng Tai. After awakening, Li Yue held her son and wept for a long time, despite Feng Cao's attempts to console her. It was only the baby's cries that finally roused her. Heng Tai was the reincarnation of the son Li Yue lost in her previous life, a child cruelly taken by Yilingxuan. Reunited with her lost child, How could Li Yue not be overwhelmed with joy? Shortly after Li Yue's delivery, on the second day of the second month, concubine Qin gave birth to Prince Jing's fourth daughter, named Ruan. For the naming ceremonies of both children, Zhang Xinyan presented them with matching gold bracelets and gifts of equal value for their full moon celebrations. Upon returning from Ruan's banquet, Granny observed Zhang Xinyan, her lips moving several times as if she wished to speak. Yet she hesitated. Zhang Xinyan, her cheeks flushed from the wine consumed at the feast, felt a bit dizzy and inquired, "Granny, what is it that you wish to say?" Granny, with a shy smile, replied, "My lady, ever since the eighth prince was sent to the front courtyard, do you not feel our courtyard has become rather quiet?" Zhang Xinyan pondered and nodded. Indeed, the lively chatter of children had given way to a serene stillness. "My lady, though I am unaware of the circumstances, it seems that since Princess Rushu was taken to the palace by imperial concubine Zhao, the princess has become much more tranquil. The rear courtyard has rarely seen such peace. Might this be an opportune moment for you to consider discontinuing the contraceptive medicine?" Instantly, Zhang Xinyan grasped Granny Anne's implication. Suan was already 4 years old and in good health. Having another child was certainly feasible. Furthermore, given the current tranquility, it seemed an apt time to expand their family. However, Zhang Xinyan hesitated. If she were to bear another son, that would grant her 3 sons, which might draw unwanted attention. Yet, considering that both children were now in the front courtyard, under the watchful protection of the prince, their safety was assured. In fact, Prince Jing had privately expressed his desire for another child on several occasions, though Zhang Xinyan had skillfully evaded the topic. During this period, Prince Jing had shown her increasing affection, never pressuring her for more children. Reflecting on the serene atmosphere of Baishui Yunju, Zhang Xinyan felt a stirring within her. Why not embrace the possibility of another child? After all, they had sons but no daughters. A sweet, gentle girl would be a delightful companion for her. Thus, she resolved to forego the contraceptive medicine. When Prince Jing next visited, he noticed a distinct change in Zhang Xinyan. Raising an eyebrow, he refrained from probing, choosing instead to be accommodating. Following their intimate moments, Zhang Xinyan fell asleep, having not taken the contraceptive medicine, and Prince Jing understood that she had consented to conceive once more. After much anticipation, he would not miss this opportunity, spending over 10 days with Zhang Xinyan. Ultimately, after ceasing the contraceptive medicine for 4 months, Zhang Xinyan became pregnant again. Upon learning the news, Prince Jing was elated. Often enveloping Zhang Xinyan in his embrace and caressing her belly, "If it is a daughter, that will be splendid. One who resembles you," he mused, his tone revealing his delight. Zhang Xinyan placed her hand atop his and inquired, "Then, my lord, what name do you propose for our daughter?" Prince Jing straightened, gazing at her intently. "I decided on her name 2 years ago. Hua, Rohua. Hua signifies brilliance and the most beautiful aspects of things." "Rohua, how lovely," Zhang Xinyan replied. Prince Jing leaned closer. "I too find it quite melodious." If there were 2 individuals most thrilled by Zhang Xinyan's pregnancy, besides Prince Jing, it was Chang'an and Suan, the elder brothers. During the early months of her pregnancy, Zhang Xinyan experienced nausea, prompting the brothers to frequently return to the rear courtyard to prepare delightful treats for her. Suan's homemade sweet and sour cucumbers became Zhang Xinyan's favorite, sustaining her through the difficult times. Aside from the initial weeks of discomfort, her pregnancy proceeded smoothly, free from the subtle antagonism of the other women in the rear courtyard. As her nausea subsided, June arrived, heralding the annual selection day. This time, imperial concubine Zhao did not send women to Prince Jing, but the emperor appointed 2 concubines for him: Lin Shufei, daughter of a 3rd-rank city guard, and Feng Shufei, daughter of a 4th-rank official in the Ministry of Justice. Both women hailed from influential families, one overseeing the capital's guards, the other in charge of legal matters. Thus their backgrounds were quite respectable. This maneuver by the emperor seemed to shift the balance of power, particularly alarming the jubilant Rui Wang and Liang Wang. It appeared the emperor was bolstering Prince Jing's strength, and the officials sensed the scales tilting. Upon entering the prince's residence, Lin Shufei and Feng Shufei quickly garnered his favor. While Zhang Xinyan secluded herself in Baishui Yunju for her pregnancy, she saw them only on the first day of their arrival. Nonetheless, her ears remained attuned to the happenings around her. Yuan Bao continued to gather news, relaying the gossip to Zhang Xinyan, who found her days increasingly delightful. Lin Shufei, with her innocent and carefree demeanor, won Prince Jing's affection effortlessly. Chapter 97. Tranquility, moreover, Lin Shufei's fashion choices seemed to intentionally echo those of her ladyship, perhaps explaining her popularity with the prince. Zhang Xinyan's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Shufei was mimicking her? Reflecting on it, she acknowledged that Lin Shufei bore some resemblance to her, both sharing the standard oval face, though she could not recall further details. Observing her ladyship's perplexed expression, Yuan Bao recognized that Zhang Xinyan had momentarily drifted off. She clearly did not regard this matter seriously. Having such a carefree mistress, one could not tell if it was a blessing or a curse. When Yuan Bao departed, Granny An approached with a cup of tea. Inquiring, "My lady, what occupies your thoughts?" Zhang Xinyan replied, "I was contemplating what to eat. Last time, Suyan made this sweet rice chicken with water chestnuts. Let's have her prepare it for lunch." Granny An, intending to provide comfort, nearly stumbled upon hearing Zhang Xinyan's request and managed to regain her balance. Watching Granny An exit the room, Zhang Xinyan laughed heartily. Granny An had hoped to reassure her that no matter the circumstances, Prince Jing would not forget her. Yet, Zhang Xinyan was unconcerned about such matters, believing that as long as he provided for her and cared for their children, the number of women he had did not bear significance. Ultimately, her comfort was paramount. Prince Jing understood the nuances of propriety. Even as he lavished attention on Lin Shufei, he ensured that Feng Shufei and the other women in the rear courtyard were not neglected. Among them, Zhang Xinyan remained the one favored by Prince Jing, who frequently visited her, often citing the need to educate their unborn daughter. This pregnancy was the most comfortable for Zhang Xinyan, free from worries and fears. She enjoyed a favorable condition, leading her peacefully to the time of delivery. On the 5th day of the first month in the 30th year of Deyuan, Zhang Xinyan and Prince Jing welcomed their daughter, Rohua, into the world. At this time, Prince Jing was 30 years old, while Zhang Xinyan was 25. Chang'an and Suyan were overjoyed with their new sister, showering compliments upon the tiny, wrinkled, slightly reddish infant with sparse hair. Prince Jing, too, was enchanted by his daughter, cradling her closely and declaring her the most beautiful child he had ever seen. He personally selected both her formal and informal names, christening her Anning. Anning was indeed a lovely baby. As the redness faded from her skin, by the time of her full moon celebration, she had a fair complexion and round, sparkling eyes, breaking into broad smiles at the sound of laughter. Although the weather in early February remained somewhat chilly, Zhang Xinyan draped herself in a water otter fur cloak and had Granny An wrap Anning snugly in a large red blanket as they made their way to the main courtyard for Anning's full moon banquet. While selecting her attire that morning, Zhang Xinyan recalled Yuan Bao's earlier comments about Lin Shufei's attempts to imitate her style. Initially intending to choose a familiar outfit, she reconsidered and withdrew her hand. Ultimately, she settled on an exquisite long robe embroidered with butterflies and flowers, trimmed in purple mink fur, paired with a light red wide-skirted dress. She then sat at her vanity, allowing Yuqin to style her hair into a high cloud bun. Finally, she adorned herself with the precious pearl and gemstone hairpieces bestowed by Prince Jing, meticulously arranging them. The dazzling ornaments complemented her overall appearance beautifully. Zhang Xinyan seldom adorned herself in such a resplendent manner. Upon first glance, she appeared as a radiant gem, captivating yet not overly dazzling. Her attire, though opulent, remained within the bounds befitting her status as a secondary consort, leaving no room for criticism from others. Chang'an and Suyan, unable to contain their excitement, hurried to greet the princess, and from a distance, they spotted Zhang Xinyan. As they approached, the difference in Zhang Xinyan's appearance was immediately apparent. "Mother, you look truly beautiful today," Chang'an exclaimed, followed by Suyan's enthusiastic nod. "Indeed, she looks nothing like Lin Shufei, who is simply insufferable." Zhang Xinyan playfully pinched her son's cheeks and led them toward the main courtyard. "Everyone has their own habits. Perhaps Lin and I merely share similar tastes." Suyan, "Mind your words." Suyan nodded obediently. "Yes, I understand, but Hengshuan is just so annoying, always saying that ever since Lin Shufei came along, father no longer favors mother. Ignore his foul mouth. It matters not what he says," Chang'an admonished his brother. "I understand," Suan replied. Chang'an squinted, thinking Hengshuan was due for a reprimand, as he seemed to grow more unruly with each passing day, carelessly spouting whatever came to mind. By the time Zhang Xinyan arrived with her 2 sons and a daughter, the women in the rear courtyard had mostly gathered. Upon seeing Zhang Xinyan, they were taken aback and then turned their attention to Lin Shufei. Today, Lin Shufei was dressed in a light, elegant gown, her makeup fresh and understated, giving her the appearance of a gentle neighborly girl, while her attire bore some resemblance to Zhang Xinyan's usual style. A comparison quickly revealed the stark contrast between them. In both beauty and demeanor, Lin Shufei paled in comparison to Zhang Xinyan. Not to mention, in terms of physique, it was unlikely one could find another woman within the royal family who could rival Zhang Xinyan. In the era of the Great Jin dynasty, women were typically admired for their slenderness, making Zhang Xinyan's voluptuous form a rarity. Consequently, her deliberate choice to emulate the Tang dynasty's fashion only accentuated her curvaceous elegance. The princess smiled and beckoned Zhang Xinyan to sit. After months apart, the princess appeared even more serene, her brows hinting at tranquility, and she playfully teased Ning. Concubine Liang and Yi Lingxian also approached to admire the babbling infant, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "This child loves to chatter, doesn't she?" Zhang Xinyan chuckled as she gazed at Ning. Lin Shufei, drawing closer, lavished praise upon Ning. Initially indifferent, Zhang Xinyan grew increasingly displeased as Lin Shufei's compliments became excessive, straying into absurdity, even invoking celestial maidens. Zhang Xinyan glanced at Granian, who promptly interjected, "Lin Shufei, our little princess is still quite young. Such praise is inappropriate for a child." Zhang Xinyan entrusted Ning to the nurse behind her. Turning to Lin Shufei with a smile, "Granian speaks rightly. Ning has only just completed her first month. I fear that overly flattering her may overwhelm her delicate nature." "Who would say otherwise? It's improper to lavish such praise on a child just a month old. Anyone with sense knows that children should not be excessively praised," Zhang Shufei remarked. "Indeed, children are often a soft spot for Li Yue. While one can jest with adults, it is entirely different with children," she added. Lin, being young and inexperienced in child-rearing, likely does not realize this. We must not speak carelessly before such tender souls. Faced with the mounting reproaches, Lin Shufei's composure began to falter, her eyes reddening as she awkwardly bowed in apology to Zhang Xinyan. Truth be told, her demeanor was but a fraction of Song Yingshua's true distress, a picture of sorrow that would evoke sympathy from any woman. The princess intervened to alleviate Lin Shufei's embarrassment, and conversation resumed as guests gradually arrived. The celebration for Ning's first month was lively, with Heng Qi and Heng Chan accompanying their father. Chang'an eagerly carried Ning before them, exclaiming, "Isn't my sister beautiful? So adorable, right? She's my sister. You don't have one like her." Chang'an's grin was insufferably smug. Even Heng Chan, typically good-natured, huffed in annoyance. Having witnessed his mother give birth to a brother the previous year, he found Ning's charm irresistible and wished for a similarly delightful sister. Heng Qi feigned disdain, scoffing while his eyes betrayed a flicker of interest in the swaddled infant, his heart softening as he longed to reach out and touch her, only to be thwarted by Chang'an's unilateral decree. "What is wrong with me touching her?" Heng Qi protested angrily. Chang'an stuck out her tongue. "Nah, this is my sister. You can't touch her with that," she whisked Ning away. Heng Qi stamped his foot in frustration. Surrounded by admirers, Ning soon grew weary and dozed off in the nurse's arms. As the festivities concluded, Zhang Xinyan took her home. That evening, Prince Jing arrived at Bishuijin, his gaze on Ning filled with an unusual tenderness, his voice softening as he spoke. Zhang Xinyan found it hard to keep a straight face at his overly sentimental demeanor. Ning's once scrunched, ruddy face had transformed into a fair, delicate visage, her large, dark eyes quietly observing Prince Jing, her tiny mouth instinctively making smacking motions. The prince, his heart melting, could not resist reaching out to touch Ning's soft cheek. She remained unperturbed, continuing to gaze at him. When he playfully poked her pouting lips, she unexpectedly clamped down on his finger with her toothless gums, her tender mouth grazing his skin as if she were nibbling. The sight elicited a chuckle from him, but his amusement was short-lived, as Zhang Xinyan promptly swatted his hand away. Ning is still small and susceptible to illness. Have you washed your hands after coming in from outside? Zhang Xinyan glared at Prince Jing. Unperturbed, he instructed Wang Fuan and Yu Shu to see to his cleanliness before asking, "Is this satisfactory now? This child is just like Chang'an, never fussing. Such a well-behaved baby," Prince Jing remarked as he cradled Ning. Just as he spoke, the obedient Ning unexpectedly urinated on him, causing Zhang Xinyan to stifle a laugh. Her face turning crimson. It was Prince Jing's first experience of being urinated on by a child, leaving him momentarily frozen and unsure of how to react, until Zhang Xinyan came to his rescue. taking a Ning to have her changed. Noticing Zhang Xinyan's barely contained amusement, Prince Jing pinched her cheek. What? Seeing a Ning wet me brings you such joy? Zhang Xinyan retorted. A Ning has never urinated on me or Granny Yin, nor the nurse. Today, she chose to do so on you, which signifies her fondness for her father. Prince Jing, caught between laughter and exasperation, extricated himself from her grasp and retreated to change clothes. Afterward, he joined Zhang Xinyan for dinner but did not stay the night at Ning, despite her earlier incident. Slept soundly, Zhang Xinyan kissed her goodnight and retired for the evening. With Ning's arrival, every holiday in the front courtyard became a time for Chang'an and Sueyan to rush back home first. They abandoned their martial training and culinary lessons to spend their days entertaining Ning. Chang'an particularly relished carrying Ning around the house, while Sueyan wished to hold her too, but Chang'an unilaterally barred him. With your little frame, you might drop her. No way. Wait until you grow a year older and can lift 100-pound stone before I let you hold her, she declared. Suan, with a face full of grievance, looked pleadingly at Zhang Xinyan, who allowed Chang'an to place Ning on the window-side couch, finally granting Sueyan the chance to snuggle with his sister. Since Ning's arrival, Heng Chang had visited several times. Even holding Ning once, Zhang Xinyan noticed a distant look in his eyes, realizing he must be reminded of his deceased sister. Zhang Shufei remained a frequent guest at Bishwajin, aware that Sueyan had paused his culinary endeavors and thus visited more often. Occasionally, Li Yue would bring Heng Tai along to play. Around the time Ning was half a year old, Sueyan finally resumed his culinary pursuits. Chang'an, upon hearing the news, was filled with trepidation, stealthily returning to see Ning after dark for 2 months, only to slip away immediately. However, this time Zhang Xinyan had summoned Yuan Bao to bring him back, stating Sueyan's skills had improved significantly, and she intended for him to prepare a simple family meal at noon. Inviting Chang'an to join. Though he did not trust others' words, he believed Zhang Xinyan, so he promptly prepared and accompanied Yuan Bao back to Bishwajin. Passing by the Lotus Pond, Chang'an spotted Ruo Lu and Ruo Xian in a confrontation. Just as he approached, he saw a flicker of anger on Ruo Li's face as she pushed Ruo Xian, causing her to fall and scrape her hands. What are you doing? Chang'an rushed over to help Ruo Xian up. Are you all right, Sister Ruo Xian? He asked, noticing the bloodstains on her palms while glancing at Ruo Lu. Ruo Li's temperament bore resemblance to Heng Xuan's. Both were somewhat domineering, yet she was more tactful, not letting pride lead her to suffer unnecessarily. Ruo Lu enjoyed bullying Ruo Xian, and although they were young girls with a female tutor, Ruo Shu, the eldest among them, excelled in all arts. Roisin possesses considerable talent in both the piano and painting, at times surpassing even Rule's delicate artworks. Although Rule is competent in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, her skills merely suffice without any remarkable distinction. Her true passion lies in wielding a whip. Furthermore, given that Roisin's mother is but a secondary consort, Rule takes great pleasure in bullying her younger sister. Naturally, Roisin is not one to back down easily, resulting in a spirited rivalry between the two, with victories alternating between them. This time, their quarrel ignited when the teacher praised Roisin's painting, lauding its beauty and depth. Upon reaching Rule, however, he remarked that her work was overly mechanical and lacked originality, which left Rule feeling quite disgruntled. Intent on stirring trouble, she confronted Roisin, leading to a physical altercation between the two sisters. In Chapter 99. Roisin dismissed her hand and stated, I am fine. Chang'an, please step aside. Chang'an retreated a step and Roisin, with a swift motion of her wrist, struck Rule across the face. This slap is for your disrespect towards your elder sister, an affront to authority. Seizing the moment while Rule was still in shock, Roisin delivered another slap. This blow is retribution for your earlier shoved. Rule's cheeks throbbed from the blows, and as she cradled her face, she quickly regained her composure and lunged to seize Roisin. However, Roisin retaliated with a kick to her abdomen. You! How dare you strike me, Roisin? I will have your life. What gives you the audacity? Your birth mother is merely a concubine, even raised by consort Zheng. You are still beneath me. What right do you have to strike me? Rule's eyes burned with fury, her desperation causing her to blurt out reckless words. Chang'an interjected sharply, Rule, silence. Roisin trembled slightly, having grown up beside consort Zheng. She had never been informed of her own lineage. Her name had long been registered under consort Zheng's care, and the royal household refrained from mentioning her origins in her presence. Thus, until now, Roisin remained unaware that her birth mother was concubine Chun. Upon hearing Rule's words and noticing Chang'an's expression, Roisin, astute as she was, deduced that Rule's claims were likely true. After standing frozen for a moment, Roisin lifted her skirts and dashed back towards Consort Zheng's courtyard. Chang'an watched her retreating figure and turned to glare at Rule. Your sister's name has long been recorded under Consort Zheng's care, as decreed by the king. Are you not afraid of inciting his wrath by revealing this? Furthermore, while it is true that Consort Zhang is a secondary consort, she is also a niece of the esteemed Consort Zhao, the king's cousin. Your mother may be a side consort, but should you offend Consort Zhang, neither you nor your mother will find peace. Truly foolish, Rule felt a surge of fear at Chang'an's words. But upon hearing the last remark, her anger flared again. You dare insult me? Chang'an, weary of conversing with Rule, turned to leave. Rule's wet nurse and maid rushed over to assist her. My lady? Are you unwell? They both insult me. How can they treat me this way? Rule exclaimed in exasperation. The wet nurse's eyes flickered, and she replied, It is their fault. Our Lady Rule is the best, even surpassing Lady Rushu. We cannot let this matter rest. We must inform the side consort and ensure they face consequences. Rule nodded, rising to flee to Yilingshuan's courtyard in tears. Roisin ran swiftly, yet as she entered the courtyard, her steps faltered as she contemplated her intentions. Did she wish to inquire about her lineage? Was her mother truly not her mother? Lost in thought, she failed to notice the steps and stumbled, falling to the ground with a thud. Hearing the noise, Consort Zhang rushed out, finding Roisin sprawled on the floor, her hand bloodied. Sheener, how did you fall? Quickly, get up, Consort Zhang exclaimed in alarm, hastily helping Roisin to her feet. Seeing her daughter's tear-streaked face, she immediately began to comfort her. What happened? Did you hurt yourself? Do not cry. I will apply medicine for you, and it will not hurt anymore. Consort Zhang's heart ached at the sight of the blood on Roisin's hand. Observing Consort Zhang's familiar tenderness, Roisin could no longer contain herself and threw herself into her embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Consort Zhang, sensing something amiss, cast a sharp glance at the wet nurse and maid who had followed Roisin back. What is going on? Why is Roisin crying so desperately? The wet nurse and maid knelt before her, the former indignantly declaring, It was Lady Rule. She is envious of Our Lady's painting, which is exquisite. So she came to provoke her. She shoved Our Lady, causing her injury. Not only did she push her, but she also uttered vile words, claiming. What did she say? Consort Zhang's eyes narrowed. The wet nurse trembled. Unable to meet her gaze, stammering, she said, that Our Lady's birth mother is concubine Chun. Upon hearing this, Consort Zhang understood the reason behind Roisin's tears. She gently stroked the girl's hair. When Roisin had first come to her, she was so small and fragile that Consort Zhang had hesitated to embrace her. Eventually, succumbing to her affection, she had awkwardly held her, only to be met with Roisin's radiant smile. From that moment, Consort Zhang felt a profound bond with the child, believing they were destined to be mother and daughter. Now, the once tiny girl had grown into a 7-year-old, and time had flown by. Roisin, why do you cry? Is it because you were bullied, or is it because I am not your true mother? Consort Zhang asked. Roisin buried her head in Consort Zhang's embrace, inhaling the comforting scent that had always brought her solace, and shook her head. You are my mother. You are my mother. Consort Zhang gently tapped Roisin's head. Are you speaking nonsense? Of course, I am your mother. Come with me. With that, she pushed Roisin away slightly and took her hand, leading her to the back room. As Roisin seemed to recall something, her eyes reddened again. In a corner of the back room stood a small chamber where, on the 1st and 15th days of each month, and on her birthday, Consort Zhang would guide Roisin to perform a solemn ceremony before a piece of red cloth, bowing 3 times and kneeling 9 times, before lighting incense. Roisin had inquired about what lay beneath the red cloth, but Consort Zhang had never revealed it. Now, Consort Zhang lifted the red cloth to unveil a memorial tablet bearing the name of a concubine of the Chen family. In truth, I never wished for you to pay homage to her. You are already my daughter and should not have another mother. However, during your bout with smallpox, I found myself in utter despair and recalled that you had a deceased biological mother. I knelt before her tablet, pleading for her protection over you during that perilous time, and miraculously, you recovered. Thus, I thought that with my guardianship above and her blessings below, you would surely grow up safe and healthy. That is why I had you pay respects to her on the designated days. As for this red cloth, it was my selfishness. I did not want you to know of her existence. But now that you are aware, this red cloth no longer serves a purpose. Consort Zheng lit 3 incense sticks and placed them in the burner. Kneeling beside Ruin, so you need not feel different from others, nor should you distance yourself from me, for from the very beginning, you have had 2 mothers. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Consort Zheng maintained a gentle smile for Roshin. Unable to hold back any longer, Roshin embraced Consort Zheng, weeping and repeatedly calling her mother. In Chapter 100, Roshin eventually fell asleep in Consort Zheng's embrace, her tears soaking her mother's clothing. Consort Zheng entrusted her to the wet nurse, instructing her to return Roshin to her bed for rest. She then stretched her neck and wrists, turning to retrieve a sword that was displayed on the wall as a mere decoration. How has Yilingxuan raised her daughter? Even my daughter dares to strike her. Does she think I am a mere sickly cat? Consort Zheng declared, brandishing the sword as she stormed towards Yilingxuan's courtyard to seek vengeance for her daughter. Unbeknownst to her, Prince Jing was currently unaware of these events, having just arrived at Bishui Yunju. Chang'an was inside the house, entertaining a Ning while recounting the earlier incident to Zhang Xinyan. What is truly going on with the side consort? Not only is her discipline of Hengshuan excessively lax, but she has also led Rule astray. Zhang Xinyan appeared pensive, considering that it may not solely be Yilingxuan's influence. It was quite possible that Rule's associates were also at play. Hengshuan had been infiltrated by Li Yue's agents, and it was likely that Rule's side was similarly compromised. Li Yue seemed intent on severing all of Yilingxuan's support, aiming to corrupt both her son and daughter, leaving Yilingxuan without any allies. Yet, what deep-seated animosity did Li Yue harbor towards Yilingxuan? If their conflict were truly one of blood and vengeance, why not eliminate Yilingxuan directly? Instead, she chose to gradually infiltrate her life, undermining her children. Had Yilingxuan treated Li Yue in such a manner in a past life? Chang'an intended to speak further, but suddenly perked up, promptly silencing herself. After a brief pause, Prince Jing entered, accompanied by Wang Fuan. I pay my respects to father. Chang'an bowed, awakening Zhang Xinyan, who quickly rose to greet the prince. Prince Jing motioned for them to rise, taking a Ning into his arms from Chang'an. Chang'an pouted, feeling annoyed that her father always seemed to snatch her sister away, especially as she could never compete with him. Ning, did you miss father? Prince Jing inquired with a warm smile. Chang'an had encountered this particular expression on the face of Prince Jing before, yet no matter how many times he saw it, he still found it somewhat disconcerting. After all, the figure he was most familiar with was that of the stern father, and he found it difficult to bear the sight of this doting demeanor. Ning gazed at Prince Jing with her bright, twinkling eyes, and upon hearing him speak, she beamed a radiant smile. Prince Jing was utterly delighted. He reached out to gently poke Ning's tender cheek, teasing, "Are you missing your father? Ah, my Ning has grown even more beautiful. Truly, she is my daughter. Come now, Ning, give your father another smile." Zhang Xinyan had long since grown accustomed to this scene. Prince Jing's favorite pastime was to amuse Ning, and she particularly enjoyed it as well. Seeing the father and daughter revel in their joy, she chose to remain uninvolved. Sui Yan had prepared a splendid array of dishes, which were being brought out, and Zhang Xinyan proceeded to the main hall to direct the servants in setting the table. The dishes were simple stir-fries that required little technical skill, yet Sui Yan excelled in this culinary art and had cooked them remarkably well. All is ready. You may come to dine. Once the dishes were arranged satisfactorily, Zhang Xinyan began to invite everyone to the table. Prince Jing entrusted Ning to the wet nurse and emerged from the inner room with Chang'an, casting a glance at the spread before him. He raised an eyebrow, noting, Sui Yan's skills have indeed improved. Zhang Xinyan turned away, rolling her eyes discreetly. Thanks to Mama An's reminder, she was already aware of Prince Jing's keen interest in Sui Yan's cooking. He only visited when Sui Yan had prepared a delicious meal. Now, he was merely putting on a facade of authority before her. Humph! Sui Yan returned, exuding the warmth of kitchen aromas. Father, mother, fourth brother, come quickly and sample my culinary creations. Prince Jing, ever the doting father, tasted the dishes and praised Sui Yan, saying, however, cooking is not your true calling. You must devote yourself more to martial arts and study. If I discover you have regressed, I shall forbid you from cooking ever again. Do you understand? Sui smiled confidently. Rest assured, father, that day will never come. She was earnest in her culinary pursuits, and thus, she applied herself diligently to both martial training and her studies. All to silence Prince Jing's criticisms. As Zhang Xinyan and Prince Jing enjoyed their meal with the two children. A small eunuch hurried over to whisper something in Wang Fuwen's ear, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Prince Jing raised an eyebrow, regarding Wang Fuwen with curiosity. What is it? His expression was somewhat comical, making it hard not to pay attention. Wang Fuwen stammered, Your Highness, it is said that concubine Zhang and concubine Yi. Prince Jing's brow furrowed tightly as he placed his chopsticks on the table. What about them? Speak. Wang Fuwen, unable to meet Prince Jing's brooding gaze, replied. I have heard that concubine Zhang and concubine Yi have gotten into a fight. Zhang Xinyan's eyes widened in disbelief, and she turned to look at Chang'an, who was equally astonished, seemingly unable to fathom that events had unfolded in such a manner. Indeed, concubine Zhang was quite formidable. Prince Jing stood in silent fury, his face dark as a storm cloud, while the three women remained as quiet as mice, not daring to utter a word lest they provoke his wrath. Let us go. Prince Jing spat the words through clenched teeth before striding out with Wang Fuwen. As soon as he departed, Chang'an and Sui sprang into action, their faces alight with excitement. Let us go and see the commotion. Zhang Xinyan felt a twinge of curiosity but knew she could not join them. Chang'an, keep a close watch and ensure concubine Zhang does not come to harm. If things turn dire, just relay what you observed by the lotus pond to your father. Once the two had left, Zhang Xinyan dispatched the gossiping informant Yuan Bao to observe the situation and report back to her. Yuan Bao was particularly adept at recounting tales, even more so than the storytellers, and Zhang Xinyan delighted in his narrations of intrigue. When Prince Jing stormed into Yi Lingshuan's courtyard, he found chaos reigning. Servants were clamoring all about. Rule was wailing piercingly, and concubine Zhang was atop Yi Lingxian, delivering slaps to her face. Stop this instant. What on earth are you doing? Prince Jing's countenance was as frigid as ice, and his words were chillingly severe. Upon seeing Prince Jing's arrival, concubine Zhang brushed her hair back into place, which had been disheveled by Yi Lingshuan's grasp, and stood up, turning to face him. The servants hastily assisted Yi Lingxian to her feet.